This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. This is your second awakening. Don't let anyone find out the abnormality. The goal is to steal Noah's heart. The silver-white font is always in the center of the field of vision. Unlingyu blinked, skipped the font, and saw the barrier in the dark. She was in a small and enclosed space. Before she had time to think about the situation, a beam of white light suddenly fell from her head. This egg can still be opened. An excited voice sounded. The metal egg seemed to respond to her words, and started to move with a click. The beam of light above her head suddenly opened up, like a huge net. Are you okay? Can you come out? It's safe now. This is a new world. There is no smoke or war. We are the masters of this interstellar world. The intern with a happy face stretched out his hand to Enlingyu. Enlingyu's eyes fell on the clean hands, and he did not move for a long time. She saw another line of bold text. They are not companions. The mechanical egg is an ancient hibernation chamber. According to the model, Enlingyu entered hibernation during the human space escape, more than 100 years ago. At that time, these hibernation chambers were hastily deployed to various planets, so that most of the chambers were damaged, and only a few were still able to operate, compared with those unlucky people who died. Enlingyu's amnesia seemed insignificant. The Alliance didn't care, and she didn't care much either. Only the intern was worried. The Alliance's relief center usually only provides relief for 2 days. I've made a report to you, adding a special explanation. They are willing to take you in for a week. If you can't find a job within a week, you will be expelled from the main planet. The intern remembered something and broke out in a cold sweat. She rubbed her arms and handed over a light computer. Star pirates are rampant recently. You must work hard to stay on the main planet to be safe. At least don't be sent to the marginal planet, because the existing information cannot prove that you have military status. You can only apply for the lowest subsidy for you. 600 star coins, which is in this light computer. By the way, you don't seem to know my name yet. My name is Bayamo. Thank you, Bayamo. And Lingyu took the optical computer made into a ring shape. The relief center is quite comfortable, if you ignore those crazy people. And Lingyu spent 2 days to get a preliminary understanding of this world. Theoretically, she was born in the war era and hibernated at that time, until the end of the century-long interstellar escape and alien war. People established the Eden Alliance and gradually recovered the lost hibernation chamber. Eden. And Lingyu remembered the prompt in front of her when she woke up. Steal Noah's heart. Since someone left a text message, it means that her amnesia is not an accident. As for whether to follow the text message, more information is needed to judge. Ding dong. A reminder sounded outside the door, and the smart furniture door opened. A short and fat cleaning robot slid in. The relief center is not like a private residence, and the privacy is very poor. The cleaning robot released the sweeping machine component, and the red alarm light on the top of the head began to flash. Ultraviolet disinfection is about to start. Please evacuate. And Lingyu stood up and prepared to leave, and patted the robot on the head when passing by. A strand of gold thread sank into the milky white mechanical shell. Soon, the strand of gold thread entered the interior of the cleaning robot. But it was useless, as there were only boring mechanical components inside. However, as the gold thread passed through the components inch by inch, a three-dimensional model miraculously formed in her brain. This ability seemed to confirm the text they are not the same kind. She could not find the concept of this superpower on the internet, just as there was no information about Noah's heart on the internet. On the 3rd day, Enlingyu made a resume and started applying for jobs everywhere. Unfortunately, because she was an ancient who had been dormant for 100 years, she had no interstellar diploma or skill certificate, and most of her resumes were buried in the sea. There were a few responses, but they rejected her because she lacked common sense. Time passed quickly, and it was the 7th day. The work on the main star was very popular. There were many people doing it in any industry. It was difficult to get a job without some outstanding advantages. As for the magical golden thread that Enlingyu could control, it would be fatal if it was exposed. If she was pulled into a research institute for dissection, it would be better to be expelled from the main star. Speaking of the research institute, Enlingyu is indeed going to the institute. There is an interview at the institute at 9 o'clock this morning. The recruitment requirements are very strange, but she can't care so much. As soon as she met the interviewer, she was taken into the holographic simulation room to run 3,000 meters. The interviewer was very satisfied with the final result and immediately took her to the next level. Interstellar tracking. It sounds like the name of a game. And it is actually similar. It simulates driving a starship to chase a fast-moving red dot. And there will be many obstacles on the way. At this time, and Lingyu remembered that her resume was a bit overpackaged. Did she write about driving a starship? She stood in front of the virtual starship and said that she would get used to it first. And then quietly opened the light brain to search for how to open the door of the starship. When Lingyu sat in the starship driver's seat, her nervousness was mostly relieved. The automation of the starship was already very mature. But avoiding obstacles required extremely fast reaction ability. The starship tracking lasted for a long time. And after it ended, there were several sports events. At noon, the interviewer invited her to have lunch in the cafeteria, and seemed very satisfied with her overall performance. What do you think of Noah? The interviewer asked. Noah. And Lingyu looked at Noah's information when she was checking the heart of Noah. It was a superpowered human formed by combining with some mysterious materials. He had made many achievements during the interstellar escape period. I heard that they are the 7 wonders. It is because of their appearance that the Dawn War was won, and we were able to drive out the foreign enemies. Miss and sleep time is very long. The interviewer adjusted his glasses. Perhaps you haven't learned about the recent interstellar history. Noah has a long lifespan and is very powerful. 2 rebels have already caused a bloody storm. It is understood that their emotions are extremely unstable, and it is easy to make mistakes. Perhaps it is a side effect. Lingyu said. There is always a price to pay when gaining powerful power. The Alliance has found a way to control them. Right? The interviewer smiled. There are some special requirements in our recruitment notice. Can Missin meet them? Of course. Lingyu said. I like spicy food very much. I like to mix chili with everything. Hearing this, the interviewer's expression completely relaxed. The final interview will be held later. Missin can take a break. And Lingyu didn't expect that this break would last for 4 or 5 hours. It was not until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when the people from the institute left work one after another, that the interviewer told her, the final interview is temporarily cancelled. So, this position. Lingyu frowned. The interviewer sighed and apologized. I'm really sorry. The main interviewer didn't come. And I can't say the specific situation. This is the last day she can stay on the main planet. And Lingyu didn't have many star coins in her hand. She had to walk 2 intersections, take the bus back to the relief center, and then wait for the leaders there to assign her to other planets. The interstellar era is vast and rich. There are almost no people on the road around the institute. When she approached the intersection, she keenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Bang! She flew backwards and hit the back of her head hard on the sidewalk bricks. Hey! Are you okay? An anxious male voice sounded in her ears. How rude. And Lingyu slandered in her heart. Something happened, and she might not be able to go to other planets. She closed her eyes and pretended to faint. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in the hospital, and a black-haired young man was sitting next to her peeling an apple. Seeing Lingyu wake up, his hand trembled, and the apple skin that he had perfectly peeled in half broke. He directly put the half-peeled and half-raw apple into his mouth and took a bite. You're awake. You are? And Lingyu glanced around the ward. She was a little surprised that there was a fruit basket on the table. What was even more surprising was that a snow-white goose was standing in front of the bed, staring at her blankly. My name is Ji-Chen. The doctor said you are fine. Just take a rest. Ji-Chen gestured on the apple with a knife, hesitating whether to continue peeling or just eat it. And Lingyu didn't say anything. I'm sorry. Ji-Chen suddenly bowed his head and apologized. I'm going to be late for an interview. I was too anxious. Interview? It was already past 5 o'clock. Most companies would have gone off work. Oh! Yes. That's why I'm going to be late. Ji-Chen grabbed the big white goose next to him. It's all its fault. It didn't wake me up. And Lingyu curiously reached out and touched the big white goose's head. A strand of gold slid into the goose's brain along her fingertips. She instantly understood that this was a mechanical goose. Ji-Chen's eyes were a little strange. He immediately pulled the big white goose back into his arms, and said as if to declare sovereignty, This is my goose? I can pay for it. But you can't pay attention to my goose. And Lingyu was not interested in geese, but was very interested in money. She decided to find out about the other party's financial situation first. You just said you were going to an interview? Yes. I heard there is a very suitable applicant. Are you the interviewer? Then you should have money. And Lingyu recalled the environment around the institute. and it seemed that there were not many decent companies. You are not from the new research institute? How do you know? Ji-Chen looked down at his clothes and confirmed that there was no institute badge on it. Is there a possibility that I am the applicant? Ji-Chen was shocked. Then you are too abnormal. What's abnormal about me? You actually like chili mixed with ice cream. Ji-Chen quickly turned out the 7th item in the recruitment notice and showed it to Enlingyu. Enlingyu only glanced at it. Of course she knew this outrageous recruitment requirement. When she saw it, she was still lamenting that the job search circle on the main star had become so distorted. But this research institute was certified by the Alliance and was very reliable. So she still came. Who set this recruitment requirement? Enlingyu asked. Ji-Chen was silent for a long time. Then you are too abnormal. Are you still going to work? It was Enlingyu's turn to be silent. Ji-Chen put down the big white goose, patted his pants and stood up, saying, I heard that you have passed the other conditions in the recruitment requirements. How about this? I will go buy a chili ice cream. If you eat it, you will pass the assessment. Enlingyu nodded numbly, and decided to deepen his character, who loves spicy food. After a while, Ji-Chen came back with 2 ice creams, one light yellow and one light red. He took a bite of the tip of the light yellow ice cream and handed over the light red one. Here, chili ice cream. Due to financial problems, Enlingyu didn't have much contact with interstellar food, and she had never tried this kind of snack. But her intuition told her that this didn't look like chili. Under Ji-Chen's expectant eyes, she took a bite. Very sweet. Strawberry flavor. This should be passed. Right? The two of them ate in silence for a while. And Ji-Chen spoke first. By the way, do you know what position you are applying for? The position information on the external recruitment requirements is hidden, but it can be inferred based on the required skills. It requires high physical fitness and flexible starship driving ability. I should be applying for field work. Security, Ji-Chen said loudly. Why does a security guard need to be able to drive a starship? Chapter 2. To be precise, this should be a bodyguard position. The person who needs to be protected is the weak young man who knocked her 2 meters away. Because the institute is closed, the contract can only be signed tomorrow. And Enlingyu does not plan to stay in the hospital. After all, it sounds absurd that a bodyguard was knocked into the hospital by his employer. In order to avoid being assigned to another planet tomorrow, Ji-Chen followed Enlingyu to the release center. In theory, it cannot be proved that Enlingyu has found a job without a signed contract. At least there should be a statement with the company's seal. But the leader of the rescue center cancelled Enlingyu's allocation plan without saying a word after meeting Ji-Chen. The next day, Enlingyu knew the reason. The interviewer who received her was still the same as yesterday, and Ji-Chen still didn't come. The interviewer handed over the formal contract and said seriously, there are some terms that I must confirm with Miss and again. You must make it clear that your protection target is Ji-Chen. No matter when and no matter what happens. You must not attack him or infringe on his right to life and health. Of course. Enlingyu nodded. Here is also a confidentiality clause. The interviewer handed over another document. For the smooth development of your business, you should know Ji-Chen's identity. He is Noah 4. The only Noah is still active. Some people are hostile to Noah. You need to pay special attention to this. Don't reveal his identity unless necessary. Of course, many people on the main star know it, but they won't mention it on the surface. He is sometimes emotionally unstable. I hope Missen can adapt to it. And Enlingyu paused while flipping through the information. No wonder the interviewer had asked her what she thought of Noah. In order to avoid any more trouble, she did not raise any questions. This position is posted in the institute, but there is no need to come to the institute to work. After the contract was signed, the interviewer gave her an address and asked her to go directly to Ji-Chen. Ji-Chen lived in a high-end villa area, and even the security guards were 1.85 meters tall and strong and handsome men. And Enlingyu stayed in the security room for a while, and took advantage of the similarity of the positions to quickly become brothers with the security guards. The big white goose that came to pick her up yesterday. It paddled a flatbed car in a silly way, speaking in a loud goose voice, with a bit of mechanical sound at the end. Quack! Come on! Come on! And Enlingyu followed it into a small blue-tiled villa. What came into view was a huge partition glass wall. The outer side was transparent glass, and the inner side was frosted glass. Through the outer glass, you can see that 1/3 of the wall is filled with paper cranes. A very unique decoration. The big white goose quacked as soon as it entered the door, and Enlingyu followed it into the living room. There were many storage shelves on the wall, which were filled with various ornaments. But it was generally tidy. There was a European retro telephone on the table, with a black body and a bronze dial. At this moment, its microphone was jumping up and down, and a call came in. The big white goose stopped calling, and came forward to pick up the microphone and handed it over. "Shall I answer it?" And Ling Yu took the microphone and put it to her ear. Ji Chen's vague voice came from the microphone. "Wake up and go to work." Beep, beep, the phone hung up. An opening appeared on the coffee table next to it, and a delicate teacup rose from below, with steaming red tea inside. As soon as Ling Yu picked up the cup of tea, she saw the big white goose flapping its wings and flying to the second floor. She hesitated for a moment and did not follow it. Everything went smoothly today. Not only did she successfully join the company, but she also found Noah by accident. Although there is no such concept as Noah's heart on the internet, it is obviously related to Noah. It's easy to get what you want. She looked at the various decorations in Ji Chen's room and felt that he was inviting a wolf into the house. When Ji Chen woke up, she checked the information on the internet for a while. 2 of the 7 Noahs died in the battle, and another was in hibernation due to excessive damage. There are many rumors about the remaining 4. The mainstream view is that they have betrayed to varying degrees. 2 have died. 1 has fled. And the only one left alive and kicking on the main planet is Ji Chen. Noah number 4. And Ling Yu's talent for eating melons is self-taught. Even though the internet is very secretive about this, she has dug out some information from the corners of the website. The highest level of the alliance is the General Council, which is composed of 5 members. Ji Chen's father Ji Mingwang is one of the 5 members. It is rumored that Ji Chen, also known as Noah number 4, once rebelled with his master Noah number 3, but broke up because of something. In the end, he killed Noah number 3 and pointed the gun at his father Ji Mingwang, who led the army to chase him. Although he put down the gun in the end, he was also charged with killing his master and father. The process is very complicated, and the final result is probably that the merits and demerits offset each other and surrender to the alliance. This doesn't seem to be what the interviewer said. A little emotional. Ji Chen came down from upstairs at 11 o'clock. "Have you eaten?" he asked. "No." Ji Chen came over and fell on the sofa, picked up a toy and fiddled with it. "I take you out to eat later. I take a break first." And Ling Yu looked upstairs, and then at him in confusion. It was really hard to come down from upstairs. But when it comes to eating, her current star coins are not enough to support the salary payment. Seeing that Ji Chen, who was playing with dolls next to him, was in a good mood, she asked, "Can you advance me 1 month's salary?" Ji Chen's expression visibly collapsed. "I said I don't want bodyguards. I don't want bodyguards. And I still have to pay them if I have them. How much salary did you negotiate?" "The contract says it's 10,000 star coins per month," Ling Yu said. "Okay." Ji Chen sat up from the sofa. "I start saving from today." And Ling Yu thought about it and decided to explain the importance of this salary. "I don't have a place to live yet, so I need some money to rent a house." "Ah." Ji Chen scratched his hair and turned on the light brain projection with a dead heart. "I will take the task and go to work now. You can live with me until you make enough money." The page projected by the light brain was very large, wrapping him in an arc. And Ling Yu saw the tasks assigned by many units from it. It was not limited to the new research institute. He accepted a task to clean up space ruins from the Morningstar Space Exploration Bureau. "I won't go out to eat." Ji Chen seemed to be in a bad mood. He took out a few tubes of nutrients from the refrigerator and handed them over. "Eat this. The nutrient has no taste, and its advantages are that it is convenient, healthy, and full. There is a starship warehouse next to the villa." After drinking the nutrient, Ji Chen took her to a small black starship. The big white goose also staggered along. Seeing Ji Chen skillfully select the destination and turn on the automatic driving, Ling Yu, who was originally planning to be the driver, sat in the co-pilot. The starship took off and left the main star. She looked out the window at the brilliant galaxy in the distance. Perhaps those magnificent scenes were too far away, and she felt that the starship was moving very slowly when she looked over. There is a 2-hour journey between Morning Star and the main star. And Ling Yu learned about this star from the internet. It was once the main star, the old capital of the Alliance. For humans, Morning Star is not a habitable star. The soil here is poor, and the climate is cold. But this star field is the place of the Dawn War. After the victory in the battle with the aliens, people's resources were exhausted, and they had to stay in Morning Star to recuperate. Ji-Chen did not go directly to the mission site. He landed on Morning Star first. There are special substances left in the battlefield ruins that affect people's health. You go down first and wait for me here. How are you going? Enlingyu asked. I'm Noah. Ji-Chen tilted his head. Didn't they tell you? I'm Noah. I'm not afraid of these things. What about the other people who are cleaning up? Enlingyu asked. You can't be the only one cleaning up so many space battlefields. My hibernation capsule was transported to the main planet from a deserted planet near the space battlefield. You weren't the one who handled it at the time. Ji-Chen thought for a while. It seems there are protective suits. Then let's put on the protective suits first. You should wear them too. Enlingyu paused. My mission is to protect your life and health. But from the perspective of combat power, you don't seem to need my protection. There is a kind of weakness, which is that my father thinks I am weak. Ji-Chen sighed and drove a small hovercraft out of the starship. Do you know about Mona's kidnapping? Of course. This news has been on the headlines for a week. Enlingyu sat in the passenger seat. But you must know more than me. I only know that the robot kidnapped her because she is the child of a congressman, and the robot wants to use her to fight for the rights of his race. The big white goose that no one cared about looked left and right, and finally squeezed into the car through the rear window of the hover car. It seems so, and it seems not so. Ji-Chen said casually. Do you know that I am also the child of a congressman? The old man was worried that I would be kidnapped. So he had to set up your position. But are you kidding me? I am Noah. And I am lucky that I don't kidnap others. Enlingyu also felt that the other party didn't need a bodyguard at all. But she couldn't ruin her own job. I heard that Noah's power has been weakened. Maybe your father is worried because of this. Then what's the point of you coming? As the old saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang. Didn't you lose your memory? Ji-Chen asked. You know all these secrets? Enlingyu said in an exaggerated way. The research institute will check the background. He snorted. I don't understand it. What do you not understand? Ji-Chen did not answer. The hovercraft moved forward on the empty road. Just when Enlingyu thought he would not speak again, he spoke. I do not understand the purpose of the alliance. The purpose of the alliance? The purpose has only one word. And it has never changed since the establishment of the alliance. Love. Ji-Chen pointed to a tall tower in front. That is the Wangxiang Tower. A 5A scenic spot. We can go and see it when we have time. Enlingyu saw this tower when he was looking up information on the starship. It is a must-see attraction when traveling to Morning Star. The hasty escape 100 years ago made people lose their way. And they could not find their former home even after becoming stronger. Some people say that it has been destroyed and no longer exists. Some people say that they just haven't found it yet. And their hometown is still waiting somewhere. In short, people built the hometown tower here because this is the place where they completely won the battle with aliens. And from here on, people no longer flee. Even after exploring countless galaxies, people still think that this is the place closest to their hometown. This is the official introduction to the hometown tower. But the people have another view. Chapter 3. There is a human-shaped statue in front of the tower. She is wearing a flowing long dress and standing on the high platform. The cloak blown by the wind is like a huge wing. She holds a long scroll and looks into the distance. The other end of the scroll is scattered in the wind, like a grand chapter spread out. Enlingyu has never seen this statue in person, but she knows the meaning of the statue. It is the statue of Noah V, which incorporates the elements of the goddess of victory, to commemorate the people who sacrificed in the Battle of Dawn. Led by Noah V. The long scroll in the statue's hand is engraved with the names of those people. Because so many people died, the inscriptions on the scroll were engraved with micro-carving technology. This is also the reason for the public outrage. The Dawn War was not easy to win, and 2/3 of the people died. Noah 7 will be born in a year. Why can't we continue to flee for another year? Why do we have to fight this battle with a slim chance of winning? It was a war that almost wiped out the whole clan, and no one could solve this panic. After the victory, people were stretched to the limit, and resources were so insufficient that they were unable to detect the surrounding environment. It only takes 2 hours to get from Morning Star to the main star now. But it took people 20 years back then. The few remaining resources were allocated to Noah to prevent another battle. Ji-Chen did not lament the past. He suddenly changed the automatic driving of the hovercraft to manual, and raised a relaxed smile at the corner of his mouth. I am your employer. You should listen to me. Yeah. And Lingyu responded casually. And that smile made her mutter in her heart. Swish. The speed of the hovercraft suddenly increased. And the wind rushed into the car through the window slit. Ji Chen's voice exploded in her ears. You will protect me no matter what I do. Right. Quack. The big white goose in the back row was thrown onto the rear window, flapping its wings and screaming. The scenery on both sides quickly retreated. And Lingyu felt that the whole car was about to fly up. It did fly up. In a hurry, she grabbed the roof railing. And the Wangxiang Tower that she had just seen from a distance flew past her. Ji Chen turned rapidly in the sky. And the big white goose was hit hard on the side window glass again. It had no time to call out, and quickly bit the cloth cover on the seat to prevent itself from being thrown out. And Lingyu quickly pressed the window closing button a few times. And the goose's feathers were caught. And it couldn't open its mouth and whimpered from its throat. What are you doing? And Lingyu had to lower the window again to pull it in. A surprise attack on Morningstar Mansion. The hovercraft rushed straight into the Morningstar General Administration like a meteor. The radishes planted by the director were torn to pieces. Gaw! The goose saw the car land, and cried with its throat raised. The security guard sounded the alarm at some point. And the sound of whirring echoed through the sky. Run! Run! Ji Chen shouted as he opened the car door and rushed out. And Lingyu also reacted quickly and followed his actions. The sound of footsteps ran towards this side. Ji Chen pulled Lingyu to the back of the car, took out a pistol, and shot the security guard on duty in the vegetable field. And Lingyu didn't expect him to do this. And she was a second late in grabbing the gun. Ji Chen didn't resist her snatching, and whispered to her to hold the gun. Before he finished speaking, Ji Chen pulled out another gun, then quickly grabbed her wrist and rushed towards the building. In the corner of his eye, and Lingyu saw that the security guard had not fallen down, and there was a white spot on his dark uniform on his chest. He stood there and waved his arms, directing the security team coming from behind. Bang! A gunshot was heard from behind. Ji Chen suddenly flashed in the direction of Lingyu, and there was a little rose-red mark on the wall of the building in front. That gunshot seemed to be a beginning. Countless gunshots rang out behind her, and Lingyu felt vaguely that this scene was somewhat familiar. Gaga! The big white goose fluttered its wings behind the two of them, with red bullet marks all over its body. Ah! Ji Chen suddenly shouted, and Lingyu came to her senses and found that she had already run to the door of the building, and Ji Chen was one step behind her. Without time to say more, she dragged Ji Chen in and pushed him to the wall next to her. Bang! And Lingyu turned around when she heard the sound, and a gun was placed on her shoulder, with hot steam coming out of the muzzle. Ji Chen squinted one eye and looked at the staff member he had shot. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots. Ji Chen solved the 3 people in the corridor and dragged Lingyu straight to the stairs. This time the road was unobstructed. The two climbed 10 floors in one breath. And Lingyu completely understood the importance of the physical test. They had reached the top floor, and Ji Chen pulled her into the corridor. There were walls on both sides of the corridor, with no doors or windows. And Lingyu walked forward with one hand on the wall, and put the gold thread in her hand into the wall. On the other side of the wall was an office. She even heard their conversation through this golden thread. That guy is coming up. Finally, the monitoring room was not blown up this time. Every time it was blown up, the cleaning staff would scold for a long time. Look! Who is this person? Do you know him? Ji Chen had already walked a long way with Lingyu. She hurriedly took back the golden thread, and her ears returned to silence. The walls of the new world are very soundproof. Ji Chen kicked a wall in the middle. A metal door appeared on the wall. The door seemed unreliable, and opened with one kick. Ouch! Ouch! An old man with white hair stood up from behind the desk in the room. My ancestor. Please go slowly. This door is almost as old as you. Ji Chen walked up to him, turned over and sat on the table, and whispered to him mysteriously, I want to ask something. What is it? The old man was attracted by his words, and subconsciously moved closer. Where can we get the protective suits for entering the space battlefield? The old man immediately blew his beard and glared. I knew that you can't spit out ivory from your dog's mouth. Director, how can you curse at me? You have no manners. Ji Chen said. Are you a primitive man who can't connect to the internet? Where can I get Morningstar's protective clothing? Just search and it will come out. There was a slight movement from the door behind her, and Lingyu turned around and saw a little girl walking in with a wooden tray. There were 3 cups of black tea on the tray. The big white goose with red marks all over its body was walking behind her, swaying from side to side. Grandpa, don't be angry. Drink tea. The little girl put the tray on the desk, separating Ji-Chin and the old director. I'm older, so I drink first. Ji-Chin picked up a cup first, took a gulp, and an exaggerated expression instantly appeared on his face. Good. Delicious. The little girl laughed and handed another cup of tea with a base to Lingyu. You're older, so you drink too, Ji-Chin urged. And Lingyu half-believingly opened the lid of the tea and took a sip. Good. So hot. Under Ji-Chin's expectant gaze, she smiled in approval. Then the two of them turned their eyes to the old director. Grandpa, let the tea cool down before drinking it, the little girl reminded. The two were discouraged because they couldn't trick the next person. The old director laughed and said to Ji-Chin, You always want to trick me. Hey, I heard today that you were shot by a marking gun. People downstairs are laughing at you. It has spread everywhere. How is it possible? Don't believe in rumors or spread them. Ji-Chin was stubborn. Then what's on your arm? The old director said, and was about to pull Ji-Chin's sleeve. Don't touch me. Ji-Chin jumped away and changed the subject. Do you have any food? I haven't eaten yet. What time is it? The old director waved his hand. Let Xiaozheng take you downstairs to pick a carrot to eat. Grandpa. Before Xiaozheng finished speaking, she was interrupted by Ji-Chin. I don't like carrots. Is this the reason why you smashed all the carrots? Grandpa Ji, the girl named Xiaozheng said with a smile, although it was a crescent-shaped smiling eye. And Lingyu felt that it was more appropriate to say it was a sickle, due to Noah's characteristics. Ji-Chin still looks young, but he is actually over 100 years old. He immediately covered his ears after hearing this. And the old director's dragon roar really rang out in the room. The beloved carrot suffered such a disaster. And the old director cursed Ji-Chin while throwing the notebook and documents on the table at him. And Lingyu immediately entered the working state and held him down. Finally, the old director leaned back in the chair to catch his breath, and kept trying to get up, but was held down by Lingyu. I want to go to my vegetable garden. My radish was smashed to pieces. The old director was so angry that his beard trembled. And Lingyu then took back his hand. The group took the elevator together. When they got downstairs, and Lingyu heard the old director taking deep breaths. Move your car away. Morningstar soil is not good. Do you know how hard it is to grow these radishes? Oh, my precious radish. The old director pulled out a half-broken radish with a heartache. It's just right to pull out a tomato plant. I want to eat tomatoes. Ji-Chin was still adding fuel to the fire. Xiaozheng persuaded and coaxed the old director to leave. Before leaving, the old director yelled that he wanted to drive Ji-Chin out. Grandpa Ji and his sister, please go to the restaurant on the second floor for a while. Since Grandpa Ji didn't eat, I asked the kitchen to prepare something for you. I take the white goose to wash the marks of the gunshot first. Excuse me, Xiaozheng said, waving at the big white goose. No. 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 Ji-Chin shook his head and pointed at Lingyu and corrected. You should call her Grandma. She is about the same age as me. Okay. Grandpa Ji, you and this sister go to the restaurant first. The restaurant is decorated in solid wood style. Seeing Ji-Chin's familiar appearance, it is not the first time to eat here. There is a sparkling crystal flower chandelier in the center of the ceiling. Because it is daytime, it is not turned on. There are several sets of tableware on the table, and a large piece of decorative flowers in the middle. And Lingyu touched it, and found it was a real flower. It seems that Qingqing is not as poor as I thought. She sighed. Ji-Chin, how can there be no flowers? These are all flowers that are about to go bad. And Lingyu, at least they are real flowers. Ji-Chin, the development era of the interstellar world is different from that of the past. And Lingyu did not speak anymore. She really did not know the normal living standards of the interstellar world. The main star is much more lively than here. But it is the main star after all. The dishes came up quickly. The one who served the dishes was a staff member who worked in this building. You could tell at a glance from their attire that they were not from the kitchen. The 5 staff members were of different heights, weights and skin shapes, with unprofessional smiles on their faces. They each held a silver plate in their hands, and the shiny plate cover instantly raised the restaurant to a higher level. 5 silver plates were placed in front of Ji-Chin and Lingyu. Is it so grand today? Ji-Chin sighed. So much and so fast. Is it leftovers that have been heated up for nearly 5 days? Chapter 4. and Ling Yu opened the plate in front of Ji Chen. And inside the plate was a white, stewed radish. Ji Chen felt something was wrong, and quickly opened the 4 plates around him: fried radish, pickled radish, deep-fried radish, and raw radish. "I don't eat radish," he protested. The 5 staff members nearby laughed mischievously. Ji Chen stood up to leave, but remembered that the big white goose was still at Xiao Zheng's place. So he turned back. Xiao Zheng expressed regret that he left so soon, and stuffed 2 large bags of specialties into Ling Yu's hands without saying anything. After the hovercraft started, Ji Chen calmed down and clamored to see what was sent. Spicy shredded radish, 5 spiced dried radish. He was probably so angry that he shouted that he couldn't stay on this planet for a second, and rushed back to the starship to take off. He flew numbly for a while, and landed again. He took Ling Yu to the place where the protective clothing was rented, and got the clothes. The place where the protective clothing was rented was a small development area, sandwiched between the Morningstar General Administration and the Wangxiang Tower. On the way back, Ji Chen drove very slowly, as if he was looking at something. He did not enter the airway this time, but stopped when passing the Wangxiang Tower. "Look! Many people will check in and take photos with the statue here." Ji Chen pointed at the statue of Noah number 5. "Do you want to take a photo? You can also take a photo with the real Noah. And it only costs 1.72 yuan. And Ling Yu thought about it twice before realizing that he was asking if he wanted to pay to take a photo with him under the statue. 1.72 yuan? How come there are both whole and fractional amounts? No. There are both fractional amounts and non-whole amounts. Yes. It's great value. Right. Why is it this amount?" Ji Chen hesitated for a while and whispered, "Because Xinqing Ice Cream Shop charges 8 yuan for an ice cream. And I only have 6 yuan and 28 cents. And Ling Yu was shocked. "Why are you so poor? Have you never saved any money in all these years?" "Ah. Do I want to be so poor? I don't want to." Ji Chen was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He pointed to a closed shop next to the square. "Last year, that was the barbecue restaurant I opened. It closed down after losing 800,000 yuan. I invested in 3 restaurants, a handicraft workshop, a flower shop, and 2 convenience stores in Morningstar. The lowest loss was 600,000 yuan, and the highest was 2.4 million yuan. Don't invest anymore. I suggest you don't start a business." Ji Chen sighed. "If you transfer me 1.72 yuan now, I will give you a bouquet of flowers. How about that?" And Ling Yu transferred the money to him in silence. Ji Chen happily pulled her out of the car to take a photo. "I think we don't need to take photos or flowers." And Ling Yu refused. "No. I've already promised you." There were large bouquets of flowers for memorial service under the statue of Noah V. But no one was around. Why does the tourism industry here look both good and bad? And Ling Yu felt a little strange. The 2 of them took a photo together smoothly, and there was no passerby in the background. Ji Chen smiled brighter than the flowers and made a happy gesture. After taking the photo, Ji Chen took her to the flower shop next door. "Aren't you out of money?" And Ling Yu asked. "Yes, but I own this flower shop." Pushing open the transparent glass door, the rich fragrance of the house hits you in the face. The flower shop is full of colorful flowers, and the bouquets of various colors are scattered high and low. Gorgeous and eye-catching. It looks good. How is the profit of this shop? And Ling Yu asked. Of course. Ji Chen was very pleased with the compliment. Paused and continued. It is the one that lost 2.4 million. Boss, it's already 2.5 million. The middle-aged uncle in the flower shop came over. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Ji Chen covered his ears. Wait until you get 2.6 million before you tell me. The uncle hesitated and finally said nothing. Okay. Okay. Ji Chen stretched his arms. Take a bunch of flowers you like. And Ling Yu, although you are the boss, it's not good not to pay. What's the big deal? No one is buying. Ji Chen looked outside the glass door. Look, there is not even a shadow of a person in this damn place. In the end, you still have to give it away for free. And Ling Yu picked a small bunch of golden chrysanthemums, although there is indeed no one here now. If you keep giving it away for free, no one will buy it. It doesn't matter. Aren't you going to give it to her too? Ji Chen looked at the statue of Noah number 5. The two stood in front of the statue for a while, until the big white goose in the car screamed in dissatisfaction. They got in the car in a hurry. The table flowers for Morningstar Bureau are also from you. Right? And Ling Yu asked. Oh, yes. Those bright flowers are not suitable for memorial services. I put them in the flower room until they are about to go bad and make them into table flowers for them. But this does not affect the performance. Because even if they don't give them away, they won't buy real flowers. Morningstar Bureau is really stingy. Ji-chan turned around and drove back to the street corner he just passed to buy ice cream. He ran back with a light yellow and a light green one. Here you go. Mustard-flavored ice cream. And Ling Yu took the ice cream and tasted it in a sip. It was matcha. How can you buy two? Buy one get one free for members. After eating the ice cream, there was finally no other episode. The two returned to the starship, put on protective clothing, and headed for the space battlefield. Ji-chan skillfully used the mechanical arm to capture the special garbage scattered on the battlefield and stored them in different categories at the end of the starship. And Ling Yu looked at them and searched online for descriptions of these things. Most of these are difficult to use and will be stored in designated garbage planets after compression. Special items that can be studied, such as space capsules, will be sent to research institutions on the main planet or other planets. Ji-chan worked for 3 hours in one go. This job looks simple, but it actually requires a lot of knowledge and experience. Each object has its own running speed. The mechanical arm swinging out when capturing needs to be precise. High-powered vacuum devices cannot be used. Mixing a large number of these things together is likely to explode. And Ling Yu was learning from him. Her current position was not a long-term solution, and she had to take care of other work. Ji-chan dodged the space debris that was flying towards him, and swung several mechanical arms to prevent them from falling together. In a hurry, he saw Ling Yu watching him operate attentively. Ji-chan stopped, and Ling Yu raised her eyebrows and gave him a puzzled look. Why don't you continue? Ji-chan looked at him with an even more puzzled look. Are you here to supervise? And Ling Yu cleared his throat. I'm protecting your safety. Ji-chan looked around blankly. He was in the starship. Very safe. No. A piece of gravel flew by the starship's hull. It's not safe to come here to work. Okay. He didn't want to work anymore, and was ready to return. According to the Alliance's general time, it's almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It's another 2 hours to get back to the main star. At this time, why don't I treat you to a meal? Ling Yu said. To be honest, she also felt that for Ji-chan, bodyguards were a very unnecessary position. But she really needs this position, at least at this stage. And Ling Yu still has more than 270 star coins on hand, which is the remaining 600 subsidies she received before. At the beginning, she didn't need to pay for food and accommodation in the relief center, but she had to pay for public transportation when she went out for interviews. Ji-chan was penniless and agreed happily. The prices in Morningstar are not high, and the two of them found a place to eat noodles, which only cost 28. After eating, Ji-chan went to Morningstar Space Exploration Institute to deliver the space garbage he cleaned up. By the way, he paid the wages, a total of 724 star coins. When he came back, he had 716 star coins and 2 ice creams left. Here, Starry Sky ice cream. Ji-chan bit the pale yellow ice cream while handing over an ice blue one. This time it was blueberry flavored, perhaps because Ji-chan called it differently. And Ling Yu thought this one was better than the previous two. Thinking of the current economic situation, she said, this ice cream is quite expensive. It's a chain store, but it must have lost a lot of money to survive in Morningstar for so long. Ji-chan had a lot of experience with losing money, and he became melancholy again when he thought of this. The flower shop will need another 28,000 yuan in operating expenses next month. Operating expenses? Oh, it's the average of recent losses. An average of 28,000 per month. I want to save this money. Do you have any other debts? Ling Yu asked. It seems that there are none. The others are all closed, Ji-chan said. And Ling Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Ji-chan was afraid that she would worry, so he comforted her in return. It's okay. I can go to do the mission of edge space exploration later. That's very profitable. But this job sounds very dangerous. And Ling Yu looked at the time. It's late today. Let's do the work tomorrow. Ji-chan hesitated for a moment and started to return. By the way, where is our photo? Send it to me. He set up the autopilot and opened the mailbox using the screen interface on the console. Actually, there is another way to make money quickly. Ling Yu hesitated and added Ji-chan as a friend and sent the photo. Ji-chan has already started editing the email. Dear old man, I went to Qingqing to play today. And Xiao Zheng made me some delicious black tea. My bodyguard and I checked in at the scenic spots. Pictures. Am I super handsome? By the way, where's the dried radish? Ji Chen looked away from the screen. And Ling Yu immediately went to the hovercraft cabin and found the spicy shredded radish and spiced dried radish thrown on the back seat. Ji Chen turned on the front camera of the console and smiled as he held up the spiced dried radish to the side of his face. Click. After taking the photo, he threw the dried radish aside with a little disdain and continued editing. Before I left, I brought you a specialty. Guess what it is? Picture. After sending the email, Ji Chen breathed a sigh of relief and turned to go to the living area of the starship. When Ling Yu went over, she saw the big white goose poking the water boiling button with its mouth. Ding dong. It was the message notification sound. Ji Chen, who was lying on the sofa, sat up with a gurgle, opened the light computer, and saw a transfer of 8,000 star coins. There were a few more messages behind it. Have fun outside and be happy. When will you come home? Dad misses you very much. Tomorrow. Ji Chen edited the text message and sent it. It was already 8 o'clock when he returned to the main star. Just as Ling Yu was about to go to the guest room to rest, she saw Ji Chen flicking a few pictures on the light computer, and the thumbnails vaguely showed a few menus. What do you want to eat? Ji Chen said. I take you out to eat tomorrow. And Ling Yu casually clicked on a picture and saw the title was Announcement of the menu for the XXTH week of the XXTH year of the Changchun Academy of Sciences. Look at Friday's breakfast. Ji Chen reminded. Tomorrow is Friday. The meals in the canteens of these units are all good. I have my employee ID. I take you in to eat. Chapter 5. Friday. Sunny. There is no way. The artificial sun of the main planet is sunny for a few days. The days when it is not sunny are particularly sunny. If you want to experience cloudy, rainy and sandstorms, you can go to other planets to experience it. Ji Chen rummaged through the boxes and cabinets early in the morning and found several glass jars. After choosing from left to right, he chose the one he disliked the most, took it to the door, took out a handful of paper cranes from the partition and put it in it, tighten the bottle cap and take the spiced dried radish. And his visiting gift is ready. Where's this bag? And Ling Yu held the bag of spicy shredded radish. Leave it there. You can use it next time, Ji Chen said. The two went to the Changchun Technology Institute to have breakfast first. Why do you have a work permit here? And Ling Yu asked. This is actually a pass. Ji Chen opened the page of the pass on his computer and showed it to her. For reasons that cannot be disclosed, I have to come here for regular physical examinations. It seems to be supporting their research work. This research. The current results seem to focus on longevity. It is said that the old guys in the parliament are immortal because of this. But it has not been widely released yet. What I can't talk about is Noah's affairs. The interviewer also said that most of the main stars know about it. But they won't mention it. When is your next physical examination? The day after tomorrow. Then I wait for you outside the day after tomorrow. Okay. Ji Chen thought for a while. But you have to remind me when I come out. You are my bodyguard. Why? The physical examination will weaken my aggressiveness. And there are also some side effects. For example, it is easy to interfere with memory. Basically, I only have clear memories of the past week. But don't worry. I have written a diary. And you have signed the contract. This is an established fact. And I will not deny it. After dinner, Ji Chen drove to Ji's house. Ji Mingguang heard that Ji Chen was coming. So he took a special leave at home today. When will we arrive at your house? And Ling Yu saw the beautiful scenery around. We have arrived. On the way to the main house. Ji Chen opened the window and breathed a breath of fresh air. This area is all my home. My father manages the research and cultivation of ancient plants. And the trees in these places are his achievements. 90% of the dishes we eat every day are successfully reproduced by him. After a while, a 3-story villa appeared in front of the two. Ji Mingguang has a head of finely groomed white hair, wearing a dark gray home clothes, and is standing under a 2-story rose tree with a smile. Xiaochen. He waved his hand with a smile. Old man. Ji Chen rushed out as soon as he stopped the car. And Ling Yu followed slowly, holding a can of paper cranes and a bag of dried radish. Ji Mingguang was the only one among the 5 counselors who looked old. He was very old before he became a counselor. The other counselors were relatively young. and they just happened to catch up with the technological breakthrough of Changsheng Technology Institute. So their youth stopped. Ji Chen and Ji Mingguang went into the house to talk, and asked Lingyu to take the big white goose for maintenance. In fact, it was the big white goose that took Lingyu, who didn't know the way there. I think this crude excuse was just to get her out of the way, and Lingyu didn't dwell on this matter. She put a golden thread on the wall and left. The room was a perfect drama of a loving father and a filial son. Ji Chen tirelessly told his interstellar adventure story. Ji Mingguang listened happily and asked a few questions from time to time. There was no special information, and Lingyu watched the big white goose enter the maintenance room, and was bored looking at flowers, plants and trees outside. As the residence of the paleobotany research manager, the plant species here are rich, and the growth is gratifying. She can almost confirm that she has indeed been dormant for 100 years. There are so many strange plants here, some of which cannot even be found on the starnet. But she can name some of them through her subconscious. What happened in the past 100 years? Why did she lose her memory? And could she foresee that she would leave a hint like she lost her memory? What exactly is the heart of Noah? Everyone had lunch together at noon, and Ji Chen went upstairs to take a nap, and Lingyu was hesitating whether to follow him, but was suddenly stopped by Ji Mingguang. The winding path led to a secluded place, and Ji Mingguang led her along the path behind the villa. The scenery is beautiful and unique. You started working the day before yesterday, right? Ji Mingguang asked. Yes. And Lingyu didn't expect that she was a waiting person who had difficulty staying on the main star 3 days ago. But now she is walking with the highest level members of the Alliance. The water is clear, and the grass is green. The gurgling stream flows along the terrain, and a dozen pieces of wood are tied to form a flat bridge across it. This stream is only 2 steps wide, but it just adds vitality and vigor to this place. And Lingyu followed Ji Mingguang through the lush forests and bamboos, across the small bridge and flowing water, and arrived at a slightly open green space. Xiaochen likes you very much. He has been talking less to the geese recently. And Lingyu opened his mouth, but closed it again without knowing what to say. Ji Mingguang stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the branches of the trees in the distance. He is a good boy. And Lingyu suddenly remembered the information he had searched online. Ji Chen had pointed a gun at Ji Mingguang, with the identities of Ji Mingguang and Ji Chen. Such rumors would definitely be banned if they were false. There is also a video online of a reporter interviewing another congressman. Reporter, it is said that when on Planet M, Ji Chen wanted to kill his father, Congressman Ji Mingguang. Is it true? Congressman Claire was silent for a while. Sorry, I was not there. Reporter asked, did he put down his gun because he was afraid of the Alliance's army? Congressman Claire, I have no way of knowing the psychological activities of the person involved. But the Alliance's army is very powerful. And Noah is not a god. So it is normal for him to be afraid. Although he didn't say it explicitly, he almost acquiesced to it. Ji Mingguang turned around and seemed to see in Lingyu's doubts. There are many rumors on the internet. Some true and some false. But you can believe that he is a good child. He is my child. I know this better than anyone else. And Lingyu nodded in agreement. Although Xiaochen has been weakened, he is Noah after all. No one can beat him in combat. This time, I don't plan to find a very powerful bodyguard. It would be nice to have someone to accompany him. So far, the effect is not bad. Ji Mingguang sighed, shook his head and smiled. When Xiaochen listed those requirements, I almost thought that I couldn't recruit him. After all, the first requirement is that he must be over 100 years old. You really have a connection with him. He paused here. I am old and talkative, and Xiaochen doesn't like to listen to me. And Lingyu shook her head quickly. No. No. Xiaochen is a very good child. He is your peer, and may have been a comrade in arms. I hope you can take care of him more, and not be disturbed by the rumors on the internet. Don't worry. I don't believe in the news on the internet. Lingyu said. Ji Mingguang nodded with relief. It's the end of the month now, and the salary should be paid. You and Xiaochen get along well. I know your difficulties. This month will be calculated as a normal January. If there is anything about Xiaochen, you can contact me directly. Lingyu received a salary transfer of 10,000 yuan. Ji Chen also had a lot of harvest, filling a car with vegetables, fruits and gift boxes. Before leaving, he received another big red envelope. Goodbye, old man. He smiled like a 200-pound child. Under Ji Mingguang's kind eyes, the hovercraft left Ji's house. The return trip was automatic. And Ji-Chen took the time to transfer 10,000 to Enlingyu. I have money. This is your salary. Enlingyu looked at the 20,000 in the account and fell into deep thought. Who pays your salary? He also transferred it to you. Ji-Chen leaned over and said, I don't know either. Don't I need to pay for this? You take it first. And you can return it to me next month when he transfers it. Okay. Enlingyu was about to put away the projection of the light brain when another message popped up. New Star Bank. Received salary transfer of 1,000 star coins from Shinrui Research Institute. And the available balance in the account is 21,262 star coins. 1,000 yuan is exactly 3 days' salary. Is there a possibility that the contract was signed with the institute, and it was the institute that paid it? Give me back the money. Finally, Ji-Chen happily decided to return the transfer he had just made, and split the money from Ji's father 50-50 from next month. The two returned to the small villa and moved the things from the car together. Even the big white goose helped by carrying the things in its mouth. The home robot began to sort and summarize, but it seemed to just put them in a place where they would not affect walking. And it was not even classified. And Lingyu couldn't stand it and decided to clean up. After cleaning for a while, she cleared out some broken things from the house. Ji-Chen held a small windmill and shouted exaggeratedly, "Offing! Why did it break? Don't be sad." Thinking of her salary. And Lingyu decided to try to comfort him. But it didn't work. Ji-Chen was crying and howling at the broken toys one by one. If he really liked them, he wouldn't have known that so many of them were broken. Seeing that Ji-Chen had almost cried, she asked, "Do you want to clean them up?" No. No. Ji-Chen waved his hand, bent down and wrapped his arms around the toys. If they are gone, I will be the only trash at home. Right. Then I help you put it away. The storage work was finally handed over to the home robot. Although Enlingyu thought it was unreliable, the Alliance has very strict control over mechanical products. And those with higher intelligence need to be approved at various levels. Even if a normal person replaces too many mechanical parts, he will be identified as a robot and expelled from the citizenship. Because mechanical products run counter to the purpose of the Alliance. Machines don't know love, but the Alliance respects love. Robot geese of this level, such as the big white goose, are all obtained through special applications. Ji-Chen was in a good mood at the moment, humming a little tune and calling Enlingyu to go out. The big white goose was staggering behind him, and before he could get on the starship, the door was closed. Today is a workday. Work another afternoon, and take you out to play tomorrow. Ji-Chen seemed to be unaware. Okay. And Enlingyu just thought that he would not take the white goose out today. But she still underestimated the ability of this special mechanical goose. When their starship took off, a small white figure appeared on the rear screen. Surprised, Enlingyu asked, "Can it fly?" Of course. Geese can fly. Ji-Chen glanced at it. But it doesn't matter. It can't fly faster than us. The neck of the big white goose stretched straight forward, and its claws were tucked under its belly. The whole goose looked like a super small aircraft. Before reaching the escape layer of the main star, the figure of the white goose rushing straight up was always on the display screen. But as soon as it entered space, Ji-Chen switched to manual driving and instantly threw it out of sight. Let's go to Morning Star to play for a while. I have money now, and don't have to rush to work. Ji-Chen thought for a while. Maybe we can also go to other small planets to play. I have written some very interesting small planets in my diary. Just as Ji-Chen was constantly comparing and changing the destination, a huge starship blocked his way, and a voice of shouting came from the nearby communication channel. Chapter 6. They were kidnapped. Don't panic. The two shouted this sentence together, and then fell silent at the same time. Just now, the small starship they were in was sucked into the big starship by a strong suction force. The flank of the small starship had been smashed to pieces, and the main control room was frantically warning, "Come out. If you hide any longer, I smash you too." The person who spoke had a clear mechanical accent. Ji-Chen opened the hatch and jumped down, followed by Enlingyu. They were in a circular depression, with platforms around them like the walls of a coliseum. This was the interior of a large military starship after modification. Ji-Chen's small starship was a mini version, occupying only 1/10 of the space in this circle. A robot with a silver skull stood on the platform. "We have kidnapped a young couple." "Don't talk nonsense," Ji-Chen protested loudly. "We are very old." Ha ha ha. The robot let out a string of electronic laughter. "Skull, don't waste your electricity on this. It's meaningless. A square robot also appeared on the platform and threatened, hand over all the star coins you have. Fang Zheng. You don't understand. This is humor. The robot called Skull said. I don't have any star coins. Jichen said. Now it's all electronic payment. Don't you know? Skull snorted coldly, obviously not liking this humor. For mechanical arms stretched out from the surrounding walls and tied up Jichen and Enlingyu. We seem to be the same as Mona. Jichen said. Mona? The skeleton laughed again as if it heard a joke. How dare you compare yourself with Mona? She is the daughter of a congressman after all. He looks down on us. Jichen turned to Enlingyu and said, We are very passive. Enlingyu released a wisp of golden thread. Perhaps the predicament triggered something. And her head began to hurt severely. Some images that were so white that they were exposed trembled in her mind. And it seemed that there was a ball of white fire burning in her brain. As the flames danced, a strand of golden thread escaped. Sweating profusely, Enlingyu clearly felt the rhythm of the golden thread in the abyss of pain. Just like finding a trembling rose among billions of planets. It was delicate and sensitive, sensing every breath of the wind. It was strong and powerful, and proudly raised its thorns all over its body. Enlingyu endured the discomfort, and condensed the golden thread into a strand. She unexpectedly discovered that when her offensive intention became stronger, this strand of golden thread could cut the mechanical arm that bound her. Yes, Jichen saw that she looked unhappy and agreed with her. We have to take the initiative. Or we should find a way to escape first. Well said. It would be better if you don't say it in front of the kidnappers. Enlingyu took a breath and stopped thinking about the white memory. Fantastic. A mechanical sheet carrying a skeleton-like robot flew towards Jichen. Open your bank account. Otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Jichen shouted, You are ruthless. What's your name? I blame you for being ruthless. Open my bank account. You might as well kill me now. The robot called Skull didn't expect there would be such a person who would rather live than spend money. And after a while, he began to laugh sinisterly. He stopped at a distance of 1 meter, and the mechanical bones on his right arm expanded one by one, turning into a slender mechanical arm that stretched out and hooked the optical ring on Jichen's hand. It's a high-end product. He should be very rich, Skull said. It was difficult to resist with bound hands, but in order to protect his beloved star coin, Jichen burst out with infinite strength. He yelled and bit the mechanical arm. If the robot had a face, it would be quite ugly now. He found that the high-tech mechanical arm he was proud of was in a stalemate with the opponent's mouth. He directly activated the electric shock mode. Jichen withdrew with a wow sound, and the mechanical arm that stretched out from the wall and bound him was pulled back a little. Bah! Be careful. I'm going to attack, Jichen said. The skeleton snorted coldly, but became cautious in his heart. This was the first time he had seen an ordinary person who could bite a mechanical arm with brute force. Jichen turned around and pounced, biting open the mechanical arm that bound Enlingyu on the left. Enlingyu was concentrating on the gold thread, and the gold thread she condensed was already as big as a small dagger. Suddenly being hit like this, the gold thread dagger cut off the right mechanical arm. At the same time, Jichen opened the restraints on his body and wanted to reach out and tear off the other mechanical arm that tied Enlingyu. When he touched it, he found that it was broken. You are? The skeleton finally realized the seriousness of the situation. It is impossible for an ordinary person to break this mechanical arm made of new alloy. Jichen was looking at the neat fracture of another mechanical arm. A little dazed, Enlingyu pushed his head, and he came back to his senses. Jichen stood up and raised his hand. A faint blue arc flashed across his fingertips, and he said coldly to the skeleton, Sorry. People who know my identity cannot survive. You are? Noah? The legendary Noah? Enlingyu looked up at Jichen, and she had no way of connecting his current appearance with the person who had just been chewing beside her. But the next second, she heard Jichen say, Make it clear. Don't just call me Noah. I am Noah-04. Repeat after me, and you will die. The robot was in no mood to deal with his cold humor. Don't fall into his hands. The skeleton's mechanical head spewed thick smoke, and the thin sheets on the soles of his feet carried him to the platform. Jichen was rushing up, but jumped back when he heard something. Catch that woman! Fang Zheng shouted. Several mechanical arms extended from the wall, flying towards Enlingyu. The golden dagger in Enlingyu's hand stretched out. The blade became thinner, and the blade became longer. Ji-Chen just rushed back from a distance and saw Lingyu holding a golden light knife, slashing the mechanical arms to the ground. Wow! So cool. I want to play this too, he said. And Lingyu was worried about how to explain the origin of this thing. Seeing him coming, he wanted to chase him back. Children can't play with this. Go over there and chew those two things. Ji-Chen is a key control target of the Alliance, so he is not allowed to carry things that are too lethal. If you want to fight, you can only rely on your body. Fortunately, Noah's body itself is a heaven-defying existence. Ji-Chen turned his head to look at the high platform again. But Skeleton and Fang Zheng were no longer as panicked as before. We have uploaded the hardcore to the main library. You can't kill us. Compared with the great mechanical creations, humans are just ignorant and weak, pitiful creatures. The skeleton laughed loudly, and the entire starship flashed red. The self-destruction program has been activated. The cold starship prompt sounded. He wanted the entire starship to self-destruct. The sharp alarm sounded throughout the starship, and the flashing alarm lights reflected the red and white faces of the people on the ground. Escape pod. Ji-Chen had no time to talk back, and quickly pulled Lingyu to run towards the hatch of his small starship. The countdown began. The robot behind him laughed wildly. Only the future of machinery is the real future. 3. He watched Ji-Chen and Lingyu run desperately. Foolish poor creatures. 2. The flesh is weak. The robot named Fang Zheng suddenly raised his arms and shouted. The flesh is weak. The skeleton and Fang Zheng stretched out their arms together, like fanatical believers. Mechanical immortality. The last slogan sounded with the explosion. Mechanical immortality. And Lingyu felt someone hugging her and pressing her head down hard with his hands. They still couldn't run faster than the explosion. Space seemed to have been burned with a hole. It was hot and destructive. The solid starship was reduced to ashes, and Lingyu subconsciously shrank her body. She seemed to see the long galaxy frozen. Time stopped here. What will people see before they die? Ji-Chen hugged her, blocking the roaring explosion behind him. But there are always things that cannot be blocked, such as light waves, such as rays. Moreover, even people in the new world cannot enter space without protection, not to mention air pressure and radiation. The ultra-low temperature alone will freeze the human body instantly. However, Noah is an exception. Noah, a miracle in the long river of mankind. And Lingyu remembered the distant name of the 7 wonders of the stars. Ji-Chen will not die. He is the 4th miracle of the stars. And Lingyu quietly leaned on his chest. Ji-Chen's body was stiff, and he floated in the space for a long time before he tentatively lowered his head. Don't get blown into a pulp. The clothes will be hard to wash. And Lingyu heard his voice. Although there was no air, it reached her ears through the embraced body. She looked up at Ji-Chen unhappily. Ji-Chen looked like he had seen a ghost. Oh my god! What a terrible explosion. I am hallucinating. I'm fine. This hallucination is sound. There is no plot. And Lingyu was also shocked that she was fine. Although she was holding the external plug-in of the golden thread, she still had a preconceived notion that she was just a little bit special. As a result, she might not be a human? At least not a normal person. Then what should I be? Noah? And Lingyu looked at Ji-Chen. It's unlikely. The materials for synthesizing Noah have been used up. So there are only 7 wonders in the Interstellar. The relevant technology has not been spread to the outside world. It took Ji-Chen a long time to accept that this was not his illusion. And Lingyu was indeed fine. It's just that it's hard to explain why he was fine. You can't say that he is an alien. Due to the history of interstellar escape, people generally don't like aliens. And Lingyu didn't say anything. Just watched Ji-Chen hesitate to speak. Hesitate to speak, and hesitate to speak. After a long pause, he said, "You're hard to kill." That's right. He didn't die even when the starship exploded. Thank you. You too. Suddenly, he remembered that one of his goals was to steal Noah's heart. He didn't find any clues, but his abnormality was completely exposed. Just now, Ji-Chen wanted to save her, so she couldn't do anything to kill her. It's not because she might not be able to beat Noah, but now that things have come to this, why not try it out? What if Noah's heart is on Noah? A touch will cause a golden glow and memory recovery. This may be the closest time for her to Noah. Thinking of this, she raised her hand and placed it on Ji-Chen's chest. Since they were hugging each other, this action was not strange. The golden thread on her fingertips penetrated into the other's body. Before she could feel the internal structure, Ji-Chen pushed her away. Rogue. Before being pushed away, and Ling Yu heard him shout. But the golden thread had already gone in, and Ling Yu felt the internal situation while falling towards the starry sky. Ji-Chen waved his arms, twisted his body wildly, and yelled. Jinxi's voice transmission told her that he was yelling. Pervert. Wait. Noah is different from ordinary people. He didn't see the gold thread. Right? Looking at the other party. It seems that he is trying to shake off the bugs from his body. Jinxi has touched the other party's heart. And in Ling Yu quickly discovered the abnormality. This is a bionic mechanical heart. Is this the heart of Noah? Chapter 7. And Ling Yu had no intention of hurting the other party. And the golden thread was quickly withdrawn. Ji-Chen did not move, floating casually in the space. And Ling Yu looked at him, but did not move. Thank you. She made a mouth shape. Perhaps it was time to say goodbye. Now she had too many things that could not be explained. So it was better to just leave. But after she said these two words, she suddenly found it difficult to leave. Because she was still floating in space. The nearest star to her was out of reach for her without a vehicle. Ji-Chen suddenly swam towards her. In the distance, the galaxy was twinkling, and various atoms emitted magnificent starlight of different colors, like a strange sea. And Ling Yu did not dodge. Ji-Chen came over and grabbed her, then asked loudly, "You?" said, "What?" And Ling Yu was silent for a while, and also yelled back, "Thank you." Ji-Chen, what are you yelling for? The explosion just now left a lot of space junk in this galaxy. And Ji-Chen dragged her to swim to a garbage dump. They found a broken escape pod among the scrap copper and iron. In such a close-range violent explosion, the escape pod that did not eject was not spared. But at least there were more remnants. Ji-Chen broke open the deformed shell with his bare hands and looked inside. After a while, he pulled out a piece of tattered cloth of unknown use and wrapped it around himself. And Ling Yu was shielded by Ji-Chen during the explosion, so the clothes on her body were better. Ji-Chen picked and chose from the garbage, and used a piece of cracked metal to make a crown, and put it on his head. But the crown could not be fixed, and it floated away as soon as he moved. And Ling Yu was also looking through the garbage nearby. But she didn't find anything useful. After a while, she was suddenly poked, and Ji-Chen pointed forward. A small white figure moved quickly towards this side, with the sharp horns on its head orange-yellow. This is... The little thing quickly came to their side, raised its slender neck, and became rounded along the arc of its bones, turning into the familiar appearance of a big white goose. It opened its mouth and screamed, but unfortunately no sound could be heard in space. Ji-Chen sat on the goose without saying anything, and then reached out to pull on Ling Yu. "Come, let's ride the goose back." And Ling Yu turned her head and looked at Ji-Chen's buttocks, which were tightly packed with the goose without leaving any space. It's not realistic for two people to sit. Ji-Chen looked back, and it was true. Then why don't you hold me? Don't hold the pants. It's not very strong today. Ji-Chen held the goose's neck with both hands, and Ling Yu held his waist from behind. Are you ready? Hold tight. It will fly very fast later. Are you ready? Let's go! The big white goose leaned forward and began to speed up. This time its speed was not as fast as when it came. Probably because it brought two burdens, and did not switch to the best form. Ah! Ji-Chen screamed. I'm dizzy. You? And Ling Yu said. Let's go to the nearest small planet to land. Maybe we can take a starship or something. Okay. Let's do it. Goose, turn around. Ji-Chen rode the goose and flew towards the nearest planet. But when they saw the planet clearly, they subconsciously guessed that their luck might not be very good. The outer layer of this planet is a grayish blue-green. If they have read the Encyclopedia of Interstellar Planets, they will know its name. Storm Star. There are violent storms on Storm Star when passing through the outer protective layer, and Ling Yu felt like she was being heated up. And in a blink of an eye, she was chilled to the bone by the heavy rain below. The two people's clothes were completely lost during this journey. The white goose rushed straight down and plunged into the sea. Pooh! 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 Ji-Chen floated up and spit water beside him. He wiped the seawater, or rain, on his face, and pulled his slightly longer hair back. Fortunately, I didn't go to the main star. Bodyguard. Where is my bodyguard? He looked around and suddenly found a dark green wave hitting him the moment he turned his head. Ah! The wave broke into countless waves, and the seawater kept shaking. Stop yelling. You're so hard to kill. You won't die. And Lingyu was floating not far away. Yes. Ji-Chen stretched out his hand and pinched the big white goose in front of him. Quack. The big white goose was obviously a little confused. You should squeak like this. The little yellow ducks in the bathing pool squeak like this. The big white goose was silent. Ji-Chen pinched it again. Squeak. And Lingyu ignored Ji-Chen and swam towards a small island. It was raining heavily on this planet. At least in the area where she was. The raindrops hit her body like beads. And her vision was also affected to a certain extent. The seawater kept shaking. And Lingyu swam for a long time before reaching the island. After reaching the island, she found some leaves that were handy, and wove them to make a primitive style of grass clothes. Ji-Chen also swam over at this time, and asked if there was any for him. And Lingyu wanted to get rid of him here, but he stuck too tightly and failed. Ji-Chen wanted to make a raft, and let the big white goose pull it to find the mainland. It's raining heavily now, and the sea is windy and rough, so it's not suitable for sailing. And Lingyu said, No. I want to find the mainland. Ji-Chen said, Why? I'm so hungry. I need to eat. And I want to eat ice cream. I want to find the New Star ice cream shop. Do you think there is an ice cream shop on this planet? Of course. Why not? And Lingyu couldn't convince him. So he watched him knock down a tree and throw it into the water. This wood is a little different from the planned raft. But at least it floats. The big white goose was floating on the sea. Ji-Chen compared the wood and the goose for a long time. But they couldn't put them together. And Lingyu had no choice but to pull some vines for him. One end of the vine was hung on the goose's neck, and the other end was stuck on the branches of the tree. This was done several times. A simple white goose yacht was ready. Jie. The white goose called out. Be careful with my tow rope. Ji-Chen said. I'm going to the nearby Shinching ice cream shop. The big white goose tilted its head. Its obsidian eyes shining. How long will it take to start navigation? Ji-Chen asked. Jie. Positioning successful. Estimated time, 381 hours. Destination, Shinching ice cream shop. Storm Star. Snowflower Road branch. On the rough sea, a snow-white goose was swimming vigorously. It passed through the strong wind and the huge waves. The green vines on its neck tightly connected it to the human behind it. I might starve to death on the road. Ji-Chen said. Don't worry. None of us will die so easily. And Lingyu said. Ji-Chen felt that the vines were unreliable. So he reached out to grab the tail of the big white goose. As soon as he reached out his hand, he realized something. You can't go to space without protection in the future. It's not good for the optical computer. The optical computer ring on Lingyu's hand had exploded. And the high-end one in Ji-Chen's hand couldn't be turned on. And Lingyu didn't answer him. Ji-Chen turned around and looked at her. Then Ji-Chen talked about some messy topics again. And then Lingyu remained silent. When he looked back for the 18th time, Ji-Chen finally found that Lingyu was gone. Her last words were still the same. It's not easy for us to die. And Lingyu left Ji-Chen and the white goose in the ups and downs of the waves. The experience in space made her realize that she could go without breathing for a long time. So she swam directly to the bottom of the sea. After Ji-Chen found that she was gone, he turned around and looked for her for a long time until a low-key and luxurious starship landed on the water. Xiaochen. The hatch of the starship opened, and the steps were extended and lowered. Ji-Ming Wang appeared at the door and waved at him. Old man. Ji-Chen smiled and waved at him. Look. Primitive adventure drifting. Ji-Ming Wang nodded. Come up first. And Lingyu planned to hide in the sea for a while. Maybe a day. Maybe a month. Maybe a year. It depends on her survival in the seabed. Plans are not as good as changes. When she was picking up water plants and thinking about whether she could eat them, a small white thing approached her quickly. Goose. Jie. It called. And Lingyu sighed and swam with it to the sea surface. She had been discovered. She couldn't get away. A starship was quietly waiting for her. After going up, the service robot took her to wash and tidy up, and then took her to the restaurant. Ji-Ming Wang sat in the main seat, and Ji-Chen sat next to him. The dining table was large, with 3 sets of dishes, and Lingyu sat down under the guidance of the service robot. Ji-Chen was very interested in the lamb chops, and started eating when he saw Lingyu had already sat down. Give him another serving. Ji-Ming Wang instructed the service robot. No one spoke during the meal, and Lingyu felt very uncomfortable. Until the end, Ji Mingguang mentioned what happened today. He wanted to hear what Ji Chen had to say first. Ji Chen had a lot to say. While eating, he told the story of how he fought against robots and bravely entered Storm Star. During the process, he deliberately ignored the matter about Enlingyu. At the end, Ji Mingguang sighed. Recently, robots have been disturbing people. I intend to deal with it as soon as possible. But Claire's daughter Mona is in the hands of robots. Some people disagree that it is too radical. Claire disagrees? Ji Chen asked. Ji Mingguang smiled. She will agree. And Lingyu felt that if Ji Mingguang let her hear such things, it would mean that she would not live long. But this last dinner was quite sumptuous. Unexpectedly, Ji Mingguang mentioned her so soon. Nissen was a person in the interstellar escape period. As far as I know, there were many secret human experiments at that time. Your transformation seems to be successful. But you did not participate in the interstellar war. There must be some flaws. At this point, he paused. As long as Nissen can do her job well, I don't care about the past or the present. Moving mountains and creating seas is nothing now. Xiaochen is happy. So you should stay for now. Things are going in a good direction. Ji Mingguang did not take her to the research institute. It's best to turn the page on this matter. But Enlingyu always feels uneasy. Ji Chen's small starship was blown up. Ji Mingguang proposed to take him to buy a new starship. And the group returned to the main star and went to the starship store. Due to Ji Chen's special characteristics, the choice of starships was greatly limited. All starships with attack or counterattack capabilities could not be purchased. He chose a small starship similar to the previous one, which also had a matching hovercraft, so he didn't have to buy it separately. Then they followed Ji Mingguang to Ji's house. I told you not to go out to play. And you definitely didn't want to. But you still have to listen to your father, and don't go to remote planets. Ji Mingguang picked up a large bag from the tray of the home robot. This is the flower seed you asked for before. A new variety. Suitable for the soil of the morning star. Don't you have a flower shop? It was just getting dark when Enlingyu drove Ji Chen's new hover car to buy a light computer and brought him an ice cream. She was not familiar with this area and kept it on autopilot. After buying the light computer, she casually browsed the news. The Alliance has been in a state of peace for a long time, and the entertainment aspect is particularly developed. Enlingyu was not interested in these, and she sorted out the categories before starting to read. Among these similar news, Enlingyu saw a different piece of news. The shining star Rain appeared in the Rilla Nebula. Is it an alien civilization or a cosmic wonder? Chapter 8. Alien Civilization. These 4 words are too painful for people. So this one was pushed to the top. People were discussing below. And many people tagged the military's official blog. Enlingyu looked at it for a while. And the news had been 2 days old. The official reply of the Alliance Space Exploration Institute was that it would investigate this. But there was no synchronization of the latest situation. The Rilla Nebula is a very beautiful nebula. From the outside, it has a large area of blue, like a magnificent ocean. The location of the nebula is very remote. And the interior is also very complicated. The Alliance has only explored its marginal areas. And the map can only lead to our star outside the nebula. Our star is the closest safe planet to the Rilla Nebula. It is not habitable, but it has been developed a little. Occasionally, astronomy enthusiasts and planet enthusiasts go there for tourism. It takes 16 hours to drive a starship from the main star to there. There are several videos of flickering star showers on the internet, all shot on our star. One of the astronomy enthusiasts has very advanced equipment. From the video he uploaded, we can see that a silver light spot suddenly appeared in the beautiful Rilla Nebula, and it flew straight to the upper diagonal of the screen. When it reached the upper middle of the screen, a faster silver light spot attacked. It hit the first spot precisely. The 2 spots collided, turning into countless silver lights that filled the entire screen. Like a silver rain, mysterious and romantic, twinkling star rain, has been observed twice, and no pattern of its appearance has been found. Enlingyu watched the video several times, and she seemed to vaguely remember something, but it seemed like she had never seen it before. Star rain. She tried her best to recall, and only then did she dig out 2 lines from the pale memory cracks. The east wind blows thousands of flowers at night. The wind blows and the stars fall like rain. This should be a festival. Right? She opened the light brain to search, but could not find any official explanation. There were only a few personal posts that quoted this phrase to express sadness for the passing of spring and autumn. Lantern Festival. She found this phrase from someone's post. This is indeed a festival. She searched with the Lantern Festival as the keyword. But the light brain prompted. Your search term may be wrong. She returned to the previous search history and continued to browse the posts of those people. The posts of these people stopped decades ago. Maybe they no longer post. But she was more inclined to believe that they had passed away. According to the content of the post, all of these posters have participated in the interstellar escape and the Dawn War. Those who have not received the new technology transformation of the Changsheng Technology Institute cannot live from that time to the present. Of course, except for Noah or those who are dormant. In this case, this festival is probably a festival that existed before the interstellar escape. It is also a festival that disappeared during the interstellar period. The long river of time flows endlessly. And there are always things left in the past. When Enling, you heard? People lost a lot in the escape. Before, it didn't feel real. At this moment, she was distracted by two sentences without a beginning or an end. Wait! Someone clearly remembered the past festivals. And someone posted a few words online. So why did the search prompt that there might be an error? She searched and found the results. She should have at least found these posts when she searched for Lantern Festival. She tried again, and the result was the same as before. Someone is blocking past festivals. Why? Why do you want people to forget past festivals? What does this mean? And Lingyu's mind flashed with countless blurry images. She couldn't distinguish them clearly. She could only realize that they were her memories. Her lost memories. But in the end, the picture froze in a clear scene. The hibernation capsule was opened. And it was bright outside. The gentle and kind intern stretched out his hand to her. She didn't look at her hand. She looked at a line of silver-white words in the void. They are not companions. They are not companions. When returning to Ji's house, Ji Chen was waiting in the living room with his eyes wide open. And rushed out as soon as the car stopped. I missed you so much. Ji Chen stretched out his hand. I brought you ice cream. And Lingyu handed him the pale yellow vanilla ice cream. She had tasted one herself just now. And it was not as delicious as she had imagined. Not as good as the last time Starry Sky ice cream. But Ji Chen liked it very much. Tomorrow is Saturday. Let's go to Qinxing to plant flowers together. Ji Chen said. Okay. And Lingyu agreed. When she went to the guest room, she carefully immersed the gold thread into the wall, and controlled it to swim continuously in the wall. She encountered no obstacles, and found no clues. To be on the safe side, she did not let the golden thread emerge. Before going to bed, a home robot came to tell her that Ji Mingguang invited her to the greenhouse. There were many plants near Ji's house. And the micro-suspension machine that led the way was made into a dragonfly. They passed through the lush grass and long forest and arrived at a glass house with warm light. Chlorophytum was planted in a flower pot made of fine wood and hung on the beams. And the drooping branches were full of vitality. If you look closely, you can find that it is not an ordinary chlorophytum. It has a warm yellow fruit that glows slightly. The entire glass room is dotted with stars. Mr. Ji. And Lingyu walked in. Ji Mingguang sat in a corner of the greenhouse, holding a cup of tea. Seeing An Lingyu coming over, he put the tea on the round wooden table next to him. Come on. Sit down. Under the soft light, Ji Mingguang looked casual and gentle. He pointed to the plant next to him. Do you know what this is called? It looks like a spider plant. And Lingyu sat on the other side of the round table in a proper manner. This is a night orchid. Many things have changed in the interstellar era. Ji Mingguang casually flipped over the tea set on the table and poured her a cup of tea from the wooden pot next to it. Missin, do you know about modern interstellar history? And Lingyu, I haven't studied it specifically. I just read a little bit. Ji Mingguang nodded and changed the subject. Some recent news has made people panic. I saw someone online wanting Noah to solve the problem. What do you think? And Lingyu didn't know about modern interstellar history. But because of Noah's heart, she specifically looked up Noah. There are 3 existing Noahs, excluding number 7 who escaped. There are still 2 left, excluding number 1 who suffered too much damage. There is only number 4 left. Number 4. Ji Chen, the object of An Lingyu's protection. Ji Mingguang's beloved son. Only a few people hold this view. The army of the Alliance is strong enough. Now is not the time for interstellar escape. Activating Noah is not the only option. And it is not even a good option. An Lingyu said. As Ji Chen's bodyguard, her attitude should be to consider Ji Chen wholeheartedly. Fighting is an extremely dangerous thing. Besides, the one who asked the question was Ji Chen's father, who is also half of her employer. Of course, she had to give a plausible reason in the end. Noah is unstable, and it is very risky to use him rashly. This is also for the public's consideration. Ji Mingwang nodded. Noah is history. When number 6 defected, the army was able to kill him with overwhelming firepower. Now, there is no need to say more. Some things were indeed powerful back then, but they are not good enough now. What do you think? That's what Mr. Ji said. And Ling Yu lowered her head. So it was knocking. This something does not refer to Noah, but to her. Ji Mingwang seemed very satisfied with her attitude, and said softly, Missin has been dormant for so long. She should not be very adaptable to this world. And her money is tight. I saw that when she was in the Starship store today. Missin looked at a Starship for a long time. And she must like it very much. A Starship is not a big deal. I have just bought it, and it will be delivered tomorrow morning. Missin can just sign for it then. And Ling Yu was about to speak when Ji Mingwang interrupted her. No need to refuse. I am very grateful that Missin took care of Xiaochen. It's just a Starship. Thank you, Mr. Ji. It turned out that it was bought for Ji Chen, but he couldn't buy it due to the limited funds. So he changed someone else's name. You are so complicated. After talking with Ji's father, and Ling Yu walked back alone. When passing by the living room, he found 2 geese on the sofa. Oh no! It was Ji Chen wearing big white goose pajamas, and the bionic mechanical goose. Are you still asleep? And Ling Yu asked. I want to ask the old man for another pack of rose seeds. Although they are not suitable for Morning Star. They can be grown in a greenhouse. How can a flower shop be without roses? And Ling Yu nodded. She didn't know how many rose seeds there were in Morning Star's flower shop. Just like Ji Chen didn't know whether Ling Yu would never come back. The new Starship was delivered early in the morning. The black shell, the shiny hull, and most importantly, the large diameter muzzle. Does Missin like it? Ji Mingwang asked. I like it very much. And Ling Yu continued tactfully. Ji Chen and I have an appointment to plant flowers on Morning Star today, and I can take him there in my new Starship. Ji Mingwang hummed, Missin, as someone who lived in the Starship escape period, must be quite obsessed with certain things. I asked my men to select some and put them on the Starship as a little surprise. Thank you, Mr. Ji. Ji Chen hadn't gotten up yet, so Ji Mingwang asked him to call before lunch, and Ling Yu spent the whole morning studying the Starship. The current Starship no longer needs manual operation. Just select the mode and set the destination. The so-called operation panel is stored under the stage by default, and is usually raised and used only when encountering some fault interference. However, some people like manual operation, thinking that it is more fun to drive. As expected, Ji Chen was seen at lunch. He had already received the rose seeds from Ji Mingwang, and he did not show any surprise that Ling Yu had a Starship. They drove the new Starship happily to Morning Star. Morning Star is vast and sparsely populated. Therefore, Ji Chen rented several hills. Although the flower shop is open, most of these hills are deserted. Currently, the flowers used in the flower shop are all grown in greenhouses. The greenhouse yield is not large, but no one buys them anyway. Which hill should we plant on? Ji Chen held a large bag of seeds. This is a small blue-purple flower that can be planted directly on the hill of Morning Star. The roses in your hand are not good. They must be planted in a greenhouse. Which hill has a greenhouse? Let's plant them together, Ling Yu said. Ji Chen opened the light brain address book and asked the clerk of the flower shop, and then found his own land with the help of navigation. And Ling Yu spent 600 star coins to rent a planter and a high-altitude sprinkler. After paying, she suddenly felt guilty for paying to work. Before she figured it out, she saw Ji Chen running towards the planter. I want to drive this. And Ling Yu nodded, okay. You can experience it for 600 star coins. Chapter 9. A greenhouse sits on a gray barren mountain, with large floor-to-ceiling glass windows on the sunny side. The water and electricity inside had been cut off long ago, and the dried flowers and leaves were like lost memories. There was only a vine with strong vitality, growing along everything it could cling to. And Ling Yu sat on the roof of this greenhouse, using the handle in her hand to remotely control the sprinkler in the sky. Ji Chen drove a rumbling seed drill on the hillside. The big white goose ran around on the ground, covered with grass leaves before hurriedly flying to Ling Yu's side. And Ling Yu glanced at it, and the big white goose tilted its head. Watering is much faster than sowing. So Ling put away the machine early, jumped off the roof, and entered the greenhouse. The flower pots in the greenhouse were filled with black or red soil, and the grayish-white barren soil of Morning Star immediately looked inferior. And Ling found a few flower boxes and pulled out the withered plants inside. She also found a shovel from a dusty corner and loosened the soil. The temperature in the greenhouse was a bit low, and it took her a while to find the adjustment device and figure out how to operate it. Knock. Knock. And Ling looked up and found Ji-Chen standing outside the glass window. He had one hand in his pocket, and the seed drill was parked not far away. "Are you planting roses?" Ji-Chen asked. The sound insulation of the greenhouse was a bit strong, and Ling didn't hear clearly. She pointed to the door and asked him to come in. Ji-Chen walked in and opened the rose seed bag that Ling had placed on the shelf at the door. "This seems to be a special kind of rose," Ji-Chen said. "I forgot what the old man told me, but it can be planted anyway. I don't know what it will look like, so I just treat it as a blind box." The two planted the roses in the flower box and moved it to the sunny glass window. Although this package of rose seeds is small, it is enough to plant all over this area. After moving the flower box, Ji-Chen sat cross-legged and made a wish. "I hope it is a luminous rose, or a vanilla-flavored rose. The sunset has dyed the sky red." Ji-Chen walked out of the greenhouse and stared at the sky in a daze. "What's wrong?" Ling asked. "The sunset," Ji-Chen said. "The sun of the main star is fake, but the sun of the morning star is real. I should have seen the sunset countless times, but in my existing memory, this is the first time. The sun is of course not the original sun, but just the same name." And Ling watched him for a while. The warm yellow color slowly faded. The dust became thicker, and a chill came. She said, "We can chase the sun." The two suddenly ran down the hillside, and the big white goose froze for a moment before flapping its wings and chasing behind. "Get on the starship," Ling shouted. The starship she signed for was a medium-sized starship, and its huge body and dark color often gave people a strong sense of oppression. But at this moment, it is more like a mysterious magic castle. "We can watch the sunset once on every planet where the sun shines," Ji-Chen said. And Ling started the starship and soon left the night of the morning star behind. They rushed out of the sky and plunged into another planet, quickly locating the area of sunset, and then chose a favorite position to watch, sometimes among the mountains and strange rocks, sometimes in the vast ocean. Before the night completely enveloped them, they flew out of the clouds and headed for the next planet. The sun seemed to never set, and today seemed to never end. According to the Alliance time, they watched the sunset all night, until a notice arrived. "Please go to Changsheng Academy for examination today." Ji-Chen held a goose and sat back in the co-pilot seat in a sullen manner. And Ling was not sleepy at this time. She changed the route and went to the main star. When they returned to the main star, they had passed the breakfast time of those research institutes and academies. The two found a small shop and ate some. Ji-Chen went to the lobby with the ice cream in his hand, and the staff waited patiently for him to finish eating. After eating the last bite, he reluctantly walked into the exclusive elevator, and Ling couldn't follow, so she could only hold the goose and wait in the lounge. The big white goose was very well behaved and didn't even call here, and Ling closed her eyes and pretended to take a nap. A tiny strand of gold thread was nestled in the button on Ji-Chen's sleeve, and Ling looked for a long time before putting it in. Ji-Chen should be able to see the gold thread, so he couldn't be careless. This strand of gold thread was too thin, so Ling put the remaining gold thread in the wall. The thickness of the wall made it easy to hide the gold threads, and it was also very convenient to move them. She closed her eyes and drew these gold threads to merge with the thin gold thread in her mind. "Lie down." Someone was talking. Ji-Chen did not answer, and the gold threads only made the rustling sound of clothes rubbing against each other. There was a sound of footsteps coming over, and the instrument beeped a few times. Then, the person walked out. The only sound in the room was the sound of the instrument running. It was a bit boring to concentrate the gold threads here, so Ling transferred some of them to other nearby rooms. "Can you draw more blood today? The Eugenstein we extracted earlier is all used up. Too little in the blood. Cut open some organs. The senator will be angry. Just cut a piece of intestine. It won't affect anything. And, don't be fooled. The other senators support us. Our research is more important." "Eugenstein? What is it?" The conversation on Jinxi's side is still going on. That's right. He didn't come today. Let's hurry up and do it. He can't come because Lady Claire is looking for trouble with him because of Mona. It's impossible that she lost 2 daughters while his son is still alive and well. Has Mona been abandoned? It's only a matter of time. Lady Claire has no shortage of children. If Anna is gone, there's Mona. If Mona is gone, there's Tina, Diana, Susanna, anyone. Yes, this is normal. Why does Ji Mingwang only recognize this one son? So, he's doomed. Hush. You can't say that. The other party didn't care and chuckled a few times, but didn't continue. And Ling Yu touched the feathers of the big white goose. It seems that face-to-face surgery is no longer necessary in medical treatment nowadays. There is still only the sound of the instrument on Ji Chen's side. The operation was over in the morning. Ji Chen was in a coma until the afternoon when he was sent to the affiliated hospital. And Ling Yu's golden thread wandered in the Academy of Sciences. And she heard Eugen Steyer several times during the period, but still didn't understand what it was. It was only speculated that a small amount of Eugenstein could be obtained from Ji Chen. This was something that the Alliance valued very much and had been studying in secret. When Ji Chen woke up, he became dull and silent. When Ling Yu called him, he just raised his eyelids and looked at them, then closed them again. Ji Mingwang sent a message asking her to take Ji Chen away first. A medical attendant brought a wheelchair, and she took Ji Chen back to the small villa called Kingfingpan. The big white goose brushed the door of the villa skillfully, and Ling Yu was troubled about sending Ji Chen upstairs. This is a 2-story villa with no elevator. Ji Chen was sleeping soundly, probably because he was injected with tranquilizers. And Ling Yu could only push the wheelchair to the stairs and then carry him up. She took a deep breath when she pushed open the bedroom door. There are so many things piled up here. The dense shelves are full of things, much more than the living room, filling the entire bedroom. She didn't know where to look for a moment. Fortunately, a sidewalk was left to the bed and the bathroom in a very humane way. There were also small roads left in other places, but judging from the width, they should be used by home robots. And Ling Yu carefully carried Ji Chen to the bed. When she turned around, she found that the big white goose was walking this way, and it bumped into her in the middle of the road, and she was in a dilemma. Finally, the white goose retreated to the bathroom, allowing Ling Yu to successfully walk out. She returned to the guest bedroom and began to summarize the characteristics of the gold thread. The gold thread could not be too far away from her, especially the small gold thread. The range of movement would also be very narrow. Normally, ordinary people cannot see the gold thread. When she was eating outside, she used the gold thread to swing around on other people's tables, and no one made any unnecessary movements. If her will was in a special state of tension, the gold thread could have a physical body, but after relaxing, it would disappear. And Ling Yu looked at the various postures of the gold thread in her hand and suddenly remembered something. The silver text when she woke up showed the same characteristics as the gold thread when changing the content. It was a silky feeling. She tried to condense the words with the gold thread, and then disassembled and reassembled them. Yes, the original silver font looked like this. The silver font was also controlled by someone, and the controller was nearby at the time. He was most likely her companion, and they had the same ability. The reason why the content was incomplete was because she was on a moving starship at the time. Later, the distance exceeded the control range of the silver thread, and the message could not be conveyed. In this way, the second sentence behind them, "They are not companions," was bolded. This was not to mark the key points, but because the thin silver thread was not enough to support such a long distance. So it had to be bolded. And Ling Yu asked the intern at that time about the location of the hibernation chamber. The enthusiastic BMO quickly sent her the planet code RF72. In a relatively remote place, this kind of small planet has no unique name, so it is called by code. And Ling Yu wrote down this planet and planned to take a leave to take a look around. It was 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. The door handle was suddenly twisted, and Ling Yu was staying up late to study interstellar history and discovered the abnormality at the first time. Because the room was well soundproofed, she released a strand of gold thread to swim out from the wall next to the door and heard the sound of rummaging outside. "Where are the keys? Why can't I use my face to open the door?" Quack! The big white goose ran to a corner and took out a bunch of keys from the drawer with a clang. Ji Chen sat in front of the door and took the keys to try them one by one. The door suddenly opened, and Ling Yu stood at the door of the bedroom and looked down at Ji Chen, who was sitting cross-legged. What are you doing here? Ji-Chen became hesitant. Are you angry? It's so late. What's the matter? And Ling Yu asked. Don't be angry, Ji-Chen said. I'm not angry. You can't sleep because the drug is worn off? Ji-Chen had hardly woken up during the day after the operation, so he might not be sleepy now. No. Why don't you sleep with me? Ji-Chen asked. Ah? And Ling Yu was shocked. Ji-Chen was also surprised by Ling Yu's reaction. Ah? Why should I sleep with you? Aren't you my wife? I'm your bodyguard. Ji-Chen stood up suddenly, and his eyes went dark because of hypoglycemia. Chapter 10. I don't believe it. How is it possible? Go look through your diary. You said you wrote it down when I signed the contract. Ling Yu said. Ji-Chen was a little persuaded. At Ling Yu's urging, he went back to find the diary. Walking through the crowded storage shelves in the bedroom, he came to his bed and opened the huge diary next to him. He complained as he flipped through the diary. It's so annoying. Every time I wake up, I have to read my century-old autobiography. And Ling Yu just followed from behind. It's okay. It's not very thick. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Ji-Chen pick up the notebook from the ground. It turned out that it was not placed on the bedside table, but on the ground and higher than the bed. Looking at Ji-Chen, who was still flipping through the first few pages, and Ling Yu interrupted him. It will be faster if you start from the back. Why? I must have known you 100 years ago. No. We have known each other for less than a week. And Ling Yu suddenly stopped. If she had memories, she should have recognized Ji-Chen 100 years ago. At that time, he was the fourth miracle in the interstellar world, carrying people's hopes and dreams. After a night of research. Oh no. Autobiography. Ji-Chen finally calmed down. You don't look good. And Ling Yu turned on the light brain and showed him the rich entertainment news of the Alliance. You can watch something at home to kill time. I want to take 2 days off and go out. Why do you want to take a leave? Ji-Chen's reaction was bigger than expected. Go out for a walk, and go to the place where my hibernation capsule was found. Ji-Ming-Wang will definitely investigate wherever we go. So it's better to be honest from the beginning. I go with you, Ji-Chen said. And Ling Yu frowned. I feel like I'm still working when I'm with you. Ji-Chen can see the gold thread, and the silver thread is no different. This is very disadvantageous for her meeting with the mysterious companion. Just pretend I don't exist. I'm the only one at home. Ji-Chen tried to persuade him. This can accompany you. And Ling Yu held the goose on the ground to him. Ji-Chen didn't answer. He felt a little wrong for no reason. Are you not coming back? No. And Ling Yu sat down next to him. Call your father. He must miss you very much. Maybe he saw me first after my memory was cleared. So I have a little fledgling complex. The call didn't go through. Maybe he's busy. And Ling Yu comforted him. Ji-Chen didn't accept any activities arranged at home. If he was allowed to go out by himself. And Ling Yu felt uneasy. It's true that Ji-Chen is difficult to kill. But his identity, the other party's state, and Ji-Ming-Wang's hidden threat are not suitable for just walking away. Then come with me. But you have to be quiet. I will lead the trip this time. And Ling Yu said. Okay. I promise. RF-72 is not a large planet, but it is not easy to find people on it. And Ling Yu bought some fireworks. The purpose she needed was similar to that of flares, and fireworks were more subtle. In order to appear natural, she first bought some food and drinks, and even picnic supplies. Considering economic factors, she did not buy big items such as tents. When passing by the ice cream shop, she bought 2 ice creams and gave Ji-Chen a vanilla flavor. Ji-Chen was very happy. Although there is no memory, the taste buds will not change. It takes 20 hours for the starship to reach the RF-72 star. Because it is automatic driving, neither of them has anything to do. And Ling Yu directly watched the news on the large display screen in the cockpit. Great love in the world. Congressman Claire officially replied, seeing the word congressman. And Ling Yu immediately clicked in. The main text is a video. And you can see that Miss Claire, who is known as the golden flower of the main star, looks haggard. Mona is my child. And the people are my children too. I can't watch more children fall into panic because of the safety of one child. Mona is so kind. She must. Claire sobbed. And someone beside her comforted her softly. And Ling Yu was not surprised to hear the gossip at the Academy of Sciences yesterday. Removing these sincere performances, the video is about, for the safety of the people, Claire reluctantly gave up her beloved daughter Mona. And the Alliance will launch a full-scale attack on robots. Last night, and Lingyu learned about the 5 members of the Alliance in detail. The most popular one at the moment is Claire. With her golden hair and blue eyes, her appearance is comparable to that of a movie star. As a member of the Alliance, she is very friendly, at least on the surface. She built many orphanages and adopted many children, and is a living signboard of the Alliance's purpose. Mona is one of the children she adopted, and she brought her to her side and taught her personally. Before Mona, she had a biological daughter named Anna, who disappeared 90 years ago. It is worth mentioning that, except for Jiming Wang, the other 4 members have built welfare homes to a greater or lesser extent and personally raised some orphans. Love is the only miracle in the interstellar world, they said. Theoretically, the 5 members of the Alliance have the same power. However, it is not difficult to see from the details that they are still strong and weak. In the history of the interstellar world, Jiming Wang was once quite strong, but unfortunately, he is now at the end of his strength, especially when the other 4 members vigorously promoted universal love. Jiming Wang, who favored his son, became the target of public criticism. The public support gradually declined, and some people speculated that he would soon lose his position as a counselor. Jichen had no interest in the news. He took out some colorful cardboard from his bag and began to fold it. Soon, 1,000 paper cranes appeared, and Lingyu watched the news by himself and did not talk to him. The news of pre-war mobilization changed the hot search interface, and all the counselors were interviewed. As expected, someone asked about Noah in Jiming Wang's interview. Will Noah 4 participate in this operation? Congressman Claire thinks the safety of the people is more important than her own children. What do you think? Noah 4 is your son. When you mobilized everyone to join the war, did you think that they were also other people's children? Was it your selfishness that you insisted on saving Noah 4? Jiming Wang responded to these questions with an impeccable smile. Noah will not participate in the war for the time being. In order to reduce the danger of Noah 4, we have already removed the super meteorite material in his body. He is not a full-fledged Noah now, but considering that there are still special substances in his body for so long, he has been cooperating with various institutions in recent years. Why doesn't Noah 4 fight as an ordinary person? Jiming Wang didn't answer. He raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet for a while. I can empathize with the feelings of every soldier's parents. 100 years ago, I was the same. The purpose of the Alliance is love. In addition to the great love preached by Miss Claire, it also includes the love of us as parents, relatives and friends. Everyone has feelings and love. On the battlefield, no one is invincible. No one is invincible. Everyone is flesh and blood, and everyone will be hurt and suffer. But the reason we stand here is to make the people behind us no longer suffer and no longer hesitate. I will personally lead the cleanup of the J system this time. We will move forward with the strongest weapons and the bravest posture. For the star system, for the Alliance, and for everyone we love. The original video was in the form of a live broadcast, and most netizens watched the entire content with great attention. There are a few malicious edits on the internet, but they can't cause any waves. The horn of the battle against robots has been sounded, but most robots are roaming around and committing crimes. The Alliance currently focuses on stationing troops outside, strengthening patrols, and improving response speed. Further actions require the detection of the location of the main library before they can proceed. Jichen folded thousands of paper cranes very quickly, and soon filled the operating table. He stood up to find a container to store them, but he couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Where are the jars? He asked. There are no jars, Lingyu said. The new starship didn't buy those things. How about I find you a garbage bag to put them in? Oh! Jichen watched in silence as Lingyu casually took out a black garbage bag and put all the folded paper cranes in it. And Lingyu realized that he was in an abnormal mood when she handed him the bag. What's wrong with you? Jichen handed the garbage bag containing the paper cranes to the goose. Put it in the bedroom. I don't want to see it. The goose took the bag and staggered out of the cab. Lingyu sighed and turned off the news. No need to turn it off, Jichen said. I can't remember it anyway. I'm a big fish and my memory is only 7 days. Sorry. These 7 days. I hope you be happier. And Lingyu remembered something and added, not just me. Jichen used his thumb to rotate the light brain on his index finger, which was a silver ring. During the rotation, he opened the message projection interface and quickly closed it. And Lingyu saw Jiming Wang's message from the flashing image. It was probably some sentences that made him feel at ease and live a good life. So I only have 7 days of life. But it repeats for 100 years. Is that right? His tone was light. But the last 2 words were trembling. And Ling Yu knew what he was struggling with. There were only a few words about him in the history books. And no one cared whether he admitted it or not. Whether it was true or false. He himself had no way of saying it. The mayfly that was born in the morning and died in the evening could not control the winter. And it still danced on the lake when the severe cold was approaching. He became a mayfly again and again, spending absurd or happy mornings and evenings. Every day and every year is different. As long as you have experienced it, it will always leave traces. You planted flowers in the morning star. And we can take care of it together when we are free. This year's barren slope will soon be green again. And flowers will bloom next spring. You may not remember. But what happened will not disappear. Ling Yu said. Is that so? Jichen turned his head away. And Ling Yu could not see his expression. There is no spring in Qinqing, he said. The public generally believes that choosing Qinqing to settle down has led to a 50-year stagnation of development. The bad climate is one of the reasons. And there will never be spring in Qinqing. But flowers will always bloom. He seemed to have reconciled with himself. When the big white goose came back, Jichen folded half a table of paper cranes again. And Ling Yu was watching the news on the light brain projection in his hand. The twinkling star shower appeared again. This was the 3rd time people observed it. The frequency of star showers is very high. Once every 1 or 2 days. But the time deviation is very large. And no pattern has been found. After we finish our tour of our F-73, let's go here. And Ling Yu turned the image of the Rila Nebula and our star to Jichen. I heard that meteor showers will bring good luck. Chapter 11. Okay. Jichen was still folding paper cranes. Does the paper crane have any special meaning to you? Ling Yu asked. Love. Blessing. Jichen handed over a blue paper crane. This is for you. The diary said that the old man liked the paper crane very much. This is a way for children to express love. Which reminds him of a long time ago. Thank you. And Ling Yu took the paper crane. You know, I can't do anything now. Jichen took the initiative to open the news interface on the large display screen. And Jiming Wang's related information was listed in a string of hot searches. It seems that I can only live under his wings for the rest of my life. At most, I can fold a few paper cranes to pray for blessings. Or go to find a meteor shower to make a wish. And Ling Yu sighed and comforted, you have done a lot in the past. Don't be so pessimistic. You just retired. Jichen smiled reluctantly. And his thoughts seemed to drift away. Do you know how the M star disappeared? Overnight. The entire planet disappeared. And no one survived. And Ling Yu shook her head. You don't know? And I don't know either. His tone was long and slow. Like a tired traveler in the desert. Okay. Seeing him fall into a vortex of depression. And Ling Yu changed the subject. Your father left you something on the starship. You can take a look. She pressed a button. And a large square iron block slid out from the side platform of the cab. Jichen leaned over. And the iron block automatically recognized and opened. I tried to open it for a long time but couldn't. Fortunately, the introduction on the official website told me that it was a safe. Not a piece of iron. Ling Yu said. She had already used gold wire to detect the contents inside. It was a gun. All kinds of guns. Jichen picked up one and looked at it for a while. There is no need. I can't hold these things. It will only cause trouble for him. He is not afraid of trouble. Ling Yu said. There are always people who are afraid. Jichen put down the gun, rubbed his fingertips on the gun barrel reluctantly, and slowly moved his eyes away. I can't let them be afraid. A message popped up on the starship. You are about to enter the D-level risk zone. Do you confirm your departure? Today's news mentioned that the Alliance has classified areas where robots have appeared as A-level risk areas, and areas where they may appear as BCD-level risk areas according to the degree of risk. RF-72 and R, where you can see the twinkling star shower, have become B-level risk areas. And Ling Yu nodded to confirm her departure. The high risk is for ordinary people. But she and Jichen have strong resistance to explosions. I'm hungry. Let's find a place to eat. Jichen Yang sat in the co-pilot's chair, not wanting to continue the previous topic. Let's go to a nearby restaurant. Ling Yu searched for food on the map and chose a restaurant on a nearby planet. There was some food on the starship, prepared for a picnic at the destination. We haven't completely left the residential area yet. so we might as well go directly to eat some ready-made meals. When landing on the small planet, and Lingyu found that it was even more desolate than the Morning Star. There was not even a proper service window where the starship landed. The landing site had not been maintained for an unknown period of time and was in a state of disrepair. If it had not been marked on the starship map as being in use, she would have thought it was abandoned. The two drove the hovercraft into the main road. The white goose did not squeeze in and decided to sit on the roof. When they were about to leave the starship landing center, they saw a small shop opposite. The plaque was made of cracked wood and it directly read, "Old Restaurant." The dim light and the ivy on the wall unexpectedly brought some ancient style, and Lingyu originally planned to follow the navigation. But she also picked that restaurant casually. It was no different from the one in front of her except that it was a little farther away. "Let's go in and take a look," and Lingyu asked Jichen. "Okay." Jichen nodded. Quack! The big white goose couldn't bear to be ignored. So it flapped its wings and flew from the roof of the car to the two of them. And Lingyu touched its head, opened the door of the restaurant, and let it go in first. The decoration in the house was also retro. A woman in a robe stood behind the counter, and there was even a portable kerosene lamp next to her. "What do you want to order?" She glanced at the big white goose. "Vanilla ice cream," Jichen said. "Please order what's on the menu." The woman held out her hand to signal them to look at the display screen in front of them. "Pork ribs and rice set. Would you like to eat?" Seeing Jichen nod, and Lingyu asked for two orders directly. They chose a table by the window and sat down. A young man came over to pour them tea. The big white goose fluttered a few times and flew onto Jichen's lap. "What kind of animal is this?" the young man asked as he poured tea. "Fat bird," Jichen said. "I ate too much and can't fly anymore. I can only walk on the ground." "Is it true?" the young man asked. "I'm sorry. There is not a single ancient animal in our town. Those who can raise animals must be rich or noble. What are you doing in this small place?" "I'm just passing by. The destination is a bit far. Come here to have a meal." And Lingyu didn't want to say more. But the young man was very familiar with people. "It doesn't matter if it's far. You should come from the main star. There is a siren point in this star field. You can save a lot of effort." "Siren point?" And Lingyu and Jichen were both confused. "Gah! Siren point is dangerous," the big white goose said. "Why are you talking?" Jichen pinched the big white goose's mouth. "Machine?" The young man had a complicated expression, took a step back slightly, and looked at the two people warily. Recently, the malicious incidents related to robots have been a hot topic, which inevitably arouses suspicion. Don't get me wrong. We are not robots. This is a companion intelligent robot pet with a special license from the Alliance. And Lingyu explained and brought the topic back. "You said the siren point." "Oh, that's good." "I don't think so. Those robots are beautiful in showing mechanical features." The guy saw that the two looked natural, breathed a sigh of relief, and introduced. "After entering the siren point, you will get the siren song, and the starship speed will be at least doubled. If you are afraid of the siren song, you can sleep, and the navigation will automatically send you to your destination." "What is the siren song?" "You can think of it as a speed bonus, with a chance of causing hallucinations. This is only effective for intelligent creatures, and does not affect the starship's automatic driving. It is not harmful, and will disappear after a while. Many people even come from afar to experience the siren's song." The young man poured the water, nodded to them, and said, "Call me if you need anything." He turned and left, and Lingyu watched the young man walk to the back kitchen, and one hand reached under the table to release the golden thread. Before the golden thread could touch the kitchen along the wall, Jichen suddenly leaned forward and said, "The siren song may be related to the cult." And Lingyu received a message on his optical computer. It was Jichen who took a screenshot of the search results for the siren song. "Gah!" The big white goose was about to say something when Jichen slapped it on the head. It moved its paw in grievance and said nothing more. And Lingyu looked past the screenshot and searched for the siren song on his own. The young man's introduction was true. And what Jichen said was also true. There is a church called the Pantheon that claims that the hallucinations seen during the siren song are miracles. Because there are 10,000 gods, the probability of seeing something different every time you go there is high. This is a novel experience. People who have seen the siren song said, for those with strong mental strength, this is a free amusement park. Despite the horror of the hallucinations, many people still flock to it. After all, hallucinations will not cause real harm. The golden thread has slipped into the back kitchen, and Lingyu heard the soup in the pot making a gurgling sound. Who is the watcher today? A deep male voice asked. Bai Li. I've notified them. The young man answered. After a while, the young man came to serve the dishes. He also brought a compressed battery for the big white goose. This is a power bank that is suitable for various home robots. The big white goose is a special model, but it is also compatible with it. Jie. Before the big white goose could say anything, Ji Chen pinched its mouth. Don't eat things given by strangers. And Lingyu stopped the chopsticks in her hand, and she suddenly felt that she was the one eating the stranger's food. But this is a legitimate store, right? Oh, sorry. The young man was about to explain, but Lingyu waved his hand and handed the battery back. It's okay. It doesn't use this kind of battery. The big white goose nestled in Ji Chen's lap aggrievedly, watching the two of them eat and drink their fill before slowly leaving the restaurant. The siren song can save at least half the time, so Lingyu decided to give it a try. As soon as he returned to the starship, the big white goose rushed straight to the charging port. Halfway through, it felt like it was not enough, so it rushed to the maintenance room instead. And Lingyu didn't know how to take care of the machine. It would be best if it could take care of itself. The siren point is an irregular object that is almost circular, with dark blue textures flowing on its surface. A danger warning popped up before the starship passed through, and Lingyu checked the read button and clicked confirm. When she approached the siren point, she felt a dense tingling pain in her head. And soon, a large area of blue sea water flooded the starship's display screen. The surging waves reminded her of the sea on Storm Star. Has she entered a hallucination? The dark blue sea turned ink black as it rolled, and the surroundings became dark, almost without light. The starship's high-beam searchlight was on, but the sea was too dark for them to see clearly. There seemed to be something in the distance, with shining scales, perhaps a big fish. Before they could get close, the big fish's tail slapped over, and Lingyu's heart tightened, and she suppressed her instinct to dodge, and did not move the starship control panel. In the siren's song, the most taboo is to change the course and to drive manually. The seawater was flowing, and this tail that hit them on the head did not hurt them. But they were trapped by the tail. Do fish really have such a long and thin tail? The scales glowed coldly in the Black Sea, and the tail was wrapped around in circles. And Lingyu turned to look at Ji Chen. He leaned tightly against the back of the chair, and his fingers holding the armrests turned slightly white. Are you scared? And Lingyu stood up and walked towards Ji Chen steadily. As long as she didn't look outside the starship, the world in her eyes was no different from usual. Ji Chen turned his eyes to her. His expression was a little stiff, but he still smiled. The moment their eyes overlapped, the blood on his face disappeared instantly. What's wrong? Chapter 12. Ji Chen didn't say anything, just stared at her back. Was it an illusion outside the starship? As long as you strengthen your psychological suggestion and tell yourself that these are all fake, you won't be scared. And Lingyu turned back slowly. The starship became a little brighter, and something white flashed by. A huge round tail occupied the center of the starship display, dividing the wide screen into two halves. It turns out it's this big. And Lingyu looked at the scales carefully. They were lined up and very well fitted. Looking at this slender shape, could it be a creature like a hairtail or an electric eel? Suddenly, a huge human face appeared on the left screen. The dark eyeballs were like rotating planets. Even though he was mentally prepared, and Lingyu took a deep breath, it did not stay on the left, but appeared on the right display screen in a blink of an eye. At this time, it seemed to notice the people in the starship and suddenly came up. The back of the co-pilot seat made a sound of being overwhelmed, and Lingyu found that Ji Chen had torn the leather on the chair. The starship began to shake. The thing outside seemed to be interested in something, and rolled up the starship with its tail. And Lingyu was thrown around and hurriedly held the chair where Ji Chen sat to steady himself. All the devices in the starship were fixed. Therefore, the other party shaking would not affect anything except the two people and the goose. Oh no! The goose is a mechanical creation. It should be fine. Are you okay? And Lingyu checked the seatbelt that Ji Chen had fastened at some point, and said for no reason, "Don't tear the seat." Ji Chen stared at her with wide eyes, not knowing whether he was shocked or terrified. And Lingyu suddenly wanted to touch his head. She did so. The hair was stiff and a little prickly, so it was recommended to use a smoothing shampoo. If you are really scared, You can hold my hand? And Ling Yu stretched out a hand to hold Ji Chen. To avoid embarrassment, she turned back and found that the screen was blue sky and white clouds. Look! It's all right now. Wait. Blue sky and white clouds. This doesn't match the starship's route. The huge human face appeared on the display screen again. Her tail reached into the starship and rolled the two people out directly. The cool scales were attached to the skin, and the hot sun shone all around. She could see the giant's long eyelashes and the huge shadow it cast. Isn't this illusion a bit too much? And Ling Yu felt the reality of being a bodyguard for the first time. Ji Chen was holding her arms tightly, wishing he could hang on her. The giant with a human face and a snake body put them in his palms and tapped their heads with the index finger of his other hand. Before the finger reached the top of her head, Ji Chen sat down with a snap, and the hand only touched Ling Yu's head. The giant shook her head. She blew a breath, and the two were swept up by a breeze and floated backwards. The comfortable wind soon disappeared, and they fell from the sky. There were clouds and mist below, and a group of mud people cheered on the ground. Don't fall down. And Ling Yu prayed in her heart. The clouds and mist suddenly increased, and they fell on the fluffy clouds. Ji Chen fell face to face with the clouds and sat up in a hurry. A few small clouds were lifted by the movement, like flying goose feathers. There was a piece of gauze on the cloud, light as nothing, and stretched freely. And Ling Yu pulled Ji Chen up and walked in the direction where the gauze was floating. 3 huge women sat on the cloud, spitting together, but their faces were facing 3 different directions. You are here. The woman in the middle looked at the 2 people. What are you looking for? Big sister. Is it you? The woman called Big Sister was a little older. She turned her head and looked back. Everything is available under the blank space. On the other side was a young woman wearing a veiled mask. She picked up the scroll beside her and put it in front of her lips. Shh. The secret cannot be revealed. The snake is coming. You should leave. The woman in the middle said. The black snake was swimming not far away, and Ling Yu quickly pulled Ji Chen to run in the opposite direction. The clouds became thinner, and they would disappear soon after they stepped on them. They could only run without stopping, diving all the way to the ground. There were still many clay figures standing on the ground. They had clothes, and they changed from the natural earth yellow to colorful and green. The long snake behind them was chasing them relentlessly. Ling Yu and Ji Chen ran to the last cloud and decided to jump down directly. The snake opened its bloody mouth and pounced on them. Bang! They fell to the ground, and a yellow semicircle appeared on the ground, covering them in the middle. Cough, cough, cough. And Ling Yu waved her hand to sweep away the dust in front of her eyes. The snake in the sky disappeared. The day was bright, as if it was a dream. When Ling Yu turned around to look at the mud man, she found that they had returned to the color of earth. They stood in silence, row after row, like a procession. Now the illusion was finally a little more stable, although there was a strong sense of oppression when so many clay figures as tall as a person stood in front of them. At least they did not move. And Ling Yu stood up and patted the dirt off her clothes, and picked up Ji Chen by the way. Are you okay? When will the hallucination disappear? Ji Chen asked. And Ling Yu shook her head, not for long. As if to confirm her words, the surrounding scenery began to change, and the decorations inside the starship gradually appeared. They returned to the starship, but it was a restaurant. The two sat opposite each other at the table, the imitation candles on the candlesticks flickering. There was a bowl of light yellow noodles on the table. I don't think I bought such noodles, and Ling Yu reminded gently. The illusion is still going on. You should be prepared. Ji Chen pursed his lips and stared at the bowl of noodles that suddenly appeared. The noodles were moving, and Ling Yu stood up and walked quickly to Ji Chen's side. The movement of the noodles gradually accelerated, like yellow waves. The bowl was also shaken, making a clacking sound on the table. A round ball like a crab's eye stood up through the layers of noodles. There was some snail-like mucus on it, shining. Hello. It greeted and suddenly took off. The light of the ceiling lamp seemed to be aimed at it. When Ling Yu looked up, she felt a moment of glare. It had 2 round eyes and countless wriggling tentacles. Choose your faith, it said, for tentacles stretched out, each with a white drop of water on it. And Ling Yu only took a glance, and a miraculous picture appeared in his mind. The first water drop was a woman with a human head and a snake body. The second was 3 sisters spinning. The third was a black snake, and the fourth was a group of clay men standing. And Ling Yu saw that the illusion did not fade, and said, Are you? Pantheism? Yes. Is there no belief of yours here? It asked. What will happen if there is no belief? You will become a wanderer. And the next time you enter here, you will meet various gods. Until one day you choose someone. Or what? You can create one. It's hard. But nothing is impossible if you want it. What if there's no next time and I never come again? And Lingyu asked. If you don't come, then don't come. Its voice slowly faded away. And its body became transparent. The air twisted. And the appearance of the inner wall of the starship gradually changed. And Lingyu still stood beside Ji-Chen. But this is the starship cockpit. The place before the illusion began. Ji-Chen took a long breath and looked at the speedometer on the display. The actual speed was 1.24 times faster than the planned speed. And they were still in the aftermath of the siren song. And Lingyu was a little apologetic. She didn't expect Ji-Chen to be afraid of these things. Jie. The big white goose was pointing in the cab. I've said the siren song is dangerous. Ji-Chen pinched its mouth in dissatisfaction. Did you come here on purpose to laugh at me? Didn't you go to the maintenance room? The big white goose whined a few times. Probably because it was set up so that it couldn't speak without opening its mouth. So it didn't say a word. Ji-Chen pinched his goosebump for a while. Recovered. And leaned back on the chair. He casually opened the electronic diary on the light computer. This is my first time to go through the siren song. I need to write it down. Is this really your first time to go through the siren song? Amid Lingyu's doubts. He opened the search box to search the diary in full text. And found 278 search results. It turns out that I founded a religion. Ji-Chen scratched his head. What religion? Return to the cage. We can skip the siren song on our way back. And Lingyu had no urgent business. So she decided to sympathize with the coward in the illusion. You can visit other small planets and see the local characteristics. Okay. Except for the speed. Everything was normal on the starship. The two of them lay on the chairs, playing with their own computers. The relationship between the siren song and the Pantheon was probably not a one-sided affair. And Lingyu researched the internet for a while and discovered the concepts of spirit and chi. The Pantheon believed that spirit was the root of human beings. And chi. It is a kind of energy. The god in the illusion is the external manifestation of chi. Robots have similar views. They believe that memory and logic make up people. And the body is a decoration of people. Replacing mechanical limbs is just changing accessories. Or changing clothes. Thanks to the song of the siren. They arrived at the RF-72 star in the afternoon. But this planet is pitch black. It is night all the time. There is no sun here. And there are no similar stars. Because there was no planned landing point. Lingyu randomly found an open area to land. There was a desert all around. With a few large rocks standing abruptly. The wind was a bit strong. And some white debris was blown up. It was flat and oval. Like sand and stone. It felt slightly cool when it blew on the body. In short, this is definitely not a good place for a picnic. And Lingyu drove Ji-Chen around and found the place where the hibernation capsule was moved. The location was confirmed by navigation and longitude and latitude. And there were no special landmarks here. Anyway, we can't come here in vain. Although it's not suitable for a picnic. We can set off some fireworks. It should be nice to see the night sky all day long. And Lingyu stopped the car and took out the fireworks from the trunk. I do some. Ji-Chen snapped his fingers. And a blue arc flashed at his fingertips. Is this Noah's ability? And Lingyu asked. Guess what's the use? Ji-Chen blinked. Took the fireworks and ran a few meters away. Chapter 13. Ji-Chen snapped his fingers. And this time a blue flame shot out from his fingertips. The flame core was white. And the flame tail was red. The fuse of the firework was lit. And he hurried towards Lingyu. It's fire! He shouted. A thin layer of coal pine fragrance floated in the air. This old-fashioned firework has undergone several changes. And the fuse has the characteristics of incense. Thousands of fireworks rose to the sky, bursting with fleeting brilliance. The swaying sparks were like scattered stars. And Lingyu thought of the shining star rain of the Rilla Nebula. She bought 3 boxes of fireworks. But they wouldn't last long. More would be a bit deliberate. A strand of gold mixed in the fireworks rushed straight into the night. Paused in the exploding fireworks. And then rushed straight towards her. She stretched out her hand, as if summoning a shooting star. Ji-Chen's eyes were attracted. His pupils reflected the golden light. And he asked curiously, what is this? The gold thread suddenly disappeared. A spark that almost jumped over. Enlingyu said, "Light up the last box of fireworks. I wait for you in the car." Ji-Chen went to move the fireworks in a daze. Enlingyu found some food from the trunk and deliberately dropped the spare computer in her pocket on the ground. She picked up a bag of bread and 2 bottles of drinks, and kicked the spare computer into the pile of rocks while walking to the car. After being kidnapped by the robot that day, she went to the physical store to buy 2 computers. Now is the time to use them. You can't stay on RF-72 for too long. Otherwise people will be suspicious. Leave a computer. What if it is picked up by the other party? At present, there are no residents on RF-72, and no tourism projects have been developed. The only people who would hang out here, apart from the developers who might come, would be the companion whom they had never met. The last box of fireworks was lit, and Enlingyu was in the car. She had just put down her drinks and took out a napkin. Ji-Chen got into the car with a chill, took the napkin and went to get the bread. The fireworks outside suddenly rose. Sure enough, the fireworks you see by accident are the most beautiful, Enlingyu said. Ji-Chen also looked up. Then I hope there will be many unintentional moments in the future. After having dinner in the car, the two returned to the starship. Enlingyu originally planned to stay here for one night on the pretext of resting. But the starship was in automatic driving mode, and there was no bumpy feeling at all. After thinking about it, he decided not to stay here for such a lame reason. The two said goodnight to each other, and went into the bedroom. The medium-sized starship is much larger than the small one, and the facilities are more comprehensive. For example, there are 5 bedrooms in this starship. The evening news reported that Ji Mingguang won the first battle. Thinking of the phrase, mechanical immortality, and the mysterious general warehouse, Enlingyu didn't know for a moment whether this was a complete victory. After waking up from a nap, they arrived at Star R, and the starship quietly stopped beside the platform. Enlingyu and Ji-Chen drove the hover car down, and the big white goose sat obediently in the back row. This landing center was obviously more prosperous. Enlingyu saw many vendors selling breakfast, and some stalls selling camping supplies. Ji-Chen was attracted by a stall selling tents. The tent sold by the stall owner has a transparent top, so you can watch the stars. A must-have for watching the twinkling star shower. The stall owner shouted, "I want to buy this." Ji-Chen pressed the window. Enlingyu stopped the car, and he rushed down to choose a tent, an inflatable mattress, 2 sleeping bags, and a small camping lantern. "Look, it's starry sky color. So beautiful. I want to put it in my bedroom." Ji-Chen handed the dark blue camping lantern to Enlingyu. When the light was on, there were flying light spots in the glass cover, like leisurely fireflies. Enlingyu thought of his crowded bedroom. "Remind you, your bedroom is already very full. It won't be too crowded to even put a lamp in it." "I like it very much," Ji-Chen said. "Maybe you can put the things you don't use in the warehouse," Enlingyu said. "But I like them. I must like them very much if I put them in my bedroom." "Will you really remember them?" "What if you remember them one day? I will be very sad if I can't find them." Ji-Chen turned his head and looked out the window. "Hey, ice cream. I want to go there." Enlingyu drove the car to the side of the New Star ice cream shop. It's a pity that there is a queue for this shop. While waiting for Ji-Chen, she went to the next door and bought 2 sandwiches for breakfast. Starry Sky ice cream. "Do you like this?" Ji-Chen handed over a blueberry ice cream, and he still held the light yellow vanilla flavor in his hand. Enlingyu nodded and took it. There is a range suitable for observing the twinkling star shower on the map. It's very large. Let's find a place with fewer people and a quieter place. Okay. The two chose a small hillside and spent some time setting up the tent. The big white goose brought a small white flower from somewhere. "You won't steal other people's flowers, will you?" Ji-Chen put his hands on his waist. The big white goose shook his head and handed the flower to him. It spoke only after Ji-Chen took the flower. "Gaw. Given. Maybe it's because it's cute." Enlingyu touched the big white goose's head. "Gaw. That's it." Although Star R is located in a remote area, there are troops stationed here because of the alien suspicion of the twinkling star rain. With such a spectacle and guaranteed safety, star lovers flocked here. The people from the Research Institute have already explored the Rila Nebula, and this is the first line of sight. We seem to have forgotten to buy a telescope, Enlingyu said awkwardly. After all, the twinkling star shower is not a real meteor shower, and you need to use a telescope to observe the interior of the Rila Nebula to see it. There is such a thing. Ji-chan came out of the tent. The two abandoned the tent and got into the car, quickly locating an equipment store. When we arrived at the store, we found that it was just a temporary stall, and its business scope was repair and maintenance. After all, Planet R is a planet to be developed, and there are no permanent residents. If you open a store here, it will have closed down long ago. After the Twinkling Star Rain became popular in recent days, a large number of people came to wait for the Star Rain. They also brought their own equipment, and at most they needed to repair some bumps and damages. Ah, do we have to go to other planets to buy and then come back? Ji-chan asked. The hovercraft slowly drove towards the starship, and Lingyu had a bold idea. Let's go directly to see it. Go to the Rila Nebula. Jie. The big white goose cried all over, and Ji-chan quickly pinched its mouth. You are not allowed to have any opinions. It is not the place for small animals to interrupt adults. Let's listen to what it says. What if you are afraid of the Twinkling Star Rain? And Lingyu smiled. How is it possible? I am. Ji-chan's words Noah were stuck in his mouth, and he thought of his father stationed on Planet J. These two words that symbolize strength could not be said. I am. Ji-chan muttered a few words in a low voice, and then became confident again. I have seen many storms. Oh! After more than 200 siren points. Are you still afraid of the siren song after returning? No. Ji-chan vowed. I haven't experienced that many times. I just mentioned the nouns repeatedly when I wrote my diary. The big white goose just broke free from its restraints and cried confidently. Gaw! You can't interspace with your physical body. It's not good for the optical brain, and it's easy to break down. Then let's take down the optical brain and go again. Oh no! We can watch it directly in the starship, Lingyu said. The big white goose tilted its neck, thinking that what she said made some sense. Okay. Let's do it this way. Small animals should not interfere in adults' affairs. Ji-chan pointed at the big white goose. The Rila Nebula is an undeveloped area with unknown risks. In case of an accident, the Alliance will not go to such a place for rescue. Except for fanatics. Generally no one will take such risks. Ji-chan wanted to get a certificate to work. He can take marginal interstellar exploration missions in the background, so that he can make another fortune. But this starship is not a starship he can drive, and Lingyu didn't have the qualifications to explore, so she could only go there on her own as usual. Before leaving, they communicated with the Institute of Space Exploration and obtained the approximate coordinates of the launch of the Twinkling Star Shower. I don't know when the next star shower will be. We may have to wait there for a long time, Ji-chan said. It doesn't matter. There is plenty of food. And Lingyu took out 2 bags of potato chips and stuffed them into Ji-chan's pocket. People's reaction speed is not as fast as that of a starship. So even though it is heading to an unknown area, the starship still uses automatic driving. However, to prevent accidents, and Lingyu still opened the manual operating console. The Rila Nebula is like a dream. The blue light extends like a thread, as if flowing on the clouds. The bright and exquisite ones are the sparkling stars. They are connected or facing each other, forming this vast sea of stars. The starship moves forward cautiously at a low speed, like a lonely boat slowly sliding across the water. The galaxy is about to turn, and the blue waves are slightly rippling. A little silver light condenses in the depths of the nebula, and it flies towards the starship like a rising firework. And Lingyu releases the golden thread, trying to capture the moment of this flowing light. The golden thread touches. It is a ball of entangled silver gauze. It stopped. This was the first time the Twinkling Star Rain stopped. It was blending with the golden thread, and Lingyu felt a strange feeling, like a butterfly flapping its wings in the palm of her hand. The slight tremor disturbed the whole world. The sea of stars was boundless, and the universe was vast. Was she the hands? Or the butterfly? Another ball of silver light suddenly arrived. Bang! The fragmented stream of light filled the sky. The flying light was all over the sky, like rain. The second silver light hit the silver gauze entangled with the golden thread. The gold thread was smashed into tiny pieces, gleaming with golden light. The silver gauze was even more broken into powder, flowing with silver light. They scattered in the blue nebula, like a bright rain. A cold firework. Shimmering star rain. Ji-chan sighed. We are so lucky. No. And Lingyu walked in front of him. Close your eyes. Why? Before Ji-chan finished speaking, his eyes were covered by a pair of hands. He stepped back and fell into the chair. Well, is there any surprise? He asked. Of course. And Ling Yu felt the blinking eyelashes under her fingertips. Like a butterfly. She turned her head to look at the first silver butterfly that turned into a rain of stars. The flying silver flakes have begun to fade. They should continue to fall, lose their light, and disappear. But in Ling Yu's eyes, they are gathering. Those flickering, extinguished light spots relit in Ling Yu's eyes. They gathered in the middle, and gradually formed an outline. This is the same feature as the gold thread. When the operator unintentionally reveals it, its shape will not be captured by human eyes or machines. Unless, Noah, unless, companion, you are here. The silver thread turns into font. It is greeting. It is looking forward to it. You are here. I have waited for so long. I cannot enter the range of the Alliance. Cannot contact you. And cannot find you. I can only type. Twinkling star rain again and again in the Edge Nebula. Will someone see it? Someone will share it with others. If more people know about it, you will also hear about it. You will come to find me. Right? You are finally here. Chapter 14. Yes. And Ling Yu pressed the external speaker of the starship at the same time. Another feature of the gold thread is that it can hear sounds. And the same is true for the silver thread. She can communicate with the other party in this way. However, Jichen under her palm thought that this was said to him, and asked strangely, "What surprise? Can you come closer to me?" The words made of silver thread are changing. This distance is a bit far. And Ling Yu knew that the gold thread was difficult to control at a long distance. And the other party must have this problem. So she started the starship and moved forward. The silver thread turned into a ball of light, leading her forward, until the ball of light crashed into the starship. Well, I'm so happy to see you. You must have forgotten a lot of things. Right? The silver thread changed in front of Ling Yu. She looked down at the starship's loudspeaker and turned it off. It's normal to lose memory after the transformation. This is the price you pay for gaining abilities, which is the gold thread you peeled off. Because the distance is close enough. The number of words that the silver thread can display has also increased. But your gold thread doesn't seem to be enough. If you just released all of it, you can try to continue peeling it off. Although it is painful. The starship was moving too fast at that time. And I didn't have time to finish talking to you. You are going to rescue Noah 4. Do you know who he is? He is in a bad condition. And Noah's heart has been taken out. You have to steal Noah's heart. Noah with a heart would not be trapped by the Alliance. You may have forgotten that when Noah was born, it was a combination of super meteorite crystal and human heart, and then penetrated the body with blood. So the heart is the most important thing to Noah. And Noah number 1. There is no news after she was seriously injured. She should still be alive. If possible. Save all Noahs. No matter who they are. Are you Noah? And Ling Yu asked. I think so. Jichen thought he was talking to him. Insi also heard this. No. I am a human. Here comes the point. When we fought against the alien wit, we won. But we were robbed by another alien creature. It is a creature called Water Firefly, which parasitizes many people, such as Jiming Wang. Noah will not be parasitized. But the current Alliance leaders are probably all Water Fireflies. We can't identify it. I hid in the depths of the universe. But unfortunately, I was entangled by another strange thing. The good news is that I am stronger than it. I devoured it. And then I became stronger. Now I eat one of these low-level creatures. And eat a pair of them. But I have been assimilated a little. So don't come to see me for now. Our distance is just right now. Well, I'm talking. Do you have anything to ask? The amount of information she suddenly received was a bit overwhelming. And Ling Yu wanted to smother Jichen first. And then sit down and have a good chat with him. But she couldn't. Is there any other Noah alive? And Ling Yu remembered that Shueying couldn't possess Noah. Is it possible that I am also Noah? It's a very bold assumption. Jichen said. You are Noah. That's why I let you go deep into the enemy camp. I should have told you these things a long time ago. At that time, a starship finally went to the location of the hibernation capsule. I was afraid that if I missed it, I would not know when I could get you into the Alliance. So I let them take you away. You almost woke up at that time. And I almost told you everything. It's a pity. Fortunately you came here now. You fell asleep because I cast a spell. Well, this is a secret method of the alien creature I devoured. Swallowing the rare fruit they produce can enter the sea of consciousness for a period of time. You can break your own memory in the sea of consciousness. It hurts a lot, and you will faint. But after waking up, the sea of consciousness will heal itself. And there will be a kind of silk condensed on it, which is the golden silk in your hand. It is similar to scarring after injury. And the golden silk is the scar that falls off. Try to go to bar off for a while. You have been unconscious for a long time. I don't think you can do it like this. Or you can eat some more fruit and break your memory again. Oh, I am not a sadist. It's just that this thing will help you do things in the Alliance. Right? This is what you proposed. My spare optical computer seems to have been lost on RS-72. Let's go back and look for it. It should be in my hibernation capsule. If anyone finds it, please contact me, Unlingyu said. Okay, Jichen said. Then shall we go to our F-72 first? Okay. Is it inconvenient for you to talk? I go look for the optical computer. I hope no one gets there first. Yes. Can you let me go? Is the surprise in the spare optical computer? Jichen asked. Yes. It's not surprising enough now, Unlingyu said. Forget it. You already know about this. So let's not do it. Let's go to Morning Star. It's time to water your flowers. No. What have you prepared? Jichen's heart was crawling with ants. If you are obedient now, there will still be surprises. Don't be curious, Unlingyu said. Jichen nodded. Okay. Let's go to Morning Star. Morning Star is far away from here. It takes more than a day to travel without the siren song. Unlingyu set the destination and decided to find something else to divert Jichen's attention. But Jichen seemed to be trapped in another vicious circle. Are you Noah number one? The old man wouldn't spend so much money to find a companion for me. And you also have amnesia. But why don't you have regular physical examinations? And Lingyu couldn't explain it. Don't think about these things. Think about your flower shop. It loses 28,000 every month. Have you worked hard recently? Do you have money to support the flower shop? Jichen's face suddenly sank. I'm so poor. My tent. Let's take it back before going to Morning Star. It's worth 218 star coins. By the way, and Lingyu landed on our star again. After taking away the tent and setting the autopilot target, the two entered the living room of the starship. Jichen fell on the sofa and sighed with satisfaction. And Lingyu sat next to Jichen with a pillow in her arms, trying to use this comfortable environment to shorten the distance between the two. Companion? The content of what he said seemed absurd, but it made some sense when you thought about it carefully. What does it take to destroy a civilization? Deny its history and annihilate its culture. The precious victory of the Dawn War was called a wrong decision. And the Lantern Festival, with its colorful lights and flowers, was banned from search. But there are also some unreasonable places. Is Ji Mingguang parasitized by fireflies? She heard it clearly with her golden thread when she was in the Academy of Sciences. Ji Mingguang was the only member who firmly protected Jichen. Why? What are you thinking about? Jichen also grabbed a pillow and turned his head to look at her. And Lingyu smiled. Anyway, the problem would not disappear just because she was depressed. Don't you remember anything about the past? She asked casually, without any hope. No, Jichen said. And Lingyu was shocked. What do you remember? Jichen followed the tassels of the pillow before becoming Noah. I was doing scientific research. Scientific research. There is no news about this on the internet. Didn't you completely lose your memory? How much do you remember? I remember that I wore a white coat. And the rest is so vague. Don't worry. Jichen stuffed the pillow under his head. I dreamed about it. I dream about it again. And Lingyu sat on the sofa for a while and saw that Jichen was really asleep. The big white goose quietly nestled in the corner and looked at Jichen. And Lingyu got up and went to the driver's cab. She was a little anxious, wondering if her companion could find a spare computer. And maybe she shouldn't leave so hastily. When she turned on the computer, she found that a message had been lying there quietly. It was a user with a pure white avatar. And the place where the name should be written was blank. How are you? Strange. This doesn't sound like what a companion would say. In theory, blank nicknames cannot be set for contacts on a computer. But there is no guarantee that there will be loopholes. But does the companion have the time to change this? And Lingyu clicked on the homepage and looked at it. But there was nothing. After exiting the chat box, she found her small account. And the name and avatar of the small account had not changed. This strange mysterious person is not a companion. But she is her friend. The number of people Lingyu has added can be counted on one hand. In turn by MO. Protected object Jichen also has his own trumpet and transmission assistant. There is no need to pull the message panel. You can see at a glance that there is one more. After thinking it over again and again, she decided to ask directly, "You are?" The other party did not show that it was typing. And the message was sent directly, "You don't remember me, junior sister." The moment the message was delivered, the place where the nickname should be displayed at the top of the chat box flashed. Senior sister. The two words appeared there, and Lingyu subconsciously clicked on the avatar to take a look. And the nickname on the other party's homepage was still blank. But it was clearly written on my chat box that I was a senior sister. This couldn't be the note I gave her. Network delay? Lingyu, senior sister? Senior sister, yes. Junior sister. I miss you very much. Just like the parents who disappeared for 40 years reappeared by my side. This recognition of fellow disciples was unexpected. And Lingyu, I have lost my memory and don't remember anyone. Can you tell me about us? Senior sister, of course. Junior sister. Look up. And Lingyu's heart tightened. She had a bad habit. Unlike most New Age people who adjusted the projection to a level view, she liked to look down when looking at the optical computer. But how did senior sister know? What's there to look up? Her limbs were stiff for a moment, and she didn't make any big movements. She tried to move her eyes, and slowly moved her sight away from the light brain projection. There was someone in front of her. The person in the white coat was walking, and Lingyu raised her head completely, and she found that she was not in the starship cockpit at all. It should be an illusion? Like the siren's song. This is a laboratory, and judging from the items and the number of people in the room, it seems a bit cramped. She cast her eyes on the faces of those wearing masks, and she couldn't recognize any of them. The door behind her opened, and she walked in. Her face and eyebrows were exactly the same, except that she had short hair, and Lingyu finally planned to change her position. But she seemed to be glued to the seat, and could not move. Myself's entry added some liveliness to the laboratory, and then Lingyu saw many people whispering. The green-eyed woman who was originally standing on the edge walked towards her. Unlike the short-haired men and women around her, she had long hair. Her hair was roughly tied up, but a few strands fell behind her neck. Senior sister. The short-haired self spoke. Sister Yen is in a small meeting. The regular meeting is over. There is good news and bad news. Chapter 15. Oh! The elder sister's voice was cold and cold, with a rising end, as if she was interested. She didn't look as old-fashioned or sloppy as others in her white coat, but rather a lazy feeling that was free from this small space. The short-haired self glanced at the laboratory. Let's wait for Sister Yen to talk. Okay. The elder sister turned around and went back, as if she didn't care about the two pieces of information at all. The time was processed, and soon it was time for Sister Yen to come. To be honest, she looked like a little old lady. The situation is urgent. Sister Yen waved her hand to signal everyone to listen, and she continued without waiting for everyone to put down their work. Shaun is going to transfer to another group. Engineer Liao. Transfer that project to Group A with her, and you will help with the connection in the near future. There were some sighing sounds around. Transfer to Group A? Sister Yen frowned. Why? This is the project we are doing. Group A has better resources. Liao Qing. You should control your temper. You also know the current situation. What does Group A know? I personally took the lead in building this project. Can I just give it to them? Sister Yen sighed. There are many people who oppose this project. You know the reason. I finally agreed to give it a try. The requirement at the meeting was that you cannot participate. Short-haired and Lingyu came to the side of the senior sister. It can't be helped. Senior sister? The senior sister was silent for a moment, and returned to the table to organize the materials. She glanced back lightly. Don't let me laugh at the level of Group A. As this sentence fell, the scene in the laboratory became blurred, and Lingyu returned to the starship. She stood up from the chair and looked down at the light brain again. The other party sent a message. Senior sister, at that time, you left your hometown with the team, which made me very sad. Lingyu, sad because you left the project with you. Right? Senior sister, junior sister. You are still so bad at talking. Lingyu, senior sister doesn't look much better. Senior sister, junior sister. And Lingyu was about to type when another message popped up. Small account, good afternoon. I finally figured out the time now. And Lingyu, you are? Small account, I am. Oh, what's my name? And Lingyu saw that the chat box above the other party kept showing input is in progress. She switched back to the chat history of her senior sister. It was a bit busy, but fortunately, she had a fast hand speed and could chat with 2 people at the same time. Unling Yu, was that scene just now an illusion? Senior sister, no. You didn't eat mushrooms. So how could you be poisoned? Unling Yu. Senior sister, holographic projection. Junior sister, you are out of date. Let you sleep for 100 years. Unling Yu, so why can you use my Starship holographic projection? My optical computer does not have this function. And the Starship did not communicate with you. Unling Yu, hacker? Should I call the police? Senior sister, junior sister. You make me sad. Senior sister, today is a rare gathering of fellow disciples. And you actually. Unling Yu, picture. Unling Yu, senior sister. Is this fugitive suspect Liao Yu? Senior sister, damn it. This photo does not have my beauty at all. Unling Yu, but the reward amount under the photo is very attractive. Unling Yu, senior sister. You also know that I am a little tight on money. Senior sister, isn't it just this little money? Junior sister, you need to have a big picture. Unling Yu, please transfer the money. Senior sister, I waved my hand gently, without taking away a cloud. And Ling Yu was about to answer the call, but suddenly found that the chat box of the senior sister disappeared completely. She hurriedly looked for the dialogue box just now. In the message record, there was no. In the contact, there was no. In the historical contact, there was no. She was stunned for a while, and found that the small account had sent a message. He had changed his name. Bai Zai, I forgot what my name was. So I used this name. Bai Zai, this seems to be a kind of auspicious beast. The kind that knows a lot. I like it. Unling Yu, okay. Unling Yu, do you know that I have a senior sister? Bai Zai, yes. It was she who helped wake you up. The first time you woke up. And Ling Yu, what does she look like? Bai Zai, she looks like a human being. And Ling Yu, you are also a talker. Bai Zai, then, she is very fierce? And Ling Yu, forget it. Why am I dormant? Who am I? You should know. Bai Zai, yes. You explained it to me before. Bai Zai, you are the first Noah. And the last Noah. The reason for dormancy is that the energy is overdrawn, and you can't wake up. Unling Yu, I am Noah number 1? Bai Zai, number 0. Or number 8. You didn't become a Noah in the conventional sense at first. You are considered a Noah only after the senior sister came to transform you. Unling Yu, how to contact the senior sister. Bai Zai, passively wait. Unling Yu, at the same time as the ellipsis was sent. A message popped up on the top of the light brain. Senior sister, I haven't seen you for a while. Junior sister, you miss me. And Ling Yu has guessed that the other party is a technical master. After all, things like transforming Noah were completed in a light manner. Unling Yu, can you leave your chat box? It will be convenient for us to communicate. Senior sister, junior sister wants to call the police to arrest me. You are very scary. I can't afford to offend you. So I can only hide. Unling Yu, we didn't even meet. Senior sister, I am writing to you. Unling Yu, senior sister, do you have the possessiveness? Senior sister, Unling Yu, just mark a place and don't allow others to come. Senior sister, junior sister, you want me to mark this place? Unling Yu, isn't it normal for us to rely on each other? Unling Yu, senior sister, you can't do it? Senior sister, what a clumsy way of provoking. But, I am willing. Senior sister, your chat communication and internet records will not be monitored by others. Only by me. Are you satisfied? Junior sister? The ancient man who had no relatives for 100 years. Gained 2 more relatives and friends overnight. I didn't feel very secure, but felt like I was trapped in a telecom scam. Not only did I not receive a penny of funding, but I also lost a light computer. I even lost a lot of my sense of freedom. What does only I can monitor mean? And Ling Yu looked at the watch and went to the living room to wake up Ji Chen, who was sleeping on the sofa. It's noon. Do you want to take a nap? She asked. Ji Chen squinted at her in confusion, and was shaken a few times before the words entered his mind. A few words kept turning around in his mind, as if he couldn't form a reasonable sentence. And Ling Yu asked. Ji Chen nodded quickly, and Ling Yu covered him with a blanket and said, Okay. You go to sleep. I go to eat by myself. Ji Chen lay on the sofa. And the more he thought, the more he couldn't sleep. In the afternoon, they landed on a high-level planet. Ji Chen went down excitedly to find food. And Ling Yu wanted to get rid of the big white goose when he got off the starship. But it chased him to the hovercraft. I couldn't lock it in the car when I got out of the car. These 2 steps were a bit deliberate. And she didn't know if the big white goose could feel it. The 2 of them strolled in the pedestrian street. And Ling Yu was eager to get more effective information and didn't pay much attention to the street. At noon, she asked her senior sister about Noah. But her senior sister avoided the topic. Only when she mentioned Ji Chen. She seemed to have some emotions. But she didn't reveal more, pulling her thoughts out of the memories. And Ling Yu looked around on the street. This commercial street is quite prosperous. She came here for dinner and to replenish her supplies. Her main purpose must be to get rid of the big white goose and chat with Ji Chen alone. But although the white goose is stupid, it follows closely. This is the eye that Ji Mingwang put beside Ji Chen. Just as she was thinking, a light blue ice cream was handed to her. Here. Ji Chen just came out of the new Star ice cream shop. Thank you. The 2 stood on the street. There is no sun on this planet. And the sky is always white. It was a clear cloudy day. And dark clouds would appear at night. This environment was very comfortable. Except for the lack of a sense of time. Everything was neither slow nor slow. The breeze blew through the wind chimes under the eaves. And Ling Yu looked towards the store. The sign read, Win Cinema. Ji Chen had already pulled her there. The advertisement next to it said immersive holographic movies. And Ling Yu's eyes lingered on the word holographic for a moment. And followed him in. What do you want to see? Ji Chen voted in front of the vending machine. How about Space Rose? This nebula is very beautiful. It was filmed on location. And Ling Yu glanced at the big white goose. Does it need a ticket? No. Because it doesn't deserve my money. Ji Chen walked to the white goose and bent down. Can you stop standing here like a light bulb? The big white goose tilted its head and thought for a while. Then sat down. Seeing that Ling Yu had no intention of choosing a movie, Ji Chen pulled her out and said, Let's go. Don't worry about it. The 2 walked out of the theater. And the white goose didn't follow them. When Ling Yu looked back, the big white goose stuck its head out of the theater and looked over here. When they crossed a street and turned a corner, the white goose was completely out of sight. Is it okay for it to be alone there? It's okay. It can go back by itself. Ji Chen looked left and right. And this street was not as prosperous as the previous one, due to the vast land and sparse population. The prosperous areas on most planets are just a little bit. Do you have anything to say? Ji Chen asked. Why did you keep me as a bodyguard? Come on. It's super cool to be over 100 years old and drive a starship and love to eat chili ice cream. Okay. And Ling Yu held his forehead. I wonder if you will remember me. You know I have lost my memory too. Do you know me? This sentence seemed to remind him of something. And Ji Chen stopped. You often appear in my dreams. He used his optical brain to turn over a diary, which was edited a long time ago and was called Dream Man. He didn't open it, but showed Ling Yu the title and closed it. So I recognized you at first sight. What kind of dream? And Ling Yu began to believe that his dream was not groundless. She recalled the scene she saw in the projection of her senior sister. Am I wearing a white coat too? Am I a scientific researcher like you? In the projection brought by the senior sister, there was no Ji Chen in those white coats. But Ling Yu transferred to Group A. And Ji Chen was likely in Group A. No. You are in the glass jar. And you are the research subject. Ling Yu's expression cracked for a moment. Ji Chen didn't notice this detail. He was still recalling, I was recording your vital signs. And I also brought you a handmade starry sky lamp. It's the kind of lamp with a hole in the cover. And the light will shine through the holes on the wall. Like the stars in the sky. Is there any useful information in your dream? You said thank you. You like the starry sky very much. Ji Chen paused. And said proudly, Look. We know your hobbies 100 years ago. Did you misunderstand the useful information? Well, indeed. You may not like it now. And Ling Yu did not bother to dwell on his thoughts and continued. Is this the reason why you concealed my ability from me last week? She said that after being kidnapped by the robot, she used gold thread. Not only did she cut off the robot arm in front of him, but she also explored Ji Chen's body. Ji Chen no longer remembered this incident, but it did not prevent him from answering. Of course, you are a person who has contributed to scientific research. That ability may also be something I came up with. He left the second half of the sentence unsaid. Chapter 16. Not long after the 2 of them left, Ji Mingwang's video call came in. Old man? Ji Chen asked. Jiming Wang sat in a temporary meeting room. The buildings on the edge planets of the J system were old and dilapidated. It would be better to use the movable panels brought by the starship to build a room. It's okay. Look at you. Jiming Wang's old eyes turned around Ji Chen, glanced at Lingyu next to him, turned back, and slowly asked, "Are you uncomfortable with the operation?" "No. Tell me what you feel uncomfortable about. This operation will hurt your body anyway." And Lingyu carefully observed Jiming Wang, trying to find cracks in the surface of kindness and care. If Jiming Wang has been parasitized, why is he so concerned about Ji Chen? It is understandable that other council members want to get rid of Ji Chen directly. It is a crime to possess a treasure, no matter what. Noah, who cannot be parasitized, is always a strong hidden danger. Even if Jiming Wang uses the death of Noah number 6 to hit himself, the one who killed number 6 was also an entire army. Is it necessary for Jiming Wang to keep Ji Chen? And Lingyu's eyes fell on the other's gray hair. Unlike other young and beautiful counselors, Jiming Wang is too old. Could it be that Ji Chen's life would make him live 100 years? This made her think of the good deeds of other counselors, building orphanages and adopting orphans. It didn't make sense again. Ji Chen and Jiming Wang are blood relatives. But other counselors can't be blood relatives with those orphans. No matter how you look at it, Jiming Wang is like an outlier in this general trend of supporting orphans to show virtue. He actually did not participate at all, and buried his head in ancient plant research. However, those delicious fruits and vegetables also made many people like him more. The call ended while he was thinking, and Ji Chen put away the light brain projection, and Lingyu's boots stepped on a fallen leaf, and she looked down at the half-green and half-yellow leaf. When she was at the Academy of Sciences, she overheard that Congressman Claire didn't care about those children. But she was happy to adopt children. Children seem to have become an indispensable position, and people are always needed to fill it. Ji Chen, what do you think a person can get from a child? Ji Chen looked at him strangely and said in an unquestionable tone, "Love." Love? The purpose of the alliance is love. Is love a substance? Is it energy? Is it the secret of the congressman's eternal youth? If so, the love gained from a child is not enough to support the aging waves brought by the long river of time. Right? In that case, why didn't Jiming Wang do what other counselors did? Do you love him? And Lingyu asked. Of course. He is my only relative. Why do you ask this? Ji Chen said. I also had a dream. I dreamed that he was dead. And Lingyu said. How could it be? I can't remember clearly. And Lingyu said half-truthfully. I was wearing a white coat in my dream. Ji Chen's motivation to search for memories was stronger than usual. If Lingyu hadn't pulled him away, he would have bumped into the roadside trees 800 times while staring at the diary on the light computer. After buying the food, they hurried back to the starship before even having time to sit down for dinner. Ji Chen found a comfortable position on the sofa and read his diary. The diary that looked like a chronicle was filled with bits and pieces. It was filled with sighs about how delicious the vanilla ice cream was, and when he would become a rich man. The big white goose anxiously nudged him with its head, and he put down his laptop. Let's eat. And Lingyu put the ingredients in the refrigerator, and only the fast food she packed back was left on the table. It's just a dream. And Lingyu handed him a pair of chopsticks. Why are you so anxious? Ji Chen didn't say anything and buried his head in his food. Bai Zhe sent a message, and Lingyu went back to his room after dinner. Bai Zhe, I just checked my computer for a while, and I didn't notice it was already this late. Can we continue chatting? Bai Zhe, actually, I don't remember anything else. Before I ate the fruit and shattered my sea of consciousness, I didn't know that I would lose my memory, so I didn't leave a message for myself. Bai Zhe, I forgot myself. When you woke up for the first time, I asked you who I was, and you still argued with me. Bai Zhe, but it is indeed difficult to recognize you now. I don't blame you. Lingyu, so I didn't recognize you in the end? Bai Zhe, I don't know. You became nicer and gentler later. Maybe you knew my hard work. Lingyu, what did you do? Bai Zhe, I protected you. I ate all the monsters that came close to you. Lingyu, then. Thank you. Bai Zhe, hee hee. Lingyu, do you need anything over there? Bai Zhe, yes. Yes. I need a power bank. I can't go to the residential area in my current state, so it's useless for you to give me money. Lingyu, the battery life of that optical computer seems to be 1 week. You should use it sparingly, and I will send it to you later. Bai Zhe, I can't save any. I have to use it. It's too boring here. And Lingyu, then I send it to you as soon as possible depending on the situation. The starship automatically sailed along the normal route and arrived at the Morning Star the next morning. Jichen yawned, obviously not sleeping well. I don't know if he checked the diary all night. Judging from his mental state, he probably didn't find any useful information. And Lingyu didn't hold out any hope. Jichen's diary was only for reference, and he wouldn't know if it was tampered with. The information about him liking vanilla ice cream and expecting to get rich quickly must be true, because there was no need to change it. I'm hungry. Let's go to the Morning Star Bureau for a free meal. Jichen rubbed his head sleepily. It was past breakfast time, and there were still 2 hours before lunch. So theoretically there was no free meal. But for him, the Morning Star Bureau was different from other units. This outdated planet doesn't have many young people, and a lot of buildings were built when the old main planet was in fashion. So the vacancy rate is now very high. Not to mention that the housing prices are as cheap as cabbage. Even if you just find an empty room and live there for 10 days or half a month, no one will know. And Jichen is the distinguished sucker here. He has just read the diary and knows it very well. The land in this commercial area belongs to the Morning Star Bureau, and he has rented at least 7 shops here. The rent is based on the average price of the Main Star Commercial Street. The Main Star Commercial Area is the highest price in the entire interstellar space. But who is there on Morning Star now? Only the land of the Commercial Bureau is not for sale. Otherwise the rent of several months would be enough to buy it. In the interstellar era, the land is vast, and the population is sparse. Let alone this abandoned old star. As for why he made such a decision without business acumen, because he has no memory. People have been developing Morning Star for longer than he lost his memory. This star must have his memories, but he has forgotten them. After losing his memory, he came to Morning Star almost every week. He didn't know what to remember, so he created new short-term memories here. But this city was changing little by little, from bustling to deserted. So when the shops in Morning Star closed down one by one, he tried to save or leave something. He never regarded the Noah 4 on the internet as his own. It was a symbol that would be used everywhere. He was worried that he would die. He was worried that no one in the world would remember him, or that he would not leave any trace. There is no name on the internet. People only know the code name of Noah 4. Chen Yuan. His name is Ji Chen. So he bought land if he could, and rented a store if he couldn't. He couldn't find the memory of the days of fine clothes and horses 100 years ago. So he could only create new memories in a limited time. These were enough. Or rather, he could only have these. But he didn't expect that Morning Star Bureau would make a lot of money from this. He knew that Morning Star Bureau was in a difficult situation now. The finances were tight, and the wages were in arrears, and it was almost impossible to pay them. But Morning Star Bureau didn't expect that the second-generation rich and powerful people who looked like good people would become poor in the blink of an eye. But they still knew that he liked this place. He would actually run around all day for rent. Thinking of this, Ji Chen became more and more angry and decided to go to the carrot field. Unfortunately, and Lingyu was driving this time, the hovercraft stopped steadily in the parking lot under the Morning Star Bureau. When Ji Chen got out of the car, it caused a small commotion. Alarm! Alarm! He's coming! He's coming! Nervous words came out of the intercom. Seeing his calm expression, the captain of the security brigade and a team of security guards stood on the roadside and watched suspiciously. Under the watchful eyes of the public, they stepped into the Morning Star Bureau. Where is the elevator? And Lingyu called Ji Chen, who turned into the staircase. Sorry. I'm used to it. Ji Chen turned back and opened a code on the optical computer while walking. After getting on the elevator, he pressed the 10th floor. Isn't the restaurant on the 2nd floor? And Lingyu asked. Yes. Let's go up first to chat with the distinguished director Zhao and express our needs, Ji Chen said. The elevator stopped at the 2nd floor, and Xiao Zheng was waiting at the elevator door. Grandpa Ji, are you coming for dinner? She asked. Yes. Is there any food? The kitchen is cooking. Come in and wait. Xiao Zheng led them into the restaurant. Morning Star is cold. Drink some soup to warm yourself up first. Okay. What kind of soup? Soon the kitchen brought a large soup bowl. A gathering of heroes. And Lingyu felt that this name was very familiar. And after thinking about it, she could only say that this name was quite literary. It was not until Ji Chen opened the lid that she remembered the second half of the sentence. The radish is in a meeting. I don't eat radishes. Ji-Chen had read through the diary to pieces. And even if he had lost his memory, he would not be easily tricked into trying it. And Ling Yu quickly turned the pot of soup away. Xiao Zheng did not call others to laugh at her like last time. She sighed. Our radishes have improved flavors. I won't eat them. Ji-Chen was emotional. Okay. Don't worry. The kitchen is cooking. We just purchased a batch of vegetables the day before yesterday. This meal will be very sumptuous. Xiao Zheng turned the bowl of soup in front of her and filled it up. It's been a long time since we've gotten together. I call everyone to come and have a good meal later. As she was talking, someone was knocking on the door. Perhaps Ji-Chen's appearance today was relatively normal, which made everyone feel reserved. Come in. Xiao Zheng answered loudly. The door opened, and 7 or 8 people came in with peanuts, melon seeds, and candies. They put the things on the table on Ji-Chen's side. A slightly younger middle-aged man began to pour tea for everyone, and the others were a little polite and quickly sat down. What's going on today? Isn't it to encourage me not to mess around? Ji-Chen was confused, but he touched the melon seeds. It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. Director Zhao, with a head full of white hair, pushed open the door. Chapter 17. Several people from the Morningstar Bureau stood up and sat down at the director's signal. Only the main seat next to Ji-Chen was empty, and the director walked over slowly. It's been so many years. He sighed and pulled out the chair. Ji-Chen cracked melon seeds and raised his eyebrows to look at him strangely. You are still the same. The director patted Ji-Chen on the back and raised his hand to find the soup bowl on the table. Give me a bowl of soup first. Everyone responded quickly and hurriedly served the soup and sent it over. I don't know what key words triggered the excitement at the dinner table. Everyone was reminiscing about the past, sighing with emotion. Only Ji-Chen and Ling Yu, who had lost their memory, were confused. Fortunately, the dishes had already been served. Ji-Chen happily picked up the meat slice and put it into his mouth. The Morningstar Bureau finally showed some conscience, and it was quite to his taste, until the dishes became more and more, and even had to be stacked on top of each other. Ji-Chen finally hesitated. Could it be the Hongmen banquet? His wallet ached. I suddenly want to go to the bathroom. Ji-Chen turned around and grabbed Ling Yu's wrist. You come to protect my toilet safety. The intention to escape was too obvious, and Director Zhao grabbed him. What toilet? You just ate a few bites. Today's meal is a farewell dinner to celebrate my retirement in advance. Are you retiring? Ji-Chen was shocked. There is no standard retirement age in the Interstellar era. Whether to retire depends on personal wishes or physical condition. I'm old. Director Zhao let go of Ji-Chen's hand when he saw that he had no intention of running away. I checked a few days ago, and the doctor said that my liver, spleen, stomach, heart are all not working. Replace artificial organs. Ji-Chen said. This field is developing very well now, and Changsheng Technology Company's eternal youth technology may be promoted one day. The director sighed. Too many bad ones. They all age naturally. Do you still remember the Alliance's judgment on robots? If all of them are replaced, they will be expelled from the human race. Alas, I am unlucky and have encountered the trend of comprehensive anti-machinery. Even if I change, I will still be in trouble. Ji-Chen suddenly felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. Others at the table were still talking, perhaps because they didn't want the atmosphere to be too awkward. But those voices became a blurred background, and the silence in front of them was terrifying. Ji Gong. And Ling Yu accurately grasped a word that someone else said casually and said, what job did he do before? Ji Gong was not a name for Noah number 4. Nor was it Boss Ji, his identity in Morningstar. It was more like a scene in his dream. That was the story 100 years ago, before he became Noah. The group of people chatting casually were startled, and fell silent when they realized what was happening. Oh, it was a long time ago. The director slowly spoke to explain. He recalled, I was a child back then, and I heard some of it from my father and grandfather. At that time it was like a myth. If I remember correctly, Ji Gong is the youngest honorary professor, and his teacher is. When he said this, his face suddenly changed, and he smiled and smoothed it over. He came from R&D Group A, and everyone in this group is a genius. R&D Group A? And Ling Yu guessed that his pause was because of Noah number 3, Ji-Chen's master. Later, the news that Ji-Chen killed his master and father became something that was not convenient to talk about. Yes, R&D Group A is the department that produced Noah. Everyone in it is a legendary figure. It is also the core department for the success of the human escape plan. The director was particularly talkative today. Noah number 1 took the risk and opened the Noah era. Number 1 is from Group A. Her husband died in the war, and she almost fell on Morning Star. Her son inherited their aspirations and chose to become Noah. That is number 7. Do you know? At the beginning, the quota for number 7 was open for recruitment, but it was limited by special materials. That was the last Noah, and the competition was fierce. At that time, the Battle of Dawn had just been won, and everything was in ruins. Everyone was full of hope. Everyone wanted to be Noah. Everyone wanted to be a great hero. Number 7 was the Noah who fled abroad. And Ling Yu saw tears flashing in the corners of the director's eyes, and she couldn't bear to read this history. Number 1 has been sleeping till now, and number 7 is missing. Number 2 and number 5 died in battle, and number 3 and number 6 died in an accident. Only number 4, who has no memory, is left sitting here at a loss. And she, number 0, or number 8, who has no trace left in the history books. From what I saw in the projection of my senior sister, the project that she brought into Group A was the Noah Transformation Project. Right? So my senior sister, as the original planner, was able to transform herself into the real Noah. The one that Ji-Chen observed in his dream was the initial Noah. The director's recollection continued. My grandfather also signed up for the audition for Noah 7. He was a special soldier on the Great Wall, but he was eliminated in the first round because he only had one arm and his leg was lame. He didn't think there was anything wrong with having only one arm. And he often told me a story about a man, a woman and a bird. What was the name of the bird? Condor? Condor Heroes. That's the name. In the end, the child with number 1 was selected. Some people said it was an internal decision, but no one thought it was a big deal. After all, his mother was a pioneer and made such a great contribution. It is also appropriate for him to be number 7. At least more appropriate than my grandfather. He is young, in good health, and has some technical knowledge. By the way, do you know where number 1 is? She fell asleep after the Battle of Morning Star, and I don't know if she can wake up. She was in Morning Star before, and was taken away by the Alliance. Looking at Ji-Chen who lost his memory, and in Ling Yu who shook her head slightly, Director Zhao smiled self-deprecatingly. He reached out and patted the back of Ji-Chen's hand, saying, "That era is melting away, but I hope it will never end." The meal was silent until the end. Before leaving, the director took everyone out to see him off. Wangxiang Tower is a good place. You can go and have a look when you have time. Okay. Just as Ji-Chen was about to get in the car, the director suddenly called his name again. Ji-Chen. The director was wrapped in a coat, with a red nose tip. Not sure if it was from the cold or excitement, and his slightly sparse white hair fluttered in the cold wind of the Morning Star. He looked at him silently for a few seconds, and then said with a sense of relief, "One less meeting means one less meeting." Ji-Chen kept opening the car door and looking back, and after a while, he got into the car in silence. The scenery was speeding backwards, and the sound of wind whistled in his ears. He knew that he was moving forward quickly, and many people would be left behind. He could not hesitate, let alone question. But he didn't know what kind of future this road would lead to. And Ling Yu first rented a watering device from the rental manufacturer, which would automatically navigate to the destination according to the employer's requirements. The watering function can be controlled remotely, or the employer can wait for the employer to come over before making a decision. "Did we plant a lot of flowers?" Ji-Chen asked. "A whole hillside. Isn't it mentioned in the diary?" And Ling Yu asked. "The diary says I was very happy that day. We planted flowers and watched the sunset, like racing against time." "Yes." And Ling Yu looked at the Wangxiang Tower in the distance. "Let's go and see it after we water the flowers. The ancient tower has not changed for 100 years, and it should be waiting for old friends to climb it." When the car drove to the deserted wilderness, the sky changed. The clouds were dark, and the rain came suddenly. The exposed soil was splashed by raindrops, and the air was mixed with the fragrance of weeds. "It seems that there is no need to water it," Ling Yu said. "Let's go and have a look. The hillside where the flowers are planted is already far away. The hill is a little green, like a hazy illusion, gathering in the raindrops sliding down the car window. It has sprouted?" And Ling Yu was shocked by the growth speed of this plant. They may bloom soon, without having to wait until next spring. She drove the hovercraft to the side of the flower house. You go in first. And Lingyu adjusted his position, pointed the passenger door at the greenhouse door, and pulled out an umbrella from the main driver's side. This long black umbrella has a unique charm, so it still has a place in the interstellar era. And Lingyu opened the umbrella and stepped onto this misty green land in a drizzle. Jichen got out of the passenger seat and stood under the eaves, because the morning star is cold. And Lingyu put on a woolen coat, dark brown. I don't know when this coat was put into the starship. Maybe it was arranged by Jiming Wang. Or maybe it was a gift from the starship. Inside was the white shirt that Lingyu had prepared for the previous interview. In order to adapt to different corporate images, she bought 2 shirts. And this one had a slightly more design sense. The collar was a silky ribbon style, tied into a bow at the moment. What's wrong? And Lingyu saw Jichen in a trance. Jichen shook his head and connected the rented sprinkler with his optical computer. The sprinkler arrived earlier than them, and was on standby at the foot of the mountain. As soon as it received the signal, it buzzed over. I take down a small bucket and help me hold the umbrella, Jichen said. The outdoor plants don't need to be watered, but the indoor plants still need water. And Lingyu walked over and watched him fumbling around on the sprinkler. The light computer had already given the sprinkler a command to dismantle the bucket, but he still needed to find a hidden button on it to manually dismantle it. Otherwise, if the sprinkler was accidentally dismantled by the remote controller while flying in the air, it would become a flying gravity bomb. Bucket A is too big. Let me see where bucket C is. Jichen dismantled the largest water tank, put it aside, and continued to fumble around. It's still too big. Doesn't this thing have AG bucket? Jichen sighed. There's a bucket in the greenhouse. Just take it out and fill it with water and bring it in. And Lingyu handed the umbrella to Jichen. I get it. In a hurry. She touched Jichen's fingertips, which were cold, like the wet rain outside the umbrella. He wore a coat, but it was not thick enough to resist the cold of the morning star. But Noah couldn't maintain his body temperature either. When Lingyu brought out the bucket, Jichen was watching the rain. The faint grass was covered with a layer of vast water vapor. The weather is humid. Jichen squatted on the ground and tilted his umbrella, then turned to Lingyu and said, It's suitable for being a mushroom. And Lingyu walked over, and he stood up and handed the umbrella to her with both hands, like some kind of sacred ritual. Now I appoint you as the new mushroom. A large bucket of water is just right for watering the roses they planted. But Lingyu remembered that the system in this greenhouse has an automatic watering project. So she pulled Jichen to study it for a while. This thing has a lot of pipes and lines, and it must be plugged in before it can be used. Before, they didn't care about these when they moved the flower boxes, and the pipes that were originally buried in the flower boxes were pulled out. By the time they had managed the water, their hands were covered in mud. Take a break. They sat on the floor by the French window, looking at the heavy rain outside through the glass. Does the rain remind you of anything? Lingyu asked. Well, nothing except you, Jichen recalled seriously. He moved closer to the glass, almost leaning on it. But on cloudy days, there will be some strange feelings. I can't tell. Does the heart hurt? Lingyu asked. She knew that Jichen's heart was an artificial heart, and something that had undergone surgery might have some abnormal reactions. Where is the heart? Jichen subconsciously touched his chest. I don't know. It beats very fast. Chapter 18. The rain was getting heavier, and Lingyu went out and stretched out her hand. The raindrops that followed splashed the dust on her palm. After washing her hands with the rain, she took out the automatic water pipe she had just found from the greenhouse and inserted it into the water tank of the sprinkler. The water flowed from the sprinkler to the water tank in the greenhouse along the water pipe. After doing this, the automatic irrigation system was set up, and it would not be used for watering for a long time. It was already afternoon, and the sky was not clear yet. There should be no sunset to watch at the Wangxiang Tower today. Lingyu drove to the square in front of the Wangxiang Tower. There were still many bouquets of flowers under the statue of Noah V. The rain and cloudy weather dyed the whole world, and the white statue was also coated with a layer of gray-blue. Lingyu walked down with an umbrella. Before he turned to the co-pilot's side, Jichen rushed down. He rushed under the umbrella with the raindrops jumping around. I hold the umbrella. It is rumored that this black umbrella was used for memorial services. In this era when pocket umbrellas are popular, its image is classic and retro. This sense of mystery and danger is fascinating. Let's take a photo, and Ling Yu suggested. Ji-Chen took the umbrella, which was not as big as he imagined, and the two of them could barely squeeze under it, and Ling Yu adjusted the lens of the optical computer. The rain was lighter than before, and the image was clear under the new camera function of the optical computer. Be happy. Let's do a comparison. Ji-Chen gave guidance on movements and expressions. The photo was taken, and he enlarged it. No, it doesn't fit the rainy atmosphere. Let's not be happy. No, according to the photo we took before. You should be unhappy, and I should be happy. I'm not unhappy. I just didn't smile. Ling Yu said. They took many photos. Happy and unhappy. Smiling and not smiling. After the photos were taken, Ji-Chen compared the smiling and calm photos with the one in the chat history. Different weather has different atmospheres. This one looks like you are trying to murder me. Ji-Chen pointed to the rainy photo he had just taken and said, You found out. Do you have any last words? Ling Yu asked. Yes. 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 Ji-Chen looked curious. Why did we take this photo before? Because? You want to eat ice cream? Ah? Ling Yu explained the whole story. But Ji-Chen couldn't accept his request for 1.72 yuan. It's not written in the diary. It's all fake. You lied to me. But the transfer records are irrefutable. Even the records of the subsequent consumption at the ice cream shop can be found. The heavy rain washed the ground, but it couldn't wash away the screen of the optical computer projection. It seems that Ji-Chen's expression suddenly became serious, and he put his arm on Ling Yu's shoulder, and said lightly, I am still quite rich now, and I can buy a lot of ice cream. And Ling Yu patted his arm, motioned him to lift it up, and turned to walk towards the tower. I know where the store is. We can go buy it later. Before that, let's go into the tower first. There was a carpet in front of the tower gate, which would make a slight squeak sound when stepped on after absorbing water, even with psychological expectations. And Ling Yu was shocked by the scene in the Wangxiang Tower. The inner wall of the round tower is covered with broken reliefs. The Battle of Dawn, the creation of Noah, the death of Black Moon. The broken surface is shocking, adding a sense of vicissitudes and tragic beauty of history. The impact of photos and real objects is incomparable. Under each knife and axe is a long-buried history. The columns are Corinthian columns, paying tribute to the distant homeland and civilization. The two climbed up the stairs. There is no elevator here, and every step must be climbed by yourself. The rain is still falling outside the tower, and they walked into an endless gray world. The construction of the Wangxiang Tower was stopped many times, and only a small part of the relief and murals inside were completed at the entrance. There is nothing going up. The walls are not decorated. Not even fine putty has been applied. And it and the ground are both simple gray-white. There are no floor numbers inside, so it is easy to forget which floor you have reached, and how long it will take to walk. There is no light, and the windows are small and high. There is a sound of rain outside the tower, and only steady and gentle footsteps inside the tower. Just like the years when humans fled in the Interstellar, losing the past, and not being able to see the future. One can only keep moving forward. But the most famous thing about this tower is not its interior or exterior, but the distant view that people can see from the top. Looking back to hometown. Where is my hometown? When I climbed to the top of the tower, I suddenly felt enlightened. Raindrops were carried by the wind to my face, bringing a sense of comfort. The Wangxiang Tower is the tallest building nearby, and it overlooks all the other buildings. Looking around, most of the buildings have no lights. And these buildings that were built with great difficulty in the early days of Morning Star are now dead silent, like square tombstones. Most of the people who escaped from the stars died, and the new people did not care about the distant hometown. They had no choice but to open up the wasteland here. When they found a better place, they would leave. Even this is not their hometown. How can they care about a place they have never seen? This is not their fault. Will that be home? Ji-Chen looked out in the rain, since he could no longer remember the direction of his home. The hometown he was looking at from the Wangxiang Tower was his hometown. This is the beautiful hope of people who built the tower. We will have a home, Ling Yu said. A tower is a very tall building. If it wants to stand firm, it must have a foundation. The decorations on the lower floors were destroyed by later generations, but they are still exquisite and important. Is there an underground palace here? Ling Yu lowered the gold thread and sank it into the ground. As expected, he found an underground space. Below is the laboratory, with measuring cups, test tubes and other bottles and jars on the table. Unlingyu moved around in the tower, pretending to look at the relief murals, but actually exploring underground with the gold thread. She found the entrance to the underground palace. In the middle, she looked at the floor tiles under her feet. These floor tiles were diamond-shaped, with a few dark gray tiles on the light gray. Pointing to the middle, there should be a mechanism, Unlingyu said. Mechanism? Ji-Chen became interested and looked around. But a lot of things here have been destroyed, and some reliefs have even been completely shattered. There are debris and dust everywhere, and it is hard to see where there is a mechanism. While Ji-Chen was studying the relief, Unlingyu turned on the light brain and sent a message to her senior sister in Baizhe. Unlingyu, do you know where the mechanism of the Wanxiang Tower is? Baizhe replied immediately. He must have been surfing the internet. Baizhe, what Wanxiang Tower? Senior sister, it's not good to send group text messages. Unlingyu, senior sister. Please. Senior sister, the passwords of the research group are very simple. But there are always fools asking. 0123456778. Unlingyu, voice control? Senior sister, don't say we are from the same school in the future. Okay. One possibility is ruled out. It's not voice control. But how can there be a password lock here? Unlingyu was looking at the relief, while using gold thread to penetrate into the relief to explore. The relief was solid and tight inside, without any gaps. But overall, there was nothing else in the tower except the relief and waste. This looks like me. Ji-Chen stopped in front of a relief board. There were cracks on Ji-Chen's face in the relief, and it was barely recognizable as him. The content was that he was holding a gun with one hand and looking through the items on the starship operating table. There were several strange spinal creatures lying crookedly on the ground and in the corners. This is Savi, the alien creature that is chasing us. Ji-Chen analyzed with great interest. I should have ambushed and raided, and then boarded their starship that was transporting goods. He began to be fascinated by his past. After carefully reading every inch of detail, he ran to the side and tried to find his trace again. But he turned around and couldn't find it. In theory, he participated in the Battle of Dawn in the middle. But this secondary main relief was not completed for various reasons. The human figures on it are very vague, with only large blocks of ups and downs, like the roughness of the beast style. Number 4? Unlingyu quickly scanned the reliefs around her. There were 13 of them, some of which had not been carved yet, and some had been destroyed. These reliefs were not specially set up for Noah, so not all of them had Noah in them, except for the large relief of the Battle of Dawn. There was only one Noah in the other reliefs. It was as if a key scene was chosen to represent, and Noah's number was from 1 to 7. The password was 0123456778. She seemed to know who 0 and 8 were. It's just that it's a little difficult to distinguish these relief images. She started with the simple ones. Creation of Noah. It's obviously number 1. Death of Black Moon. It's number 2. The unstable technology at that time caused number 2 to be inherently inadequate. In order to achieve the expected goal, to delay the savage army and let Noah's Ark carrying everyone pass through the dense asteroids, number 2 chose to self-destruct. And he was the only Noah who self-destructed. Number 3. Can't be found. Maybe there is number 3 among the destroyed ones. Or maybe it's on the empty board that hasn't been carved yet. These reliefs are not arranged in the order of Noah, and they look a bit messy. Ji-Chen has found number 4. The statue of number 5 is just outside the door, and Unlingyu has also found a similar one based on the appearance. Number 6 and number 7 are still unclear. The introduction of Noah on the internet is very brief, and we only know that number 3 and number 7 are male, and number 6 is female. But there are no photos. There are also some people who have made outstanding contributions in these reliefs, and they cannot be guessed by gender alone. This should be number 7. Unlingyu stopped in front of a relief. This relief did not have a background of interstellar space or warships, but depicted the development of Morning Star. Number 7 was born after the victory of the Battle of Dawn. Therefore, unlike other Noahs, his main deeds were on Morning Star. The boy on the relief was still childish. Number 7 had a place in the hibernation capsule due to the outstanding contributions of both his parents, and was not thrown out when the hibernation capsule was unloaded. If the time spent in the hibernation capsule is subtracted, he is only 18 years old. The youngest Noah. Can you find number 3? Unlingyu asked Ji-Chen. This is number 6. Ji-Chen answered irrelevantly. On the relief in front of him, A woman was sitting in the cockpit of a starship, with various operating levers in front of her. And Lingyu took a closer look and knew why he said that. The woman raised her right hand, as if she was going to push the operating lever in the next second. She seemed to be wearing a full finger glove on her hand. But this was not a glove. This was Noah's ability. Just like Ji-Chen lighting fireworks on the RF-72 star. What exactly is Noah's ability? And Lingyu looked at the relief, which was obviously not to start a fire. Noah number 6 was in the starship, and it seemed to be one of their own starships. It's enchantment. Ji-Chen snapped his fingers. It can amplify the power of weapons or other things. But I'm weak now, so I can only tell you a simple truth. Friction can start a fire. A little blue flame shot out from his fingertips again. Number SIX's ability wrapped her entire hand, and Ji-Chen only had a little blue light on his fingertips. Will different Noahs have different colors? And Lingyu asked. I don't know. I haven't seen other Noahs. Oh no. I don't remember. And Lingyu concentrated her mental power on her fingertips and snapped her fingers. A large cluster of golden flames ignited, almost burning her hair. Fortunately, she was too lazy to move, and she looked like she was hiding her true colors. Ji-Chen was shocked. Compared with the flames on Lingyu's fingertips, the flames on his hands were dim. How could the glow of a firefly compete with the sun? No wonder you can recognize number 7. Are you number 7's mother? Noah number 1? Chapter 19. And Lingyu was angry and amused. But he did have some twisted logic. I am number 0. You didn't expect it, did you? You don't need to write this down in your diary. Recently, the big white goose has not been so attached to Ji-Chen. But it is not far away, waiting for them in the car now. Ji-Chen nodded as if he understood. But Lingyu always felt that he was thinking about something strange. The relief of number 3 could not be found. There are 2 reliefs that are so broken that the characters cannot be seen clearly, and 1 blank board. And Lingyu was sure that she was in one of the 3. Otherwise she would not have failed to recognize herself. As for number 3, it was most likely not in the reliefs that could be seen clearly, because Ji-Chen did not react to those reliefs at all. This was a guess. After all, Ji-Chen had no memory. If the other numbers were determined, there would be 6 possibilities if they were tried one by one. The question now was how to enter the password. And Lingyu looked down at the floor tiles. There was a circle of dark gray diamond-shaped floor tiles in the middle, arranged radially. There are 18 pieces in total. 3 of them point to the main relief of the Battle of Dawn, and 3 point to the gate. The remaining 12 pieces correspond to the reliefs around. And Lingyu tried the order of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 that she had guessed. The second time, she used the blank piece next to the door to represent herself. When she stepped on 8, she looked at the gate. The door was closed, but she could hear the cold wind whistling outside, and the rain was continuous. Suddenly, a golden light came out from behind her, like the rising sun. She knew there could be no sun here, but when the golden light fell on her body, she seemed to really feel the warmth. The surrounding reliefs were dyed golden, and her tall figure became more three-dimensional in the light and shadow. She froze for a few seconds before looking back. Relief. Dawn War. A half-round golden sun rose above. Please answer your name. A mechanical female voice sounded. And Lingyu remembered what her senior sister said, that the passwords of the research team were all very simple. So she said, Lingyu, may the interstellar world be peaceful, and the world be forever safe. Dawn War. The sun above began to set, and the light gradually disappeared. Ji-Chen. Ji-Chen ran over from the side. Identification successful. Identification successful. As the second female voice sounded, the ground under their feet began to sink, and the diamond pattern was spiraling downward. There was indeed a laboratory below, and the walls were made of metal, not the common bricks and stones. Recalling the background in the projection of the senior sister, and Lingyu speculated that this was a laboratory on the starship that was dismantled and modified and placed directly here. It was dark here, and the lights were off. The 2 Noahs could roughly identify objects with their abilities. Ji-Chen's eyes were now reflecting light, and he had strengthened his eyes. The entrance above his head was rising and gathering, and Lingyu turned on the flashlight function of the optical computer. Except for the open area in the middle of this underground laboratory, the rest of the place was filled with various instruments. Judging from the dust, no one had been here for a long time. Ji-Chen's lips were tightly pursed, and the casualness in his body disappeared since he entered here. This is The place I dreamed of. He walked forward and pressed a button on the back of a dusty shelf. The fingerprint recognition was successful. The wall in front of him made a light clicking sound, as if the dust stuck in the mechanism, and it was running awkwardly. Ji-Chen wiped the square opening in front of him with his fingers, and then felt something was wrong and looked at Enlingyu behind him. Before Enlingyu could react, he pulled away her coat belt. Because of her special physique, Enlingyu would not be too cold. Her coat was unbuttoned, and the matching belt was casually hanging on both sides, and she was too lazy to tie it. This gave Ji-Chen a chance to succeed. Using a cloth belt to wipe the dust was indeed more effective, and it didn't dirty his hands. Ji-Chen first wiped out a square screen, and then focused on wiping the small camera on it. Pupil recognition was successful. Do you confirm to turn it on? Yes, no. He clicked yes. The small wall retreated and turned into a slide door. And Enlingyu recognized the laboratory inside, which was creating Noah. The place in the picture. That is, the laboratory where Noah was transformed. There were several large soaking bottles by the wall, large enough to fit an adult. There was some liquid inside, but no one knew what it was. There was an empty space at the edge of the soaking bottle. And Enlingyu walked over and saw that the remaining device at the bottom was the same as the base of the soaking bottle. There should be another soaking bottle here, which was moved away. Ji-Chen just glanced at the room and went straight to the corner. When Enlingyu caught up with him, he had already found another mechanism. This time, the setting was more hidden, and she hadn't seen the location clearly yet. The door slowly opened. It was empty. It was empty here. There was also a base for the soaking bottle inside, but only the base. The file cabinet behind was severely deformed, and it looked like it was melted by fire. There was a lot of black ash inside, which should be the files stored before. And Enlingyu stepped forward and broke the melted and cooled part with her hands. But it didn't move at all. She was Noah, and the force she used just now could definitely bend ordinary steel. This cabinet can withstand such a force, but it was burned into this state by the fire, while the base not far from it was not affected at all. Noah set the fire. This cognition jumped into her mind clearly. Ji-Chen stood in front of the base of the soaking bottle, thinking, "You are here." He stretched out his hand to the void, and Enlingyu walked over, and she knew that Ji-Chen was talking about his dream. It was not just a dream, but also a fragment of memory. And Enlingyu used the flashlight of the optical computer to carefully check here. There was also black ash on the table next to it. Not only the embers of paper, but also some glass fragments and metal residues. As she was watching, a few spots of light blue suddenly jumped in front of her. She turned around and saw Ji-Chen holding a starry sky lamp in his hand. The star lamp was broken and the light was not on, but he used the flame from his fingertips to cover the lampshade. The frosty blue light spots were like stars, scattered all over the wall, like the fireflies in summer and the stars in winter. Look! Ji-Chen gently turned the lampshade, like the changes of the sun and the moon, the movement of the stars. I must have known you 100 years ago. And Enlingyu turned off the light brain and looked at the colorful lights around her in the dark. Years passed. Time passed. She seemed to see the traces of time. More than 100 years have passed. It's like a dream, Enlingyu said. Ji-Chen laughed, his eyes glowing with light blue in the night. He stretched out a hand, through the glass in the dream, to the edge of Enlingyu's hair. He did not fall. Paused for half a second and retracted his hand. Let's go together. The memory of 100 years ago. And May, he said. And May? Your name. The wrong key entered when entering here. Do you believe me? Ji-Chen hesitated in the last sentence. Of course. Ji-Chen laughed, and the sky full of stars swayed with him. Please find me in reality, he said. The starlight was dim, and the dark room was silent. And Enlingyu raised her head slightly and looked at him. The blue light in his eyes was soft and sad. He was wrapped in an invisible cover. The storm on the internet could not bring him a direct impact. But could he really not care? I will find you in the wind and rain, Enlingyu said. Even if time passes. What people say is scary. Enlingyu took a step closer to him. I will find the real you. Even if it means that you will be destroyed by criticism and gossip. We will all have a real past and future. Ji-Chen smiled with his head down, but his voice was full of sadness. I actually already had the answer to the thing you said. He turned his head away, trying to control his emotions. I just don't want to admit it. I just don't want to admit that he is a monster. On the boulevard that day, the breeze blew through the treetops. just as they got rid of the clingy goose. Ji-Chin received a video call on the street corner. The father on the other end of the phone looked kind and caring. And he was still worried about him even though he was stationed at the dangerous border. But why? Why? Why did he never choose? He had no choice to clean his memory once a week. His father, with a head full of white hair, openly joined the army for him. And he had no choice. The criticism of him is still on the internet. But he didn't remember the defection that year. No one allowed him to remember it. Even the memories after that will be taken away. Why did he defect back then? He was willing to be a moth to the flame when his father showed a little love. They said he did it for power. They said he did it for profit. But he was so obedient. And he was the one who was said to be him. He clearly didn't care about anything. He could lose all his money and be heavily in debt. He could disappear and lose his reputation. Why would he defect? No. He still cared. Even if he became a forgetful fish. He still cared. There is an invisible net that binds him. In the name of love. He remembered the message and instructions that the doctor sent to his mind after the operation last weekend. Your father personally witnessed the killing of your teacher and father. He has forgiven you. You should be grateful, and don't mention your father's sad story. He has worked too hard to help you hide your identity. Don't make trouble again. He thinks about you everywhere and plans for you in everything. You just need to be more content. Can't you do this? The fire on his fingertips disappeared, and everything fell into darkness. He tried to smile, but tears fell out. I'm not happy at all. If it was really my father, how could he make me so sad? His expression was hidden in the darkness. And Lingyu stepped forward and hugged him tightly. She felt a warm liquid sliding down her neck, almost burning her. The innermost laboratory was obviously destroyed, and no useful information was left except for the lamp in the corner. There were few documents left in the middle laboratory. Compared with the previous one, they were taken away in a gentle way. There are many things left in the outermost laboratory, but they are useless to them. The two have already made it clear that this is the A-group laboratory of the scientific research on Noah's Ark during the interstellar escape. Noah's Ark was built by people in their hometown. It carries all the people who survived and boarded the ship in time. It is the biggest miracle when they left their hometown. The superpowered human combined with the supermeteorite crystal is the strongest existence and is also named Noah, because it was born in the interstellar. It is called the interstellar miracle. The rain outside stopped, but it was dark. Ji-Chin and Lingyu returned to the hover car. The big white goose in the back row cried twice in dissatisfaction, as if blaming them for being away for too long this time. And Lingyu glanced at the gold thread on the goose's head as if nothing had happened, and then turned on the automatic navigation of the hover car. Xinqing Ice Cream Shop is not far from the Wangxiang Tower, and it will take a few minutes to get there. But it is closed. Ji-Chin jumped out of the car and carefully looked at the business hours posted on the wall. There should be more shops. I searched for them. And Lingyu opened the map. If the store here is closed, then the store on the other side of the planet should be open. But there is only one store on Morning Star. Other places are vacant. No one lives there, and there are no stores. When she was about to expand the search range to search nearby planets, Ji-Chin got in the car and stopped her. I take you to eat hot pot, he said. It was freezing cold and the rain had just stopped, so hot pot was suitable. Okay, where to go? And Lingyu asked. Ji-Chin searched for a street on the map and the hovercraft started to move. And Lingyu slid the map, but did not see any stores on that street. Chapter 20. As the saying goes, this is a ghost street. All residents have moved away, and only the ghosts wandering in the dark of the stars occasionally visit. These ghosts are often people who are afraid of being seen in the light. Usually, as long as it does not affect normal residents, no one will care. After all, these places are deserted. Correspondingly, if something happens between the ghosts, the authorities will not care. They have almost no human rights. Few normal citizens walk on these streets. The robots that cause trouble everywhere used to hide here. This is a place where children can stop crying at night. The hovercraft stopped on this street, and Lingyu saw a shabby hot pot restaurant sign. Go get some ingredients. Ji-Chin turned to the big white goose and said, Ga, get ingredients? And Lingyu asked. This is the store I opened before. It's closed. There's no food inside. Don't stand here. Let's go in. Ji-Chin turned on the projection of the light brain and looked through the diary. He followed the steps and fiddled with the door for a while, and the heavy iron door opened. The two walked into the dark hot pot restaurant. The power in the restaurant had been cut off, and it was late outside. Ji-chin turned on the small camping lantern he took from the hovercraft. The camping lantern was the one he bought when he went to see the twinkling star rain. The shell was dark blue, and it looked even darker at this moment. The dust in the room was very thick, and it flew when the door was opened. And Ling Yu turned on the flashlight of the optical computer and scanned the situation in the room. Ji-chin's optical computer projection was particularly eye-catching in the dark, like a mysterious treasure map. He did act based on the treasure map. He carefully went under the counter and took out a large rag. Where do we sit? He turned around and raised the camp light to the table and chairs to look carefully. Is it some kind of ghost festival today? And Ling Yu couldn't help asking. No. Just have a meal, Ji-chin said. Then close your eyes. Half of Ling Yu's face was hidden in the darkness, and his expression could not be seen clearly. Ji-chin closed his eyes obediently, and the next second, he almost saw the sun. And Ling Yu turned the flashlight function of the optical computer to the maximum. The room was instantly bright as day. At this moment, the store was in full view. The dining table was covered with dust, and it seemed that this place had not been visited by the ghost. At least not recently. How about this one by the wall? And Ling Yu pointed to a table. Okay. Ji-chin came out of the blinding feeling, and wiped the table a few times with his hands and feet, and put the rag down. You wipe it first. I go find the pot. He picked up the camp lantern and went to the back kitchen, where he heard the sound of ding-dong and clanging. There's no water here, he shouted. I asked Tigua to bring a few buckets of water, he said again. Tigua? It's the big goose. I just saw it's called Tigua. The diary that Ji-chin pointed to. It suddenly smelled good. After Ling Yu wiped the table, Ji-chin took out a wet mop. He very economically dragged out the 60-centimeter area around the table. There's water in the sink, but it's covered with moss. It's not drinkable anyway, he said. The goose came back soon, and the hovercraft drove into the high-speed lane in the sky and went back and forth very quickly. Quack quack. It was calling happily outside, and Ling Yu and Ji-chin went out to get supplies. And the more they took, the more familiar they became. She found that these were the things she had bought before and put on the starship. There are no stores open at this time in Morning Star, so let's make do with it. What I bought before was not bad, Ji-chin said. The two cleaned up in the kitchen for a while, mainly washing vegetables and cutting meat. The meat she bought was a large piece of frozen meat, and the packaging bag said Tao pork. Ji-chin's knife skills are good, and the slices are very thin. What is a pottery pig? The two looked at each other. Ji-chin turned his head and said to the underground, iron pot. I'm asking you. Gaw. The creatures of the main star are bred in large quantities because of their rich and delicious meat. They are the most common meat on the market. Not bad, Ji-chin praised. After a while of busy work, they were almost done. But Ling Yu always felt that something was missing. They brought the hot pot and dishes to the table. The hot pot was an old-fashioned copper hot pot with a bulge in the middle that looked like a big chimney. And Ling Yu flicked the metal sheet on it. What is this for? Gaw. Put charcoal. The big white goose answered consciously. Where's the charcoal? She asked. Charcoal is a resource that is more useful in Morning Star. And there is no charcoal in the store. I've prepared it. According to the diary, Ji-chin had hidden the charcoal before, and now he is looking for treasure according to the instructions. He went there for a long time, as if he was digging on the spot. And Ling Yu began to prepare for hot pot according to the instructions on the internet. She poured water into the pot first, and finally found out what was missing. Don't we have hot pot without hot pot base? Ji-chin came over with a basin of black charcoal. Looking dirty. What hot pot base? Gaw. You can eat a plain pot. And Ling Yu nodded. What about the dipping sauce? Gaw. Oil sauce? And Ling Yu flipped through the dipping sauce guide. It seems to make sense. After a long time of tossing, it's finally time to eat. Ji-chin arranged a task for the big white goose that had been working hard for a long time to go out for a walk. The big white goose cursed for 3 minutes. Ji-chin asked it to charge in the car, and it praised for another 3 seconds. The gold thread that was left on the goose's head had fallen off automatically, and Ling Yu patted the goose's head and put a new one on it. Want a drink? Ji-chin went to the kitchen to wash his hands, bringing white wine that he found from somewhere. The older the wine, the more fragrant it is, and it is not afraid of expiration. Do you want a drink? And Ling Yu has no feeling for wine. Try it? Ji Chen was obviously a little interested. Warm it up. The two of them fiddled for a while, and finally got a small stove. The wine had just been heated up when the hot pot over there was already on. The two hurriedly put down the dishes and began to check how long each dish would take to cook. Turn off the lights, so we can have a good meal, Ji Chen said. And Ling Yu's optical brain had a limited projection range, and turning on the high brightness lights would affect the use of the projection function. So she turned off the lights. Ji Chen's camping lantern was on the table, with a leisurely light spot in it, like a firefly in summer. Don't you have any memory at all? Ji Chen asked. And Ling Yu stared at the camp light for a few seconds. Fireflies? Do you know? Ji Chen frowned. I don't know. But I can know. Do you want to find it in your dreams? Not entirely. You know in a moment. There was already something to eat in the hot pot, and Ji Chen was scooping it out while testing the temperature of the wine next to it. When the fragrant Tao pork was cooked, the wine was almost warm. Ji Chen poured out 2 cups, because he had no idea of his alcohol tolerance, and Ling Yu just moistened his lips. Ji Chen was not shy and drank a glass of wine quickly. I've eaten hot pot here before. He talked about the past while eating and drinking. I came here alone, but I ordered a shabu-shabu. I ordered a lot of dishes, and the boss said I couldn't finish them. But I always finished them because I sat there from noon to night. The boss was reluctant at first because I had to stay for a long time, and the turnover rate was low. Later he didn't say anything because the store was getting quieter and quieter. The store was so quiet that the boss wanted to close it. I bought the shop, became the boss, and could sit there as long as I wanted. However, the shop didn't have much business. I was often the only customer in the shop. They all left, went to other planets. The waiters also quit. And occasionally I would open the shop and serve my own customers. Later, there was no one on this street, and the water and electricity were cut off. I rarely came here, and Ling Yu sat opposite him. Completely different from his drunken state. Is this your memory? Or is it a diary you read? Ji Chen poured himself more wine, resting one arm on the table, looking decadent. This is a drunken dream. Do you remember anything? What do you want to ask? My name? And May. My identity? R&D staff of Group A. Heart of Noah's Ark. Heart of Noah's Ark? It's a code name. What's the use? What's the meaning? Okay. Then do you remember anything about yourself? For example, your defection that year? Are you interrogating me? Ji Chen suddenly turned around and hugged the back of the chair and cried. And Ling Yu stood up and walked over to comfort him. Ji Chen would have memories in his dreams, and being drunk would be better because he could communicate to a certain extent. She didn't want to miss this rare opportunity. But Ji Chen kept crying, and no longer answered any of her questions. And Ling Yu used Ji Chen's biometrics to open his optical brain. At this moment, the interface of the optical brain was stuck on the diary, which was about wine. Be careful when drinking. 1. Drinking will make you crazy, so don't drink casually. 2. Don't drink in front of elders, leaders, and colleagues, except for special cases. There are no special cases at present. 3. Drinking will make you black out. Drinking will make you black out. 4. You will feel sad when drinking, and you will be happier when sleeping. 5. Sometimes you have to be sad. Anyway, you will black out. 6. If you are very sad and you can't do anything about it, just drink. 7. Make sure the environment is safe when drinking. At least no one, carbon-based organisms, living things, or non-living things can see you drunk. And Ling Yu's eyes stayed on the words drinking will cause blackouts for a few seconds. She didn't believe it. These words should be written for others to see. The second rule is not to drink in front of others, because he knows that he can remember the past after being drunk. This elder deliberately emphasized that he should not drink in front of Ji's father. The last few rules were implicitly reminding him to drink. Just as she was about to scroll through the diary, she suddenly heard Ji Chen saying something intermittently. The teacher is dead. He said that if I came back, I could live. But I am useless. It would be better if I died. But I dare not die. Teacher, how did he die? And Ling Yu leaned over and asked. Ji Chen smelled of alcohol and was emitting a heat. He might hurt someone in the next second. Remembering the interviewer's initial admonition and the crazy rule in the diary, and Ling Yu wanted to step back to a safe distance. But she was too lazy to take action. So she put one hand on Ji Chen's head and pressed his arm with the other hand. How did he die? Ji-Chen was indeed not very quiet. As soon as he raised his head, he was pressed down by Enlingyu. Now it was like interrogation. Enlingyu felt that it was not good, so she smoothed his hair again. Okay. Can you tell me now? Ji-Chen opened his eyes, and he did not look drunk at the moment. His pupils were large in the darkness, and the blue light symbolizing Noah was like a clear spring. He looked up at Enlingyu. Let me go. His arms began to exert force, as if they would break free in the next second. Enlingyu did not increase the force, and took 2 steps back while letting him go. Chapter 21. Ji-Chen stretched his muscles, and couldn't help stretching. Then he lay on the table and fell asleep. He was half awake when Enlingyu carried him back to the starship and threw him on the bed. Do you know Noah's heart? Enlingyu asked. What do you mean you are very happy today? You? Forget it. Go to sleep. Okay. I love you too. It only takes 2 hours to get back to the main star from the morning star. After a busy day, Enlingyu set up the autopilot and went back to the starship bedroom to rest. When she opened her eyes the next day, she found that the starship was floating in an unknown star field. Ji-Chen. She shouted and realized that the sound insulation in the cockpit was very good, and the other party would not hear it at all. Her fingers subconsciously tapped the icons on the control screen, and soon she found the historical command record. At 3:42 in the morning, the starship that landed on the main star received an order and set sail again to this remote place. The source of the order was accurate positioning. Enlingyu checked the nearby scene. There is a dense stone forest diagonally below the starship. This stone forest is constantly changing, and you can see stones flying when you zoom in on the image. There is a small planet on the right, with only a code name, and it is not developed at all. If the range is enlarged to the star field, this piece belongs to the W star field. Welcome to my secret base. The door behind the cab opened, and Ji-Chen came over with a large travel bag on his back. Secret base? Ji-Chen stretched out his hand to Enlingyu with an impeccable smile. Come on. I take you in. Enlingyu half believed and half doubtedly put her hand on him. He pulled hard, and the two of them bumped into each other. Ji-Chen took a few steps back, half hugging her and bumping into the door on the side of the starship. Enlingyu was speechless by his actions, but she was too lazy to get angry. Then she saw him elbow the glass plate of the emergency door and quickly press the red button below. The side door of the cab leads directly out of the starship. At this moment, outside the starship is the vast universe. A shrill alarm sounded, and red light flashed in the starship. Alarm. The hatch is open. Alarm. The rest of the words were inaudible, and Enlingyu fell into the starry sky with him. The wind is so strong. The two were pushed far away by the air pressure. The starship ejected them and closed the door, and a silly little head appeared in the side window. The big white goose tilted its head to look at the two. Ji-Chen waved at it. Watch the starship here. The dark eyeballs captured the changes in his mouth, and the big white goose tilted its head. Ji-Chen let go of Enlingyu, slowly moved his body in the starry sky, and soon became a lying position. What are you doing? In order to make the sound pass. Enlingyu pressed his shoulder. Push harder. I want to turn around, Ji-Chen said. What? Enlingyu complained in her heart and put more force on her hands. Ji-Chen turned over and pulled her, and the two of them fell over as if they were top-heavy. Hold me tight, Ji-Chen shouted. He held Enlingyu with one hand and reached for the backpack behind him with the other. He pulled out a thin line, and the two of them rushed down. Look! Ji-Chen motioned her to look up. Although this is the bottom for the starship, for them who have been upside down, the bottom is already up. Enlingyu saw the dense stone forest, which looked like a dry riverbed and a canyon full of cracks. The dense stones were moving around, and from time to time, some unlucky people were hit and fell apart. The stones on the outside are very dense, and the starship can't get in. Ji-Chen introduced to her, and they are still moving, so generally the starship will not get close to them for fear of scratching them. Only a few strong people can enter, and that's us. This is simply a secret base chosen by God. When Enlingyu got closer, he found that what he said was true. Forget about the starship. Some places are too narrow for people to pass through. The two people who were hugging each other had to separate in front of the stone forest. Ji-Chen is worthy of being a person who has been struggling under the hail of bullets from the Morning Star marker gun. After arriving here, he twisted and crawled quickly, cunningly avoiding the flying rocks. This was the first time Enlingyu saw the scene, and after being hit by a few small stones, He simply stopped dodging. Ji-Chen looked anxious and tried to teach her with actions. But Enlingyu was unmoved and could not be hurt by hitting left and right. She was someone who could withstand even the explosion of a starship. I don't know how long I climbed. It felt like a century. Enlingyu felt a force pulling her, as if she was falling forward. Ji-Chen patted her, stepped on a stone and demonstrated a leap. Enlingyu watched him jump into the whiteness beside him. In front of her was a dreamlike sea of clouds. She suddenly felt a little angry. Perhaps this emotion had already existed, but it reached its peak the moment Ji-Chen disappeared. She stopped in front of the sea of clouds for a minute, watching the ethereal clouds constantly changing. Then, she also jumped in. In the mist, she saw Ji-Chen rushing up. Their eyes met for a moment, and each passed by in surprise. Ji-Chen stretched out his hand to her, but Enlingyu did not move, letting the gravity pull her down. She fell into an icy lake. Soon, Ji-Chen also fell. He took out an inflatable cushion from his bag, shook it and spread it on the water, then took out a small automatic inflation valve. Soon, the cushion turned into a disc air cushion. He called Enlingyu to sit on it. After Enlingyu climbed up, the two sat on their own sides. Ji-Chen buried his head in his bag and took something out. He took out a small teapot and two smaller teacups. The water is already hot. Ji-Chen shook the teapot, turned the spout, and poured out the tea. He handed a cup of tea to Enlingyu. We can stay here for a while. It's much safer and more hidden than outside. The teacup in his hand was warm, but not enough to dispel the cold around. The surroundings were an endless expanse of ice, and only the small area where the two of them were was exposed above the water. The uneven cracks in the ice next to it were obviously broken by Ji-Chen just now. Ji-Chen took out a telescopic stick from his bag, stretched it out, and knocked on the nearby ice surface to increase the surface of the water where the air cushion could float. I call this place Ice Star. He used the telescopic stick as a paddle, and paddled it to get the air cushion back to the middle of the exposed water. What are you doing here? We can chat for a while. Did you ask me something yesterday? Ji-Chen was a little absent-minded. He put down the telescopic stick and took out a small bag from his bag. He said happily, "Look, tea." He carefully opened the package and put out two small green snacks. The snacks were packed very tightly. Even after the interstellar adventure, only a few corners were damaged. Do you know the heart of Noah? Enlingyu asked the question again. Ji-Chen paused for a moment. It's not very important. Just like me. I'm not very important either. Why? Enlingyu asked. You've remembered a lot of things. Right? Ji-Chen put a small black cube on the water behind him. I thought we could talk about business later. Enlingyu took a sip of tea and looked past him into the distance. Unfortunately, there was only the whiteness of the sky and water in the distance. No, there were many green things. It was like a bunch of rapidly growing young shoots. In the blink of an eye, huge jade plates opened up. Among the green leaves of different heights, a few tender red lotus flowers quietly bloomed. Enlingyu was attracted by them. Ji-Chen's voice regained a little excitement. How is it? Is it beautiful? What is this? The green lotus leaves covered the sky, making the lotus flowers more graceful. The green waves rippled, as if there was wind blowing. But she didn't feel the wind. It's the projection of Fenghiju. Ji-Chen looked at the small square on the water behind him. Okay. Seeing Enlingyu didn't say anything, he continued. I know you may not be interested. Enlingyu didn't want to make him too depressed, and couldn't say anything. So she could only reply dryly, It looks good. Yeah. I guess you will like it. It is indeed very beautiful. If she didn't have any worries, she might calm down and appreciate it slowly. Not now. The two of them suddenly fell silent. Ji-Chen rummaged through his bag, and then looked at the teapots and snacks outside. It seemed that there was nothing left to take out. He put the bag aside and hesitated to speak. The Noahs back then were divided into two categories: main combat and auxiliary. Everything is difficult at the beginning. After he spoke much more smoothly. At the beginning, you and number one were both from R&D. Different trades are like different mountains. Although in theory everyone is a soldier, we who are immersed in the laboratory can be exempted. Therefore, they would be weaker in combat and coordination. In order to achieve better results, number two was specially selected from the special forces. But number two, who was highly expected, soon exploded, and we began to think about whether it would be better to have a research and development background. because Noah was unstable at that time. Number 1 could inject himself with medicine according to his own situation. At that time, there were many kinds of medicines, many of which were new drugs, powerful but with side effects. And there was no time to care about so many at the time of racial crisis. People who came from research and development knew more about medicine. So my teacher became number 3. He is a genius. After he became Noah, he conducted a series of research and improvements on himself. And finally I, number 4, conducted live experiments to check the results. He succeeded. And under normal circumstances, I don't need to inject any drugs. Therefore, number 5 and number 6 both chose military personnel. And there was no more forced self-destruction like number 2. What you asked me was the heart of Noah. I know the heart of Noah. It is my life. My pulse. I don't know where it is. It's a deadly poison. I will die of the poison when I break with the Alliance. As long as you can find the heart of Noah. And Ling Yu gathered the golden thread at her fingertips. I will help you. As long as you take the heart of Noah. We can make long-term plans. Ji-Chen shook his head. That's really a shadowy thing. It's been 100 years. You know? My memory recovery is not accidental. I often remember the past. I tried various methods. But I never found the heart of Noah. I did a lot of things. But they were all in vain. He easily controlled everything. He could sense my memory recovery. Now, he already knew. Chapter 22. What will he do? He will do nothing. The day after tomorrow is the weekend. I will undergo a memory cleansing and then love him again. Isn't he afraid that he will get out of control? He is sure of success. Ji-Chen changed his posture. From sitting cross-legged to sitting with legs stretched out. It is simple for children to love their parents. And they don't even need to have memories. Just tell me that he is my father. Even if there are some unreasonable places. I will find reasons to make it up for him. Until one day, I remembered that night again. And Ling Yu did not speak. And motioned him to continue with a listening gesture. I really don't want to recall it. Ji-Chen leaned back with his hands. It doesn't matter. My teacher and I were forced into a desperate situation. And he hoped that I would use his life to show my loyalty to the Alliance. Then, sit on the straw and eat bitter food. And take it step by step. I said that he is a genius. In terms of scientific research, he is a genius. Later, he participated in the battle, and was also a little talented. He was brave and resourceful, and made decisions carefully and decisively, and always achieved results beyond expectations. But he is so bad at judging people that he doesn't know that a loser like me is useless. Perhaps even a genius can hardly understand a loser. He must not know why I can play the cards so badly. The cards in your hand are not good in themselves. The Alliance doesn't trust you. But they also have ways to control you. And Ling Yu made an objective analysis based on the known situation. No. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Ji-Chen suddenly lay down. Half of his body fell on the water. The whole air cushion was pushed by his action and drifted to the other side. Okay. We have to solve the problem of Noah's heart first. It's difficult. Don't force it if you can't find it. I have chosen a cemetery for myself. It's here. How about it? It's very quiet. Right? And Ling Yu didn't like his appearance. Seeing him lying in a big letter shape. She stood up and touched his belly with her cold hands. Both of them had just climbed out of the ice lake. But Ji-Chen's belly was obviously much warmer than her hands. He twisted his body with a cry. Get up. Ling Yu said. She didn't expect Ji-Chen to not be able to get up. And it seemed that he had to adapt to the temperature of her hands. I can't get up. Mud can't be used to support the wall. It will only crack. He said. And then spread his limbs and collapsed on the water. I'm cracked. Then add some water to you and stick it together again. And Ling Yu pressed his shoulders and pushed him into the water. Ji-Chen was lying on the water with half of his body. And he fell into the water because of the pressure. He left his air cushion and floated away with a sense of relief. And Ling Yu tried to pull him up. But she fell in as well. Splash. She subconsciously paddled and floated on the water. When she turned her head to look for Ji-Chen, he was nowhere to be seen. She dove into the water and saw Ji-Chen falling into the water in the swaying blue sea. There was a moment of blurry vision. His lips opened and closed as if he was talking. But Ling Yu could only hear the sound of splashing water. A bubble flew from his lips and flew towards Ling Yu. And Ling Yu heard his voice. I will fall into death. The certainty of these words startled her. Her heartbeat slowed down a beat. and white ruthless fire began to appear in her mind. They were burning. Burning the white images that were exposed. Those images were so familiar that they would sting at a glance. She could no longer feel the coldness of the water. A wisp of golden thread escaped. And Lingyu looked at the golden thread and barely grasped a trace of clarity. She calmed down and swam in the direction where Ji-Chen fell. The color of the water became darker and darker. From the light and transparent blue-white to the extremely low transparency dark blue. And Lingyu caught him at the bottom of the lake. He had hit the icy white rock. And Lingyu held him with one hand and supported the bone-chilling rock with the other. Like 1,000 years of ice. Look! Ji-Chen pulled her down and they bumped into each other. Her slightly long hair was flying. And then Lingyu had to free up one hand to smooth it. Ji-Chen reached out to help her tidy it behind her ears. And the two were very close. The bottom of the lake was white. There was no fine sand. No plants. Only large pieces of white stone and strange and incomplete pavilions and terraces. Like the remains of a lost civilization. This is my tomb. Ji-Chen raised an arm. As if pointing to the magnificent mountains and rivers. These are all the burial objects I carefully carved. And Lingyu went to see the pavilions and found that their bottoms were sunken in the rocks. And only half of them seemed to be exposed. This is not stone. Ji-Chen took off a piece of ice-white crystal beside him and showed it to her. It breaks easily. But it grows. At first, I carved something on the rock below. But it was soon covered by the growing ice. So I carved ice blocks. And they kept growing. So I kept carving. He pointed to the half-man-high tower next to him and said, "Look. I call it the 1,000-layer tower. It is the building that took me the longest time to carve. From the beginning to now. I don't know how many layers it has. I am very satisfied with these works. There is a huge and beautiful building complex under the ice. If I am buried here, the ice will only need a week to bury me. If one day. Do you want to be buried here with me?" Ji-Chen's subtle emotions were not clear in his voice. And Lingyu raised her head and wanted to see his face. But he held her down. And Lingyu leaned on Ji-Chen's shoulder, listening to his chaotic heartbeat. "You? Who is it? Why do you say such a thing?" And Lingyu simply relaxed her body completely and reached out a hand to touch his cheek. Ji-Chen's Adam's apple moved. But he didn't say anything after all. And Lingyu had already touched his eye sockets. "Who are you to me?" Ji-Chen tilted his face in the direction of her hand. And Lingyu could feel his eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. She touched it with her fingertips, but felt a drop of warm liquid. Ji-Chen turned his face away and looked at the distant water. "Comrade." "And May." "I am your navigator," Ji-Chen said. "Navigator?" "I said I was a Noah of the auxiliary type. At that time, you were in charge of the main starship. And I led the way in front and guided you. Is that all?" Do you remember what you said when you were drunk?" "What?" "You said you loved me." And Lingyu regretted it after she finished speaking. Perhaps it was the oppressive underwater and the cold ice that stimulated her to say something that didn't make sense. Or perhaps it was the process of splitting the golden thread that made her brain lazy and tired. In short, this was not like her. "Did you?" Ji-Chen asked. "But after I sobered up, I did say something like this. I said I love you." And Lingyu wanted to support him to get up. But after being stopped by Ji-Chen, she felt that it was not necessary to get up. She heard Ji-Chen sighing. "I thought you would dream about me," he said. "Although I had expected it. I'm still sad about it." And Lingyu fell silent. And Ji-Chen poked the bubbles in the water. After an unknown amount of time. When most of the bubbles around were poked. And Lingyu spoke again. "Do you remember the others?" As she spoke, another crystal bubble formed around her mouth. "Maybe. I'm not sure." Ji-Chen continued to fight with the bubbles. "There is a person who also lost his memory. But he still remembers you. He told me to find Noah's heart and take you away. He is waiting for you. Let's go see him when we have time." And Lingyu said. "Really? He is on planet R. Let's go see him together. Maybe you will remember him. He has lived alone for more than 100 years just like you. I may know who he is." Ji-Chen took Lingyu's hand and poked the bubble that had just been generated. "I may know who he is." And Lingyu heard Ji-Chen's voice again. These bubbles have a simple voice recording function. As Ji-Chen spoke, he asked Lingyu to pop the bubbles. She heard exactly the same words. All the bubbles around her had been popped. Just like the message record was cleared. Ji-Chen suddenly asked, "Can you say you love me?" The sudden question made Lingyu sluggish for a moment. And when she reacted, She hurriedly filled in the blanks with words. You know, I am not good at speaking. And Lingyu didn't want to make him sad. But she was afraid that he would think it was false comfort. I don't know much about my emotions. For example, that day, we met again on the main star. When I saw you, my heart beat very fast. I mistakenly thought that I was happy that I didn't have to leave the main star. But the main star has no meaning to me. Except you. I came for you. Ji-chan. Ji-chan let go of her and stood up carefully around the bubbles. I finally waited for you. He smiled. I love you. The two swam towards the water. They returned to the air cushion together. And Ji-chan took out a long towel with strong water absorption from the big travel bag. Then he talked about his efforts to expose the water fireflies over the years. And in the end, it was all about how the Alliance blocked and resolved it. The top leaders of the Alliance were all water fireflies. He was almost unshakable. And he didn't dare to continue to shake them. Because he wanted to survive. The Alliance's patience with him was declining. And the power of the water fireflies that parasitized Ji Mingguang was also declining. Although Teacher Noah No. 3 made a mistake when he looked at him. He was very clear when he looked at the water firefly. The teacher said that the water firefly would protect him. So he could survive when he went back. It was indeed so. That firefly was doing its best to protect itself. He didn't know how many people in the Alliance were parasitized by fireflies. Nor did he know how to detect it. He just happened to see the parasitism process of a firefly once. And he knew that the firefly would reveal its appearance when parasitizing. Apart from that, the only thing he could confirm was himself. That he was a real human being. He wanted to live. Even if it was only for his racial identity. Although, loving an enemy over and over again made him sick. But if he still can't break the situation, then just keep living. Everything seems to be in an infinite loop. But he knows it's different. This week's efforts have no effect. And next week, he won't even remember the past. So what? As long as he survives, everything is possible. One day, he may encounter an opportunity. Millions of cycles end here. And the solid alliance collapses. This day may never come. Or it may be tomorrow. Ji-chan is no longer worried. He believes that this day will come quietly. Maybe it was yesterday. Maybe it will be tomorrow. But he hopes it will be today. He will devote himself to today with infinite enthusiasm. Change. Start now. He is ready. Chapter 23. Today is the second Friday after Lingyu woke up. She and Ji-chan had lunch and replenished supplies on W Star. And planned to go to her star to find Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe was surfing the internet intensively. And specifically asked her to bring a power bank. A moment later, he sent another message. Bai Zhe, can you arrive at 11 o'clock in the evening? And Lingyu looked at the navigation. It would take about 18 hours to get there. It's already 12 o'clock noon. And Lingyu, no. We have to arrive tomorrow. Bai Zhe, hey. And Lingyu, what's wrong? Why did you say 11 o'clock? Bai Zhe, there is a performance. He sent me a poster that said, when the golden wind and jade do meet, it is better than countless things in the world. Tonight at midnight on our star. Let's enjoy the beautiful scenery together. Bai Zhe, I want to watch it. Bai Zhe, I checked. It's a church event. It's rare. And it's so close to me. And Lingyu, you can go and watch it. Aren't you next to me? Bai Zhe, it's not convenient for me to see people now. If you come, I can hide behind you. Or you can live broadcast it to me. Bai Zhe, forget it. I watch other people's live broadcasts here. Remember to bring power banks. Bring more. Bring a box. And Lingyu, I bought one. And I also bought an optical computer for you to use alternately. Bai Zhe, you're so nice. And Lingyu felt that the optical computer had become a consumable item. Today, Ji-chan took her to space and scrapped another one. But she specifically learned that handheld game consoles without projection functions can be used in space. But they are not easy to buy. She bought 3 from the online mall and filled in Rockstar as the delivery point. Ji-chan was watching her send messages and suddenly said, actually, we can get there within 11 o'clock. The original flight took 18 hours. Can it be shortened to 11 hours? Lingyu zoomed in on the map and looked at the entire route. She noticed that there were 2 siren points near the route and another one a little further away. If Ji-chan was not so resistant to the siren points, its acceleration would be about. Before Lingyu could calculate the rough result, Ji-chan interrupted her with a smile. Dear, do you still remember Noah? This? and Lingyu looked up at him. She knew that this Noah was referring to herself. But this abnormal speed would directly expose his ability. Right? Don't worry. Ji-Chen lifted Lingyu's hand and turned on the emergency manual operation mode. Even the weakened Noah sometimes performs abnormally for a while due to his temper. This starship was obviously modified. It reached a speed above the speed limit of a civilian starship. And there was no alarm prompt. The water firefly that parasitized Jiming Wang. Why would it give such a convenience? Weapons and modified starships are extremely dangerous. Isn't he afraid of what Ji-Chen will do? Is he safe because he has the heart of Noah? And Lingyu decided to focus on exploring Ji's house after returning to Morning Star. It was a little after 10 when they arrived at Star R. And Lingyu didn't dare to speed up to the limit. Ji-Chen had lost the heart of Noah and theoretically couldn't achieve this level of acceleration. She sent a message to Bai Zhe in advance saying that she would arrive soon. Bai Zhe was surprised at first, but then became shy. Bai Zhe, are you sure you want to see me? Bai Zhe, I feel strange now. You may feel scared. And Lingyu, didn't I see you before I lost my memory? Was I scared then? Bai Zhe, you wanted to kill me then. Lingyu. And Lingyu, I remember you said you were assimilated. What does that alien creature look like? Bai Zhe, it doesn't look like a human. Lingyu, it doesn't matter. I have to see you anyway. Bai Zhe, then come to our F-72. I'm here. Where you put your escape pod before. When Lingyu went there, he found a dilapidated little starship. It opened its door wide, as if inviting her in. Bai Zhe also said so. And Lingyu told him that Ji-Chen was coming too, and he had no resistance to Noah. So the two of them walked into the starship together. The inner wall of the starship was very dirty, and only the main driving console had a clean spot on the table. The floor was mopped a bit, and Lingyu didn't see him in the cab. So she turned around to look for the lounge. Pa! Something fell behind her, and Lingyu turned around and found a ring stuck in a squirming green mass behind her. The green ball had different shades of color, and it seemed to have a pattern of mottled patterns that were hard to discern. Sister! The green ball called out, and raised a few tentacles and aloe vera leaves high. A pair of bright silver eyes appeared in the middle, and Lingyu didn't know how to describe these eyes. She seemed to be sucked in the first sight. She stared at it blankly, ignoring even the strangeness of its shape. The green ball moved to one side, and the color of its body began to change. He turned into a light black with a bit of old metallic luster, overlapping with Lingyu's shadow on the floor. And Lingyu came back to her senses. She knew why the ground of this starship was so clean. It was a floor cleaner. This is... Ji-Chen was stuck in the middle of a sentence and didn't say it out. And Lingyu had understood. She stretched out her hand and released a little gold thread. Bai Zhe instantly released a little silver thread to collide with it. A small glittering star shower appeared here. It may not be a human. It is our companion, Lingyu said. Sister, you are so nice. Green ball? Oh no, Bai Zhe rolled in the shadows. How? Do you go to the show? Ji-Chen still remembered the purpose of this trip. How good is your color-changing ability? Lingyu asked. I have never been spotted in the wild. Oh no. I almost never meet anyone. Bai Zhe opened his eyes again, even though he had expected it. And Lingyu was still distracted for a moment. But it's not allowed in places where people gather. So I need my sister to take me. I remember you have a travel bag? And Lingyu said to Ji-Chen. Put something at the bottom of the travel bag and stuff Bai Zhe in it just right. Ji-Chen put the bag on his chest and unzipped it. This is not perfect. It would be better if there was a one-way glass box. However, the performance was about to start, and they could not care so much. The performance that was about to start was brought by Jin Feng and Yu Lu, followers of the Pantheon. Most people would regard it as a magic. Of course, they claimed that it was not a magic, but a miracle. The Pantheon has always been classified as a cult by the Alliance, and the Siren Point has also been classified as a dangerous area. This performance on Star R, I think because it is far away from the Alliance headquarters and a large number of people gathered, it has a bit of missionary meaning. At this moment, the people waiting for the twinkling star shower on Star R had not seen the star shower for 2 days, and they were bored and annoyed. And Lingyu went there according to the specific coordinates on the poster. This is also a suitable place to watch the twinkling star shower. But she knew that there would be no more star showers, because she had reunited with Bai Zhe. As soon as they arrived, they saw the army evacuating the people. Please do not participate in the activities of the evil cult organization. There was a loudspeaker playing nearby, but the crowd was reluctant to leave. I didn't participate in cult activities. I came to see the twinkling star shower. Yes. 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 The twinkling star shower has been going on for so long. Why hasn't the Institute of Space Exploration figured out the principle yet? We are investigating. Please wait for the official announcement for details. A major general with thick eyebrows and big eyes said. The army and the masses were in a stalemate. And suddenly soothing music sounded. Someone shouted, "Look! The sky!" 2 young women were seen flying hand in hand, as if riding the wind and stepping on the stars. Golden Wind and Jade Dew. There were excited fans in the crowd. Both of them were wearing goose yellow dresses and matching scarves. Suddenly, one of them grabbed the scarf of the other and danced in the air. The silk and satin on their bodies changed freely during the dance. Like tender willows dyed with new green. The spring breeze passed through the south of the Yangtze River. The scarf suddenly became longer, and the color of the clothes gradually changed, from the green of grass to the red of flowers. Yu Lu! Someone had already distinguished them. Jean Feng smiled and danced lightly, and large petals fell from the air. And Ling Yu had learned in advance that these 2 people were famous for their singing and dancing and incredible cross-dressing. Their performance had just begun when the Major General issued a warning with a megaphone. I am from the Alliance Air Force. Please land immediately for inspection. The 2 people in the air ignored him. And Ji Feng made an elegant backflip with Yulu's hand. The soft gauze at the hem became longer and wider, forming a short circle in the air. Please land immediately for inspection. Otherwise we will take compulsory measures. The crowd began to riot, and some people stood up for Ji Feng and Yulu. It's just a free performance. Why spoil the fun? According to reports, the 2 are suspected of excessive modification and may be robots. Please understand and cooperate, the Major General said. After this, fewer people spoke up for Ji Feng Yulu. The performance of the 2 must have been assisted by machinery. Looking at their postures, they don't seem to have large external mechanical tools. Then it must be the modification of their own bodies. Just thinking about it, a golden shawl suddenly fell in front of Ling Yu. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Yulu walked on this glittering silk road and came to Ling Yu. I heard the song of the siren. She chuckled. Her eyes were like water, and she flew away with the shawl under her feet. The Jade Dew went up to find the Golden Wind, and the Golden Wind also gathered down. When the 2 met, a large piece of brocade silk flew out, fluttering and scattering in the air, and Ling Yu raised her hand and touched a piece of gauze, which disappeared in the blink of an eye. These silks will feather and disappear when people touch them. When the flying silks are all gone, there is no trace of the Golden Wind and Jade Dew in the air. The Major General next to him frowned and told everyone not to leave and to be checked one by one. Naturally, some people were not happy, but they had no choice but to cooperate because they were surrounded by the army. Bai Zhe was still in the travel bag, and Ling Yu felt that something was wrong. The Alliance was extremely unfriendly to alien creatures, and she really couldn't explain it. Ji Chen zipped up the travel bag and took her straight to the Major General. He said to the Major General with an impatient look, "Swipe away. I'm leaving. Please line up and accept professional inspections in turn." The Major General made a gesture, pointing to the heavy inspection door being built next to him. Waiting in line makes me irritable, and my emotions are not very stable. Then please manage your emotions. The Major General's tone was cold and hard, and he was obviously unhappy. Ji Chen took a step forward as if he was about to take action. The Major General and the soldiers around him had their hands on their guns, and Ling Yu stretched out his hand to stop him and said to the Major General, I am his assistant. Why don't you just scan his information? The Major General snorted coldly. No matter what tycoon or celebrity, it is useless to me. I asked you to scan with a military system. Idiot. Ji Chen folded his arms and looked up. The Major General stared at him for a moment, and Ji Chen's expression became visibly irritable. After the Major General raised the light brain to identify the information, Ji Chen kicked a stone at him directly. The adjutant next to him stepped forward and scolded him, but the Major General immediately waved him away. With an official smile on his face, Sir, please go this way. I wish you a good mood. In full view of the public, Ji Chen and Ling Yu left openly. Why? The adjutant had known the Major General for many years and expressed his dissatisfaction directly. The Major General patted his old friend on the shoulder, and when he saw the 2 people walking away, He leaned over to his ear and whispered a word, G. There are not too few people with the surname G. But in this context, the reference is obvious. The adjutant took a deep breath. His eyes wide open. He is the one. Shh. Although the adjutant's voice was not loud, the Major General still stopped him. He is the one who cannot be said. The adjutant opened his mouth, but could not say anything for a long time, and finally exhaled. I wish him a good mood. No one wants to face an out-of-control Noah. Sometimes, the demonization of Noah by the Alliance can also be used. Chapter 24. The news that Ji-Chen had passed the gate by face recognition was quickly transmitted back to the main planet. However, such a small piece of news was just a passing flash in front of the members of Parliament. They had more important things to deal with. As the urgent encrypted messages were delivered, every member of Parliament looked uneasy. Except for Violet. Violet was the least experienced member of Parliament, but she had high public support. She was now carefully tasting the black tea sent by her apprentice under the lily of the valley lantern. I really miss it. Violet raised her hand to push the dark purple hair behind her ears, and narrowed her bright golden eyes. Just like my teacher's craftsmanship. I have never drunk such black tea since we became estranged. If you want, I will. The chestnut-haired man leaned forward to show his loyalty. No, Simon. I don't like this, Violet said. I'm just too excited. My teacher, your master, is in big trouble now, and our plan is expected to be carried out. Simon stood with his head down and did not speak. Violet, who was in her private residence, did not hide her joy. She felt that the dead leaves in her hand were cute when they were soaked in water. Oh, Simon. Just as she was about to say something, a specially encrypted message from the Institute of Astronomy was received on the optical brain. Dear Sir Violet, the traces of battle inside the Rilla Nebula have been examined. We have detected trace amounts of Eugenstyre on the surface of some stones. The following news was not important, and Violet spent a long time calming down her joy. Finally. But someone should be happier than me to see this news. Simon raised his head carefully, and he was obviously still out of his situation. Violet copied the encrypted content on the optical computer to him. Claire should take action. Simon, no matter what, urge her to activate Noah. Violet picked up the cup of black tea again. She will choose to activate Noah number 1. After all, number 1 is now completely under our control. However, if we don't take the opportunity to activate number 4, wouldn't it be a waste of this great opportunity? Master. Violet knew that he was worried that Ji Mingguang would object. At this moment, her mood calmed down. Her tone became formal, and her last voice was even a little cold. You don't need to worry about this. He and I haven't had a private chat for a long time. I will go to the J department. You will be in charge of the home. Everything should be done according to the plan. Make sure everything goes well. Yes. Our star did not find Jean Feng Yulu during the investigation. They seem to have evaporated from the face of the earth. And Ling Yu signed for the handheld game console that was previously delivered to her star, gave a piece to Bai Zhe, and then took it back to our F-72 with Ji-Chen. The planet was still dark, with only a few bright stars scattered in the sky. Maybe you can also get me some fuel. Bai Zhe was crawling on the ground. I don't move around so I don't need much. But it's a good idea to stock up. Okay. And Ling Yu's starship has never been refueled since it was bought. Next time you fill it up, you can come here and give him some. Bai Zhe's starship is a very old military starship auxiliary aircraft. When Enlingyu was about to ask Ji-Chen if he could confirm Bai Zhe's identity, he was interrupted by a whoosh sound in the distance. Several light spots rose from the ground and exploded into dazzling fireworks in the air. Wow! Bai Zhe exclaimed. It's fireworks. Do you like fireworks too? Ji-Chen asked. I don't remember. My amnesia is quite special. I forget basically everything about myself. But it's rare to see fireworks here. In order to see the fireworks clearly, Bai Zhe rolled down from the starship again. He must have walked too slowly. And Lingyu was a little uneasy and looked at the direction where the fireworks rose vigilantly. Ji-Chen patted the back of her hand. I asked the iron pot to set it off. It will return to the starship after it is done. It won't come over. And Lingyu responded. And when she looked up again, the fireworks were at their brightest. The bright spots of light turned the sky into a sea of flowers, and ripples rippled across the sky. The improved fireworks of the interstellar era almost used the sky as a canvas, painting the desired colors and patterns at will. And Lingyu even saw flying white cranes. May this day come every year. And every year we'll have this day. Baizé made a wish softly. You should wish for better years every year. Ji-chen corrected beside him. But for me, today is good enough, Baizé said. And Lingyu smiled, not knowing why a wish could cause a quarrel. When the fireworks ended, Baizé reluctantly returned to his starship. There were many people around Ji-chen, so it was not convenient to take it with him. Fortunately, Baizé had already let it go, and it was enough to play with the optical computer. RF-72 belongs to the Alliance, and now Ji-chen comes here too frequently. Staying here is very dangerous, so Baizé has to return to the Rila Nebula to hide. Ji-chen also needs to return to the main star as soon as possible for a routine physical examination. Sunday is coming. The Alliance Space Exploration Institute is investigating the Rila Nebula. You have to be careful, Lingyu warned. Baizé, I know. I am very familiar with the Rila Nebula. I won't be discovered. Watching Baizé leave, the two return to the starship. Now it is past midnight, which can be said to be Saturday. Set the autopilot. The starship shows that the time to arrive at the main star is about 8:46 p.m. on Saturday. At that time, they can first explore the G residence carefully. Anyway, Ji Mingwang is far away at the border and can't come back. Otherwise, there might be some changes after Ji-chen receives a physical examination this weekend. He is optimistic about this. At worst, he can let Lingyu force him to drink, and he can recover his memory after getting drunk. According to his calculation, a few glasses of strong liquor will be enough. But Lingyu overheard the conversation of the staff of Changshan Academy of Sciences and knew that Ji-chen's internal organs had been secretly cut, and was worried that they would do something else this time. Especially Ji Mingwang's deterrence has decreased. There has been almost no news from the J department recently, and Lingyu guessed that the battle situation was not good. After all, the little victory before had to be written into a press release of the first victory. There were still 20 hours before returning to the main planet. The two gathered together to talk about the overall situation of the Alliance. For 100 years, the Alliance has not made any breakthroughs in scientific research. There is only one longevity technology, and it is still because of parasitism. The reason for this conclusion is also very simple. Ji-chen always performed surgery in the Changshan Academy, and this academy is full of fireflies. A certain round broke into the dean's office and found the list of people to be employed and the allocation table of fireflies to be parasitized. Ji-chen seemed to be replaying a game. Perhaps it was because these top scientific research talents were parasitized that the Alliance faced the problem of slow progress in technological breakthroughs. They also made some changes, such as establishing a cutting-edge research institute. This is a research institute controlled by Shuang, but mainly human in number. And Lingyu's contract was signed in the name of this institute. Although the Alliance's technological development lagged behind, it had a foundation after all, which forced the robots to hide for a long time. The recent large-scale harassment attacks by robots seem to be planned. The kidnapping of the congressman's daughter is even less likely to be a random act. Did the robots make any demands when Mona was kidnapped? And Lingyu asked. There is no specific information on the internet, but Ji-chen might know it since he is with Ji Mingwang. They asked for some outrageous things, such as White Star, which is one of the 5 advanced planets. Ji-chen paused as he thought of something. For example, me. You by name? Ji-chen looked embarrassed. Yes. Claire wanted me to change it. Anyway, Noah's heart is with him. As long as they want. I have to escape back by myself. But that person said he would not agree to it, because the ransom is too outrageous. So this matter has been dragged on? Yes. I don't know what those iron lumps are thinking. If they made some less exaggerated demands, maybe they would have achieved it. Now that Claire gave up Mona, they will only lose both people and money. They may not care. After all, the situation of the Alliance in the J system is not necessarily good. Lingyu said. This is more like a prank. However, the resentment of the robots towards the Alliance is understandable. After all, the Alliance never regards them as human beings. It is true that these robots have a strong anti-Alliance tendency. But how many people can modify themselves extensively just to oppose the Alliance? Some do it for appearance, some for strength, and some just to survive. The old director of Morningstar seriously considered modifying the mechanical internal organs to prolong life. The entry of Jin Fengyilu was briefly on the hot search list, but was quickly suppressed. Unlike robots that are beautiful by exposing their mechanical parts, The pantheon is introverted. They don't show their beliefs easily. And even the most famous Ji Fengyulu has never revealed who they believe in. This is a very unique church. Its believers believe in everything. And together, they maintain a strange but harmonious atmosphere. There are many evil cults designated by the Alliance. But only this one is evergreen and has many believers. And it is also very popular with passers-by. After all, the siren song is really useful for traveling. The magical illusion can also bring people a novel experience. And no one has yet been able to crack the principle behind the siren song. This acceleration gain effect was most studied during the Interstellar escape period. But after the Dawn War, a lot of information was lost and damaged. Currently, the only widely circulated one is Noah's absolute enhancement ability, which has nothing to do with these scattered siren points. Some people speculate that there must be a master behind the pantheon. I just don't know why they went to so much trouble to found a religion. With such strength, they will surely be promoted. The logic of the robot is easy to understand. But I always feel strange about the pantheon. Is it because I don't believe in religion? And Lingyu was puzzled. I have studied the pantheon for several rounds. In a sense, the performance of Ji Fengyulu may really be a miracle. Miracle? In their words, this is the power of faith. Ji-chan sat up a little. But I can't show you. My Huilong sect can only perform a second sleep at most. And it may not work. Chapter 25. If love is a kind of energy, is faith also energy? If love can make fireflies immortal, can faith bring down miracles in the universe? Just like the pantheism advocates' faith, fireflies have an almost paranoid obsession with love. They urgently need the love of the people, whether it is through business ability, personal charm, or simply beautiful appearance. Fireflies who can gain a lot of love will always rise rapidly in their careers. The firefly that parasitizes Ji Mingguang is called Air, which is a transliteration. He is an outlier, which has become more obvious in recent years. He has a perverted obsession with playing the role of a loving father. He rejected all his adopted sons and daughters for this reason, and even turned against Xueying's companions and broke up with his beloved disciple Violet. None of this matters, as long as Xiaochen is okay. Ji-chan seemed to be able to see his smiling face. Ji-chan, who had lost his memory, was so dependent on him. And he was always so kind, gentle and considerate. Even though he was so bad, had no friends, a bad reputation, was heavily in debt, and had accomplished nothing. Home is always a warm shore, and father's arms are the most reliable harbor. He often feels happy for this, and he often loves each other deeply. The potion makes the world black and white upside down, and love and hate are mixed. It is a monster that devours love madly. Ji-chan concluded. In recent years, Earl has become more and more like a kind father, and his disguise is close to perfection. But a long time ago, he would crazily demand love and do things that are not in line with his personality. Other congressmen did similar things, but more straightforward. For example, adopting orphans is a way to steadily harvest love. They have a natural sense of love and can constantly screen and find suitable children. This sense is also the reason why Earl was able to discover that Ji-chan had recovered his memory. And Lingyu and Ji-chan were nestling in a lounge, where anti-eavesdropping facilities were placed. After talking about the strange behavior logic of the pantheon and Xueying, the two fell silent. Behind the closed blinds was the endless starry sky, and Lingyu was looking at the string of beads on the curtains. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. She was dizzy and couldn't help but lie down when she heard Ji-chan whisper, "Good night." "Good night." She closed her eyes, and didn't say anything. "Me too," Ji-chan said, and Lingyu almost thought she said that. When she woke up, the starship was still on the way, but it was halfway through the journey. When Lingyu turned over, she almost pushed Ji-chan down. Perhaps because the atmosphere last night was too harmonious and the sleepiness was coming. They slept side by side. Ji-chan moved a bit, but didn't mean to wake up. It was already noon, and Lingyu turned on the computer and casually browsed the news. The morning news was about the J Department, and Congressman Violet would go to the front line to express condolences. If nothing unexpected happens, this will not only boost the morale of the army, but also calm the hearts of the people. "Are you getting up?" Lingyu asked. "I'm up." Ji-chan could lie without opening his eyes. "In 5 minutes? 10 minutes. Lingyu looked at the watch, and it had been an hour and a half since Ji-chan said 10 minutes. "If you don't get up, the live broadcast will start." "What live broadcast?" Ji-Chen spent several minutes preparing himself to get up, and finally decided to lie in bed and watch the live broadcast. Violet is also a very approachable counselor, but not as approachable as Claire. She doesn't have the airs of a leader. She will interact with the camera seriously when she feels like it, and she will show it on her face when she is in a bad mood. This makes her more lively. When she greets the crowd with a smile, people often shout, "The goddess of luck favors me." Unlike Claire's live broadcast that seemed to be able to broadcast the news at any time, Violet's live broadcast angle was very casual. The vertical picture showed her side profile leaning against the porthole drinking coffee. If you don't look at the title, you might think it was a small clip from a travel live broadcast. Violet greeted the camera. She must be in a good mood today. She began to pick and choose questions in the comment area. How many people died in the J series? Violet shook her head. Why do you ask questions I don't know? But don't worry. We will soon meet Mr. Jiming Wang, who is stationed in J. She reads questions without screening, but throws them to others. The live broadcast perspective quickly zooms in after arriving at J, and Ling Yu sees a whole field of warships. Jiming Wang attaches great importance to it, and specially organizes a military parade. Violet greets him and asks several questions of public concern in an official manner. Jiming Wang's answers are impeccable, and there is no useful information. Listening to your words is like listening to your words, and it is obvious that it is a speech prepared in advance. The camera zoomed out, and the starship brought by Violet was continuously dropping supplies. These were not routine military supplies, but some additional subsidies. Violet's personal signature was printed on the supply box, and there was a playful purple flower at the end. Violet was chatting and laughing on the platform. The camera had cut back, because there was a huge display screen behind them, and the screen showed the picture of the dropping of supplies. Jiming Wang was serious and answered in a serious manner. Rustle. Rustle. The sound of electric current sliding through. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. A crazy laugh came from somewhere. It was a hoarse female voice mixed with mechanical sound, like silky red wine mixed with raw rust. The display screen behind her suddenly went black, and Violet turned back dissatisfied. The screen flashed a few times and then lit up, showing a girl with long white curly hair and blood-red eyes. Dear Congressman, I say hello to you. The careless tone matched with a contemptuous look. Ha ha ha. After that, she raised her head and laughed. The face on the screen was huge, and the head was the size of an ordinary person. The girl had a delicate face, but an exaggerated expression. When she glanced down, she had a cruel and brutal feeling that was different from the light pink decoration. Lilith. Jiming Wang said her name. Violet played with the butterfly ring on her hand, which was her optical brain. The golden butterfly device could fly up briefly and circle around her fingertips. She was weighing the pros and cons, and did not turn off the live broadcast for the time being. Are you the leader of the robots? She said bluntly. Why don't you say hello to me? Lilith leaned forward suddenly, and the image displayed on her head became larger. Thank goodness I brought a generous gift. The blood-red eyes stared at Violet, as if she could get out of the screen. Violet and Ji-Chen's limbs were stiff. She stood up again suddenly. You will like it. The screen switched images and turned into a dark sky. A white parachute slowly fell from the sky, like a dandelion seed. The view zoomed in, and the condolence sight was right under the parachute. Violet suddenly turned her head and looked up into the sky, and there was indeed a parachute there. The view on the screen behind her zoomed in again, and in the live broadcast room, a brown-haired girl could be clearly seen hanging under the parachute. She was lightly dressed, and her exposed skin had a cold and hard texture. Mona? Jiming Wang glanced at the audience, and immediately a warship flew up and intercepted her. Lilith's voice sounded again. I have sent Congressman Claire's beloved daughter back safely. I just made some minor modifications. Don't worry. It won't harm her life. The love of the Alliance. I will wait and see. After that, she laughed wildly and cut off the video. At the same time, the video of Mona's return went viral on the internet. Almost everyone online knew that Mona was back. She came back with a set of mechanical prostheses. Today's events are a bit sudden. Violet looked at the live broadcast room with a surge in comments. Let's stop here. I have something to deal with. Violet's live broadcast was closed very late, but the multi-angle shooting that was a hot topic on the internet was not from her live broadcast room. Even though she always likes to watch the fun, she still has a headache today. Claire? That guy. will definitely pick on her again. Alas, it is not appropriate to show up recently. Let others attract the attention. Mona's limbs are obviously abnormal in the viral video. Without testing, everyone has already assumed that Mona's mechanical transformation exceeds 50%. The Alliance will be in a dilemma. Kill Mona, who has become a robot, or slap their own new rules in the face. She doesn't understand the Alliance at all. Violet followed Ji-Ming Wang into the office. Not every counselor is Ji-Ming Wang. Claire will not show mercy. And she can even promote stories, like beheading the adopted daughter with tears afterwards. This is not a dilemma at all. Really? Ji-Ming Wang sat down at the table, and sent the test results received by the optical computer. Violet opened it with an indifferent look on her face, and was instantly attracted by the red number on the first page. Mona's mechanization index, 49.99%. The robot must have left evidence to prove that the mechanization index of Mona, who returned, was less than 50%, which was less than the killing line of the new Alliance rules. But no matter how much the Alliance explained that Mona was still human, it was like trying to cover up something that only made it more obvious. At this moment, it really seemed more like a fake. If Mona was kept, the crowd would be indignant. If Mona was not kept, the robot would throw out the proof. It's a bit troublesome to come prepared, but it's not a bad idea. Violet casually opened the webpage and saw that those popular videos of Mona's return were gone. Compared with us, she is still too young and lying and manipulating. Leave her to Claire. Ji-Ming Wang was indifferent to this. Just do as the teacher says. Violet emphasized the word teacher. I'm here this time for only one thing. And Ling Yu and Ji Chen arrived at Ji's house at 9 o'clock in the evening. Ji Chen opened the door and led her in with familiarity. They had no trouble in Ji's house. And Ling Yu felt that there would be no clues here. Shuiying, named Earl, seemed to be completely unprepared. Like a perfect father, he was unreserved to his child. He assured that you can't find anything. Maybe we should change places. And Ling Yu walked back from the greenhouse through the lush flowers and plants. Ji Chen had no hope of finding Noah's heart, so he suggested looking for some internal information about Firefly. No matter what they were looking for, their eyes were focused on the House of Representatives, the Changshan Academy of Sciences, the Confidential Archives, and other places. Tomorrow is the weekend, so they will naturally go to the Changshan Academy of Sciences. And Ling Yu decided to go around the Parliament first. After all, going to the archives is too obvious. There are so many reasons to go to the House of Representatives. If you are not satisfied with the ice cream shop on the commercial street, you can go there to petition. Ji Chen gave the reason that he wanted to walk in the small square in front of the Parliament to digest his food. He lied without disguising it. But this notorious Noah often did some nonsensical things, and everyone was used to it. The guard reported it several times, but did not stop it. And Ling Yu's golden thread quietly sneaked into the Parliament building. It was too difficult to understand the interior by touching it with the golden thread. Fortunately, their unusual visit made Shuiying inside murmur. She heard the conversation between Shuiying. Chapter 26. Why are you going crazy so late at night? I'm already exhausted from overtime. Kill. 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 I said I would kill them all. I have to leave one. Why don't you ask the security guard to kick him out? The security guard is very arrogant. He said he would kick you out? Oh my god. He is a relative. You know, he has a better life than us. He works 6 shifts as a gatekeeper. After listening for a long time, and Ling Yu knew that Claire liked to check on them randomly, and Violet liked to slack off. So before Violet became a senator, Claire always made things difficult for her. And the relationship between them was delicate. But she didn't know where Noah's heart was. These fireflies couldn't get to the point when they were gossiping. The content of overtime was even more boring. It was nothing more than controlling public opinion and suppressing the hot searches related to Mona. They didn't really need to do these things. They were more like commanders who gave orders without thinking. The two of them wandered here for half a night and returned without success. When they returned to the starship, and Ling Yu found that Bai Zhe had sent her several text messages. Bai Zhe, there are so many people here. Bai Zhe, really so many people. Bai Zhe, it's so lively. People wearing all kinds of clothes. Bai Zhe, didn't the internet say that robots are being severely cracked down on? Why did I see a robot? Bai Zhe, she is so beautiful. Bai Zhe, really? Not just any kind. Very elegant. I take a picture for you to see. Bai Zhe didn't send any more messages after he left. And Enlingyu, who was about to take a rest, was worried again. Enlingyu, how are you now? Bai Zhe, I'm fine. But I can't get close to her. She's very alert. Bai Zhe, I can only take pictures from a distance. I can't capture the feeling. It's not as good as seeing it with my own eyes. Enlingyu, why are you still taking pictures? They are going to catch you. Run away quickly. Bai Zhe, I know. Don't worry. It's okay. Bai Zhe, I'm just taking a look. I'm very careful. Bai Zhe sent a photo. The photo was not very clear. There was a group of people in white clothes in the distance. Enlingyu zoomed in the picture and saw that the woman with short hair was walking in front. She had obvious exoskeleton-assisted mechanical equipment on her body. But her skin should still be natural. Enlingyu, this is the uniform of the Changshan Academy of Sciences. This academy is the nest of water fireflies. You must be careful. Bai Zhe, water firefly. Bai Zhe, she is a water firefly. Bai Zhe, how is it possible? I can't tell at all. Enlingyu, if we can tell, do we need to go to so much trouble? Enlingyu, this is the lesson learned by Ji Chen through hard work. Why don't you run away quickly? Bai Zhe, I am very confident in my ability to hide. Enlingyu, Bai Zhe, well, actually I can't leave now. It's too noisy to drive a starship. It's better to stay here and deal with all changes. Bai Zhe, don't worry. I can still pretend to be a grass if things get worse. I can pretend to be a grass very well. And Enlingyu could already imagine him propping up his tentacles as leaves. Ji Chen did not go home, but slept in the bedroom on the starship. And Enlingyu discussed with him that they planned to dawdle for a while when they went to the academy for routine inspection tomorrow, jumping back and forth on the bottom line of the other party's tolerance, so that someone would definitely discuss Noah's heart. But whether you can use the golden thread to eavesdrop on the location of Noah's heart requires luck. But this time is a little special. At 8 o'clock in the morning on the weekend, several military starships surrounded them. What's the matter? Ji Chen, who was awakened, was as cold as ice. Mr. Ji, please come with us. The leader was a man with short chestnut hair. He showed the Alliance execution certificate with his name, Simon, on it. Sorry. I should go to the Academy of Sciences for inspection at this time, Ji Chen said. We are going to the Changshan Academy of Sciences. Simon smiled slightly and stretched out his arm. Please. And Enlingyu and Ji Chen boarded the other starship together. From Ji Chen's expression and attitude, she could feel that this was not a normal procedure. She used the gold thread to eavesdrop on the news in the nearby room. But it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Simon and his subordinates were well trained and did not speak during the journey. After arriving at the Academy of Sciences, Enlingyu quickly scattered the gold thread throughout the Academy of Sciences, focusing on the dean's office and other places. Ji Chen stopped before stepping into the exclusive elevator. I'm not going, he said. Simon was obviously a little surprised. Ji Chen's cooperation has been very high in recent years. Why would he suddenly resist? But he did not show any emotion on his face, and smiled gently. The operation is quick. Painless anesthesia. No. Ji Chen turned and walked towards the hall. This made the nurse next to him anxious. But Simon remained calm. Is it because of my appearance? You are resisting. You make me look unreasonable when you say that, Ji Chen said. Isn't it? Simon complained in his heart and smiled. What if I say that this operation is not a weakening? Not weakened? Ji Chen was stunned. It is enhanced. Simon's hoarse voice was a little bewitching, as if he was coaxing an ignorant animal. How is it possible? Ji Chen became alert. Who asked you to come? Simon raised a hand, but smiled and said nothing. Ji Chen's heart was alarmed, and he wanted to leave. But suddenly he felt a pain in his heart. Just as he bent down and pressed his chest, he was caught by several men in black. And Enlingyu stepped forward to help. Does Mr. Jiming Wang know that you are doing this? This action was unanimously approved by 4 members of parliament. Simon raised his eyebrows and said coldly to his left and right, take him away. If I remember correctly, there are 5 members of the House of Representatives. Right? You don't think he has a veto, do you? Miss, you are obstructing law enforcement. I am his bodyguard. If you want to take him away, I have to go with him, Enlingyu said. Ji Chen shook his head at her secretly. Enlingyu chased after her for a few steps, but did not catch up. Under Simon's cold eyes, Enlingyu retreated decadently and leaned against the wall of the corridor. Simon showed a winner's smile and turned to wait in the VIP reception room. And Lingyu covered her face with her hands to hide her emotions. So noisy. Almost every golden thread that was put down earlier was dutifully transmitting the sound back. It was unnecessary to tear the face with Simon now. And it was crucial to find the location of Noah's heart. And Lingyu tried hard to distinguish the content of the conversation. Have you found the one in the Rilla Nebula? Found an old starship. He is on that small planet. He can't run away. What is this? Using the enemy's own spear to attack your shield? I don't know. Don't talk about these roundabout things. Do you have to let Jichin go? We need to give him a shot of cardiac stimulant. He is out of control. What if he does something? I also think he doesn't need to go. But since it is an order from above, just relax. At worst, there is still Noah's heart. Why? You don't really think the Alliance lacks this little bit of combat power? What do you mean? Are you going to do it? Someone did mention the heart of Noah. But no one has said anything useful yet. Rilla Nebula. They should be talking about Bai Zhe. And Lingyu felt that this situation was more urgent. So she sent a message to Bai Zhe first. Lingyu, your starship was discovered by the Alliance? Lingyu, how are you now? Bai Zhe, I may not be able to pretend to be a grass. Bai Zhe, they are setting up scanning equipment. I dare not gamble. I can only hide. And Lingyu, what if they search the carpet? Do you have any way to escape? It's better to leave that planet. Bai Zhe, I think of a way. Bai Zhe, don't worry. I won't betray you. If I get caught, I destroy the optical computer first. Bai Zhe, my corrosive liquid is very strong. I guarantee they won't be able to find out. Lingyu, don't worry. Jichin will most likely go there. Let's see if there are any loopholes to exploit. Bai Zhe, okay. Jichin's cardiac stimulant and tranquilizer were injected together. When he was taken away, he didn't return the same way. So Lingyu didn't see him? People in the academy mentioned Noah's heart many times. So Lingyu pretended not to know that Jichin had left and stayed to eavesdrop. But soon, the guard came to drive her away. She delayed for a while and returned to the hovercraft. The quarrel with the guard gave her a headache. And she was also afraid that she would miss some news from the golden thread during the dispute. The hovercraft drove out of the academy. And she had to gather the golden thread into a strand to ensure that it would not fail. She did not leave, but parked the hovercraft against the wall of the academy. In this way, Jinsei can still roam around and eavesdrop in some departments of the Academy of Sciences. Bai Zhe reported to her that he was safe, in order to prevent the message from affecting its escape from danger. And Lingyu stopped chatting with him. There was no reply to the message sent to Jichin. She turned around and found that the big white goose was not in the car. Did it follow Jichin? It should be like this. Before, when Jichin drove the starship without it, it had to fly by itself. From this point of view, Ji Mingguang already knew that Simon took Jichin away. Although they are all water fireflies, different camps can also use them. If we assume the worst, the other 4 counselors called Jichin away at this juncture, which means they were determined to get rid of him. Ji Mingguang was far away at the border and might not be able to take care of him. And, is Jichin really that important to him? And Lingyu found Ji Mingguang's previous transfer records and sent him a message. After a while, he made a video call. Ji Mingguang asked Lingyu to drive the starship he bought to catch up, and also gave her a code, saying that it could improve the performance of the starship. Is the heart of Noah with Simon? And Lingyu went straight to the point and tried to trick out useful information. Jichin was forcibly controlled and taken away by him. How could such an important thing as the heart of Noah be kept in his hands? Ji Mingguang sighed slowly. This is the price of keeping him at the beginning. I have no choice. He can't fall into the hands of other counselors. You have to take him away. No matter what happens. How can I take him away? Lingyu asked. Without the heart of Noah, I can't take him away at all. Just remember this matter. I will take care of other things. Ji Mingguang suddenly looked at her deeply and said solemnly, I won't hurt him. The video has been hung up. And Lingyu suddenly became confused. Does Ji Mingguang have his own will after being parasitized? Why does he protect Jichin like this? Anyway, it's good for them. And Lingyu flipped through the light brain for a while. Bai Zhe and Jichin were both in trouble. She decided to contact her senior sister again. And Lingyu, what are you busy with? Senior sister? Senior sister, no one comes to the temple for no reason. Junior sister, you are in trouble. Lingyu, senior sister is very good at predicting things. Senior sister, of course. After all, when you didn't contact me, I was acting like a half-immortal. Unling you, senior sister. Have you also read scientific research, from entry to abandonment? Senior sister, have you read it? Unling you, no. Senior sister, do you know anything about Noah's heart? Unling you, for example. Where is it? Senior sister, in your chest. Unling you, I mean the one of Jichen. Senior sister, what does that have to do with me? Unling you, did you have any grudges before? If he did something wrong, I will force him to make amends for you. Senior sister, ha ha. Unling you, senior sister. Shuiying is here. Please help. Unling you, if I heard correctly, he will be controlled by the heart of Noah to kill Bai Zai. As a human, senior sister doesn't want to see this result. Right? Senior sister, you are so naive. Senior sister, speaking of this, you still owe me a favor. Senior sister, if you just want to say this, don't bother me. Chapter 27. Jichen woke up in a daze on the starship, and he felt like he was dreaming. The simple interior decoration on the starship was like the battleship Xinyuan 100 years ago. There was no one around, so he walked to the operating table and touched it. The smooth and cold touch fell on his fingertips. His heart trembled. Has his longing for Xinyuan reached this point? The touch of the buttons and the operating lever can be simulated in the dream. Compared with the current starships, the display screen of Xinyuan is very small. Jichen checked the mission instructions and headed for the Rila Nebula. Rila Nebula? The name pulled him out of the trance of his dream. A chuckle came from behind him. Jichen turned around and found that it was Simon's holographic image. Is Mr. G satisfied with the modified Xinyuan? Simon asked. Jichen didn't say anything. It seems that Mr. G has not learned to be obedient. Simon turned a thin silver needle on his fingertips. And then he leaned down and stabbed the needle into a transparent crystal on the table in front of him. Jichen suddenly wailed and squatted down. My patience is limited. Now, you do what I say. Simon pulled out the silver needle. Jichen's forehead was covered with fine sweat. He lowered his head and said nothing. Go to the operating table now, and use absolute strengthening to speed up the starship, Simon ordered. Jichen looked up at the transparent crystal. He recognized it. This was the heart of Noah. However, the image Simon projected was only this small area. He could not infer where the heart of Noah was. What? The silver needle in Simon's hand turned. Jichen turned his head to the operating table. After the injection of the cardiotonic, the blue light on his hand became several times stronger. But it was still not comparable to the heyday. He did not accelerate at full speed, but only doubled the speed of the starship. Simon had no objection to this, and then asked him to heat the barrel and take up the weapon. When the Xinyuan was built, the technology was not so advanced, and the barrel had to be preheated before it could fire smoothly. Jichen armed himself like in wartime, but he became more and more uneasy. Soon, he received the last order: cooperate with the local garrison to kill alien creatures or defectors. Bai Zai, she is so beautiful. And Ling Yu, what are you doing? Didn't you say not to send messages and concentrate on escaping? Bai Zai, I suddenly have a very strange premonition. Bai Zai, I may die. I want to talk. Ling Yu, no. Jichen will find you. Bai Zai, is he here to kill me? Ling Yu, on the surface. Yes. But he will find a way to help you. Bai Zai, then let him kill me. I have no way to escape. Bai Zai, do you know the name of that person? The one with a mechanical exoskeleton. Ling Yu, what's wrong? Bai Zai, I want to know her name. I think I might know her. Bai Zai sent a few more pictures. These pictures are much clearer than the previous one, all of which are shot with a short-haired woman with the mechanical arm as the center. Ling Yu, are you close to them? Bai Zai, careless. Ling Yu, don't give up yet. Everything is possible before it happens. Bai Zai, got it. I decided to do the opposite and sneak onto their starship. Wish me success. Ling Yu typed for a long time, but because he didn't know the specific situation over there and couldn't judge whether his decision was correct, he only said 2 words in the end: good luck. The gossip in the institute became more and more outrageous, and no one mentioned Noah's heart anymore. Ling Yu felt that it was not a good idea to stay any longer, so he drove back to the starship to chase Jichen. The starship driving in the initial job test was useful. In order to prevent Ji Mingwang from discovering the abnormality, she temporarily did not use Noah's ability. However, After entering the password, the performance of this starship was greatly improved, and its own speed was already much faster than that of a civilian starship. Bai Zai, I'm on the starship. Bai Zai, where is a good place to hide? Unlingyu, haven't you been discovered? Be careful. Bai Zai, this starship doesn't seem to belong to that beautiful sister. Unlingyu, what time is it? Unlingyu, I don't know the structure of military starships, but places like escape pods should not be visited by many people. Unlingyu, it depends on where you go. The most important thing is not to be discovered. Bai Zai didn't reply for a long time. Unlingyu changed his route and decided to speed up the journey via the siren song. At this moment, Bai Zai really didn't have time to reply. Before he could hide in the starship, a large group of people came up from behind. Why did the Changshan Academy of Sciences keep that robot? A tall man said. Don't say that. They even kept a starship. The fat man next to him laughed, and his words couldn't hide the sarcasm. Why do you still rely on robots to do things in the end? Isn't the J department fighting hard? Hey, do you think this woman is Mona? Mona? You are kidding me. Is Mona so old? She doesn't look like this. Haven't you seen her? They have all been changed into robots. So why bother looking at their appearance? Okay. Stop talking about these nonsense. Let's go back to the meeting. What's the point of having a meeting? The fat man muttered as he got into the main driving seat. The starship took off and rushed out of this small planet. Bai Zai opened his eyes. He didn't dare to turn on the projection computer. He carefully wrapped the computer and retreated to the corner along the table. There was no light in the corridor. He could hide in the darkness as long as he went over there. That might be a storage room. Maybe he could find food there. Thinking of this, he was a little hungry. In order to hide his body better, he hadn't eaten well recently. It was easy to hide with a small body, but he would get hungry quickly. Bai Zai saw the direction and distance clearly and closed his eyes again. The camouflage color on his skin was very close to the floor. Opening his eyes would make him more exposed. Several soldiers on the starship were still chatting. Bai Zai didn't dare to breathe. Duh! He bumped into a rectangular block. This seemed to be the secret button to open the cabinet behind him, and it would come out if he kicked it. He froze for a few seconds, because the eyeballs could not be disguised. He didn't dare to open his eyes, and could only close his eyes and pray that this sound would not attract attention. Sure enough, those soldiers were still talking about the congressman. I was a little impatient when I moved just now, but it was just a slight bump. It shouldn't pop out of the cabinet when I leave. Right? Bai Zai closed his eyes and tentatively moved forward. Duh! Another sound. Fortunately, the cabinet did not bounce out. This sound will be drowned out by the voices of people just like last time. Right? He did not dare to open his eyes, so he could only move carefully, little by little. After a while, he reached the corner. This time, there would be no tables or cabinets, only walls. Bai Zai calmed down and raised his eyelids slightly. In his hazy vision, he saw the soldier still in the distance. Great! He closed his eyes and moved happily along the wall. He was about to reach the corridor. He counted silently in his mind. He had already touched the corner of the wall. He just needed to move the rest of his body over there. 3, 2, 1. Click! The blood in his body surged, and he felt that he was going to turn red. He tried his best to restrain himself and pressed all his tentacles against the cold floor. He closed his eyes and didn't know what was happening. But the conversation of the soldiers over there stopped. The air was silent. Just as he took a deep breath and was about to squint his eyes, a strong and rebuking voice came. Who's there? His eyes had already squinted a little, which was not enough for him to see the outside world clearly. But he clearly saw the light. He was in the light. This corridor has gravity-sensing lights. He heard the sound of guns being loaded and slight footsteps. Start the starship self-check, a voice whispered. With a few drops of light, Bai Zai's heart was about to jump out. He couldn't sit there and wait for death. So he suddenly opened his eyes and rushed into the depths of the corridor. Bang! 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 There was a sound of gunfire. Call headquarters. Call headquarters. Someone reported the situation here. Bai Zai entered a meeting room and climbed to the ceiling with his tentacles. Because he had just been shot, he left some sticky liquid in the corridor. But at this moment, he had covered the wound with his tentacles. His inhuman appearance was indeed terrifying, but his self-healing and adaptability were very strong. Is this blood? The tall soldier found a liquid on the ground. There are aliens indeed. The captain squatted down carefully under the protection of the team members, and took out a collection tube to collect some liquid. These days, they have received some basic training from the Changshan Academy of Sciences, and have a little knowledge of their research work. It looks like something that the people in the Academy of Sciences are researching. Captain, should this be commended? A young man asked. What is this? You captured the alien alive. Isn't it better than this? The tall man next to him patted his head. Oh, right. Fatty. Check the surveillance. Hey, how can you talk like that? Kid? The fat man complained. But he had already clicked on the surveillance. According to his superior's instructions, he first shared the right to obtain the starship information. Soon, he called up the corridor surveillance. And the lower left corner showed the number of people watching simultaneously. 3 people. Is this him? At the R-Star base, a man wearing the uniform of the Changshan Academy of Sciences frowned at the thing on the ground. Instructions from the temporary station at the R-Star Center came through the headset. Use the test paper to test the collected blood. If the reaction is positive, just do it. Received. Bai Zhe and the others in the starship were playing hide-and-seek. The captain had tested the collected blood as required, and it was positive. The Changshan Academy staff, who were watching the surveillance, confirmed the result and cut off the call. Ogensteel. Is it really him? Why is he just hiding? Humans are indecisive and stupid creatures. We are different. The officer behind him said coldly. Call all detachments. Start Tianju at the same time. Bombard with all your strength. And completely crush him. The fat man commanded his teammates to enter the conference room through the intercom. Pay attention to the wall. He went up the wall. Damn. There is a blind spot for surveillance. In fact, Bai Zhe had already bypassed the surveillance and escaped from the conference room. He used silver thread to wander around nearby, and also put a strand in the cab. So he listened to the fat man's command to his teammates to find him. Although the color-changing camouflage was not perfect, he could toss for a long time if the enemy continued to fight in the open and I in the dark. I didn't see him go out, so he should be in the house. Look carefully. Hey, why are so many people syncing our starship signal? Do they want to see aliens? They didn't come in to watch the surveillance. The fat man glanced at the number of viewers in the lower left corner and continued to drag the screen. Ahem. Pay attention. The captain realized that this might be the Alliance's top leaders paying attention. And this was their chance to show off. That's not right. The fat man muttered quietly. They added permissions, but didn't get the surveillance content. They only clicked on the coordinates. Maybe they are here to support us. The captain hesitated. How many devices have received our coordinate information? 51. Beads of sweat fell from the fat man's forehead. A total of 56 devices have access to the sharing authority. And only 6 are watching the video. The tense atmosphere made the tall man a little panicked. We only have 50 starships stationed on Star R. Right? This is really too much. Although the air docking technology of starships has been perfected, it is impossible for one starship to dock with 50. What are all these coordinate-checking devices for? Call headquarters for instructions. Asked. The captain told the fat man. Okay. The fat man quickly connected to the headquarters. But the other party just asked them to stand by. Why do I feel a little creepy? Damn. This alien must be too disgusting. The tall man looked around. Time passed by, and they were tired of looking for Bai Zhe. If I had known earlier, I would have put a scanning device on the starship. Who would have thought that this thing would dare to drill into the starship? Captain. Fatty stared at the signal from the detection system. A large number of starships are approaching in front. And there is one behind. Moving very fast. Behind? In the Rila Nebula? Isn't there only one left by the Academy of Sciences? Only the woman with the mechanical exoskeleton was left. And they had discussed it when they first boarded the starship. This is fucking new technology. Right? How can she be so fast? Before the fat man finished his sigh, he heard a loud bang. And the starship suddenly deviated from the course. What's wrong? The captain didn't bother to look for Bai Zhe, and rushed out shouting. Chapter 28. Attacked. The fat man shouted and quickly pulled the starship's lever. The captain had already run to the cockpit and vaguely saw the silver starship that attacked them in the red light of the damage report. It was the starship left by the Academy of Sciences. The robot is out of control. Damn it. The tall man wanted to scold the Academy of Sciences. But he stopped because the starship authority was being shared. He and another person quickly took their positions as co-pilots. The Warhawk 32 starship was fully manned by 3 people. And according to convention, this starship was equipped with 6 soldiers. Call headquarters. Call headquarters. The captain grabbed the microphone. The Warhawk, which was hit on the right wing, barely dodged the artillery fire. Can't get through? What's going on? She's too fast. Don't panic. The main force is coming. The captain tried to contact the starships moving here. Maybe the robots are out of control. They are here to control the situation. Speed up the convergence. And request support. They don't answer the communication. Quickly self-check the communication system. Robots can interfere with communications. The heavily hit Warhawk quickly sailed towards the Star Fleet. Getting closer and closer. The artillery fire from behind had not stopped yet. And the Warhawk was in a mess. Just as they changed their course and planned to go around the Star Fleet from below to seek shelter behind them, several starships changed their course at the same time and blocked them. Is the communication not ready yet? Turn on the lights. Turn on the lights. The captain ordered them to send out a signal for help. The moment the lights came on, the opponent's cannon fired a particle light cannon. What's going on? How could they attack us? The captain suddenly opened the starship sharing permission list. And 56 shares were clearly visible. He knows it's us. There's no way to escape. The fat man wailed. And they were attacked from both sides. And there was nothing they could do. Enter the escape pod? If you enter the escape pod, you won't be left with anything. The tall man shouted amid the roar of artillery fire. Hide quickly. The fat man pulled the operating lever. But they had already entered the attack range of the starship group. And the dense shells were like a hail of bullets. Their speed was not enough to cross the sea of shells. It was over. Completely over. The fat man in the main car knew the current situation best. And his mind had already started to play the revolving lantern of his life. He hadn't married yet. Hadn't eaten Zuexian crispy meat yet. And his elderly parents could no longer wait for him. Go! A roar interrupted him. Still alive? The fat man was hot all over. And his blood seemed to be burning. The captain had already grabbed his joystick. The fat man's eyes swept across the captain's muscular arms, and saw the display screen. They escaped from the sea of shells from the side. How is it possible? How can a starship outrun a shell? Before the fat man's brain could react, he was kicked in the leg by the captain. Get out of the way! He immediately rolled off the main driving seat. His legs were hot and numb, like a pot lid opened by boiling water. The captain took over the main driving seat, and the fat man rolled and crawled to the side to prop up his upper body. The Warhawk was escaping quickly, breaking the speed limit. How is it possible? The fat man muttered to himself. God won't abandon me. God won't abandon me. He roared excitedly. No one cared about him at this moment. Behind them was a group of starships chasing them relentlessly. And the silver-white starship brought by the Academy of Sciences was leading the way, like a sharp knife. Where are you going? The tall man who had escaped death was a little nervous and stuttered. Sweat was pouring down the captain's forehead. Forward. Forward. Don't look back. They had dodged the attack from the side. And now this direction was not the front as before. We need to land. The starship loss index has exceeded the critical value. It may disintegrate. According to theoretical estimates, they should have disintegrated by now. But not only did they not disintegrate, they were still able to run. And they could run madly at a speed beyond their limit. This was the first time they ran at this speed. As if the starship could secrete adrenaline in dangerous situations. Get rid of them first. The captain exhaled slowly. And the cells in his brain began to think hard. Turn off the permission sharing. Have you turned it off? He held the joystick tightly with both hands, staring at the screen. The fat man, who was slumped on the ground, stretched out his hand weakly to check. It's off. It's off. I forgot when it was turned off. The tall man swallowed his saliva. His Adam's apple rolled. Or, should we contact them? Is there any misunderstanding? Why were they attacked by their own people? Thinking back to the headquarters that suddenly hung up the communication and the starship group that refused to communicate, the captain's face became more and more ugly. They were abandoned. Just because there were aliens on the starship. But aren't they still living people? Wouldn't it be fine if there were aliens on the starship to catch it? Why go to this extent? He glanced at the location map. Let's go to the main star. Head for the advanced star. They don't dare to bombard there. A starship is catching up. The teammate next to him, who was soaked, said. The captain had already seen the shell of the silver-white starship, which was only a small dot in the image. But it was like the arrival of the god of death. He knew that the attack range of the starship was terrifyingly long. He had never seen a shell that could be fired so far. Before he could react, his subordinate's lever suddenly pulled to one side. Boom! The shell flew past the starship. So fast. The feeling of surviving a disaster. Fortunately, the Warhawk was equipped with 2 groups of operators. Otherwise, how could they react? The lever in his hand moved again. The captain glanced to his side and got goosebumps instantly. Why is the fat man lying on the ground? Who is moving the lever? He quickly lowered his head and found that there was a ball of tangled silver wire under his hand. The bizarre scene made him tremble uncontrollably, and the joystick suddenly tilted and slipped out of his hand. Captain! Seeing the joystick slip out of his hand at the critical moment, the fat man let out a pig-killing wail. He twisted his body frantically to crawl towards the main driver, but saw that the joystick was alive and moved on its own. The starship is alive? The Warhawk was like a monster awakening, and they were in the monster's abdomen. This monster was like a last gasp, running wildly with its broken body. The previous bizarre acceleration escape scene also reappeared in his mind. A silver thread flew up and slid across the map on the side display. The captain watched it point to the location of the main star. Are you that alien? The captain realized that the other party might not understand what he said after he asked. However, he could actually understand the map. The voice actually responded to him. It was the same language. The captain looked around with wide eyes. The place was full of sweat and an unknown stench. The familiar starship layout became mysterious and complicated. The voice was a little hoarse. Get out of the way! The tall guy stared at the display and shouted. Boom! Extreme evasion. Extreme operation. The captain only had this sentence in his mind. The top pilots in the entire league can't do this level. Damn! Why is this robot so difficult to deal with? The tall guy finally cursed unscrupulously. Is she a robot? Baizé asked in the dark. Don't worry about it. Just run. The tall guy said. What's her name? Baizé continued to ask. The captain was calmer than the tall man. She was brought by the Changshan Academy of Sciences. We didn't have direct contact. I heard that she is not a robot, and the external mechanical arm is just an auxiliary facility. Then what? Baizé asked while operating the starship, feeling that he still had some strength to spare. The captain was more convinced that he had to stabilize him in order to have a glimmer of hope. Look ahead. The tall man shouted. A group of starships also appeared in front. It seemed like they were encircling him. I remember it. The team member waiting for the backup nearby looked desperate. I heard that Noah is coming. Xinyuan? The captain's mind instantly flashed with the dark battleship. He had seen the real Xinyuan during a visit by his entourage. Don't worry. It may not be it. The captain comforted the team members and quickly turned on the imaging system. Unfortunately, the distance was too far to capture the image, and we only knew that a large number of starships were approaching. It's definitely not. They are not moving as fast as the Academy of Sciences. You have to know that the starship driven by Noah is far superior to ordinary people. Don't panic. I am the strongest pilot in this galaxy, Baizé said. Really? The fat man's admiring eyes gave birth to infinite hope. If you tell me where the acceleration of this starship is. Baizé jumped down from the ceiling. This is not the same as my starship. The fat man almost choked to death by this sentence. Press down on the joystick. The captain quickly replied. But our speed is already faster than the maximum speed. Oh, it's not enough. Baizé looked at the display screen with his bright silver eyes. I'm more than that. Silver light burst out from the shattered starship, enveloping the entire starship. They seemed to have really become a beam of light, rushing into the starship group at high speed. They shuttled through the smooth shell, leaving after images in the starry sky where the shadows of the cannons overlapped. It turns out that the Alliance has been nothing more than this for the past 100 years, he said. Several people forgot to breathe in shock, and only gasped rapidly after breaking through the siege. Where are we going? Baizé asked. We go. The captain was stunned for a moment. We have nowhere to go. The Warhawk was still sailing at a high speed, and the destination was the previously selected main star. There was silence in the starship for a while, and the captain made up his mind to ask. But the words became weak when they came to his lips. Are you Savi? Savi, the alien race that hunted down the ancestors of mankind, forcing them to abandon their homes and experienced decades of interstellar escape. Baizé was stunned for a moment. Does Savi look like me? No. Not really. The captain frowned. He was a senior student who graduated from a regular military academy. In addition to the pictures in the textbooks, he had also seen the specimens of Savi. It was a vertebrate creature, completely different from the soft-bodied creature in front of him. But this person could speak their language and operate their starship. Apart from Savi, he couldn't think of any alien who knew them so well. Just now you mentioned Noah. Tell me about Noah. What does Noah look like? Baizé asked. Noah. The captain was still thinking. Noah is very scary. The tall guy had already shouted. We have to turn around quickly. Shen Yuan should be on the main star. If we hit him, we will be dead. Are you afraid of Noah? Baizé spoke slowly and quietly. We have to change direction. The captain agreed with the tall guy and looked up at the display screen. The Warhawk had left most of the starships behind for a distance. Only the silver-white starship that almost shot them down was like a nightmare that could not be shaken off. Is Noah so scary? Baizé looked at the map blankly. Chapter 29. There is a red dot on Enlingyu's map. Ji Mingwang told her that it was Ji Chen's real-time location. Originally, the red dot was moving straight towards the Rila Nebula. But now it has changed direction, and its speed has increased. Enlingyu looked for a while, and suspected that she was still in the illusion of the siren song. Everything in the illusion was unreliable. So she did not move the console. Until Baizé sent her a message. Baizé, I broke through. Baizé, I now have a Warhawk starship and 6 brothers. Enlingyu, which direction are you heading? Baizé, Galaxy E. Enlingyu, Ji Chen went in that direction. Baizé, then I run. Before Baizé finished talking, a shell flew by, brushing against the outer shell of the Warhawk. Didn't you get rid of it? How come it's coming again? The tall man who was replaced by the substitute complained loudly. Damn the Academy of Sciences. Damn. They are all cannibals. Yes. The Changshan Academy of Sciences are all cannibals. Baizé was filled with righteous indignation. Do you know Changshan Academy? The captain was puzzled. Baizé did not answer. He was busy dodging the attack. The attack of the silver starship suddenly became fierce. And the distance between them was also rapidly shortened. What's going on? Is this the speed the starship can run at? The tall man almost collapsed. Its speed increased suddenly. There must be some reason. Such as? Baizé analyzed. For example, what? The accelerator is not used like this. Do you know the Mierili potion? Baizé asked. What is it? Is this something the Alliance has? The captain opened his mouth and said in astonishment, I've heard of it. It's a banned drug. It can make people extremely excited and quickly improve various physical qualities. It is a drug used during the Interstellar War. And the side effects are very serious. You mean suddenly using stimulants or something? This can't work on starships. The tall man spoke faster than his brain. And only after he finished speaking did he remember that there was a special existence that could influence the performance of starships through itself. Moreover, they had just talked about it. No. Noah? Isn't Shen Yuan on the main star? Everything is explained. Why there are super long-range shells and super speed pursuit. Because Noah's ability is absolutely enhanced. Mi-Ari's stimulants are developed for Noah. No. Isn't it? Yes. Shen Yuan didn't come. We have been in Planet R and the Rila Nebula for so long. And we haven't seen him. We haven't seen him. Damn. Shen Yuan is a man. The one on the starship is a woman. Definitely not. The tall man was silent after speaking quickly. It seems that there is another Noah in the Alliance. A female Noah. Noah number 1 Tianju. But didn't this Noah fall into a deep sleep after being seriously injured? The tall man remembered the mechanical arm on the man and slapped himself hard. Wait. The captain suddenly lowered his head and looked at Baizé. How do you know Mi-Ari? Everyone looked at it in unison as if their souls were called away. Baizé's mind went blank. The starship shook violently. And the sharp alarm was drowned out by the sound of crushing. It's seriously damaged. And it may not be able to hold on. The tall man tried to find his voice. Baizé tried to connect the broken hull with silver thread. A lot of liquid fell off his body. And he looked like a wilted apple with half-dried aloe leaves growing on it. Escape pod. You guys get in the escape pod. He looked at the clear image of the starship on the display. I hold her back. While she's the only one now. Go! The captain came back to his senses as if awakened from a dream, grabbed the tall man, and kicked the fat man who was sitting paralyzed. Several people hurriedly got into the escape pod. The moment the escape pod was ejected, the Warhawk suddenly disintegrated. Bai Zhe, who no longer maintained the integrity of the ship, freed up the silver thread, greatly relieving the pressure. He remained in the main cockpit, maneuvering the last hull of the Warhawk to fly directly towards the silver-white starship. The gunfire rushed in without hesitation. The Warhawk went backwards in the rain of fire until it completely fell apart. A ball of silver thread rushed upstream into the cockpit of the silver-white starship. The woman controlled by the mechanical exoskeleton looked up at the uninvited guest. The lifeless pupils reflected the shape of the silver thread. The silver thread trembled in front of her, like weeds swaying in the cold wind covered with frost and snow. And it gradually turned into thick and solemn fonts. Mom. These two words are trembling. The woman stared for a long time. The mechanical arm had already moved before her. The starship scanned the wreckage of the Warhawk, and soon locked onto a floating unidentified object and 6 escape pods. The mechanical arm started firing, and the woman turned around to look at the unknown object on the display. She suddenly reached out and raised the angle of the barrel. The mechanical arm buried in her skin tore a deep blood line from her shoulder to her fingertips. She shouldn't have done this. The flesh was white, and the blood inside gushed out. The buried mechanical arm was exposed, with sticky and sweet blood foam. A needle pierced her spine accurately from the back, and the medicine was quickly pushed in. Violet was wearing a neat black and gold uniform, and even a cape. She was in a good mood, humming an unknown tune. The corridor was spacious and bright, but there was no one. Her footsteps were like cheerful drumbeats, and soon she came to a closed door. Teacher. She pushed the door open and walked in. Ji Mingwang did not express his opinion on her sudden intrusion, but just put down the teacup in his hand. The teacup hit the tea tray with a loud crisp sound. It was placed too heavy and crooked, but he did not notice. Violet walked forward with a smile. When she was 5 steps away, she opened her cloak with both hands and stretched out her right foot to the ground, stretching her limbs. Then she put her limbs together, put her hands on her chest and leaned down. This is the etiquette of shuaying. Teacher. Violet saluted respectfully and humbly, without raising her head completely. But her eyes were fixed on Ji Mingwang sitting in the main seat, and a bright smile appeared on the corners of her red mouth. Please die, she said. Bai Zhe hid behind the wreckage of the Warhawk, revealing only a pair of eyes, looking at the starship with longing. He thought he would think a lot, but he didn't think anything. He just looked. Time seemed to be frozen here, and the brightness of the stars in the distance came from the light collected dozens or hundreds of years ago. What is the meaning of life? There is no meaning. Floating without roots in this vast galaxy, he actually felt a sense of stability and security. The silver-white starship in front of him was dazzling, with a smooth body and luxurious texture. Everything that appeared with her was so perfect. It was a pity that I couldn't see her. If I could still see her. Bai Zhe lay on the broken metal frame, like an animal with nowhere to go. Tears seemed to flow from his eyes. They were not tears, but the endless flow of memories. The twisted silver threads vibrated in the air, wailing, shaking off the dusty past. He finally remembered. He remembered everything. His vision was completely blocked by the mist. In a trance, he saw the silver light burst, and the starship fell apart. A bloody figure ran towards him. He raised his face, and the tentacles all over his body were stretching and swaying. He seemed to see her. Was it an illusion? He opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. It was because the galaxy was shaking, blurring his vision. He curled up his tentacles uneasily, like he lowered his head after doing something wrong a long time ago. He seemed to see a pair of sad eyes. The mechanical skeleton with cold light fell on his heart. The heavy and complicated mechanical arm opened in space, like a net, like a metal cage. There was a red light flashing on the delicate exoskeleton, which was danger, destruction, and killing. But he didn't hide. Bai Zhe mustered up the courage to move forward. He felt the hot waves of love, enough to make him ignore the cold red light. But a small explosion threw him far away. The dark starship rushed past, and the anti-detection technology made its body less obvious. But its huge figure and majestic temperament showed its extraordinariness. The extreme speed made others only see the exhaust of the starship, and they were far behind. Go back. It's over. Simon's image issued a cold order. What is twice-cooked pork? Ji Chen asked. You haven't suffered enough. Right? Simon almost gritted his teeth. What haven't you eaten enough? I haven't eaten yet. Simon's needle has already pressed on the transparent crystal. Ji Chen's eyes twitched quickly. When the thin silver needle pierced into the crystal, he fell to the ground. He twisted and rolled on the ground. Get up. Simon pulled out the silver needle. Ji Chen didn't move. Simon inserted the silver needle again. Ji Chen rolled over. The silver needle was pulled out. But his heart was still. The silver needle was inserted. Twisting and squirming. Heh. Simon sneered and stood up resolutely. Do you think you can survive? The image suddenly closed. And he turned and walked out. The universe keeps flickering. And the planets are annihilated in an instant. My beloved, please look into my eyes. Violet hummed a little tune while walking on the road. And bumped into Simon, with a cold face at the corner. What's wrong? Violet was obviously in a good mood. My dear student. What trouble did you encounter? It's okay. Teacher. Simon quickly changed into a gentle and humble look. Everything is going well. That's good. Violet didn't care why Simon's mood changed. She was immersed in her own joy. We will witness a miracle. Or become the past. Simon. Let's watch it together. The most beautiful scene in the universe. She hummed a song and walked away. Simon was not as cheerful as her. He had to deal with many things. To appease the runaway Claire. To persuade other counselors. To clean up the mess left by the teacher and the master. And to arrange for the disobedient Ji Chen. He sighed and decided to start with the simplest. Although the Congress was rigid and serious, everyone could communicate. At least no one just left without saying goodbye. And no one fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Claire was angry that Violet still didn't participate in the meeting. Simon was not in a good mood today. So he said a few words, and then shut up and listened to her outburst. Anyway, it was a video conference. And she couldn't even splash water on herself. In the past, Violet asked him to attend the meeting on her behalf many times. And the other congressmen were used to it. But habit does not mean approval. Claire kept venting her anger for a while, before a congressman came to mediate. Today's congressman's meeting bypassed Jiming Wang. Just like a few days ago. Although Violet was Jiming Wang's student. That was a thing of the past. In the eyes of Claire and others, the split between the master and the apprentice was very unpleasant. Therefore, she could also participate in this meeting to get rid of Jiming Wang. Chapter 30. Aren't you going to speed up? A cold female voice suddenly sounded in the starship. And Lingyu was startled and looked around. No one was there. I'm talking to you, junior sister. And Lingyu finally set her sights on the ring-shaped optical computer. She turned on the optical computer projection. And there was a status of a call in progress. But she clearly didn't make or receive a call. If you keep dawdling, the daylily will be cold, senior sister said. What's wrong? And Lingyu asked. She casually clicked to request a video call. She was too passive with her senior sister. Always receiving information. She wanted to know more about her. And the video format always provided more information than pure voice. The senior sister answered the video. And there was no debris in the place where she was. Only a dark background wall. Her appearance was the same as before. And 100 years had left no trace. What the Alliance wants to see is happening. The senior sister came forward. Her green eyes like some kind of bloodthirsty creature. I don't want you to regret too much. What? Make a choice. Go find Bai Zhe or Ji Chen? Why do you have to choose? And Lingyu asked. Then let me put it another way. Senior sister took a half step back. Opened her hands with her palms facing up. And virtual images of Bai Zhe and Ji Chen appeared on her fingertips. You can get a real-time message from me. Who do you listen to? Bai Zhe. The starship left by Jiming Wang can track Ji Chen's location. His situation is not good. But at least Jiming Wang is protecting him. Bai Zhe probably has nothing left except her. The Alliance can kill him without hesitation as an alien creature. And now that they have lost contact, she cannot determine the other party's position. Senior sister curled her lips and smiled. So decisive? Senior sister sent a string of coordinates. Go find Bai Zhe. You may have to collect his body later. And Lingyu paused for a moment and quickly injected Noah's power into the starship. She didn't want to expose her ability. But she couldn't let Bai Zhe die. That was her companion. The first companion she communicated with after she lost her memory. They were like clouds and trees, looking at each other from afar. They seemed out of reach. But they were inextricably linked. They didn't know each other. But they trusted each other. The map showed that Ji-Chen had been to this coordinate. But now he had left. He didn't stop to deal with Bai Zhe. Senior sister? What happened? Enlingyu asked. She guessed that her senior sister would not answer. But she didn't expect the other party to hang up the call directly. The starship, accelerated by absolute reinforcement, was very fast. And Enlingyu had to pay attention to the road conditions. When she arrived at the coordinate point, she saw a large area of starship wreckage. Am I late? Her heart tightened. A message suddenly popped up on the light brain. Bai Zhe, I may not see you. Enlingyu, where are you? Bai Zhe, I don't know. Someone is chasing me. Enlingyu, share the coordinates with me. Enlingyu looked at the shared coordinates and then looked at the map. It was clearly at the position in front. She moved cautiously nearby. Bai Zhe, I miss my mother so much. Bai Zhe, I am withered. If he doesn't kill me, I will die. Bai Zhe, I remember everything. Amnesia is not memory damage. Maybe you can also recover your memory. Bai Zhe, it's too late to say so much. Enlingyu, I'm here. Bai Zhe, it's too late. He found me. Enlingyu, what? Enlingyu, I'm here. Where? Who is he? Bai Zhe, he didn't do it. Maybe he wanted to capture me and study me. Bai Zhe, it's terrible. Enlingyu, why can't I see it? Bai Zhe, where are you? Enlingyu, I'm near the coordinates. Bai Zhe, I only have one evil demon starship here. Enlingyu? She tentatively released a ball of gold thread and left the starship. Bai Zhe, Enlingyu, are you saying that the demon is me? This starship has been modified and has been disguised as normal before. But after entering the password, its appearance has also changed. It is more hideous and more aggressive. A ball of silver thread rises in the lower right corner and merges with the gold thread. Enlingyu found Bai Zhe under the guidance of the silver thread, and then recalled how Ji-Chen caught garbage in the space battlefield. She studied the operating table and confidently swung out the mechanical arm. Bai Zhe was picked up by the mechanical arm, like a doll in a claw machine, and slowly sent to the starship. She had no time to reminisce about the past. She had to find Ji-Chen quickly. The choice between the two during the call from the senior sister hinted that Ji-Chen was also in trouble. The location of the red dot on the map was not far from her. Since her acceleration ability had been exposed, she chose to go at full speed. Ji-Chen was on a deserted planet. 2 rows of starships were parked in a place that was usually uninhabited, like a court of justice. Simon's image was not very clear, perhaps due to signal problems. He turned the special silver needle with one hand. Someone wants to see you. Seeing Ji-Chen was silent, he put down the needle and said, go down. Don't let me use special means. Ji-Chen was silent and slowly left the starship. The planet was a bit stuffy, and there were withered and yellow weeds growing here and there on the ground. When he came down from the spiral staircase of the starship, he saw Ji Mingwang opposite. Xiaochen. Ji Mingwang called him. He didn't respond. His memory was still there. Both of them understood. There couldn't be any scenes of loving father and filial son at this time. Ji Mingwang reached into the pocket of his coat and took out a sky blue paper crane. He carefully pulled up the wings of the paper crane, making it bulge from flat. Do you remember it? Ji Mingwang asked. Ji-Chen looked at it perfunctorily for a while. He had folded many paper cranes, in all colors, and that paper crane was nothing special. This is the first gift you gave me. I always remember it, Ji Mingwang said. Ji-Chen's hands trembled. He clearly felt the anger rushing to his head. What time do we still have to play this kind of love drama? Hasn't it been long enough since you lost your memory? What else do you want? Do you want me to surrender to him even though I still have my memory? Ji-Chen remembered that he had a gun on his belt. Thanks to Simon, he had his weapon ready when he woke up on the starship. Should we shoot him? Calm down. This won't kill Xueying. It will also damage my father's body. Ji-Chen lowered his head to hide the anger and madness in his eyes. He saw the corner of the gun from the corner of his eyes. And this idea came to his mind again. As long as he shoots the other party, that evil Xueying will not be able to wear his father's skin. This time, I'm telling the truth. Ji Mingwang's voice was hoarse, with some indescribable emotions. You should have remembered some bad memories. Right? Bad memories. Ji-Chen's eyes darkened. Everything around him was unimportant. Now he only had the gleaming gun in his sight. What was the weather like on Planet M? He couldn't remember. It must have been very hot. His palms were sweaty when he held the gun that day. At that time, The water firefly Earl, who parasitized Ji-Ming Wang, didn't know how to play the role of a father. He was too fake. Ji-Chen easily found the flaw. Earl didn't understand the image of a father. But he was a good actor. In a sense, he is also a genius. He actually knows how to grasp people's hearts. Do you want to shoot? He used his father's face to be calm. Don't shake your hands. I taught you. Ji-Chen raised his head, not knowing how many suns there were on this hot planet. He felt dizzy. Ji-Ming Wang looked the same as he did back then. He looked for a long time before he came out of the phantom of memory. Earl asked him to shoot, but he collapsed and put down the gun. That was obviously not his father. But he had the memories of his father and him. What is the parasitism of fireflies like? Is his father still alive? Why did Earl protect himself? Was it his father's will? This planet was too hot after all. He was sweating profusely, breathing hard, and felt dizzy. At that time, there were also so many soldiers with guns around him. No. More. Much more. There were countless soldiers surrounding him at that time. And he didn't know how he could raise his gun in the encirclement. What's more incredible is that he was able to survive after raising his gun. Earl walked towards him step by step. The air was dull, and his steps were firm. Ji-Chen's eyes were dull, and he stood there motionless like a piece of wood. Look at me, Earl said. Ji-Chen subconsciously looked at him, at his familiar and old eyebrows. He felt the gun on his waist was burning again, like a red-hot iron, burning his soul and making a sizzling sound. Noah number 1 is dead, Earl said. Ji-Chen pursed his lips and said nothing. The news department has already written the draft of the end of the Noah era. Earl, who is using Ji-Ming Wang's body, came very close to him. Do you hate me? I want to die too. Right? Ji-Chen asked. Earl sighed deeply, and some hazy gray appeared on his eyes. That was not tears. Ji-Chen didn't know what it was. Humans shouldn't have such things. It seemed that everything was too late. He thought he could go further. He just found in May. He just had a companion. It's not that he didn't know that everyone in this world must say goodbye. But he didn't expect it to be so soon. He has been wandering all the way, barely surviving until now, and has accomplished nothing. It is about to end. The farewell at the Academy of Sciences was actually the last one. He laughed. The soldiers on both sides carefully put their hands on their guns. He laughed, and he heard someone draw a gun. The safety bolt of the gun was pulled open, and he clearly felt the heavy touch. It turned out to be him. He was the one who drew the gun. The guns were drawn in unison all around, but they were a second late. I don't know how Earl dared. How he dared to stand in front of him alive. How he dared to ask if he hated him. Do you think you will put down your gun again like you did 100 years ago? Since the Noah era is coming to an end, he will die anyway. So he can't expect to have an easy life. I have always been so impulsive and reckless. So what? Don't you know what blood feud is? Do you think you can be safe with your father's body? Why do you think you will stay rational until you die? The gun went off. He saw his father's eyes, still full of love and care. How ridiculous. He saw that when he drew his gun, Earl was still raising his hand to stop the soldiers from shooting. But now someone had pulled the trigger. As he expected, this shot could not kill Earl. But Earl will no longer bear his father's name in the future. Right? It's time to change his body. Ji-Chen fell down in the sound of gunfire. He did not die until Simon, who was far away on the main star, shattered Noah's heart. The Noah era should come to an end. Teacher, is that love? Simon was facing a fragmented crystal. That's a ball of fire. Simon. Violet's image glowed with white light, like a mysterious elf in the mechanical forest. It is destruction and rebirth. Not everyone can see it. It is the root of the soul. She hummed the ancient ballad again. The universe keeps flickering, and the planets are annihilated in an instant. My beloved, please look into my eyes. Your chest grows a melting ice, and I turn into the most fluttering butterfly. My beloved, please forgive my eyes. My beloved, please forgive me. Chapter 31. The red dot on the map suddenly disappeared, but Lingyu was already nearby. She had a bad feeling and rushed into the small planet quickly. Ji-Chen and Ji-Ming Wang both fell to the ground, only 5 steps apart, and the black and red blood merged into a pool of lakes that continued to expand. He's dead, Senior Sister said leisurely. Impossible. And Lingyu's starship suddenly appeared, and the 2 rows of warships of the Alliance immediately issued a warning. She was in a state of confusion. and the white flame in her mind burned again. And the pain like a tide almost drowned her. The starship dived at low altitude, and she swung the joystick to grab Ji-Chen, who was lying on the ground as if she had grabbed by Zay. Gunshots rang out. After a successful shot, she didn't care about anything else and quickly took off. Noah 4 Ji-Chen broke into the Academy of Sciences and hijacked Noah. He plotted against the Alliance, started a riot, and shot and killed Mr. Jiming Wang, a member of the E-Star system. He was extremely harmful to society and has been killed according to law. The news host read the verdict in a clear and melodious voice. Noah Yao Tianxin disobeyed the Alliance's instructions, conspired with Noah 4 Ji-Chen, and committed suicide out of fear of crime during the Alliance's pursuit. Large bullet comments flew by densely, and Ling Yu slid the interface and turned directly to the comment area. This time, he was confirmed to have killed his father and teacher. Will this account be blocked if I say so now? He should have died that year, but he has been dragging it on until now. Kindness will inevitably backfire. Jiming Wang was wise all his life, but he was completely confused about his son. Raising a tiger is a disaster. Raising a tiger is a disaster. Noah is not a human, just like a robot. I have said it so many times, but you don't listen. They have no heart and no feelings at all. You see, now there is a precedent. Mona should die. Right? No. Mona was already dead. How can she be alive after becoming a robot? No way. No way. Claire won't kill Mona yet. The incident on Planet M was just passed lightly. How many more years has Ji-Chen lived? If he didn't have a father to protect him, he would have been shot dead according to the law. The death of Jiming Wang caused the word Ji-Chen to be freed from the taboo. Under Shui Ying's deliberate guidance, everyone talked about it unscrupulously. Counselor Claire was not on good terms with Jiming Wang, and this time, she was not afraid to manipulate him secretly. She also wanted to take advantage of this public opinion to stand on the moral high ground. But she had no choice but to kill her beloved daughter Mona. And Ling Yu flipped through the pages for a long time, from being filled with passion to feeling lost. The screen was full of accusations and sarcasms, but there was not a single word of eulogy. During the interstellar escape period, Ji-Chen had also fought for half his life. How could it be? How could there not be a single word of eulogy? For the first time, she clearly experienced the right to speak. It was not until the reminder sound of the medical cabin sounded that she found an irrelevant word in the dense gaps between the words. Morning star is too cold, and tomato seedlings always freeze to death. I heard that there are antifreeze tomato seeds on the main star, but I didn't buy them. It's my fault. She turned off the light brain and sat in front of the lifeless Ji-Chen. The medical cabin's treatment report came out 3 times, all of which showed that there were no vital signs and no treatment significance. I don't know how long it took. She sighed and chose to tidy up the remains. There were only a few bullet holes on Ji-Chen's body, concentrated near the heart. It was easy to help him remove the shell now, and even anesthesia was not needed. And Ling Yu operated mechanically for a while, and her thoughts drifted far away again. The elusive senior sister appeared once and reminded her not to stay. The Alliance issued a wanted order, and she is now the top fugitive. But where can she go in the vast universe? Ji-Chen's wound stopped bleeding, and she found a clean set of clothes for him to change. When she was rummaging through the closet, she suddenly remembered something and found Ji-Chen's travel bag in the bedroom. Let's go to Bingxing. He was already prepared, wasn't he? Passing through the dangerous stone forest and the dreamy clouds, she held Ji-Chen and dived into the water. Can you say you love me? Ji-Chen's voice suddenly rang in her ears. She looked down in shock, but Ji-Chen was still motionless, his face pale. She then remembered that it was the sound bubbles in Bingxing Lake. A few days ago, they left a few words here. Things have changed in the blink of an eye. What was the answer at that time? It seems that there was no direct response, and Ling Yu carefully avoided the bubbles and placed Ji-Chen on the snow-white ice at the bottom of the water. This is almost the same place as the last time she came. She looked up beside Ji-Chen. The 1,000-layered pagoda can be seen next to it, but it seems to be a little shorter. It is because the ice below is growing and burying more. If nothing unexpected happens, these ice blocks will bury Ji-Chen in a week. And Ling Yu lay side by side with him on the ice surface at the bottom of the water, feeling a long-lost peace in her heart. Sleeping here forever may not be a bad thing, right? She turned her head and looked at Ji-Chen. Ji-Chen would not answer, of course. She straightened the corners of Ji-Chen's collar and looked at his face that looked like he was sleeping. Good night. I love you. A bubble flew from the corner of her mouth. She was leaving. And couldn't stay here for long. The Alliance might chase her here. She had to leave if she wanted to keep this little planet safe. Baizé curled up in a corner of the starship. And Lingyu went to the dining area to get a nutrient solution and slowly came to his side. Would you like to eat something? She asked. Baizé looked up. And his body was wrinkled like rotten fruit due to severe dehydration. We still have things to do, Lingyu said. Baizé hesitated for a moment. Then extended a tentacle to sweep away the nutrient solution. Yao Yuan, he said. My name is Yao Yuan. He opened the cover of the nutrient solution. Also Noah 7. Ding Yuan. If he wasn't Noah, how could he have survived a century and a half? It was a good thing that Yao Yuan's memory was restored. And he remembered a lot of details. Noah 3 defected because he discovered the water firefly. Water fireflies can obtain part of the host's memory when they parasitize. So they can integrate into the human world smoothly after successfully parasitizing. Like salt sprinkled into water. Although there are differences, they look the same. By the time everyone found out something was wrong, they didn't know how much salt was mixed in the water. Noah number 3 wanted to find out the details of the other party. But he couldn't find out at all. Shuiying is very smart and prefers to parasitize those who are in high positions and have power. This kind of battle where we are in the open and the enemy is in the dark cannot be fought. Number 3 advocates the development of Planet M and mobilizes some workers to open up Wasteland. Opening up Wasteland is a hard job. So Shuiying is naturally unwilling to go. So that the proportion of humans on Planet M can be guaranteed to be the largest. For some reason, the fireflies parasitize all kinds of people. But never Noah. During the interstellar escape, Yao Yuan was in hibernation most of the time and was not familiar with other people. Therefore, when Noah number 3 was in action, he did not feel anything wrong. Morning Star was changing with each passing day. Everything was getting better. And occasional conflicts were nothing. Number 3, and he had an average relationship. So he could not be sure whether he was parasitized. He did not want to alert the enemy. So he did not say anything. By the time Yao Yuan knew about the firefly parasitism, it was already very late. So late that Noah number 3 and number 4 broke up with the alliance. At that time, Noah was still very famous and had great appeal. So it was not easy for the alliance to suppress public opinion. Until M Star was reduced to ashes. M Star was even less habitable than Morning Star. So most of those who went to open up the wasteland were willing to respond to Noah and follow Noah. M Star disappeared. And the winners were clear at a glance. After getting rid of the voices that got in the way, Shuiying made great efforts in history books and finally decorated history to their liking. On the day when M Star had an accident, Yao Yuan hurried to the laboratory to take his mother away. But he came up empty-handed. In desperation, he entered the multi-layered secret room and took En Mei away. En Mei's experiment was top secret. And her deep sleep was the reason why the Dawn War had to be fought. Noah's Ark, which had been fleeing in the Interstellar for too long, would have disintegrated long ago. Senior sister Liao Qing proposed a plan to use the human body to connect the supermeteorite crystal and the Ark. Supermeteorite crystal is a strange substance containing powerful energy. It can only act directly on living things, not on machines. This research was conducted by Liao Qing and En Mei without prior consultation. But fortunately it was indeed effective. The energy of the supermeteorite crystal circulates through En Mei, strengthening the Ark as a whole. In this way, En Mei also becomes a key figure. If she dies, the Ark will disintegrate instantly without the power to maintain it. Few people know about this matter. There is no other reason. As long as the Ark can run, everyone uses all methods, no matter how to run. As long as it can run, the decision makers will not understand the values and data of the laboratory. And it is even more ridiculous for laymen to instruct experts. Those in high positions and power only need to dare to delegate power and only look at the results. The specific research was discussed and researched within the laboratory. Later, everyone took a different approach and used offense as defense. The supermeteorite crystals were all used to make Noah. As long as it is strong enough, the Ark will disintegrate. As long as most people are put into a planet where they can survive. And then Noah will guard and develop slowly. In the final analysis, the Ark is just a vehicle for them to move. The fundamental reason for the outbreak of the Dawn War was the disintegration of the Ark and En Mei's coma. Without the vehicle, they could not take all humans to move again. and could only fight to the death. People won a heavy victory with countless blood and sacrifices. But Xueying easily stole the results. Xueying parasitized the top leaders, and used the upper-level discourse power to reverse the wind direction. Judging Noah III as a separatist who wanted to establish himself as a king with his own army. They said that only by achieving great unification can we seek better development. They pointed their troops at Planet M. In the final analysis, it was nothing more than starting a war. The so-called war is a group of people killing each other. Those who died were all human beings. Not Xueying. No one knows what happened on Planet M. The Alliance casually gave the ending. The internal fight between Number 3 and Number 4 caused the explosion of Planet M. Number 4 killed Number 3 and surrendered to the Alliance. My memory still hasn't recovered. Enlingyu said. What kind of person do you think my senior sister Liao Qing is? Why did she help give Bai Zai's coordinates? And why was she indifferent to Ji Chen's death? Would Ji Chen not die? Enlingyu didn't want to think about it. Noah's heart shackled Ji Chen. And even if he chose him, the probability of saving him was very slim. I'm not sure, Yao Yuan said. This is the truth. He has been dormant for too long. He didn't know senior sister Liao Qing before. Enlingyu made up her mind and went to the edge planet first. The death of Number 3 sounded the alarm for her. If she didn't change the current situation of my enemy being in the dark, she would be controlled by others. It would be best to prove the existence of water fireflies. We must have the right to speak in the Interstellar. I-Star. A small white aircraft rushed into the wildly flying stone forest without hesitation. The messy stones could not hinder its progress. Soon it passed through the stone forest and turned into a snow-white goose in the soft clouds. The goose flapped its wings and landed on the water. It stared at the water and called. After a while, it buried its head under its wings and fell asleep. Chapter 32. Enlingyu wandered around the edge of the galaxy for several days before she found the legendary Black Market. As an S-level wanted criminal of the Alliance, the Sky Eye would issue a warning as soon as she was found. And she couldn't stay on this small broken planet. The Black Market is still better, suitable for her as an illegal person. As a result, before she even touched the door of the Black Market, she was knocked to the ground by a black stick. Just as she lay down, she remembered that this was not the main star, and no one would rush to send her to the hospital. So she planned to pretend to be dead. As soon as she opened her eyes and turned over, she saw a group of gun-wielding robots in the row of armored special vehicles behind her staring at her. Stop pretending to be dead. Lie down first. Awesome. Young Master is too strong. That stick just now. Ha! That momentum. Humph. Take him back. The man called Young Master was not tall, with fluffy short dark blue hair. Enlingyu didn't have time to care about this short guy, and quickly used the gold thread to explore the situation on the armored special vehicle behind. Wow! Armed with live ammunition. Only the mastermind behind the dark domain could be so arrogant near the Black Market. She was tied up and stuffed into the car amid the robot's flattery. The car drove for a while, and arrived at the young master's warehouse. The warehouse was unknown how big it was, and the grids were built like a prison. The robot that caught her had a cargo bag in front of it, several pulleys underneath, and 4 mechanical arms on its side. The reason why it was determined that it was a robot and not a robot was that the gold thread reached deep inside and touched its brain. Although it touched the brain, the current situation was not good. She secretly sent a message to Bai Zai on the way. This guy has been in a bad mood recently, and he doesn't like to play with his optical computer. He squats in a cookie box like a potted plant every day. I don't know when I can see the news. Enlingyu was assigned to prison number 48. She was about to go there, but she forced herself to make way for others and moved to a corner. She simply opened her eyes and looked around. The newcomer was much more impressive than her. First, the grid prison over there was filled with water, and then 4 delivery robots carried water tanks in unison. Enlingyu looked closely. Mermaid? The mermaid was still sleeping. She was a gentle beauty with long light blue curly hair. The young master came down from above in the elevator. He admired the newly bought mermaid for a while, and then looked at Enlingyu, who was picked up for free next to him. Enlingyu also looked at him. This seemed to be the one with the highest status she had met so far. The delivery robot was going to continue to send Enlingyu to the grid prison, but the young master waved his hand and it stopped. Seeing that Enlingyu woke up and didn't make any noise, the young master cleared his throat. You are not afraid of strangers. Enlingyu didn't say anything. but just wrapped a circle of gold thread around the young master's neck. The golden thread would not be visible to others. So in the eyes of others, she was just in a daze. The young master hesitated. Why do you look so stupid? No reaction at all. Are you stupid? He took a few steps closer, wanting to take a closer look at his trophy. Why are you still wearing a mask? Take it off. I was afraid that I would scare you if I took it off. And Ling Yu finally spoke. The young master was stunned, and then laughed. There is nothing that cannot be collected in my dark domain. No matter if you are a rich girl or a powerful person. Don't think about leaving once you come here. Really? As Ling Yu finished her words, the mechanical arm that bound her suddenly shattered, and the broken metal debris fell apart. Before the young master could be shocked, he saw Ling Yu pulling down her mask. What if I am the first fugitive in the interstellar world? The young master opened his mouth, but didn't say a word. The golden thread suddenly appeared and tightly strangled his throat. A thin line of blood opened on his neck, and a bright red liquid slowly flowed down. The red light of the calibrated guns in the distance fell on Ling Yu. But she was not afraid and laughed instead. Another ball of gold wire buried in the delivery robot's body rushed rapidly, until the robot completely exploded, and parts burst and flew all over the ground. Let them put down their guns. And Ling Yu stepped on the broken body of the robot and stood up, not caring about the dense red dots on his body. One shot. I may not be hurt, but your head will definitely be gone. The young master couldn't figure out the source of this power, so he could only give in temporarily. He pointed at his neck with a ferocious expression, and Ling Yu glanced at it, and the imprisoned gold wire circle became a little bigger, still tense on the flesh. But at least he could breathe and talk. You are the #1 fugitive with a bounty of 1 million. 1 million? Ling Yu sneered. You really looked down on me. The Alliance forced 2 Noahs to death, and couldn't do anything to me. How can you issue a bounty, and still keep asking for trouble? This is of course not the truth, but the deterrent effect is really strong. The young master was shocked to the point of being overwhelmed. His family is lawless in this star field, relying on the fact that the sky is high and the Emperor is far away. And the Alliance is too lazy to care. They would never dare to provoke the Alliance directly. He had to pretend to be calm. Then how could you be? You are allowed to come out and have fun. But I am not allowed to play casually. And Ling Yu stepped on a piece of the robot's metal shell and crushed it with his toes. The extremely solid new alloy protective shell turned into powder. Come on. Take me around your little place. The robot that was automatically aiming and sniping in the distance was confused about the situation. But soon, the delivery robot nearby sent out the relevant recordings and videos. The situation was critical, so they began to contact the owner. The outside of the cell prison was made of transparent glass. The farce just now woke up most of the prisoners. And Ling Yu looked at a few cells casually, and most of them were humans with animal characteristics. For example, a girl with huge butterfly wings and a centaur with 4 hooves. The little pervert is quite something. And Ling Yu commented. The gold thread on the young master's neck suddenly grew sharp thorns and pierced his throat. Ah. Ho. Seeing that the young master was struggling hard, and Ling Yu took away the thorns again. What's your name? Ahem. Ahem. Ming Han. Is it so hard to remember? And Ling Yu was very unhappy with this name. Call me Donghua from now on. Ming Han didn't dare to say no, and could only hope that his father would come and save him from the water and fire soon. And Ling Yu also expected this. There must be a master for every young master, and he must be a man of some means. Otherwise, why would there be so many robots flattering this short Donghua? She had a lot of gold thread in her hand, so she didn't mind having more hostages, as long as she could make sure that the old man didn't bombard her and the young master together when he came. It would be fine. She didn't know in what state she would die, but it was very difficult to die. Noah was like this. A healthy Noah was very difficult to kill except by self-destruction. But being difficult to kill didn't mean he wouldn't die. Noah number 6 was killed. Ji Mingwang told her that with the power of an army, at present, the arrogant and domineering shorty should have some status in the old man's heart, so he wouldn't use a big move to kill him all at once. And if you had some chips to yourself, the unknown is the most feared, and deterrence is the best defense. It's not in vain to come all this way. And Ling Yu walked leisurely in front. What specialties are there? Pack some for my colleagues. Hey, you have an accomplice? Ming-On answered this question, probably because he has been a young master for a long time and has not been beaten much. The control distance of the golden thread is limited. Seeing that he has fallen behind for a distance, and Lingyu tightened his grip and said sarcastically, "Come on. If you are short, take a few more steps." Minghan had to walk forward a few steps quickly. "I heard that your black market is interesting." And Lingyu sat down on the sofa in the lounge area. "Come on. Tell me about it. I remember it was a project involving some arms." When he said this, Minghan became excited. He couldn't wait to brag about his family's industry and power. Like a wolf cub bearing its fangs and claws, afraid of being looked down upon by the people in front of him. Not bad. And Lingyu recognized the power of his family. The short winter melon suddenly stopped talking, and a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes came to them quickly. This was the machine substitute that his father often used. It was made of top materials and biotechnology, and it was in great demand. He handled most of the work that required his father to show up. So many outsiders thought his father looked like this. "Hello, Mizzen. My name is Mingdong." The man stretched out his hand, revealing a valuable watch. He wanted to shake hands and establish a state of communication and negotiation. And Lingyu leaned comfortably on the sofa, without leaning forward to shake hands. I thought robots would have other social etiquette. This was the first time that Mingdong's robot was exposed as soon as it appeared. The robot's face naturally had no micro-expression. After a blank moment, he laughed. "Mizzen has a sharp eye." "Well," and Lingyu accepted this business compliment without hesitation. "We should also talk about compensation." "Compensation." Mingdong's robot voice dragged out the ending, as if to lead Lingyu to continue. He had heard about the whole story on the way here. Minghan was used to being domineering, and he ran into a hard nail, thinking of the reward and wanted order of the alliance. This time he might really be hit. I thought Lingyu was going to ask for a lot of money, but I didn't expect her tone to soften again. Although there were some minor incidents on the way, I came to the black market to discuss business. I am planning to start a fireworks factory. I heard that you have enough gunpowder, so I came to buy some. Mingdong, Minghan and Mingdong's robots analyzed together, but none of them could figure out Lingyu's intention. Is it normal for the top fugitive to open a fireworks factory? Not normal. If you dare to open it, you have to have people who dare to buy it. Are fireworks a metaphor for arms? He could only continue. If you have the intention to buy, we welcome it. But the underworld has its own rules. I understand. And Lingyu nodded. But in business, trust comes first. I was hit hard when I first arrived. I want to see your sincerity. Mingdong pondered for a moment, and controlled the robot to look at the short winter melon. Then should we untie it first? What's the big deal? And Lingyu smiled, and the gold thread on Minghan's neck disappeared instantly. Just consider it as a small token of my sincerity. But we haven't agreed on compensation yet. So this little winter melon has to stay with me for now. What? Minghan, who had just been untied, shouted out instantly, and then lowered his head in Mingdong's cold eyes. And Lingyu didn't even look at him. Anyway, the gold thread was still hanging on him, but others couldn't see it. Okay, Mingmao does have something in his hand. Please move. Chapter 33. Mingdong brought her to a circular exhibition hall, in which there was a virtual 3D starship model. What kind of gunpowder do you want to know about? The robot next to him slid the control screen, and the starship model was disassembled into a cross-sectional diagram, with several weapon bays marked with bright yellow boxes. What kind do you think is needed to raise the Union House? And Lingyu asked. Mingdong wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his head and controlled the robot to answer. This may be a little bit off. We don't have that kind of thing in this small place. Oh, this matter really can't be rushed. And Lingyu switched the optical brain to a mode visible only to himself, clicked on the message bar, and saw that Yao Yuan had replied. He was about to come and asked about the specific location. Yao Yuan, where are you? And Lingyu, the top of chaos. Mingdong noticed that she was replying to the message, but he couldn't decipher it due to technical problems. The Interstellar era shielding devices were not very popular, and he didn't dare to open them rashly to anger the other party. Signal capture was even more difficult. This vast cosmic network is divided into multiple spider webs. They are chaotic and disorderly, overlapping and intersecting. There are countless creators, and even the Alliance does not control all the networks. The Alliance tends to intercept information from the receiving end, and Lingyu's typing gesture still revealed the information. The eyes and brain of the Mingdong robot conducted a high-precision analysis and roughly obtain the content. But this content puzzled him. Before she could figure out the reason, she heard Linyu say, "Starships are for sale. I want to see the most expensive one." When she boarded the starship called Grey Crow, she saw the densely packed starships below the stage facing her like 100 birds facing the phoenix. "You are not planning to shoot down this starship later, are you?" Linyu asked. "How could that be?" The robot bowed and smiled. "Our starship layout is like this. You can see that the starships below are not bigger than this one, and the configuration is far inferior. Grey Crow is our flagship, and we dare not fool around." Linyu nodded, and the test drive began. To Mingdong's surprise, she did not operate it manually, but set it to automatically take off. Many targets were set up in the sky for customers to try and have fun, and Linyu played with it for a while. The shells on this starship had almost no power. Like the Morning Star's marker gun, it could only be shot for fun. "Mr. Ming is not sincere enough," Linyu said. "I want to see the power of your starship, not the accuracy of my manual operation. There is no power test here." Mingdong's robot made a difficult expression. "How about this? We can go to the wild and try it out." "Okay." The Grey Crow drove a distance away from the Ming family's mansion. Mingdong input a new code into the starship, confirmed the replacement of the gunpowder, and asked Linyu to try again. Sure enough, the ground shook after the shot. "General," Linyu slid the muzzle angle, "I want a more powerful one with a longer range." Mingdong helped her switch the turret command. "Here, the most powerful barrel is this one. The disadvantage is that it can't fire continuously, and it takes a full 3 minutes to cool down." "Okay." Linyu pointed the cannon barrel in the direction from which they came, which was the starship storage center. Mingdong wanted to dissuade him, but considering the opponent's strength, he didn't say much because the distance was not a problem. Boom! The shell was fired, and Mingdong felt uneasy, but couldn't find the source of his uneasiness. When he saw the shell flew straight out of the range, his eyes were bloodshot. "Oh! This shell is really stronger." The golden light representing Noah's ability flowed silently, and Linyu smiled at the image in front of her, as if the super long attack was not from her hand. In the office of Hades next to the starship storage center, Mingdong, who was watching the synchronized images, looked pale and hurriedly got into the escape pod. And Linyu was excited and said to the Mingdong robot beside him, "Why don't you say anything?" The shells flew by, startling a group of starships. Fortunately, the explosion was not large. It only collapsed the starship exchange, and did not hurt Mingdong himself in the residential area. So many starships. What are they going to do? And Linyu looked at the starships flying like birds, looking like an ignorant person, and asked first. Mingdong was miserable. The Starship Trading Center was destroyed, and the damage was untold. But the test drive was conducted with their starship, and he was also accompanying them. Most importantly, he could not afford to offend the person in front of him. He was so frustrated. After receiving the report from his subordinates, he was even more bitter and said, "There are trespassers. They will intercept them." "Oh!" And Linyu flew the starship there. Yao Yuan was driving the starship Phantom Drift brought by Linyu, playing around with the starships blocked by the fence. The dark domain is on a medium-sized planet, called the Dark Star. They do not allow others to approach with conventional starships, and can only arrive in a powered escape capsule. Originally, Yao Yuan parked his starship outside, and only Linyu came in the escape capsule. Therefore, now Yao Yuan directly drove the starship to help, and the Ming family's large number of starships went to block. The scene was very chaotic. When Linyu approached, he applied for a call connection, and Yao Yuan quickly answered. "Dear brother," Linyu said, "welcome to our factory area. This will be the largest fireworks factory in the entire galaxy, including the hibernation time." Yao Yuan was about 10 years younger than Linyu. He had no objection to the name, but he was a little confused about the words that followed. He was silent, dodging the starship attacks of Mingdong's men. The artillery fire and rays in the air intersected and reflected each other, as if there was really a huge fireworks display. He was puzzled, and he asked with his dry throat, "What?" Mingdong also had 100 question marks in his mind. And Linyu leaned against the seat in the cab and turned his head to see Minghan standing next to him. Minghan got goosebumps when she looked at him, and his neck seemed to start to hurt. "Little Wintermelon, have you studied history?" And Linyu didn't know much about interstellar history, But there was a ridiculous story she had heard many times. She felt her voice tremble a little. And in the eyes of Ming Han and his son, it was like an excited and crazy trembling. The internal fight between the two Noahs can destroy Planet M. You said? Should the dark domain be renamed the fireworks factory? Or disappear from here? Ming Han looked at his father's robot in panic. Without waiting for his reply, and Ling Yu said to Yao Yuan, "Why are you still hiding? Let's give Mr. Ming a little bonus. Throw a torpedo. Max it out." Maximum refers to Noah's bonus. Yao Yuan was active at the end of Interstellar Escape, and the Interstellar War was basically over when he became Noah. So his war consciousness is not very strong, especially towards his compatriots. Therefore, whether in the Warhawk or the Dark Domain, he subconsciously defends and evades rather than attacks. He hesitated for a moment, and followed his instructions to throw a smallest torpedo towards the edge of the Starship Storage Center that had been blown up. But the torpedo blessed by Noah was still too powerful. Smoke and dust rose up, and the aftermath made people panic. In the distance, Mingdong's mansion collapsed. "No!" Ming Han screamed in his broken throat. "This is an M609 torpedo. The smallest one." And Ling Yu called up the tragic image below and enlarged it. Mingdong's robot did not speak, because Mingdong himself had been buried. He thought about how big the torpedo could explode when it was dropped. He didn't take this type of torpedoes seriously at all. This means that the best time to enter the escape pod has been lost. Coordinates 49.68 in, 136.47 s. A paragraph of text inexplicably appeared on the display screen, and the information was still scrolling. Detail coordinates. The ellipses jumped? Forget it. Look at the map. And I marked the red dot for you. And Ling Yu was surprised. Senior sister? You? Mingdong's coordinates. You don't want it? Yes. And Ling Yu saw that the senior sister had thoughtfully opened the map and enlarged it to the main screen, and selected the coordinate location to automatically go to. This area is considered a ruin, and most people are buried to varying degrees. And Ling Yu took an umbrella from the starship. This classic long black umbrella is also available on the Grey Crow. The sky is dark, but it is not raining. This is the common weather on the Dark Star. And Ling Yu opened the umbrella, took the elevator to leave the starship's cockpit, and landed on the ruins. When she walked out of the elevator, a robot who didn't know whether to live or die shot at her. She tilted the umbrella, and the bullets were shot at the golden umbrella's surface and bounced off. The golden thread on Mingan's neck reappeared, tightening and pulling him forward. And Ling Yu casually reached back, grabbed his hair, and pressed down, forcing him to lower his head to her side. She asked coldly, "Are you tired of living? Or does someone think you are tired of living?" "No. It's not me," Ming Han hurriedly defended. "It was his own action. I'm going to. I can't let him attack you." When Ming Han came over, the attack really disappeared, and Ling Yu pushed him forward. "Go. Kill him." He has a gun." Ming Han hesitated, and Ling Yu held up an umbrella and looked at him leisurely. "Then you squat down and dig the ground. Dig out your cheap father." Ming Han dared not disobey. After groping around on the ground for a while, he dragged and pulled out a robot. Seeing that Ling Yu had no expression, he moved the small debris while ordering the robot to dig more. 1 dug 2. 2 dug 4. And the robot's dugout continued to work. Although they were buried by the building, they were not seriously injured because of their hard mechanical bones. After a while, and Ling Yu saw an old and fat smiling pumpkin at the designated location. Mingdong had a big belly, and his legs were pressed under the debris, and he kept groaning. And he hadn't finished greeting. "Be quiet first. I declare that the first meeting of the establishment of the fireworks factory will start now." And Ling Yu didn't want to wait for him to be treated. And he didn't even want to wait for the robot to dig him out. He waved his hand and asked the robot to carry a chair from the starship for him to sit on. This meeting will sort out the startup funds, facilities and equipment, and personnel allocation of the fireworks factory, and determine the preliminary development plan of the fireworks factory. Attendees, Chairman and Ling Yu. Employees Mingdong and Ming Han. Observers, Vice Chairman Yao Yuan. The two employees reported the project in a piecemeal manner, without even making a PPT. Chairman and Ling Yu was very disappointed. In the interstellar era, there is not even a PPT to report to the boss. And Ling Yu was sitting in the boss chair and got angry, completely ignoring the pale face of Mingdong, who was pressed in the ruins. "I have already given you time to prepare. What were you doing while the robot was moving the chair just now? Luckily you met me. I am a kind and soft-hearted boss. And Ling Yu clapped her hands and asked the robot to rescue Mingdong. I give you a chance to make corrections. Give me the things I just asked for tomorrow. The black market is a distance away from here. And the buildings are intact. And Ling Yu decided to go there to work tomorrow. And the people rescued here will also be placed there. Most of the retail investors who had gathered to do business in the black market had already run away when they saw the fight here. But she didn't care. After arranging everyone, she returned to her starship. Yao Yuan was unwilling to show up. But she did not force him. When she got the food, she poured some nutrient solution on him. Sister, are we going to stay here? Yes, Ling Yu said. Do you know why we want to build a fireworks factory? We must hurry up and make a gift to the Alliance. Chapter 34. The election of members of parliament is in full swing. After Ji Mingguang's death, one of the 5 major members of parliament is vacant. And there are many candidates. Through the democratic voting in recent days, only 8 candidates have entered the final election. Simon is among them. He is currently in 7th place. Almost a runner-up. I guess someone from Claire's side won. Violet flipped through a hardcover ancient book. But it doesn't matter. I will always choose you. The votes of the members of parliament account for a large proportion. And Simon's ability to reach this position is almost entirely due to Violet's pulling. She even started a live broadcast to lead the vote. Among all the parliamentarians, only Violet is so casual. It's okay. Teacher, I don't care, Simon said. Simon. Violet shook her head and sighed. Those old guys are just SOSO. You just lack some superficial packaging. Simon nodded in agreement. And Ling Yu is also paying attention to the situation of the Alliance's election of parliamentarians. Although the Alliance claimed that Ji Mingguang was dead, Earl theoretically would not die because of the destruction of the host's body. The official website personally released the video of Ji Chen killing Ji Mingguang to endorse the credibility of the news. I think they are afraid that Earl will repair his body or make another bionic body and still occupy Ji Mingguang's identity. This identity refers to the identity of a counselor. The other counselors have a bad relationship with Earl. As long as Earl cannot use Ji Mingguang's identity, he will fall from the high platform of power in an instant and will never be able to compete with them again. And Ling Yu looked at the schedule of the conference. 1 week later is Victory Day. And the last selection will be on the eve of Victory Day. Victory Day is the day to commemorate the end of the Dawn War, and is also one of the few festivals in the Alliance. This Victory Day should be particularly grand. And the new counselor will also host the Victory Day activities with other counselors on this day. Mr. N. The personnel count is ready. Mingdong's robot walked in with a folder. And Ling Yu looked up at him. He was stunned for a moment and immediately left, knocking on the door. Come here. Mingdong quickly manipulated the robot to hand over the file. I have also prepared an electronic version and a speech PPT and have sent it to your computer. If you need it, I can also project the screen to tell you about it on the spot. Oh! And Ling Yu looked through the paper documents. There are only 32 pure humans in the dark domain. But there are 751 robots. Why are there no pets in your son's warehouse? Have you counted them? They are not our employees. Mingdong did know his son's hobby of raising pets. But he never considered them as people. So he ignored them subconsciously. Go back and count them. Wait. And Ling Yu stopped him again. Why hasn't the fuel I asked for been delivered yet? How many days has it been? A whole day. Why can't you do it in advance? Why can't you do it on your own initiative? Is it because I didn't tell you? I do it right away. After Mingdong left, and Ling Yu leaned back in the boss chair and thought about the current situation. She is now in the most luxurious office in the black market. And nearby are the victims dug up from the underworld. The appearance of the robots in the dark domain is no different from that of robots. That is, they are highly mechanized. And almost everything except the brain is made of machines. Therefore, they would not be seriously injured if the house collapsed and fell on them. After replacing and repairing some of their prosthetic limbs, they were still strong laborers. But the 30 or so humans were not so lucky. A small number of them had to bid farewell to their pure human identity and become robots. There was a noise outside the window. And Ling Yu walked to the window and used Noah's ability to enhance her hearing. Are you that bastard? This was a clear female voice. Bitch. Let me ask your name. This was the voice of Mingdong's robot, accompanied by a dull thumping sound. I am your ancestor. Then, There were some muffled sounds. The two must have started fighting. Someone nearby tried to stop the fight, and several robots rushed over. And Ling Yu opened the window and jumped down from the 3rd floor. The accident happened on the street on the right, and Ling Yu landed and glanced over there. What happened? The girl who was pinching Mingdong's neck turned around. Her long, fluffy light blue curly hair swaying like waves. And Ling Yu's eyes fell on her fishtail that was like a python entwining the Mingdong robot. Obviously, this was the mermaid she saw in the warehouse of Shorty. There were also centaurs and butterfly people next to it. It seemed that Shorty had pulled all his collections here. He is a robot. You can't kill him like this, Ling Yu said. Well, like this? The mermaid coughed and asked curiously. Did you blow up this place? Yes. My name is Tian. My friends and I were captured. Can you let us go? And Ling Yu was silent for a moment. You look very energetic. So you can count yourself and your friends. Tian frowned and looked at her in confusion. It's really inconvenient without legs. I find you an assistant. And Ling Yu pulled a robot with a cart to assist her. No, Tian said. I just think that since you are not in the same group as those people, we are meaningless and worthless to you. So I should let you go? Ling Yu leaned down. But you saw my face. I don't want to meet those guys from the Alliance for the time being. So unfortunately, I can't let you go. Tian opened her mouth to speak. But Ling Yu interrupted her directly. No need to promise anything. As you said, you are of no value to me. And your promise is of no value. You don't seem to understand the current situation. I'm not here to do charity. So, don't say you are worthless. And don't make yourself worthless. The bastards in the dark domain didn't dare to tell the Alliance about the first fugitive in the interstellar space on the Dark Star. After all, this is their lair. And the Alliance will catch them together when they come to catch her. But Tian and others would not have any scruples. And Ling Yu did not want to confront the Alliance's army. Soldiers are a profession with a high sacrifice rate, and most of them are fellow human beings. So she could only avoid fighting as much as possible like Yao Yuan. At first, she drove the starship around, not only to confuse the Alliance's sight and prevent them from paying attention to Bingxing, but also to avoid fighting. But for so long, the Alliance has not tracked her down. It seems that she is just wishful thinking and going around in circles. This is very strange. The Mingxing starship was given by Shuiying Earl. How come it doesn't even have a location? Is it a problem of estrangement between Shuiying? Earl, who was backstabbed by other Shuiying, concealed something. But, was Earl unprepared for this? Was he planning something? And Ling Yu raised her hand and sent a message to Mingdong, asking him to send the fuel to the vice chairman. That is, to Yao Yuan on his starship. This starship itself has no name. But after discovering that Mingdong named his starship Grey Crow, she also named her own starship, the Devil, taken from Yao Yuan's name, the evil demon starship. After a casual inspection of the territory, she walked outside the wall of the black market. Senior sister? She faced the wilderness. No response. And Ling Yu smiled self-deprecatingly. Senior sister was always elusive. She would give her a push when needed, but she didn't necessarily watch her all the time. She hated this feeling in essence. The feeling of being monitored, being spied on, and being exposed to others without any privacy. But she couldn't refuse yet, because she needed her senior sister's help. People are always dissatisfied. She wanted to get information from her senior sister, and also wanted to get rid of the current situation where her senior sister was in the dark and she was in the light. Why doesn't your senior sister ever come to see me? And Ling Yu said to herself. You've always been paying attention to me, haven't you? It seems that the senior sister is really not here now. She stood in silence for a while, then turned around and walked back. A light laugh melted into the wind, accompanied by the light mint cold fragrance. Why are you leaving? I'm here, right? And Ling Yu turned back in surprise. Senior sister stood in the wind, looking at each other from a distance. She was right there. But Ling Yu didn't know what to say. There were too many puzzles about senior sister. She didn't know where to start. Fortunately, senior sister moved first. She threw something the size of a thumb cap through the air. When Ling Yu caught it, she found that it was a small milky white bag. There was a small round buckle on it, which could be opened and closed, although it couldn't even hold half a breath. It was indeed a bag. I was preparing a gift for you before I came here, so I was delayed. Senior sister calmly took a few steps forward. But these steps were like folding space, and she moved 7 or 8 meters in an instant. How is it? Do you like it? I like it. And Lingyu didn't want to reject senior sister's kindness. But she really didn't know what this bag was for. It can't even fit a plain ring-style optical computer. Right? And Lingyu looked at the optical computer in her hand to compare the size. Is it a new fashion trend in the Interstellar era? She really didn't know about these things. Yeah. Senior sister nodded. Your patience is just right. She seemed to be scolded. But she endured it because it was senior sister who was talking. And Lingyu put the bag in her pocket. I don't want to reminisce now. If you need help, you can find me. Anyway, it may not be useful, senior sister said. But senior sister came to see her after all. And Lingyu felt that it would be bad not to say something. And she couldn't ask questions like what to eat. So she wanted to talk about something serious. And it would be great if she could get some information. I want to develop in the dark area first. And then slowly get rid of Shueying. Senior sister, you have helped me so much. You should also be working hard against Shueying. What is it? What is it not? I just think that if senior sister does it, there will be good results. No matter when. It is always right to flatter. But this time the flattery hit the horse's leg. My results have nothing to do with you. Senior sister's face turned cold. Junior sister, you may have forgotten that you betrayed me. And Lingyu's heart sank. When she first met senior sister, she saw the video of the laboratory back then. I can roughly guess that the betrayal refers to the fact that she led the Noah project to transfer. At that time, although the super meteorite crystal used to make Noah contained powerful energy, it was not included in the special materials because the objects it could act on were limited and the side effects were unknown. It was initially identified as a special material with a low upper limit, a narrow scope of application, and low research value, and others had no intention of further research and exploration. But the senior sister selected it from tens of millions of materials, found a suitable path after countless failures, and formulated a special research plan. However, it was expelled at the same time as its value was affirmed. As an assistant, I transferred to Grupa with this hot project. After the transfer, the prediction of my senior sister was confirmed. The super meteorite crystal shined brightly and became the pride of the entire laboratory and even all mankind. Noah number 1, transformed by the super meteorite crystal, won the first victory in the battle against the alien wit. The numb people who fled saw a beam of light in the deepest darkness, which was the rain after years of drought, and the firewood in the bleak winter. Even if Shueying redacted the history books, it couldn't hide the weight of the word Noah. People can always see Noah, even under rumors. And senior sister, hidden in the crowd, only a concise wanted order. At this time, any language seems pale, and senior sister's dissatisfaction can't be reversed in a few words. I don't care about your betrayal, senior sister said. Your selfishness and ignorance are all within my expectations. She downplayed it, as if it was really harmless. Junior sister, you can't be a gentleman, and you can't be a villain. You want this and want to protect that, but you only get twice the result with half the effort. She didn't seem to be criticizing simply. Fortunately, the most important things are not lost. There is no problem in the general direction, and it is not hopeless. Senior sister is very smart and has a unique vision. It was just a few words, and it sounded right. And Lingyu responded calmly. Senior sister turned around and ignored Lingyu's compliment. Junior sister, go forward. Don't let me down. Is the current me also within your expectations? The world is like a game. Senior sister looked into the distance, her black hair flying. But it was not the melody of the wind here, but her voice was indeed scattered in the wind. Junior sister, you will be my most important chess move. Chapter 35. The figure of the senior sister disappeared in front of Lingyu, and appeared thousands of miles away in the next second. How is the experiment going? Unlike when she talked to Lingyu, she was cold and majestic when she said this. Everything is going well, and it is in the improvement stage. The probability of success. The leader said that the experiment will be 100% successful, but we must consider various factors caused by the external environment. And Lingyu sorted out the development plan of the fireworks factory again, and was still thinking about it before going to bed. During the day, she was active in the black market, and at night, she always had to go back to the starship to rest. The black market was not safe enough, and all the flatterers wished her dead. The more humble their expressions were, the darker their hearts were. The more obedient their behavior was, the more twisted their hearts were. Ming Dong had more than one child. The short winter melon, and the son he trained as a successor was called Ming Chun, who was outside delivering goods and had not returned. Ming Dong concealed this matter. But the short winter melon and those people in the Hades were unreliable. As long as they were asked separately, even without being beaten, they would spill the beans and tell the details of the Ming family. And Ling Yu was very dissatisfied with Ming Chen's name. The word Chen was too eye-catching. So she decided to name him Shiguo. In this way, the Ming family tree has collected 3 melons: Dong, Nan and Shi. Thinking of this, she fell asleep. Since she woke up, she had almost no dreams. But this dream was clear and long. As if to make up for something she had lost for a long time. She was running towards the laboratory building with a pile of professional books. At this time, she was young and on a distant home planet. On the books was her newly bought analyzer. The price of this thing is very embarrassing for students. It is too expensive to buy it by yourself. But it is not impossible to bite the bullet. After all, there are always some strange deviations in the shared lab, especially after being used by others. I don't know if it is a psychological effect, but the results always feel weird. The perception of dreaming is very strange. She knows a little about the background of the story, but she can't know the deeper content. It was not raining when she left the dormitory building, but who knew that it started to rain after just a few steps? And then the rain became heavier. The analyzer was too big to fit in her pocket, and if she stuffed it in, it might fall out on the road. It would be terrible if it broke. She had saved money for half her life. She knew it was a dream, but she was complaining seriously in her heart. To be more precise, as a full-time student, such a large expense can only be saved from birth to sophomore year. Schwa. A figure suddenly jumped out at the intersection, and then Ling Yu subconsciously dodged. But it was too sudden. She stumbled, and even the analyzer on the book flew out. "Be careful," the other person shouted. She saw the figure rushing over eagerly and falling to the ground. After stumbling a few steps, she stabilized her body. "Hiss." The man raised a hand, and in his hand was an intact analyzer. And Ling Yu immediately took it and helped him up again. As soon as the analyzer left his hand, he quickly climbed up and pulled up the black umbrella that fell beside him. "Be careful with the analyzer," he said while patting the mud on his body. And Ling Yu stared at his face. Ji-Chen. She was a little dazed. And when she came back to her senses, she was watching the progress from a god's perspective. "It's raining. Why don't you hold an umbrella? What if the analyzer gets wet?" Ji-Chen said as he handed over the umbrella. Ling Yu, or In Mei, took the umbrella. If she were on the mother planet, she should be called In Mei. And Mei wanted to invite Ji-Chen to go with her. But in the blink of an eye she saw that he had already rushed into the drizzle. "The boss is looking for me. I'm leaving first." And Ling Yu could sense In Mei's thoughts and emotions, although she couldn't control her actions. She knew Ji-Chen. After all, academic master, handsome guy, and middle school student. These adjectives put together are easy to get out of the circle. Moreover, Ji-Chen has pulled these 3 attributes to the fullest. And Mei decided to listen to Ji-Chen's advice and focus on protecting the analyzer. She held the analyzer in one hand and wrapped the book with her arm, and held an umbrella with the other hand. It took a long time to walk to the laboratory building. After putting down her things in the laboratory, she stood up to return the umbrella. When she reached the door where Ji-Chen was, she heard Ji-Chen talking to his classmates. Seeing that they were chatting happily, and Mei didn't want to interrupt, so she waited at the door for a while. "Ji-Chen, yes. I fought against Dahe for Xiaoju at that time. Fortunately, I had a long-handled umbrella, but I also paid a heavy price. The black umbrella that had accompanied me for many years died heroically." And Mei glanced at the intact umbrella in her hand. The people in the room hadn't noticed her arrival yet, and she felt that she shouldn't be here. The floor seemed to burn her feet, so she left in a hurry. But she couldn't leave the umbrella unreturned. And Mei found Ji-Chen's contact information in the group and sent him a friend request. After a while, the two added each other as friends. Ji-Chen said he was going back after his report, and Mei didn't plan to stay after delivering the things to the laboratory. The two made an appointment to meet downstairs directly. And Mei was on a lower floor and arrived early. After waiting for a while, Ji-Chen hurried over. As soon as he arrived, he took the umbrella, shook the umbrella body to open it, took a step out, and then stepped back. "Oh, yes. You're leaving too." and May nodded, thinking that they should share an umbrella together, although it was a bit awkward since they were not familiar with each other. But Ji-Chen reached into his pocket and took something out. I specially prepared this for you. Ding ding ding. The world's limited edition supreme luxury raincoat. After seeing the thing clearly, and May was silent. Look! I stole it from the storage room on purpose. Ji-Chen shook it and unfolded it a little. This is not something that any student can know. You will never find such a big garbage bag in the laboratory. Seeing and May didn't say anything. He showed the side of the garbage bag. Look! I cut it open here so you can wear it with your face facing this way. Don't worry about suffocation or getting wet in the rain. I can run back. Without waiting for Ji-Chen to reply, she immediately rushed into the rain, fearing that if she was a second slower, Ji-Chen would personally cover her with the garbage bag. Hey! She heard Ji-Chen shouting and chasing after her. But this only made her speed up resolutely. Run! There's an idiot. In this way, she ran all the way back to the dormitory. That night, she clicked on a link recommended by her roommate. The cold-faced devil ran and cried in the rain, and the warm-hearted husky followed halfway. The cold-faced devil was her nickname. In a debate in her freshman year, she made the other debater cry, and then condemned the other debater's crying behavior, accusing him of disrespecting the competition. To be honest, her words and deeds were inappropriate that time. Afterwards, she also realized her problem and changed little by little. But stereotypes are something that are hard to get rid of. Moreover, she didn't change completely. Husky is Ji-Chen's nickname. After reading the post, she realized that Ji-Chen chased her halfway and left at the fork in the road to the boys' dormitory. She was busy running during the day and didn't notice when he left. Now she really wants to explain in the post that she didn't cry. She really didn't cry. Although she ran in the rain. Her face was really full of rain, but no tears. Her painful expression was because she was afraid that Ji-Chen would catch up with her and put a garbage bag on her. But now she is no longer the rookie with zero emotional intelligence. It was obvious that she couldn't handle the current situation. And May, who had improved her emotional intelligence, decided to pretend that she didn't see it. As soon as she put down her phone, she met the curious face of her roommate. Is it still possible to pretend that she didn't see it now? Thanks for the invitation. Blind man. Illiterate. Waking up in the middle of the night. And Lingyu wanted to curse. What kind of stupid dog is Ji-Chen? What a brain circuit. This plot development is like a cover-up even if it is explained. It might make things worse. After hating for a while, she became melancholy again, because she found that this was not a school, but a starship. She understood a little bit why Ji-Chen believed in dreams. Her memory did not come back, and the story in the dream could not be verified. But she believed it was true. 100 years ago, they must have had such a story. She failed to fall asleep several times, and she fell asleep in a daze in the early morning. She saw Ji-Chen again. On Bingxing, Ji-Chen climbed up the air cushion floating on the water, and next to him were lush lotus leaves and lotus flowers. And Lingyu wanted to go over, but she seemed to have no body. She was like a wisp of wind. The other party could not see her, and she could not see herself either. After Ji-Chen climbed up, he stayed quietly. He did nothing, said nothing, and Lingyu remembered that she had taken a last look at Ji-Chen under the water of Bingxing more than 10 days ago. Good night, she thought, and she fell into a deep sleep. There is no sun in the dark domain, but the sky will be different in day and night. People cannot stand eternal day and eternal night. And even if there is no difference between day and night, they will intervene and change it artificially. And Lingyu slept until noon before leaving the starship. He Tian sent over the personnel statistics she made. In addition to those in the short winter melon warehouse, there were some locked up for sale in the black market. She counted all of them, a total of 56. And Lingyu called them together for a small meeting. Most of them were deceived or captured, and their bodies were modified and sold on the black market. When my fireworks factory is relocated, I can consider letting you go. And Lingyu didn't want to say too much. Fortunately, they were quite receptive to this matter. After all, they were previously locked up in a warehouse and teased by others. Now Lingyu has designated an area for them to move freely. And Lingyu did consider moving away. The news of her being here could be spread out at any time. Now she was in a hurry to count the supplies and take more things away. Thinking of this, and Lingyu found that Mingdong had not brought the supply statistics table. She was ready to call Mingdong over and get angry. When she touched her pocket, She changed her mind. Mingdong's robot had already arrived. And Mingdong himself had not shown up in person, using the excuse of being seriously injured, considering that the robot was quite efficient. And Lingyu didn't bother about it. Where's the list of supplies? We're still counting, Mingdong's robot said calmly. There are a lot of supplies in the dark domain. And some sites were destroyed after you showed your power. So a lot of people are repairing them. It's difficult to estimate the amount of supplies at the moment. Is it my fault? Without waiting for Mingdong's compliment, and Lingyu took out the small bag from her pocket. This was given to her by her senior sister yesterday, and it was only the size of a fingertip. She slowly opened the mouth of the small bag and said to Mingdong, "Did you see it? Well, what is this? This contains all my patience and tolerance." Chapter 36. Mona is dead. Died amid the cheers of the elected councillors. After preparing flowers for Victory Day. This news would be a hot topic on normal days. But it can't even be on the hot search now. And Lingyu searched and read for a while. With the tragic case of Ji Qin's patricide, there was no opposition to Claire's killing of her daughter. One is Noah. The other is a robot. In everyone's eyes, they are not humans. They have lost their emotions and human rights. Keeping them is just raising a tiger to cause trouble. Since Lilith's last appearance, the robots have been silent for a long time. The robots here refer specifically to Lilith's subordinates, which can be called the Mechanical Kingdom. The Mechanical Kingdom hides its head and shows its tail, and occasionally launches self-destructive attacks because they don't care about sacrifice. Insignificant. The machine has eternal life. As long as the heart core containing memory and logic is uploaded to the main library, the main library can create another him. Two him. Countless him. In this way, why should they fear death? This is the essential difference between the robots of the Mechanical Kingdom and the individual robots everywhere. The Mechanical Kingdom has a general warehouse, which is a masterpiece. The robots who are not afraid of death give the Alliance a headache. But they soon discover that the Mechanical Kingdom is chaotic and disorderly, without normal cohesion. It should be so. Since they are immortal, they naturally want to do whatever they want. Only Lilith, who controls the general warehouse, can give orders. But the Alliance has not yet analyzed the logic of Lilith's behavior. She seems to be doing irrelevant things here and there. She seems to be really crazy. The most uncomfortable thing for the Alliance is that she plays cards unconventionally. The general warehouse has not been found yet, and the congressman who led the expedition is dead. Fortunately, Violet took over this position temporarily, but she also expressed that she is not good at this. As a result, Alan, a candidate for congressman who came from the military, has attracted much attention. Violet is bored staying at the border, and she hopes Alan will take over as soon as possible to replace her to guard the J system. She wants to go back, so she is leaving. She is not a water firefly like Earl, who really guards when he says he will. If she wants to go back to the main planet, then she has to go back. Besides, Victory Day is approaching, and she has a suitable reason or excuse. Claire has already used the mechanical law to determine that Mona is a robot, and according to the special regulations on robot management trial, she shot her to death in accordance with the law. But Lilith has never revealed that Mona's mechanization is less than 50%. There are two possibilities. One is that she is very confident and wants to wait for a big occasion to spread it in public and severely slap the Alliance in the face. The other is that she is not confident and is worried that the recent election of members and Victory Day activities will cover up her news. But Violet felt that Lilith might have a third option. After all, you can't speculate on the thoughts of a madman. Indeed, Lilith forgot. That's right. She forgot about it. She has been very busy recently. Busy with excitement. Busy with joy. Busy with feeling the rhythm of life. She even forgot to see whether Mona, who always said that her mother was the most loving, shed tears and regretted when she died at the hands of her dear mother. And Lingyu called a meeting of more than 10 people according to the personnel statistics table. With the statistics in hand, the personnel structure of the black market becomes clear. Most of the managers here will not modify themselves, and are quite averse to mechanization. At most, they will change some biological organs. The robots who work are inferior people, and they are not modified to this extent according to their own wishes. Their mechanical limbs do not belong to them, but to the managers. The managers rent their limbs to them for use, which is a great gift, no matter whether they are willing or not. As long as they want to survive in the black market, they must be grateful. Ming Dong is the owner of their bodies, and has the highest authority to command. They only have the right to use within certain limits. And Ling Yu assigned several managers to areas for material statistics, and ordered some practical, portable, and valuable materials, asking them to deliver them as soon as possible. It is more troublesome to count materials, but it is easier to get the things you want. In order to make a good impression, these managers rushed to deliver the things. Dr. Yen and Ling Yu called him after receiving the medical supplies sent by the other party. He was the last one to deliver the supplies and the slowest one. However, and Ling Yu did not intend to pursue the matter. Tell me about the human body transformation project in the dark domain. The doctor named Yen in front of him was very tall and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. He did not wear a white coat, but a suit, with black leather gloves on his hands. He had a kind of beauty of a suited thug. And Ling Yu raised the information in his hand and saw his mechanization index of 28%. This was rare. Dr. Yen had a high status in the black market and was not a low-class person who had no choice. In the dark domain, where status is inversely proportional to the mechanization index, this index is a bit high. Other managers are basically zero, because biological transformation is not considered mechanization. Dr. Yen smiled. And unlike the flattering smiles of others, he smiled casually, even revealing a sense of confidence. His confidence comes from strength and craftsmanship. He is the best transformation expert in the dark domain and even the entire galaxy. He explained clearly and confidently. Human body transformation in the dark domain is generally divided into 3 categories. The first category is biological transformation, which is mainly for managers and fat sheep from outside. The purpose is to replace aging or damaged human body parts. They use cloning technology. This technology is not difficult in theory, but it is not available outside. The Alliance prohibits the use of this technology on the grounds of ethical confusion. Nowadays, cloning does not require cultivating a clone and then removing organs, but can directly clone organs. However, the law prohibiting cloning has not been amended, so it has always been effective. If you want to do autologous organ cloning and transplantation, you can only do it in a place like the dark domain. The second category is mechanical transformation, which is aimed at the lower class people in the dark domain. Goods. The functions of robots have not yet developed to maturity, and most managers prefer to use robots. They are more able to read people's expressions and feel more when they scold and beat them than robots. Because robots are not programs. They will not feel like playing the lute to a cow and scolding a stone. Although the Alliance denies the emotions of robots. In fact, they also have emotions. The third category is comprehensive transformation, which is mostly transformation of goods. There are many ways to transform, such as combining machinery with biology, or combining different organisms. To put it simply, everything except the above 2 categories can be classified as comprehensive transformation. For example, He Tiantian's transformation. Can He Tiantian and others be transformed back? And Ling Yu asked. Those who have been comprehensively transformed. You can't step into the same river twice, said Dr. Yen. But Mr. N's goal should be achieved, using cloning technology. How long does it take from preparation to surgery? It depends on the specific situation. For example, the girl with butterfly wings can be cloned in a few days, because only cutting and suturing are needed. The mermaid girl is not so lucky. It takes about 5 years to clone a pair of legs for her. 5 years? Mr. N. It took her more than 20 years from a fertilized egg to now. A pair of legs connected to her current body will take at least 10 years to develop. 5 years is the time after catalysis. It can also be compressed. Ling Yu, who knows nothing about surgery and biology, said. She said it with certainty. Dr. Yen sighed and said helplessly, there are risks. And Ling Yu sent him the detailed list compiled by He Tiantian, asking him to estimate the time and risk required for each operation as soon as possible. Dr. Yen took the order and left. And Ling Yu began to count the materials received, pack them, and put them on his starship. Ming Dong, who was staring at her from afar, saw her clanging posture and almost thought she was leaving. He was so excited that tears filled his eyes, and he drafted a farewell letter 30 times in his mind. But the next second, his optical brain received the message. And Ling Yu, 3 minutes. I want the information of all the starships in the dark domain. After sending the message, she took the robot to move the materials she selected to the Devil starship. After they finished their work and left, and Ling Yu fished Yao Yuan out of the biscuit box behind her. I have prepared a new nest for you. As she said that, and Ling Yu put him in the cloud-patterned golden-laid lacquer box. It turned out that Yao Yuan didn't like it and crawled out. Gold box and silver box. Not as good as biscuit box. Okay. The light brain lit up for a moment. It was Tian who sent her a message. In order to make a spreadsheet for statistics. And Ling Yu gave her a device that could only communicate internally. After reading the message, and Ling Yu grabbed his coat and left in a hurry. Ming Han was a young master after all. He had been worried and frightened for the past 2 days, and had nowhere to vent. Whenever he had time, he would come to find his favorite. At this moment, he was pulling the centaur's hair out. Some robots who followed him used their steel arms to block Tian and others. Is the bone hard or the skin itchy? Ming Han couldn't pull it. So he shook out a whip in his hand and hit the other person. The centaur stubbornly refused to move. Ming Han's pets always had a lot of wear and tear. And the number only represented how many there were now. Centaurs were his favorite species. And the wear and tear rate was also particularly high. Most of them were beaten half to death. And the scars on their bodies were just an eyesore. Anyway, as long as he wanted, every goods on the black market could be turned into a centaur. Seeing that ordinary whips didn't work, Ming Han took out a long whip with steel spikes. I just wanted to take you out for a walk. But you asked for it. Although the centaur had been transformed, it was just ordinary biological skin, and could not withstand the long steel whip. Taking out this whip meant that Ming Han did not want to keep him. Anyway, he urgently needed to vent his anger. And beating and whipping could let him vent his anger. As long as he raised the whip in his hand, he seemed to control the whole world. With just one whip, the centaur's skin was torn apart, and a row of holes were dripping with blood. The centaur tried to pounce on Ming Han, but was held tightly by the robots on both sides. The second whip, he raised his head and howled, making a piercing wail. Those who had been imprisoned for a long time could no longer bear to watch. But Tian, who had just arrived, was still eager to rush over. The centaur arrived earlier than Tian. He had seen his own kind being whipped to death, and those who tried to escape and resisted being caught and tortured in front of everyone. In the bloody reality, he realized his tragic fate early on, but always held a little hope. If there is no hope of escaping normally, then be a little fanciful. Maybe one day, the dark star explodes? But the numbness accumulated over time, covering up the glimmer of hope. In these desolate and dark days, God played a joke on him again. Reality did move towards a whimsical, different, and unexpected future. But it was still not a future he could leave. He was heartbroken. The first fugitive of the Alliance descended from the sky to dominate the dark star. The arrogant young man followed behind him like a running dog. But what is the difference between the number 1 fugitive and these people on the dark star? Is his name more famous? He still can't leave. He is at the bottom of society, and has lived diligently since he was a child. He was caught by accident on the black market, and sold a one-stop surgery. He has a bad life. So why should he live? So when the third whip came, he turned his head and stretched his neck under the steel nail. Come on. Goodbye. This stupid world. Chapter 37. Swish. Red arterial blood spurted out half a meter. The smell of blood filled the nose. And the surroundings were silent for a while. You dare to touch my people? Ling Yu jumped down from the hovercraft in the air, and the back of her windbreaker was raised high. Mingan's face was pale, holding his arm with a sharp cut, looking at her in horror. On the ground was a small half of his arm, and the hand holding the whip had loosened when it landed. You, how could you? Ming-On was choking with anger, and he wanted to ask her how dare she, but he didn't dare to ask. He knew he was no longer the domineering young master. But it was all so unreal. How could it be? He could have lived a life of luxury and debauchery. He would never be able to destroy the kingdom his father had built. What's wrong with me? And Ling Yu walked towards him step by step. Ming-Han tried to organize his words. These people are all mine. I have the right to discipline them. How dare you cut me? What's yours? And Ling Yu walked over and kicked him to the ground. The robots around her started to move. She raised her head and used the golden wire to condense into blades to remove their limbs. Ming-Han lay on the ground, listening to the thumping sound of falling everywhere. The shadow of the broken arm was infinitely enlarged, and it seemed that there was such a sound when his arm fell. Crazy. Madman. He felt that he was going crazy too. Will his head be the next one? The massive blood loss in his arm made him feel cold all over. And his brain was almost rusted. But he couldn't stop the horrible idea. And Lingyu stepped on his collarbone, and used the gold wire to slice a triangular piece of metal from the fallen limb of the robot next to her. She lowered her head, and pressed the sharp corner against Mingan's face. Mingan's face instantly sank. The bright red blood flowed out, and slid down his cheek to the ground. Say it again. And Lingyu said coldly. Minghan dared not say anything else. He felt a little dizzy, and he wished he could faint. But the cold metal gave him such a clear painful touch, as if it was going to penetrate his cheek completely. No. No. Minghan said. Speak. And Lingyu's eyes were cold. No. I was just talking nonsense. I was talking nonsense, and I didn't know what was good for me. Minghan could feel the iron sheet cutting his flesh as soon as he moved his mouth. But he didn't dare not speak. Heh. And Lingyu sneered and pulled his hand back a little. Do you know now? Yeah. Yeah. Minghan felt that the iron sheet had been taken away from his face, and nodded in response. And Lingyu played with the iron sheet, and saw Minghan's frightened eyes from the silver-white surface. Remember? Everything here belongs to me. Everything you see is my territory. Your people? Even you are mine. If I let you live, you must live for me. If I let you die, your life will end here. Don't make me unhappy. Understand? I understand. I understand. And Lingyu clapped her hands, stood up and looked in the direction of the centaur. I called Dr. Yin over. He Tian. Gather everyone here together. I have something to say. He Tian hurriedly accepted the order. And Lingyu walked a few steps into the house, turned her head and looked at Minghan, who was lying on the ground half dead, and said, Go back by yourself? You are not allowed to connect your hand without my permission. Yes. Yes. And Lingyu turned and went back to the house. When Dr. Yin came, he also sent the estimated timetable for comprehensive transformation. And Lingyu announced the good news that the transformation could be returned to He Tian and others, and interrupted her cheers. This is a considerable expense. And Lingyu looked at the table with preparation time and risks, but no price list. So if you want to do surgery here, you have to work for me. She changed the preparation time in the table to working time, and sent it to He Tian. He Tian will also collect your intentions this time. My fireworks factory has just been established, and is in need of manpower. This opportunity cannot be missed. Send it to me as soon as possible after collecting it. And Lingyu left after saying that. Just now, Mingong sent her the statistics of the starship. She decided to go to the black market for a meeting. Before leaving, she asked Dr. Yin to come to her office after he was done. The centaur had no internal injuries, and could be sent directly to the medical cabin for treatment. There was no need for a doctor of Dr. Yen's level to be there in person. So he pretended to check her. And as soon as Lingyu left, he sent her to the medical cabin. And Lingyu had just sat down in the office and glanced through the starship list. And Dr. Yin followed him. Mr. Yin is really kind. He stood at the door and started to flatter her before he came in. And his voice was deep and magnetic. Really? And Lingyu looked at the starship list without looking up. Dr. Yin walked over slowly, and his brown eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses revealed a sense of confidence and cunning. If they return to normal society, they will be regarded as aliens. Except for me in the black market. They can't find anyone who can perform this kind of surgery. Mr. Yen's move is a grace of rebirth. It seems that I am really a kind-hearted person. And Lingyu agreed, turned off the light computer, and looked up at him. I didn't even talk about money with him. Dr. Yin smiled and nodded. He consciously ignored the rule of working to pay off debts. And Lingyu just talked about working. But he didn't talk about money. He said gently, This little money is nothing to Mr. Yin. Yeah. And Lingyu nodded. Indeed. But you don't have to mention money to me. It's not my money. That's right. It was probably Hua Mingdong's money. Anyway, the first fugitive in the galaxy just robbed a little. Dr. Yin took a step forward. The greetings were almost over. It was time to ask what he was called here for. Of course, this little money was contracted by Dr. Yin. And Lingyu said. Dr. Yin's expression froze, and his gentle image was almost unsettled. He wanted to take back what he said before. What about benevolence? What about the heart of a bodhisattva? This is a miser who didn't pay for the surgery, but asked him to pay for the equipment and medicine. No wonder she asked when she praised her kindness. Is that so? It turned out to be asking him. And Lingyu leaned back and waved her hand. Don't mention this little money. I called you here to talk about the issue of biological organ transplantation. How effective is it for prolonging the life of normally aging elderly people? What are the risks? How long does it take to prepare for organ transplantation? What a small amount of money. Do you know how much work it takes and how much it costs? If you don't know, you might think you paid for it. Dr. Yen held back his inner roar and introduced it to her. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. It's just that this roof is a little low, and he is not used to it. Dr. Yen is indeed a rare medical genius. And Lingyu praised, but she didn't know what kind of emotion was mixed in her tone. I don't deserve it. I have made some progress, Dr. Yen said. The room fell into silence. Yen Jing considered his words just now, and there seemed to be nothing special. And the arrogant fugitive in front of him showed an elusive expression. Lonely? He couldn't see through it. Is death really the end of everything? And Lingyu asked. This is the topic that Yen has spent his whole life studying. Dr. Yen put one hand on his chest and bowed. And Lingyu looked at him steadily. The corners of his mouth raised with confidence. And as time passed, he suddenly realized his arrogance. How could he be sure that Lingyu would not touch him? Has he been arrogant for so long that he has forgotten the days of bowing his head and trying to survive? Has Lingyu's leniency towards those favorites made him relax his vigilance? The person in front of him is the most wanted fugitive with $1 million reward from the Alliance. She blew up the Starship Storage Center as soon as she arrived. And just now, she cut off the arm of the Dark Domain young Master Ming Han. She is not a kind person. Fortunately, his hands did not shake. After all, this was his bread and butter. But the smile on his lips, which was just the right arc, could no longer be maintained. What was wrong with the conversation just now? Why did she keep looking at him like this? What was the story behind the normal aging of the elderly and death? Sweat gradually formed on his head. And just when he suspected that he had lost control of his facial muscles, Lingyu spoke. That's really a good ambition. Dr. Yen looked up cautiously. And Lingyu was writing something on the laptop. But his expression did not show the appreciation that matched his words. Thank you for your hard work these days, Dr. Yen. And Lingyu handed him a list. I am interested in your topic. And these are my support for your research. Someone will send them to you later. Thank you. Mr. and Yen Jing did not bother to check the content and left in a hurry. And Lingyu looked at his back thoughtfully. It is also important to have someone who can be used at hand. Yen Jing has good ability, but it is not easy to control. Money and treasure should be given, but he should not be taken away so easily. Anyway, it is not her money. Tian sent the willingness statistics form, and everyone wanted to stay and finish the operation before leaving. She also asked a question on behalf of the girl with butterfly wings. Can she really leave after working for 3 days? And Lingyu gave a positive answer. But the operation schedule depends on Dr. Yen's time. While waiting for the operation, those who stay in the dark area have to work to pay for room and meal expenses, which can be converted into half-day work. After dealing with these trivial matters, and Lingyu began to watch the final meeting of the Alliance Council election. The canvassing session was boring, but it could be seen that each candidate tried his best to highlight his own characteristics within the rigid rules and regulations. When she was bored, a familiar figure appeared on the screen. Simon. And Lingyu's fingers began to tap on the table. When Simon started to speak, the speed of tapping increased rapidly. She felt irritated. She had never been so upset and restless. Damn it. She remembered the way Simon took Ji-Chen away, and also remembered the unclear projection in the direction of the starship when she saw Ji-Chen's body. Why is he everywhere? She had to find a way to kill him. Even if he was not the culprit, he was one of the murderers. If she could endure the anger for a while, she would be angry with the gods. And Lingyu felt that she could not do her job. She returned to the starship and worked on the assassination plan. As she crossed out one possibility after another, the election results of the parliamentarians came out. The winner is Alan. There is almost no suspense in the number of votes. Alan comes from the military and has a brilliant resume. He is qualified to lead the troops to garrison the J Department. He is tall and strong, with deep facial features, handsome as a sculpture from ancient Greece. His honey-colored hair is curled, and his deep blue eyes are slightly vicissitudes. If you don't know, you might think this is a beauty pageant. In fact, the candidates are all handsome and dazzling. Beautiful things are easy to make people like. If you can choose, why not parasitize a beauty and enter the simple mode. Shueying's thoughts are not difficult to guess. But Lingyu doesn't care now. She has an urgent goal. To kill Simon. Chapter 38. The equipment in the equipment room is neatly arranged on the shelves, and the young reporter is carefully selecting them. The outbound assistant is a suspended elliptical machine with a medium-sized electronic screen on his face. Recommended for you. TCA 014 camera. FMI 12 microphone. The reporter saw 2 yellow tips on the shelf, which are exactly where the 2 equipments mentioned by the assistant are. I prefer the feel of 11. The reporter took another one from the side. For the sake of the final effect, it is not recommended. So you are just a little robot, the reporter said, took the equipment he chose and left the equipment room. Even if he came an hour earlier, the place was already crowded with people. The reporter looked up at the floor of the Parliament building. She knew that the red and colorful appearance was the image of the giant display screen. Festive and shocking. She looked at the people downstairs again. They were all crowded together, like a swarm of bees. Bees? A legendary creature. It is said that on the distant mother planet, they linger in the flowers, pollinate and make honey. The young reporter shook her head and deleted the imaginary phantom from her mind. But when she shook her head, she felt that something crucial had changed. The crowd was still dense, and the sky was still blue. Wait! The festive silk ribbons on the Parliament building had disappeared, replaced by solemn white words on a black background. This is a road of no return. The huge bold words were very eye-catching in this happy atmosphere. I understand, the reporter said. She frowned again. Do you have any instructions? You can turn back here or never look back. The reporter breathed a sigh of relief. I won't turn back. You are very determined. Of course. I can do it. Confidence is a good quality. Go. In the blink of an eye, the world has returned to normal. The reporter had some words to say. She swallowed the words. Even if there is no return. And walked straight to the crowd. Lu Jin. You look very good. A man with wool curls greeted her. Reporter Lu Jin smiled politely when she saw the visitor. This is her colleague, Ross, who is very enthusiastic. Of course. It's worth being happy to be here. What she said was true. The House of Representatives is not a place that anyone can get close to. That's right. What's wrong with you? Rose was about to sigh when she saw her expression change. I just saw you in a daze here. If you continue like this, you won't get the chance to ask questions later. Oh, sorry. I remembered a legend, Reporter Lu Jin said. What? Rose shouted in surprise, and then quietly came up. We can't talk about those topics here. Lu Jin smiled and nodded, but if you are interested, I can send it to you secretly. Hey, you. Before Ross finished speaking, the crowd in front of him became excited. The door opened, and everyone rushed in. Lu Jin also walked to the interview room, according to the guidance. She was a little far back, and the foreign reporters sat at the back of the auditorium, and the reporters specially invited by the Union House were in the front row. It's an honor to see you all here. Alan, who became a member of Parliament, had a bright smile on his face. If you don't care about the details, he is a passionate speaker. Each reporter brought his own top-notch camera equipment. I don't know if it was because there were too many things, but there seemed to be a subtle buzz in the air. Lu Jin watched Alan's mouth opening and closing, and heard the question and answer session after the long and cliched speech. The reporters were very enthusiastic. The bright cameras were all aimed at Alan's handsome face. It was time, and Lu Jin also raised his hand. Huh? With a breathy laugh, a woman in gorgeous clothes suddenly appeared in the air, floating on the raised hands of everyone. The air stagnated, and the reporters who reacted quickly turned the cameras of the main or auxiliary cameras. This was a great opportunity to get a hot news. The woman was seen smiling and running towards Alan on a golden silk. She was very fast, leaving only a trace of smile in everyone's mind. And when they looked again, only the flying belt was left. The camera, that had just been turned over, automatically locked and followed. Alan subconsciously took a half step back, his toes already pointing to the side where he would leave the stage. But in order to maintain his image, he had to suppress the urge to escape. It was impossible for someone to enter this building with a firearm. This realization calmed him down. At this moment, the woman was in front of him. Before Alan could raise the microphone on the table, the woman's delicate hand had sunk into his head. Too fast. Alan's face turned pale. However, his appearance was intact. Was it an image? Who was so bold? So ridiculous. In this place where everyone was paying attention. Such a farce was staged. The woman's hand was withdrawn from Alan's head. And there was nothing wrong with Alan's head. Bang! Alan suddenly fell down. I got you. The woman held a slightly purple translucent ball of hair in her hand and looked back at the camera. The red light of the laser gun swept over. And a piercing scream sounded. And the scene finally became a mess. Bullets or light particles passed through the woman's shadow. And she smiled and lifted the translucent ball of hair in her hand. The cameras focused on her hand. But her figure gradually faded. The ball of hair in her hand suddenly fell. And she disappeared completely. Lou Jean! Ross screamed. The girl who had talked to him outside the building had fallen to the ground, with dark red blood flowing from the blood hole in the middle of her forehead. You are going to the main star? The image of the senior sister leaned vaguely against the desk. I have to go anyway. And Lingyu was not too surprised to see her, and leaned back to start the chat mode. It's just a matter of time. 3 days later. It's a good day, the senior sister said. Indeed? And Lingyu nodded. 3 days later is Victory Day. Isn't the anniversary of the victory of the Battle of Dawn a good day? Go that day, senior sister said. HM? Victory Day is the most important festival of the Alliance. The main star must block the road and conduct strict inspections. How can she, an S-level fugitive, sneak in? You haven't read the news online yet. You are so stupid. Senior sister put down a small cube, and a crisp collision sound rang out on the table. And Lingyu didn't guess the news, nor did she figure out how the image carried the real object. She only heard the senior sister continue to say, if you want to kill Shuang, use this. There is only one copy. It's a tombstone. The senior sister closed her eyes, as if thinking about the wording, or epitaph, before Lingyu asked. She opened her eyes and brought the topic back on track. I will interfere with the spider web to block the sky eye for you. But it won't take long. You must go straight to your destination without stopping. Okay. Then, do something for me. What? Tell them that you are Noah, under the attention of the entire galaxy. No problem. The senior sister finally laughed. That's a good day. I'm looking forward to that day. The image of the senior sister disappeared directly, and Lingyu used the gold thread to probe the inside of the cube. And it was solid. This thing was black, but did not reflect light. Extremely hard but very light. She pondered for a long time, but could not figure out what it was made of. Since the senior sister said that it was the only one, it was not something that could be obtained casually. Should it be used to kill Simon? Or leave it to someone more important? She picked up the light computer to read the news. New Counselor Alan was attacked. Highly ranked first in the hot search. Clicking into the topic. It was full of noisy netizens, as well as various 404 web pages and missing videos. The official account issued a statement, confirming that Alan was attacked, but not mentioning anything else. And Lingyu reconstructed the incident from the incomplete comments of netizens. The cultists mixed in with the reporters and attacked Alan during the interview. Coincidentally, and Lingyu had seen this cultist before. Pantheism. Jade Du. And Lingyu had seen her performance on Star R. But it ended hastily because of the army's obstruction. But the Golden Wind and Jade Du always appear together. So why is there no Golden Wind? The comments of netizens were not complete, and the authorities did not even say who the attacker was. And Lingyu clicked dozens of videos that could not be opened, and finally found a high-definition clip on a small website. Yu Lu, with a smile on her face, rushed towards Alan in a flying manner, and she pinched something. Then she looked back and held it in front of the camera, smiling and dissipating. Some netizens said it was a prank of a cult, and some netizens said it was an AI synthesis. But the content posted by a group of accounts nicknamed Wanma shocked her like a bolt from the blue. They said that what Yu Lu held in her hand was a firefly, a high-level parasite with independent consciousness that can control the host's behavior. 2WT, it is among us. 2WT, it has taken control of the Alliance. 2WT, don't be eaten by it. 2WT, be careful. And Lingyu had guessed it when she saw the fur ball. Ji Chen described the appearance of the firefly to her, although she couldn't verify it in detail. There was no other possibility at present. It turned out that someone had mastered the ability to catch the firefly. Is it Senior Sister? When Alan was interviewed, dozens of platforms were broadcasting live together, so it would be difficult to block it afterwards. This attack was too sudden and premeditated, and the Alliance was caught off guard. Ross and other reporters who participated in the interview were controlled and released after a long investigation. When he left, he heard the staff say that Alan was fine. Just frightened. In normal times, he would definitely sneer in his heart and complain to his friends about the cowardice of the new congressman after returning home. And he was even from the army. Then he casually commented on the mysterious operation of the cult, attributing it to the ignorance and incitement of the believers. But now, he became silent. One of the reporters could not go back. Lou Jean. She was dead. Ross knew the cause of her death. When he saw Lou appear, he subconsciously looked in the direction of Lou Jean, who was holding one end of the silk shawl in her hand. There was a strange light in her eyes, and Ross realized for the first time that he did not understand her at all. They were so close, yet so far away. What is the relationship between Lou Jean and pantheism? Ding! A window popped up on the computer. This was not the interface of any software he had used. It appeared so abruptly. I am entrusted by someone to forward this note. I will burn it after reading it. Many legends have taboos against looking back. Some people say that if you look back, you will see something horrible and turn into stone. Some people say that there is a fire of life on a person's shoulders, and the fire will go out when you look back. These stories are absurd, unscientific, and irrational. But I thought of the fire serpent, and I couldn't help but want to believe these legends a little. The fire serpent once led Noah's ark to the unknown darkness. But one day it turned back. It fell. The evil star rushed out in the bloody storm, and fell silently. I still don't know the reason, and can only attribute it to absurd legends. Perhaps at a certain moment, she was petrified, and the fire of life on her shoulders was extinguished. Chapter 39. It is the 100th anniversary of the founding of the Alliance. We gather here with excitement. On the solemn podium, Claire was in the middle of the 5 members, presiding over the opening ceremony of Victory Day with great emotion. Violet smiled faintly and sat on her left, maintaining an elegant and dignified posture. She couldn't help but complain in her heart. She didn't know which guy with a hole in his head designed the seat and put her between Claire and Alan. These two are obviously in the same group. Can't you see that they are both her political enemies? Alan next to him looked high-spirited, not panicking at all after being attacked. But in fact, no one at this table could not panic at all. They were just pretending to be calm. That pantheist actually had the ability to capture their true bodies. This church can no longer be kept. God knows how much effort they put into suppressing those well-founded news. The entire House of Representatives did not sleep. They barely managed to hold the general direction. But they could not control those small-scale discussions. They couldn't let everyone not be able to access the internet and communicate. Based on her understanding of netizens, she knew that covering up something that had already spread was a secret, and further suppressing it would be tantamount to admitting it. The Alliance felt the crisis, and could only guide it in the direction of conspiracy theories. The Pantheon had already mastered many spider webs, and the matter of firefly parasitism was also well known. They came prepared and quickly opened this smokeless battlefield. Violet knew the horror of public opinion, and they had used this sharp sword to kill countless enemies who were in the way. Is history a reincarnation? The Pantheon seems to be on the same path they came from. Shueying had been lurking for many years, and had made sufficient preparations, just to take down the Alliance in one day. Just like the Pantheon now. The same beginning, the same direction. But she will never allow the same ending. They must win this battle of hearts and minds. The support of the people is a matter of life and death. Shueying worked overtime to study and discuss the response plan and revise today's speech. Some summaries will be made at today's meeting. Some proposals will be put forward. And the development direction for this year, the next decade, and the next 100 years will be determined. Eliminating evil cults was prominently listed. As soon as Victory Day was over, they quickly convened various conferences to go through the process, amend the laws and regulations, and kill all pantheists without mercy. This is worse than robots. Robots mainly attack humans, and occasionally hurt Shueying by mistake. The pantheists are targeting Shueying. Just in case, they adjusted the arrangements for Victory Day and cancelled all activities that might come into contact with the believers. Even now, the auditorium where they are is empty with only 5 people on the stage. The original design was that the seats below were full of representatives from all over the country. But for the sake of being conservative, all of them were repatriated. Everything was done to ensure the smooth conduct of this Victory Day. We have moved from the displacement of the Noah era to the prosperity of the Nova era. Claire's speech has come to an end. Her voice is high and very contagious. Now, I declare that the Noah era is completely over. Boom. The glass ceiling of the conference shattered, and the alarm sounded a half-beat late as if distracted. Still live. A figure walked out of the smoke. You are so brave. The smoke slowly dissipated, and her face gradually became clear. And Lingyu smiled brightly and greeted the camera behind her. Good morning, everyone. Except Shueying. Nice to meet you. I am Noah number 8. In the control room. The staff was in a state of panic. The live broadcast cannot be turned off. Why is the machine aiming gone? Where is the guard? Is he dead? Pfft. Don't say that. Oh my god. I really can't get in touch with him. The members of the technical team were quickly repairing the machine, and everyone's eyes fell on them. With sighs, the technicians gave up one after another, and only one specially hired expert continued. For a moment, the air was quiet, and only the rapid knocking and the ticking error tone remained in the control room. The codes scrolling on the blue screen were dense and dazzling. The last key fell heavily, and the expert of the technical team leaned back and took a deep breath. Solved? Shueying next to him couldn't help asking. No hope. The expert took another breath, leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. It's Liao Qing. Liao Qing. Shueying screamed. The screen full of codes in front of him flashed. The machine made a buzzing sound, and the figure of the senior sister flashed and appeared on the screen. Call me? You? The staff stuttered. This is an important fugitive wanted by the Alliance all year round, and every time he is nowhere to be found. Normally, they only see each other once every 30 years, and once they see each other, they have a headache for 30 years. The time interval between the last meeting and now is too long. He even thought that the other party was dead. After all, humans are short-lived creatures. Happy Victory Day. The senior sister looked at their embarrassment and laughed, her green eyes full of vitality, like a clear spring in a deep forest. I don't wish any of you. I only wish for me. Before Shueying could react, the display screen in the control room went black, and then was covered with white snowflakes. And the host was also making a sizzling sound without any effort. This is a common operation of Liao Qing, a kind of arrogant and disgusting bad taste that makes Shueying hate it. And Lingyu casually dodged Alan's machine gun fire and blocked a bullet with her palm. The golden light was rippling, and her whole body was not very clear. She threw the blocked bullet towards the camera that recorded everything. Alan's preemptive attack failed, and his attack just proved the fact that Lingyu was Noah. Only Noah could surpass mechanical creations with his mortal body. The stage was in chaos. Shueying knew that the Pantheon had made some moves, but they didn't expect Noah to appear at this critical moment. How could Noah appear? Violet ran away the fastest, and Alan tried to compete with Lingyu and was shot in the head. Lingyu didn't give them a chance to leave in a decent manner. He threw a grenade, and the entire rostrum exploded. Let's go! The voice of her senior sister rang in her ears. Wait! And Lingyu stepped forward to see the situation of the counselors. Want to die? The senior sister didn't say a word, and Lingyu took one last look at the podium, then hurriedly jumped into the maneuvering cabin and returned to the starship. Go now, the senior sister ordered. Definitely strengthen, and accelerate at full speed. Okay. A large number of warships had already gathered nearby, but they did not attack directly because they would hurt everyone in the House of Representatives if they attacked directly with large weapons. When Lingyu's starship swooped down, it collapsed several buildings, and now it was parked on the ruins of the building. Even if it only attacked the starship itself, it would cause secondary damage to the victims trapped below. With the interference of the senior sister and the limited time, the warships only had time to gather. Seeing Lingyu's starship take off, they were ready to fight, but Lingyu didn't give them a chance. The starship named Grey Crow rushed straight towards the blockade of the Alliance warships, and made a sharp turn when colliding. Before everyone could catch up, the starship flashed through the gap between the huge fleet of warships like a ghost. Chase! After a few moments, the Alliance completely lost its trace. How can it be so fast? A young man in military uniform eagerly operated the warship to play back the images. That's Noah. The colonel next to him had cloudy eyes, but he stared at the blurry picture on the display screen. When she moved, even the most advanced military detectors could only capture her afterimage. She was indeed Noah. No doubt. The young man kept adjusting the image parameters and movement trajectory, busying himself in front of the operating table. The gray-haired colonel just repeated Noah, as if savoring some lost years. This is the latest development of cutting-edge technology. The young man was interrupted by the colonel without hesitation before he could say the name of this high-tech. That's Noah. For hundreds of years, people have moved mountains and created seas, pulled stars, and become the unrivaled overlord of this galaxy. But that's Noah. It's the Noah that they still can't surpass after hundreds of years of technological development. There's a world of difference. After Enlingyu broke out of the encirclement, he ran a distance and began to reduce the intensity of the reinforcement. Do you think your life is too long? The voice of the senior sister suddenly appeared behind her. Speed up. Top speed. Don't let me say it for the third time. Enlingyu immediately injected all her enhanced abilities into the starship, and then looked for something on the display screen in confusion. After watching the image over and over again, she didn't find any starship chasing here. Senior sister? Enlingyu looked back at her. The senior sister looked indifferent, standing behind the cab, with a soft white light around her body, as if she would fly away at any time. It was an image. What? If I don't look, I won't be able to drive a starship, senior sister asked. Well, I didn't see anyone chasing me. Enlingyu turned back and opened the detector page to zoom in. Since just now. Idiot. Senior sister's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Enlingyu was startled. Her pupils dilated unconsciously, and a strand of black hair fell in front of her eyes. She turned her eyes and saw that the senior sister had come to her side and was bending over to adjust the parameters on the display. Enlingyu could understand that it was normal for the image to move quickly, but she still felt a little palpitated when it happened so suddenly. Is that all your courage? Asked the senior sister. It's too sudden, said Enlingyu. In the image adjusted by the senior sister, Enlingyu saw a tiny light spot. It was so tiny, insignificant in the vast universe. Enlingyu looked at the scale and found that the diameter of the light spot was less than 3 centimeters. She soon discovered the abnormality. The light spot was chasing her, with the speed of a large starship after Noah's full acceleration. How could there be such a thing? So small, yet with such strong kinetic energy. Enlingyu manipulated the starship to turn, and the light spot also changed direction. How could it be? Enlingyu continued to magnify the light spot, and found that it was not solid. Its edge was as light and transparent as a swimming jellyfish. They maintained high-speed movement in the same direction, and they were relatively slow to each other. In Enlingyu's eyes, it seemed to have really turned into a white jellyfish, slowly moving forward, like a lingering nightmare. This is dying, sister said. Spy Shadow? Following me to gather information and send it back to the Alliance? Enlingyu asked. Dian Butterfly. Sister simply typed the word on the display screen, zooming in and out until the entire screen could no longer fit, and Enlingyu began to not recognize the word. Okay, I know. Sister, please stop using your magic. As soon as sister erased the word, Enlingyu said, I think it should be called jellyfish. Why not jellyfish? Chapter 40. You look like a jellyfish to me. Without a brain, senior sister said. Butterfly Shadow is the Alliance's top secret weapon. Weapon? Enlingyu looked at the light spot on the screen solemnly. Its edge was translucent, constantly expanding and contracting, just like the flapping of butterfly wings. This is the first time the Alliance has used Butterfly Shadow. I don't know its power. I suggest you don't be curious or try it, as it's easy to get killed. It has the same confidentiality level as Noah's heart, and it may even be more confidential. Noah's heart. Enlingyu was silent for a moment. How can I get rid of it? According to the data obtained so far, its diameter is getting smaller, senior sister said calmly. Just run and consume it. Then how long do you think I will have to run? If one day doesn't work, 2 days won't be a big problem. Enlingyu pondered, shocked and puzzled. Even if she worked all day and night to speed up the starship, she might not be able to consume it? I should have asked Yao Yuan to come too, so that he could take turns to get off work. Enlingyu left Yao Yuan and the Devil starship behind when he left because he was worried about the dark domain. It seems that you really have no memory at all. You even forgot how to speed up and sleep at the same time. The senior sister commented seriously. It seems that the amnesia is really serious. Enlingyu knew that he did not have enough control and understanding of his own abilities. whether it was Noah's energy or Jinxie's ability. Look for your memory? The senior sister asked. I don't have memory. The surrounding scenes were changing rapidly. Was it senior sister who wanted to play the memory images? But she still had to maintain the acceleration of the starship. She felt that the connection between Noah's energy and the starship had not been disconnected. This was a way for her to slack off, so she could keep herself in a high consumption state and adapt until her subconscious mind would supply energy. Lingyu's consciousness soon reached a dark space, with many square screens in front of her. Judging from the angle of the screen, this was surveillance. Judging from the content, it should be the surveillance of Noah's Ark. That's right. I had left my senior sister when I became the first generation Noah. Due to the special nature of the project, they should have no contact after that, and no common memories. So if you want to awaken the memory after becoming the first generation Noah, you can't rely on the memory of your senior sister herself. But she is not in these surveillances. And Lingyu looked at them one by one. And there was no laboratory where she should be in these hundreds of surveillances. The characters were moving all the time, and she hadn't looked carefully yet. In the surveillance in front of her, several warships returning to the Ark caught her attention. People unloaded several large pieces of iron from the warships. Those were severely deformed escape pods. And Lingyu chose the largest one to track and observe. There were large patches of blood on the hatch, and mincemeat and bone residue could be vaguely seen. This escape pod is estimated to have a capacity of 5 people. And if it is overloaded during special periods, it may have 10 people. But the pod is so severely deformed, I don't know how many people can survive. And Lingyu watched the little people in the surveillance hurriedly transport the escape pods to the single rooms. Strangely, these single rooms were empty, and there was no medical equipment. Why did they bother to transport them here? And Lingyu suspected that the medical equipment was in the blind spot of the surveillance. Sure enough, there was a little man holding a machine scanning the outside of the escape pod. There was no sound from the surveillance, and she could only see what the little man said through the headset. After a while, 2 little men in protective clothing came into the room. Everyone else left and closed the heavy iron door. And Lingyu thought the iron door was a bit exaggerated, perhaps to isolate unknown radioactive substances. But, is it really not necessary to leave a few people at the door to prepare for the transfer of patients? It is impossible for the blind spot of the monitoring to have medical equipment to treat all injuries. The 2 little people in the room have begun to pry the hatch of the escape capsule. And Lingyu retracted her gaze. The moment the hatch was pried open, she was stunned. It was full. But there was no one. The escape capsule returned fully loaded. But no one survived. It was full of supplies. All supplies. And they were shining with the luster of metal or the phosphorescence of crystal. The little people who were handling the escape pod in the surveillance were used to it. They whispered to each other for a while, and then began to dismantle and take out the items. A line of words appeared in front of Lingyu, which was a note from her senior sister. The disaster was severe, and supplies were more important than life. And Lingyu understood it instantly. During the interstellar escape, supplies were scarce. When the warships were severely damaged and there was no way to save them, people put the scarce supplies into the escape pod and left them for others. There are no survivors here. Only the race struggling to survive. Live. And let the race live. The heavy iron door is not for radiation protection, but for preventing the explosion of materials that are severely squeezed. I am not afraid of being crushed to pieces. And I am not sorry for dying. But I will leave some materials and a little hope. Everything is for survival. Everything is for humanity. And Lingyu took a step back, as if she could get away from the bloody history. Senior sister, do you think watching these will help me recover my memory? Possibly. Based on Yao Yuan's situation, it is speculated that recovering memory is related to strong emotions. And Lingyu took another step back. What if I can't recover my memory if I continue to watch? It's just an experiment. Failure is normal. Besides, the reference is limited. There are too many variables. Failure is normal. A chuckle suddenly came from the quiet air. Junior sister, I know what you are resisting. I hate your escape. But I prefer the reason you dare not face. You are afraid. You are afraid that you can't recover your memory. You are afraid that you will find that you are a heartless and indifferent person. In fact, you have already discovered it. But you are deceiving yourself and unwilling to face it, and dare not admit it. Is the recovery of memory necessarily related to what you said? Then what are you resisting? Why are you backing off? Enough. and Ling Yu suddenly smashed the surveillance screen in front of her with a golden thread. The past is over. The dead are gone. What we should think about is how to move forward. What do you mean the dead are gone? Have you ever cared? Yao Tianqing died. Yao Yuan recovered his memory. Couldn't eat and was depressed. And Jichen died. You didn't even shed a tear. What are you saying all this for? Do you want me to quarrel with you? Why didn't you tell me directly about Ji Chen's situation at that time? You have so many resources at your disposal that you can invade the Senate and interfere with the Sky Eye. I don't believe you don't have any information about Noah's heart. After Ling Yu finished yelling, she calmed down. Are you satisfied with my quarrel with you? No. Strong emotions. And Ling Yu lowered her head and smiled. She remembered that her senior sister had just said that the reason why Yao Yuan recovered his memory might be strong emotions. Do you think my emotions just now were also fake? So I didn't recover any memory at all. Silence. Okay. That's right. But don't mention it again since Jichen is dead. I don't like humans. It's fine if you don't recover your memory. Who cares if you like it or not? You've already said that I'm cold and heartless. So what does it have to do with me, if you like it or not? As soon as the words fell, and Ling Yu found herself back on the starship, the image of the senior sister did not appear, and there was still a line of words in front of her. Okay. Let's stop here. You've been busy for so long. You should be tired. Go to sleep. Don't worry about the speed of the starship. I'm here. What does it have to do with you if you're tired or not? What does it mean to be tired? What if you're not tired? I am full of energy, and can run 800 meters in one breath. And Ling Yu was about to refute a few sarcastic criticisms. But suddenly, she thought that sleeping was good for her. Then go to sleep. It's a bastard to not take advantage of it. She communicated with Yao Yuan about the situation, tidied up, and laid down in the bedroom. She couldn't fall asleep, no matter what. A small robot brought a cup of warm water, and Ling Yu looked at the cup of water without moving. Don't drink it? The voice of the senior sister sounded. I'm afraid you poisoned me. And Ling Yu curled up in the quilt, not looking for the direction of the voice. Anyway, as long as the senior sister wanted, she could be anywhere. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. The senior sister said. I don't die that easily. Are you too confident or too conceited? I gave you the identity of Noah. When you were unconscious, I not only didn't kill you but also saved you. I'm afraid you put a bewitching spell on me. The senior sister stopped talking. Is it really a bewitching spell? And Ling Yu raised her head slightly and glanced at the little robot that was delivering water. If there really was a bewitching spell in this world, you would have been infected long ago. Hurry up and get up and drink the water. And Ling Yu said nothing, pretending to be deaf. I see the butterfly shadow outside is still chasing us. How about I stop the starship and let you die? I can't die anyway. And Ling Yu jumped up and drank the water. The water delivery robot left contentedly, and the senior sister stopped moving. Master, Liao Qing. And Ling Yu decided to call her by her name. It was quiet all around, and the lights in the room were not even turned on in order to sleep. Only when the little robot was there was a circle of warm yellow light on its body. And Ling Yu turned over. Liao Qing? Still no response. Liao Qing, Liao Qing, Liao Qing, Liao Qing. I didn't ask you to drink water just to bother you. Then why are you always by my side? If you're not here, you won't be able to hear me. What ability do you use to speed up the starship? You're not Noah. Are you? How did you do it? Why haven't you aged at all? Because I'm a god. Silly child. Didn't I tell you I'm a half-god? Liao Qing's image appeared beside her bed, and the glow around her became more obvious in the darkness. God will satisfy the wishes of believers. So go to sleep. I know you are sleepy. First of all, I am not sleepy. And Ling Yu yawned, and instantly realized that there was really drug in the water. Secondly, I am not a believer of anyone. Oh! Sleep. Before Ling Yu lost consciousness, he only remembered that his senior sister spit out these two words coldly. Behind the bamboo shadow screen, Liao Qing was sitting in front of a game. The candlelight flickered in the retro hall. Several black shadows flew out from the candlelight, and it turned out that the entire hall was a virtual scene. They bowed respectfully in the direction of the screen. A thin black shadow stepped forward. Prophet. What do you want? You did a good job exposing the water fireflies. Today, we need to work harder on the appearance of Noah 8. Release the positive historical materials of Noah that we collected before, and spread them more in the spider web we control. We are already doing it, the Black Shadow said. Yes. I saw it. Liaoqing stood up, and the candlelight cast her silhouette on the screen. I sent you a test report. Upload it when the information related to Noah is weaker. Don't let the group of water fireflies idle. Yes. In addition, you must be prepared. A battlefield without gunpowder smoke does not mean there is no sacrifice. Chapter 41. The Alliance issued an obituary for Alan. The image of Alan's brain being shot was clearly transmitted through the live broadcast, and there was no way to save it, even if the parasitic water firefly would not die. In order to cover up the news of the parasitic creatures controlling the Alliance, Alan's identity would have to die. Claire was extremely angry. First, she was worried about the Pantheon, and second, she was annoyed by Alan's failure. Alan had to change his identity and start a new life, which meant that he had to give up his position as a senator. The power among the counselors is delicate. Since Jiming Wang and Violet broke up, the original state with Jiming Wang as the core has changed rapidly. Claire seized the opportunity and worked hard to occupy the core position little by little. But too many water fireflies are eyeing this position, and one careless move will fall into the abyss. The easiest way for her to stabilize her position is to gain the support of the counselors. The rare selection meeting for new counselors is the best opportunity to directly promote her own people. She took great pains to raise Alan's status according to the current predicament of the Alliance, making him the first candidate. Now everything is ruined. The other members of the council refused to accept the re-election, so the new counselors could only be postponed according to the results of the last election. The second place was a bookish classical beauty named Tang Ru. Claire knew why the other counselors opposed the re-election. They were afraid that the first place in the new election would be Xueying, who was under her. They didn't want themselves to sit firmly in the first position of the Alliance. Tang Ru was the least threatening. She was Alpha's person and Alpha's biological daughter. This relationship is for Xueying, whose human identity is not even a human race. Alpha is the most marginal member of parliament, but she is afraid that she will rise in the future. When opposing the re-election of members, Violet shouted the loudest, but she was unhappy after getting what she wanted. Teacher. Simon brought the snacks to the table and reminded softly. Well? Violet turned off the light brain and switched from the stern face to the complaining mode. Oh my god! Simon. This new member of parliament Tang Ru looks like a weak willow in the wind. So don't I have to do the job of garrisoning the J system? Well, I'm willing to serve you, Simon said. Hey. Violet rubbed her temples. Shouldn't I have objected when Claire said to re-elect? At least I shouldn't have been so loud. I just thought it wouldn't be your turn anyway. I miscalculated. Really miscalculated. I'm not good enough. And I made the teacher worry. So, you must work hard. Look, even if there are accidents, Noah number 8 will have to go in and out 7 times before it can be postponed to you. Oh no. 6 in and 6 out. You are the 7th. Don't cut yourself off too. Teacher. I tried hard. I moved up 2 places in the final selection and became the 5th. Teacher. It's my problem. The light computer in Violet's hand shook. She frowned and read the message and said, Those old guys are going to have an online meeting. You wait here for me. I will go to meet them. Okay. Teacher. Simon sat down at the table and handled some work remotely with the light computer. Unknowingly, Violet had returned. I've been persecuted, she yelled as soon as she came back. What's wrong? Teacher? They are blackmailing me morally. Do you know what old Biden and Alpha said? He said that Tang Ru had little experience and might not be qualified for the post of J Department Garrison. So I should pack up and go to J Department. If you can't do it, don't run for a counselor. If you were elected, I wouldn't need them to tell me to throw you to J Department immediately. Sure enough, none of these counselors are good. Except me. Violet sat down at the table and took a bite of the dessert with a silver fork. The wooden base for the snacks has a constant temperature self-heating core, so the taste is still just right. She relaxed. Okay. You don't have to stay here. Go and pack up. Let's go to the J Department to eat together. After Simon left, Violet dug out the information of the J Department and studied it carefully. According to the previous analysis, the main library of the mechanical country is likely to be in the J Department. Although robots are everywhere, Lilith is mainly active in this area. After Jiming Wang went to the J Department, he used various methods to explore and compiled some reports. But there was no substantial progress. Violet flipped through the reports. After Jiming Wang died, All these materials fell into her hands. After reading a report, her eyes fell on Ji Mingwang's signature. "Teacher," she sighed. And the golden butterfly on the light brain flapped its wings and flew from the ring to her fingertips. How can you not miss someone when you see something? She remembered that many years ago, on the eve of the breakup, Ji Mingwang invited her to Ji's house for a chat. At that time, he no longer used the name Earl. This is normal. In order to better integrate. Perhaps it was intuition. She felt a little uneasy. But she didn't think about it. The home robot in Ji's house made her a cup of black tea and some snacks. It is said that this black tea is a replica of a plant from the human home planet, which seems to be called Zhengshan Xiuzhong. She doesn't understand these. Nor does she understand why dead branches and rotten leaves are so delicious. But as long as you don't specifically ask, or even if you don't pay attention, the robot in Ji's house will pour the black tea. This is their default program. Yes, they. From large crane robots to small dragonfly bionic machines. They may pour tea for you if they see that your cup is empty. And they may put tea leaves in your cup if they see that the water in your cup is colorless. This gave her the feeling that there was no room for an empty cup or a glass of boiled water in Ji's house. Ji Mingwang went to great lengths to reproduce this Zhengshan Xiaozhong and updated it countless times in the greenhouse, often saying things she couldn't understand. I don't know how many digits the code was finally compiled, but it was all equally unpalatable in her mouth. She loved the accompanying snacks. As Ji Mingwang was in charge of ancient plant research and often tinkered with some strange flavors, she could find new snacks every time she came here. And her favorite was lemon mung bean cake. After mentioning it to Ji Mingwang once, she could eat it every time she came to Ji's house. But she said it 800 times that the black tea tasted bad. But she still didn't change it. Of course she knew the reason. Ji Chen liked to drink it. That wouldn't make everyone in Ji's house so crazy. Right? She didn't like to drink it. Can't you set up a program to pour boiled water when you see her? Forget it. The snacks are really delicious. I bear it. I will fall into eternity. Ji Mingwang said that day. Violet understood what he meant almost instantly. She understood, but couldn't comprehend. It was too absurd. Is it impossible? She asked tentatively. I also doubted it. But now I am so sure that I find it incredible. I am burning, Ji Mingwang said. Whenever it is late at night, I can feel my chest making crackling sounds. I don't. Violet shook her head. Teacher, I can't quite understand? Accept? She didn't know what to say. When I found myself standing on this road, I was doomed to fail. Ji Mingwang was very firm. You are a smart child. This is a serious matter. You should understand. I have to make some preparations. And so do you. Violet was still in a trance when she left Ji's house. The snacks that day were bland. She ate the lemon mung bean cake seriously with the feeling that she would never eat it again. But it was like chewing wax. She gradually collapsed and cried while eating. She remembered that she asked Ji Mingwang many questions. The teacher answered the questions patiently. And the more she listened, the more she felt disappointed. Why is this so? Isn't it just a legend? The teacher said that she was happy to witness the legend. But she would rather never see the legend in her life. She knew what kind of road she had taken, whether voluntarily or by force. She wanted to climb to the top and see all the other mountains. This road was extremely difficult. And she was casual by nature. She shouldn't have taken this road. She could only take this road because the highest peak has power. How terrible it is to have no power. Just like some people are still human, but they can no longer be called human. She can't accept that her fate is in the hands of others. She learned to be mature, steady, smart and capable. She is a lucky person, and all her efforts have paid off. But the luckiest thing in her life should be meeting a teacher. If her ability accounts for 99% of her journey, then the remaining 1% is undoubtedly the teacher. If there is no teacher, this 99% can only be 99%. Many times, if you can't reach 1, it's 0. This is the reality. Not all efforts can be rewarded. With a teacher, she is diligent when she goes to work on time, and smart and capable when she works normally. Asking questions is called seeking truth and being pragmatic, and having sudden ideas is called innovative. However, the boredom of work is inevitable, and climbing up is always hard and tiring. But no matter how bad she is, she can come to the teacher to relax. When she was still young, the teacher spread his wings to protect her from the wind and rain. When she was flying freely, the teacher listened to her experience and gave her advice. Why did they say goodbye so suddenly? In such a way of breaking up. Where should she put her heart? Where should she hide the real self behind the mask? Will she be forgotten? Can she still appear? Must she become a boring person in power? That is what she hates the most. But she has to go on. The habitat of the soul is going to go with the wind. So she can only close her heart and arm herself. It's a pity that she can't be a child forever. She wants to do something for the teacher. She doesn't want to disappoint the teacher. She wants to be a strong eagle. She wants to cover a piece of sky for the teacher and save the teacher's private thoughts. After the breakup, between life and death. Actually, you can feel it, right? The teacher asked her gently. Yes, even if it's not for me. Violet picked up the black tea at hand and drank it with tears. It's so hot. How can I not feel it? It's so obvious. Just like I always find a cup of disgusting tea when I come here. For me, it's the best. I can't understand. Teacher, there are so many things in this world, most of which we haven't even encountered. How can you determine that it is the best? For me, it's the best. Jiming Wang repeated this sentence. Just like you like lemon mung bean cake. But I think it tastes weird. Violet came back to her senses and burst into tears. She wiped the tears with the corner of her clothes. And then she realized that she was holding a small fork in her hand. She looked at the snack Simon brought. Lemon mung bean cake. Really? How could the taste of lemon mung bean cake be weird? She put a piece in her mouth. Is it the taste of the past? Chapter 42. When the war without gunpowder on the internet intensified, Violet thought it was good to come to the J department. His subordinates were all very obedient soldiers. And Jiming Wang arranged everything in an orderly manner before leaving. She didn't have to bother to prove that she was not shuaying. Nor did she need to spend time to rectify discipline. But the group of people on the internet did not let her go. A mechanization test report was slapped in front of her. Mona's mechanization was less than 50%. She didn't deserve to die. The Alliance claimed that this was a trick of the robot. The report was false. The time was biased. It was all possible. Claire was worried that the robot had a backhand. So she tried to shift the blame to Violet. After all, when Mona was released, she was with Violet and Jiming Wang. And then Violet took her back to the main planet. A large number of people came to Violet's account to question her. And the emails in her mailbox piled up like a mountain. I only brought supplies to the J system to express my condolences. And I happened to see that scene. So I took Mona back to the main planet and handed her over to Claire. Whether in the J system or on the main planet. I did not test Mona, so I don't know the specific situation. Violet's explanation pushed the issue to both sides. But Claire took the initiative to pass the blame. So Jiming Wang, who could not speak, had to take the blame. They all said the same thing. The Alliance's test report showed that Mona's mechanization was 50%. And the execution was carried out according to the law. The report issued by the J system showed this value. And the retest on the main star was the same. If the test reports are all true, the changes occurred during the period between the robot's test and Jiming Wang's test. It's just a 0.01% increase in mechanization. And either the Alliance or the robot could have tampered with it. But no matter what, letting Jiming Wang take this risk is not the business of other counselors. Violet sighed. The taste of lemon mung bean cake has changed a long time ago. And she is no longer the same as she was back then. She can't break up with Claire. And this time, she can only obey the other party's wishes. Sorry. Teacher. Please protect me from the wind and rain again. The lemon mung bean cake of that year can never be eaten again. An announcement suddenly appeared and attracted everyone's attention. The reason is simple. This is an official account of the Alliance. A supporter of terrorists' official account. Morningstar Bureau. This is where the interstellar escape ends. Countless heroes left their stories, which are worth visiting. Recently, too many people have asked us about Noah's deeds, and it is difficult to describe them here due to limited space. But the statue of Noah V stands on the morning star, unchanged for 100 years. Times have changed, and the situation has changed. Some people stay in the past. Some people look forward to the future. And some people are deceived and deceived. Here, I attach a diary written by the ELS Vanguard when the Alliance ordered the pursuit and annihilation of Noah 6 after the victory of the Dawn War. Below is a picture. There is a yellowed paper in the picture. The handwriting is sloppy, but with annotations. She entered the ancient battlefield left over from the Battle of Dawn. There are dangerous floating objects everywhere. But she passed by like a meteor. I know that no one is chasing her. I have long given up hope. I observed the nearby ruins. My grandmother died in the Battle of Dawn. And my grandfather left earlier. I don't understand why Noah 6 betrayed. Will such a hero become a villain? When I was about to cross the ancient battlefield, I saw the flame serpent, which was parked at the border. I can see its dark red shell and shiny barrel. As my father said, she is the most dangerous rose in the galaxy. Will I sacrifice myself for the Civil War? My grandmother fought side by side with the flame serpent. And I will be buried in her muzzle. There is no chance of my survival. That is Noah 6. The bloody hell that terrifies wit. And I am the vanguard chasing her. She stopped there motionless. And the Admiral issued an order to advance with all her strength and attack with all her strength. I have reached the attack range of the flame serpent. But my attack range is much smaller than hers. I know what the Admiral means. The vanguard must resist its fire at all costs, so that the troops behind can rush to attack her. I went straight forward within her range, because I am a soldier, and obedience is my mission, even if it means sacrifice. The flame serpent did not look back. At this moment, there were only 4 large-diameter gun barrels facing backwards, but they were enough to destroy us. It lit up a string of lights. I recognized this signal, which meant retreat, but I would not obey her orders. She still didn't move. Here, she would think of the days of the Dawn War. Right? I don't know. My range is about to cover her. There is a strange message blocked outside the channel. I think it should be her talking. But I can only see the number on the red dot slowly increasing. She still didn't move. She is already within my range. The Admiral ordered me to attack. She didn't move. I thought I was attacking an empty shell. I forgot that we used to fight side by side. And when we gave the signal to retreat, we retreated together. There is a small blue flower in the lower right corner of the paper. The Morning Star Bureau left another paragraph at the end of the announcement. The Morning Star has nothing, but it sends spring in the snow. Noah's Ark sleeps here, and countless heroic souls sleep here forever. If you come to the Wangxiang Tower, you will know that the lights of the Wangxiang Tower are for you. This is the past, the present, and the future that cannot be destroyed. May the interstellar world be peaceful, and the world be safe forever. The Morning Star Bureau released a large number of data notes from 100 years ago. People questioned and panicked, and countless spider webs have been paralyzed. The Alliance had to explain this. They denied the existence of the water firefly and promised to hold a press conference to respond to this matter. It is impossible for a new Noah to appear in the interstellar space. Claire's blonde hair has faded to white, and her voice is calm, but a little old. She met everyone at the press conference as promised. The core material for making Noah, the super meteorite crystal, has been consumed and cannot be regenerated. 100 years ago, the official publicly recruited Noah number 7 and clearly stated that this was the last Noah. The evidence is irrefutable. The arrogance of the terrorists is shocking. The current unrest in the Alliance is my fault, and the fault of all the members. Here, on behalf of the members, I sincerely apologize to everyone. We will seriously learn from the lessons and plan the next move of the Alliance reasonably. Claire finished speaking. There were 4 people sitting on the stage of the press conference, except for Violet, who was stationed in the J department. All the members were here. The next speaker was Franklin, a tall and thin man with pale skin. The Alliance is in a difficult situation due to internal and external troubles. The water firefly parasitism is a big lie, and the lawless elements fabricated and distorted the facts. I hope everyone can look at it rationally and not spread rumors. According to the decision of the Alliance Parliament, I will be responsible for debunking the parasitic rumors. At present, we have screened out some cultists who made radical remarks online. I will organize a rumor debunking event tomorrow and specially invite these lawless people to come. The event will be broadcast live throughout, and the public is welcome to supervise. Please believe in the Alliance and the Parliament, and don't listen to slander and let the lawless elements be proud and rampant. After the press conference, the Alliance stabilized some people's hearts. Morning Star was at the center of the storm, and the Alliance did not dare to act rashly to wipe it out, so it could only block it. Most people were in a wait-and-see state. When Enlingyi returned to the dark domain, she learned that Mingdong had fled with a large amount of supplies, which made the already poor fireworks factory even worse. She took stock of the number of starships and supplies on hand, and immediately decided to transfer the industry. asking the remaining people in the factory to quickly move the useful and portable supplies to the starship. After 2 days of not seeing each other, Yao Yuan had eaten so much that he became a big lump, and the biscuit box could not fit him. Before leaving, and Ling Yu specifically told him to keep an eye on Shorty and Dr. Yin Jing. And he did, just keeping an eye on these two. Except for these two, all the management staff ran away. It doesn't matter. It's better if they leave. They are all troublemakers who are difficult to manage. And Ling Yu comforted Yao Yuan and brought him a new flavor of nutrient solution. I want to eat meat. Yao Yuan was covered in nutrient solution. Don't keep feeding me these things you think I should eat. Oh, sorry. I actually bought you a flower pot. It seems you won't like it either. And Ling Yu emptied the nutrient solution and shook the bottle. Yao Yuan was severely dehydrated and anorexic before. He just happened to be squatting in the cookie box every day. So she treated him as a potted plant and watered him from time to time. Seeing that the water could be absorbed, she poured nutrient solution again. When Yao Yuan was depressed and autistic, he kept silent when watered. Now it seems that he has recovered and started to protest. Not only Yao Yuan, but also He Tian are protesting. Xiaoling, the girl with butterfly wings, has been working here for 5 days, and Yin Jing has not arranged the operation yet. Before Xiaoling said anything, He Tian was already unhappy. Seeing Ling Yu coming back, he hurried over to complain. All those people in the black market have run away. Is there really a doctor to operate on us? He Tian sat in a wheelchair and paddled over with all his strength. Xiaoling's operation time has come. Why doesn't she see the doctor? Now we have to move to the starship. People are panicking everywhere. We can't find you. Doctors have their own things to do. They are not your babysitters. Don't you know that the operation needs to be scheduled? Ling Yu said. Where is the doctor now? What is he busy with? You are so offensive. Ling Yu said. Do I need to explain to you? This is what you promised me. Schedule. Dear. Ling Yu took a step forward. Don't say I didn't breach the contract. Even if I did. What can you do? Then, what's the difference between you and them? He Tian meant the gang in the black market. It's hard to imagine that you are 20 years old. And Ling Yu squatted down and looked at her calmly. Actually, I am happy to see you so naive. But I think you shouldn't be so naive. What do you mean? Being brave is a good quality. But being reckless is not. And Ling Yu raised her hand and typed a paragraph on the optical computer, because the anti-peeping mode was turned on. He Tian didn't know what she was doing. And Ling Yu smiled, stood up and said, Come on. Let me see if you are just reckless. A robot came over with a rosewood box. He Tian looked at the wooden box with puzzled eyes. Do you think Minghan deserves to die? The person who bought you. And Ling Yu asked. He deserves it. He enslaved others, took human life lightly, and beat and scolded many people to death just for fun and venting. How could he not deserve to die? Go kill him. And Ling Yu raised her hand to open the lid, and a sharp dagger was clearly visible. What? He Tian was shocked and panicked, and her knuckles were white when she pinched the wheelchair. But Ling Yu just looked at her calmly and didn't say anything else. Go kill him. These 4 words still echoed in her mind. Me? Me? She wanted to verify something, but got no answer. And Ling Yu's eyes were like water. Gentle, but unquestionable. No need to say anything more. Since you think he deserves to die, just kill him. No matter how many nice words you say. It's not as decisive as a knife. She will give her a chance and let her participate in it. Do it yourself. There can't be only advocates in the world. There must always be executors. If you can't find an executor, you have to learn to do it yourself. He Tian opened her mouth. Let alone killing people. She had never even killed a small animal herself. But Minghan really deserved to die. Although they hadn't had time to persecute her. The experiences of Xiaoling and others were bloody in front of her. Minghan should die. But should she do it? The knife lay quietly in the goose yellow cushion. Dark and shiny. I go. She took the knife with trembling hands. Fortunately, she has no legs and sits in a wheelchair. Otherwise she would not be able to stand. She might be the most embarrassed executor. She took a long time to relax before she raised her stiff arm and pushed the wheelchair in the direction the robot was leading. And Ling Yu summoned a ball of golden silk to follow her. In the empty room, the bad boy with a broken arm and the reckless girl with a fishtail were about to meet. One had the advantage of home court, but didn't know the danger was approaching. And the other held a sharp blade, but couldn't help shaking. Very interesting. Isn't it? A paragraph suddenly appeared on the monitoring screen in front of Enlingyu. You look at her. Just like I look at you. Am I that stupid? Of course. Stupid junior sister. Chapter 43. Everything went smoothly. The smoothness here does not mean killing with one blow, but winning in a thrilling way. The ups and downs of the process are impressive. And the victory surrounded by dangers is still frightening. Deep red or bright red blood stuck to Tiantian's body. And her wavy long hair was also stained with blood. She stayed in that room for a long time. Until the blood cooled down. When she came out, Yin Jing had already started the operation on Shaoling. She learned the news through internal communication, but could not go there because she was in a different starship. Unless the starship docks, it won't be difficult. But she's not in the mood to ask for this now. Enlingyu ignored her and discussed important matters with Yao Yuan. The so-called important matters are surfing the internet together to follow the latest news of the alliance and the slightest movement nearby. They have now moved the entire fireworks factory to the starship, turning it into a fireworks factory on the back of the starship. This large starship is easy to attract attention. So they have left the dark area and are stranded in an uninhabited area of the Interstellar. The operation was very successful. It is recommended to take care of the wound on the back for about a month. The bone has been moved. Yin Jing video called from the corridor of the medical starship. The fireworks factory doesn't keep idle people. Enlingyu said. Where is her home? Ask and send her back directly. Do I have the authority to do that? Yin Jing asked. He was like a prisoner under house arrest. And Yao Yuan kept a close eye on him. Sending him to another planet would give him too much freedom. And he could escape at any time. No, Enlingyu said. Yin Jing lowered his eyelashes. A little sadly said, well, I thought President and would give me a break. Let's make the connection. I go to your place. It's very chaotic outside. If you go alone, you might get into trouble. Enlingyu said shamelessly, as if he was doing it for your own good. I'm flattered. Enlingyu called Tiantian to go to Yin Jing's starship together. Shaoling, who had undergone surgery, had not yet woken up from anesthesia. The group stood by the bed for a while. Yin Jing invited Enlingyu to talk to him. Mr. In, is it true that fireflies are parasitic? Yes. I see. I always thought that I was not good enough in my studies, and could not find the technique to live forever. Yin Jing spoke in a relaxed tone, as if he was not worried about humans at all, and only concerned about his own medical skills. But President and was so heroic. His appearance on Victory Day made the congressman's hair turn white. Enlingyu also watched the press conference held by Claire and found that the congressman had slight signs of aging. Is gray hair realistic in medicine? She asked. If it involves advanced parasitism, human medicine cannot be used as a reference, Yin Jing said. Enlingyu nodded. Shaoling woke up quickly, and after telling Enlingyu where her home planet was, she immediately drove the ship there. But the Alliance had set up some checkpoints on the road, and going too far would cause alarms and cause unnecessary trouble. She didn't want to bother her senior sister to come forward to solve the problem. Just like her expectations of Tiantian, she couldn't just make requests. So she bypassed some checkpoints and approached the planet where Xiaoling's home was. It was an intermediate planet, tightly blocked and unable to sneak in. She turned her head and looked at a small grayish blue-green planet. This planet was not blocked. So she decided to land here and put Xiaoling down, letting her go back on her own. After all, Xiaoling's identity was a good citizen, although she had been missing for a long time. But there was no problem for her to appear in the public eye or under the sky eye. The starship landed in an uninhabited wilderness. Only a few places on this backward small planet have been developed, and most places have maintained their original ecological appearance. Enlingyu gave Xiaoling a light brain and some star coins, and asked Tiantian to help her to the back seat of the hovercraft. She planned to send Xiaoling to the city center of this planet, or the center of the star. It didn't matter. Anyway, the entire planet had only developed a somewhat decent city. What a heavy rain. As soon as the hover car landed, Tiantian sighed. With a fish tail, she was particularly sensitive to water vapor, not to mention the bean-sized raindrops hitting the car. Is there really a city here? Xiaoling asked weakly. She sat in the back seat of the hover car, almost leaning all her weight on Tiantian. Enlingyu didn't reply. You can find the map here by just checking it on the optical computer. Why bother talking about these useful or useless things? She set the navigation, and the hovercraft automatically drove to a dilapidated Starship Landing Center. There are no public flights at this Starship Landing Center, Yanjing reminded on the co-pilot. Operating public transportation on such a dilapidated planet will be a huge loss of money. There are few people on this planet, and they don't go out very often. People from other planets who want to come here for tourism are just on a whim, and they can just sign up for a tour group or drive their own starship. Public transportation doesn't make money. The Alliance doesn't want to back up this meaningless infrastructure, so naturally there are no public flights. If Xiaoling is left here, she won't be able to take a public starship home. What's wrong? Do you like to meddle in other people's business? Anlingyu asked. She has hands, a mouth, and star coins. If she can't go back now, then don't go back. What's the difference between a grown person and a plant? What Mr. N said is right. Yanjing obeyed. In order to prevent the Alliance's Sky-Eye warning, Anlingyu did not get off the car when he arrived at the Starship Landing Center, and only asked Yanjing to help Xiaoling down. Neither Yanjing nor He Tian were on the Alliance blacklist. However, He Tian had no legs, and was not able to move around easily. If he was caught with a fish tail, it would be even more troublesome. So Yanjing had to do the hard work. If you feel uncomfortable, go to the hospital as soon as possible. If you continue to travel, you may get hurt somewhere. Don't blame me for my poor medical skills. Yanjing helped Xiaoling to the roadside bus stop. Xiaoling nodded unconsciously, looking at this strange place in a trance. The heavy rain washed the world, and everything was dark and wet. But the world in Xiaoling's eyes was so vivid. The shabby sign was colorful. The green plants were full of vitality, and even the aching wound on her back showed vigorous vitality. The tears in her eyes were not sure whether they were physiological or emotional, and her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She came out? She really came out? She left the Devil's Cave and came to the real world. When she came back to her senses, the hovercraft had already left. Is there a place Mr. N wants to go? Yanjing saw Anlingyu click on the map search, but he didn't enter anything. The hovercraft was driving back to the starship at a low speed. Yes. Anlingyu responded and entered Xuehua Road on the map. Xuehua Road is not far from here, and it will take a few minutes. Mr. N has been here? Yanjing glanced at the lower left corner of the map. It looks like a very interesting planet. The word Storm Star was written at the bottom of the map. Yes. There are almost no permanent residents on Storm Star. The main industry here is special tourism. The city center is very small, mainly homestays and various shops. Xuehua Road is the busiest street here, only a few hundred meters away from the Starship Landing Center. It's not right to say it's bustling. After all, there are no pedestrians on this street. Occasionally, a hovercraft speeds past, and the sound is drowned out by the heavy rain. Anlingyu slowed down the car again and again, looking at the signs on both sides of the street and moving forward slowly. He Tian in the car was very quiet. Yanjing saw that she didn't want to talk, so he didn't say much. The hovercraft drove slowly across the street, with only the sound of heavy rain falling in his ears. It was not until the car speed suddenly increased that Yanjing asked in confusion, "Leaving?" And Lingyu leaned on the backrest quietly, showing no emotion. After a few seconds, she replied, "Are you staying for the new year?" "No. No." Yanjing refused and turned back to sit down. "Why did you come here specially? You came, but didn't get off the car. Could it be that some old acquaintance and mortal enemy opened a store here?" Yanjing guessed randomly, and Lingyu directly increased the hovercraft to the highest speed. The sky was dark, and the heavy rain flooded the window into a turbid flood and huge waves. The sound of the wind whimpering against the car window was like the howling of an evil spirit. For a moment, the car became a unique space, with only a window separating tranquility and madness. He Tian knew that he was driving steadily in the air, but subconsciously thought that he was on a rough sea. In a few minutes, the hovercraft flew back to the starship. Yanjing did not speak. He felt a little carsick or seasick, and Lingyu calmly got off the hovercraft and ended the trip to the Storm Star. It turns out that there is really an ice cream shop on Storm Star, but the person who would clamor for food is no longer here. So don't stay. You can't stay. If there is something that cannot be solved, just pretend you didn't see it. The sudden jump in her heart when she passed by the ice cream shop must be because the rain was too heavy, almost hitting her eye socket through the glass. It was really thrilling and scary. The starship shuttled through the dark universe. And Lingyu found that there were more and more blockade points nearby. Not only the planets, but even the siren points were not spared. That's right. The siren point is inextricably linked to the Pantheon, so it's normal for it to be sealed. She didn't care and quickly skipped over it. Go back. Huge bold words appeared on the starship display. He Tian looked at it in panic. And Yin Jing also frowned. This is his starship, and it stands to reason that such a prompt would never pop up. No one moved the console just now. How could it be? And Lingyu closed her eyes. Didn't you see it? I told you to go back to your room. Oh. He Tian hurried back. Yin Jing looked at Lingyu with some concerns, but didn't say anything. Turned around and followed He Tian's footsteps. After the rear door of the starship's cockpit was closed, and Lingyu opened his eyes and said, "What's wrong? Save someone." Ross ignored the warning of the traffic controller and forced his way into the siren point. The imagined horror did not come, and he came to a soft world, like falling into a dream. In front of him was a huge piece of off-white silk, and there was no visible boundary. He subconsciously wanted to turn on the camera, only to find that there was no such thing in the illusion. He looked up and tried to see the end of the silk, but suddenly found a light figure floating in, like a fairy from the sky. You Lu? She appeared here. Lu Jin was indeed a believer of pantheism. Ross looked at Yu Lu, wondering what she would do. Attack him? Probably not. He saw Yu Lu's gentle eyes, and couldn't help but let go of some of his tension. But he then keenly discovered that her eyes were not on him, but behind him. He turned around suddenly, and saw Lu Jin. Lu Jin stood in the illusion of the world falling, so small and so eye-catching. She was looking at Yu Lu calmly. Their eyes met, without words, but as harmonious as if they were connected. Ross was caught in the middle, at a loss. The various illusions circulating on the internet suddenly enveloped him, and he was in a hurry to deal with the changes in the illusions. When the dreamlike illusion was shattered, he had no time to regret. Choose your belief. He came to the last level. The first one. This one. Rose pointed to the water drop with Lu Jin's miniature. Okay. After the strange creature finished speaking, Ross returned to the illusion again. But this time, the silk in front of him was blank. After waiting for a long time, no figure appeared, and there was nothing behind him. Why is there nothing? Rose asked. The god you chose is already here. The voice replied. This is a special god. Go forward. You will see him and touch him. Ross looked ahead in confusion, where there was only a huge piece of silk. He walked over tentatively and raised his hand to press on the silk. It seemed that there was wind blowing in, and he saw a figure gradually taking shape on the silk. Countless silks were flying behind him, and Ross saw a pair of familiar eyes within a short distance. It was himself. It turned out to be himself. Lu Jin was dead, and Yu Lu no longer existed in the world. The god he chose was called Self. Chapter 44. Lingyu rescued Ross as she was told. Where should I send him? She used the mechanical arm of the medical starship to drag Ross's small starship and quickly left the siren point. Whatever you like. Didn't you want to save him? It was just a convenience. It didn't matter whether he lived or died. The starship Lingyu was driving was Yin Jing's, which had more medical equipment and was not very large. Therefore, she could not directly absorb the small starship into the interior, but could only dock with it and shout through the communication to let the other party cooperate and come over. Soon, a slightly tired young man appeared in front of her. He claimed to be a reporter. Very good. The fireworks factory needs talents like you. And Lingyu decided to recruit him and find out why he rushed into the siren point despite the Alliance blockade. He sighed and began to introduce himself. He was a witness to the attack on Counselor Allen. The one who attacked Allen was his friend, a pantheist who had been hiding for many years. He found that the bizarre things on the internet were around him, and he began to recall the various anomalies of the Alliance and his friends. He questioned what the Alliance said, and was unwilling to believe anyone around him. He studied the Pantheon's information and the notes left by his colleagues in detail, and his doubts were completely exposed when the Morning Star Bureau issued an announcement. The Morning Star Bureau and his companions mentioned the Flame Serpent, which is the battleship of Noah 6. It is said that Noah 6 had the intention of rebellion and was chased by the Alliance to the vicinity of Morning Star and annihilated. But if Noah 6 really betrayed and fled as the Alliance said, Why did it stop at the ancient battlefield of the Battle of Dawn, and no longer move forward? The data he collected did not include the specific circumstances of the fall of the Flame Serpent, and the halt only appeared in the Morningstar Bureau announcement and Lu Jin's notes. But Ross's intuition told him that this was not groundless. He had just seen Noah's speed. Using an ordinary starship and pulling his small starship could leave the Alliance's current warships far behind. Similarly, the pursuers sent by the Alliance to annihilate Noah 6 would definitely not be able to catch up with Noah, unless Noah stopped himself, did not resist, and did not fight back. Why is this happening? How could this happen? Could it be that the Flame Serpent ran out of fuel and didn't bring any gunpowder? It was ridiculous. He would rather believe the absurd explanation in Lu Jin's notes. She was petrified, and the fire of life on her shoulders was extinguished. As the legend goes, "Don't look back" is a curse. Once you look back, something bad will happen. Perhaps the moment the Flame Serpent turned back, it stepped into the abyss of petrification. What would the ancient battlefield of the Battle of Dawn remind her of? Was it the hardship of fighting bloody battles, or the joy of killing the enemy with your own hands? Noah 6 was born into a military family and joined the army since childhood. She was expelled by the Vita people in her early years and hurriedly left the embrace of her home planet. She grew up in adversity and was accustomed to bloodshed and sacrifice. She emerged from the cocoon of blood and tears and fought against battles again and again with incredible perseverance, becoming the sixth miracle of the Interstellar. She wandered all the way and helped each other all the way. She once protected the fire of human life in the smoke and rain of gunpowder, and seized a piece of quiet soil in the bloody rain. When Vita was defeated and retreated, she became successful and famous. People took root and multiplied here. She should live out her days, or create more glory. But the first group of children who grew up on this land pointed their spears at her. She didn't know fireflies or parasites. She only heard that the good bows were hidden after the birds flew away. These children were too immature. Of course she could break the spears with a smile and respond with artillery fire. But what's the point? The faith she fought for half her life no longer exists. The word protection is like a joke. The blood she shed in the deadly battle here revived from her memory and turned into boiling magma. The artillery fire she fired emerged from the past, as if it was reversed and came one after another, endlessly. Hit the bullseye. She was dead. Died before the artillery fire hit. Do you already believe that the water firefly is parasitic? Unlingyu asked. Ross nodded. I just learned a little about the water firefly at the siren point. To a certain extent. The water firefly is not afraid of physical attacks. Its body will not be killed by artillery fire, but it will be affected by faith, which can be called magic damage. Faith. Ross stretched out his hand, and a cloud of mist appeared in front of him. I haven't been able to condense it yet. You know Ji Feng Yulu, right? The Yulu who attacked the counselor is the embodiment of faith. So Yulu can catch Shuiying. In fact, Ji Feng Yulu, from beginning to end, is only one person. Ross paused for a moment and added, her name is Lu Jin. And Lingyu went to Qinqing, which is still tightly blocked by the Alliance. Senior sister. Before she finished speaking, Liao Qing replied, need help from me. Don't say it. I don't want to hear it. Do you agree if I tell you? No. Can you disrupt the blockade and let me sneak into Morningstar? No. Okay. Then I can only attack by force, Unlingyu said, and operated the console to drop a round bomb at Morningstar. The round bomb did not enter Morningstar, and the blockade circle on the outside had already exploded. The pink and blue smoke filled the air, and a huge golden word appeared in the center. This was the first batch of goods produced by the fireworks factory. Her fireworks factory can really produce fireworks, but currently they are all transformed from semi-finished products. Unlingyu opened the nearby public channel. I am Noah number 8. Please reply if you receive it. Perhaps because of fear of Noah's ability, the warship in front of him did not attack. After a long time, a male voice joined the communication. Hello. I am Chu Zhang, the admiral of the 7th Division of the Yuanhang. Are you Shuiying? Chu Zhang was silent for a while. He also had some understanding of the ups and downs on the internet. No. I am a human. Then retreat. And Lingyu said briefly. Retreat. Chu Zhang realized that the current problem was very difficult to deal with, and he quickened his speech. We only blockaded Morningstar, and did not interfere with the normal citizens inside Morningstar. Now is a special period, and we are just following orders. I hope you can understand. No interference. The account of Morningstar Bureau has been cleared. Unling Yu said. This is the order from above. It is my order to ask you to retreat. Ma'am, I belong to the Alliance. You belong to the human race. Chu Zhang turned his head to look at the superior command bar on the starship display screen, where there were only 2 words to continue. Sorry, I can't retreat, he said. Unling Yu smiled. Dear Junior, of course I know your difficulties. As a child from a military school, you should have some understanding of Noah's abilities. Then you should know that you can stand here and talk to me. All thanks to my kindness. So don't refuse me now. I want to talk to the congressman. The word junior made Chu Shang's eyelids jump when he was over 50 years old. He looked up at the command column silently. There was still the word continue there, without any change. Chu Shang's access to warship information had long been shared, and everything that happened here was under the supervision of his superiors. He had specially reported when the smoke bombs attacked just now, and his superiors also issued 2 orders: communicate and continue. Do you want to continue communicating now? You are very hesitant. And Ling Yu adjusted the scanning parameters of his starship. I hope you will be loyal to mankind and don't hinder my path. I can be kind, but I will never be soft-hearted. A light spot suddenly broke into the starship's scanning system. Butterfly shadow. At this moment, it was still far away from her, and Ling Yu had expected it. Let's talk about this. She raised the joystick to lead Butterfly Shadow to the edge of the interstellar space over the morning star. But this time, the small spot of light did not change direction with her, and Ling Yu paused for a moment, and was surprised to find that Butterfly Shadow flew straight to the morning star. The goal of the Alliance has been the morning star from the beginning, but now that she appeared here, she must bear the blame for the destruction of the morning star. Others would not notice such a small light spot, nor would they believe that it had the power to destroy Morning Star. Destroying Morning Star is not a small project, and the warship sent by the Alliance to blockade it may not have the ability to do so. When an incredible accident happens, people will only believe that it was done by Noah. Run! And Ling Yu activated the alarm in the ship and asked Ross and others to quickly enter the escape pod, and through the small starship connected by a mechanical arm to Diawu. Chu Zhang's heart was pounding, and his hand shook as he grasped the operating lever. The word run also entered his ears through the communication equipment, and Ling Yu's words kindness without mercy swirled in his mind. And he thought that Noah was going to attack and give him a chance to escape. Giving a hint is kindness. Attacking is no mercy. So he ordered to hide together. Tian felt a violent vibration when she closed the escape hatch, and she was ejected by the starship before she could sit firmly in the cabin. The butterfly shadow fluttered forward. It was like a small elf, illusory and hazy, slowly passing through the exploding small starship. This is Ross's starship, which was intact just a moment ago. The scattered starship fragments were shining with golden light. For the first time, the barrier added by Noah was so fragile, like paper. However, the speed of the butterfly shadow slowed down, and its size became smaller. And Ling Yu gritted her teeth and gathered Noah's power again to crash the medical starship down. Maybe she shouldn't have come to Morning Star today. The Alliance may have released the butterfly shadow because of her appearance here. She had already thought of the Alliance's press release. The appearance of Noah and the destruction of Morning Star were combined to form a free-point question. It was not difficult to guess what kind of announcement it would form. Terrorist Noah destroyed Morning Star and fled, apparently fearing a thorough investigation by the Alliance. The evidence previously released by the Morning Star Bureau was all fake and could not withstand scrutiny. So Noah put an end to it all with one shot, leaving no evidence. This could be a model of crisis public relations for Shuaying, and it would be on the table for 100 years. Once this was accomplished, Shuaying would definitely revive and immediately arrange a set of trumped-up charges to suppress her, adding the fact that Morning Star was killed. Facts speak louder than words, and she won a big victory in public opinion and turned the tables. The efforts of the Pantheon were almost in vain. But what if she goes further? It was Shuaying who sent a secret weapon to destroy Morning Star to cover up the historical facts. But Noah blocked it with his body. Right? It can't be that Noah came to blow himself up in front of Morning Star. As long as Morning Star is saved, it doesn't matter if she dies or is seriously injured. If she dies, public opinion will be eager to lean towards her, because she has no reason to die here. This means that she wants to save Morning Star. And at this moment, the only one who will harm Morning Star is the Alliance. She is not fighting alone. And senior sister will seize this opportunity to overthrow the alliance. Right? Good winds help you rise to the sky. Chapter 45. Target locked. Chu Zhang controlled the warship to move forward. There were too many starship fragments nearby, so he carefully pushed them away with air bombs and drove steadily towards the target. There were only 2 words in the superior command column on the starship display screen: capture. Dark, cold, weak, and Lingyu felt that she was dead. But it seemed that she was not. Before the butterfly shadow flew over, she saw her senior sister. It's too bad. I forgot to say the will. Such a big smart memo stood there. But I didn't say anything. Yao Yuan should be here soon. I wonder if he can collect the body in time. He won't be unable to eat again. Poor kid. His appetite has just recovered. Morning Star. How is Morning Star? She perked up and wanted to turn her head to look around. But she didn't know where Morning Star was. And her neck hurt when she moved. Also, there were too many floating garbage in this area. It hurts. It seems to be still alive. I said. Noah is hard to kill. She took a deep breath and wanted to use the abilities of Noah urgency. But neither of them reacted. Only her veins felt like boiling water rolling through them. It seemed that she had wasted her time trying to stop the butterfly shadow. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Chu Shang's warship pushed aside the floating objects blocking the way, and Lingyu's figure gradually became clear in the image. He looked at the capture command again and reached out to turn on the switch of the mechanical arm. Retreat. A new command popped up in the superior's instruction column. Chu Shang was puzzled, and his finger stopped on the joystick for 2 seconds. This retreat command looked strange no matter how he looked at it. He should open the communication and call his superior to verify the command. His fingertips had already jumped up, and his eyes turned to the communication button next to him. The interface of the indicator bar jumped, and 2 words were added on it: retreat quickly. This was even more strange. The seriously injured Noah was in front of him, and he was about to be captured, but suddenly asked to retreat. He did not hesitate and directly pressed the communication voice. Retreat, he said to his men. As an ordinary lieutenant general, Chu Shang was most exposed to obedience education. He was honest and dull, even a little stubborn, and he knew that he was not a smart person. Just like now, he still didn't know whether he should believe the rumors about the water fireflies. He was a soldier of the Alliance and should obey the Alliance. But those parasitic stories were so convincing that they seemed to be true. This made him embarrassed. After all, he was a human being. His conscience told him that he couldn't be loyal to a monster that persecuted his own kind. In this case, he should just follow the orders. Anyway, he was an honest man. No matter how bizarre the orders were, he just followed them. As for reviewing the orders, please, he was a dull person, didn't know how to adapt, and couldn't think of these. He left with a group of warships, and Lingyu was still floating in space in a daze. She was too weak from the overdrawn strength, and some images flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. Her body's instinctive fatigue made her not care about any sense of crisis, and she wished she could close her eyes and sleep soundly. But those annoying memories came one after another, making her mentally confused and exhausted. She seemed to see Ji-Chen. She saw Ji-Chen riding a big white goose through countless floating objects and rushing towards her. Is he really dead now? An acquaintance from the underworld actually came to pick him up. But does the way of appearing have to be so unique? She closed her eyes. The white flames deep in her mind were blazing and vigorous, and they were still burning. The entire sea of consciousness was like an autumn hillside, full of dry grass leaves. When the fire started and the wind blew, the whole mountain was covered with fire. When the white flames passed, the buried memories gradually emerged. These memories were like clear springs, making the flames retreat. The flames gradually died out, but the waves of memory overflowed, like a raging flood that broke through the canal and rushed thousands of miles. Suddenly, Lingyu felt a violent shaking. She raised her eyelids with great effort and saw Ji-Chen's wet eyes. Don't sleep here. Oh! She responded in her heart and felt Ji-Chen pulling her into his arms. Before she could lean on his chest, an iron claw fell from the sky and grabbed Ji-Chen by the waist. Ji-Chen twisted and struggled for a while, but he didn't move much because he wanted to hold her. The iron claw was extremely fast and pulled Ji-Chen and her into the starship in an instant. In her field of vision, there was also an angry big white goose rushing up and rushing in before the bottom of the starship closed. Gaw-gaw! The noisy big white goose sounded very angry. Are you still alive? Yao Yuan's hesitant voice came through the speaker. It turned out that Yao Yuan came over. Me? Ji-chen asked. And Ling Yu coughed hard and took a deep breath. Great. It seems that she is coming back to life. Under the guidance of the starship system, Ji-chen quickly carried her to the medical cabin. The medical equipment was beeping. And then Ling Yu forced herself to listen to Ji-chen and Yao Yuan chatting in the cabin. Ji-chen was a man who knew nothing. He opened his eyes and found that he couldn't open them. And he couldn't breathe. He got angry and shattered the ice around him. Then he found that he was at the bottom of the ice star. But because of the loud noise of his anger, the ice in his resting place kept cracking and spreading like a spider web. The 1,000-layer tower and other funerary buildings he built broke and collapsed. And large pieces of ice mixed with ice particles and debris fell on him. Ji-chen was buried under the ice again, just after he saw his condition clearly. Years of hard work and carving were destroyed in an instant. He went crazy and angry underwater for a while, and found the remains of underground buildings. Of course, for now, none of this is important. The big white goose on the ice heard the noise, turned on its computer, dived into the water and pulled him up. He connected the big white goose's brain computer to the internet, and found that the outside world was turned upside down. He couldn't figure out the situation for a while, so he decided to go to Qinqing quietly to take a look. After all, he was very familiar with the old director of Qinqing, and the other people in the bureau were not unfamiliar. On the way here, he suddenly received a signal, which contained the coordinates of Ling Yu's location. So he came over and found Ling Yu. The situation on Yao Yuan's side was much simpler. Before Ling Yu sent Xiaoling home, she had discussed with him that this time, they would see if they could take over Morning Star as a base. The Morning Star Bureau obviously supported them, and was also blocked by the Alliance because of such words and deeds. And Ling Yu was worried that the butterfly shadow would attack again. So she planned to make a feint first. If there was a butterfly shadow, she would lead it away, so that Yao Yuan could come later and sneak in unexpectedly or silently. So Yao Yuan was hiding near Morning Star and waiting for orders. But he didn't have time to come when Ling Yu got into trouble. After listening to the conversation between the two, Ling Yu fell asleep with peace of mind. The signal that Ji-chen received was a bit strange, but it was probably the work of his senior sister. Chu Zhang led his troops to retreat and landed at Morning Star. Before he landed, the communication from the Alliance came in. The general scolded him and told him to hurry back to capture Noah. He stiffened his neck and said that everything was done according to orders, and questioned the credibility of the general's current orders and asked for a review. The admiral was annoyed that he didn't ask questions that he should have, and questioned things that he shouldn't have questioned. The two of them were in a stalemate for a while, and the admiral dispatched a detachment nearby. But at this moment, only garbage was left where the butterfly shadow disappeared, and Ling Yu was already recuperating on Yao Yuan's starship. The members of the Alliance were closely watching the news here, and they couldn't help but be filled with anger when they saw the result. However, Violet was an exception. She received a piece of happy news. Abnormal fluctuations were found near the JW54 star in the J system. Although it was subtle, this fluctuation was too abrupt in this long silent galaxy, especially since the other party was obviously trying to cover it up. Main library. She took a deep breath. According to previous data analysis, this was most likely the trace of the legendary main library. She immediately asked the nearby teams to gather there, and dispatched another group to prepare to go there. Simon. She grabbed her cloak. Let's go. Let's go too. This is a great opportunity to show off. JW54 is a rocky planet with red surface soil. Lilith sat in the underground dark room. She was a little cramped at the moment. Even though she was crazy to the outside, the display screen in front of her was on. But it was a completely black interface. Why? Are you here? Lilith asked softly. Her ruby eyes were hidden in the shadow of her eyelashes, and stained with a dark color. Her long white wavy hair was roughly tied up by a hairband, revealing her small and delicate face. Her white fingers were stained with some kind of medicine, and there were signs of corrosion. However, these were all mechanical limbs, and some damage was nothing to her. As the leader of the mechanical kingdom, she can replace her parts at any time. It's just that she has been busy recently, and has not taken the time to sort out these details. She curled her fingers into her palms, trying to cover the traces of damage. There was no picture or text on the display. Lilith stood there as if frozen, without saying a word. What are you doing recently? A line of black and white words finally appeared on the display. Lilith raised her eyes, her red pupils vivid and clear under the reflection of the screen light, following up on those things on the internet. The words on the screen did not change. Lilith quietly waited for the other party's next words. The time at this moment was so long. She wanted to touch her nose. It was said that the puppet would grow a long nose after lying. She felt an extra itch on her nose, as if there were 100 little bugs crawling on it. She knew that the nose would not grow. She was a mentally sound robot, and did not believe in fairies and magic. But in order to erase this strange feeling, she took the initiative to temporarily shut down the mechanical neurons on her nose that received stimulation. But the itchy and numb feeling did not disappear, but became worse. She seemed to have a virtual nose, which grew rapidly under the attention of the other party. If she were still a human, her forehead would sweat, her cheeks would turn red, and her eyes would be erratic. She was extremely glad that she was a robot now. The other party would not find anything unusual. Right? She didn't know how much time had passed, and the words on the display remained unchanged. She suspected that the other party had left, and was cautiously thinking about whether to send out an electric current signal to test it. Just as she was about to take a step forward, the words on the display suddenly changed. Really? As soon as the two regular-sized words entered her eyes, they seemed to be magnified and shaking, and her mind went blank. Yes! She heard her mechanical tape make a perfect sound. No shaking. No ambiguity. Great. The words on the display blurred for a moment. Shuayin came. I take care of it right away. Lilith didn't know whether she should be happy, but she finally breathed a sigh of relief in her heart and quickly left the dark room. Chapter 46. After settling Ji Chun and Lingyu, Yao Yuan used his optical brain to contact Yin Jing in the escape pod, and then found He Tian and Ross nearby along the trajectory he ejected. A signal from a new warship appeared nearby, and he quickly drove the starship into the Morning Star. The White Goose had Xiao Zhang's contact information in its brain, but there was no reply after sending the message. The Alliance was likely to control the Morning Star Bureau, so in order not to alert the enemy, they chose a deserted place to land. He Tian, who had experienced an escape pod trip, looked confused. Before she was captured by the traffickers, the Alliance still had a good image of being indestructible. During these days in the black market, she couldn't use the networked optical computer. Suddenly, she felt that the world had changed. Yao Yuan wanted to hand these people over to Ji Chen for custody, and then sneak into the Morning Star Bureau alone to investigate. But Ji Chen's question marks made him take back his words. He decided to wait until Lingyu recovered a little, at least woke up before leaving. After all, there was a doctor with a dagger in his smile, a reckless and bold girl, and a stranger who he had just met and was not familiar with. It's not that he doesn't believe in Ji Chen's ability to control the situation, but he has to be cautious in doing things. Ji Chen came back to life for some reason. Although he seems to be fine now, it will be a big trouble if he comes back to life at any time. And Lingyu is still unconscious in the medical cabin and has no ability to save herself. This team is really strong on the outside but weak on the inside, full of uncertainty. Yin Jing checked Lingyu's physical report issued by the medical cabin and conducted a series of examinations. Most of the night passed. What's wrong? Doctor? Ji Chen couldn't sit still, and was noisy like a big white goose beside him. I haven't examined Noah. Yin Jing held the report and pondered. Huh? Ji Chen's tone rose, and he almost hit the question mark on his face. According to the report, she is now in a deep sleep state. Yin Jing said. Thank you. I can read, Ji Chen said. I mean, I want to examine you too. For comparison. Ji Chen was stunned for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Have you ever thought that I am not a normal Noah either? He is Noah who has come back from the dead, and his physical condition cannot be used as a reference for a normal Noah. But there is no normal Noah at present. Ji Chen has come back from the dead. Yao Yuan is seriously mutated, and the most normal person is Lingyu, who is still unconscious in the medical cabin. Yin Jing spent a long time to search through all the medical equipment in this starship, secretly regretting that this is not his medical starship. It is obvious that he really wants to study Noah, and this great opportunity cannot be missed. Due to the limited equipment of ordinary starships, he kindly invited Ji Chen to do a comprehensive examination again. When Lingyu woke up, Yin Jing was still watching their heart images. The medical cabin beeped twice as a reminder that the patient in the cabin had woken up. Through the glass protective cover, and Lingyu saw Ji Chen's back at a glance. It is easy to make mistakes when recognizing people by their backs. And you need to be particularly familiar with that person. Not to mention that clothes cover personal features. Most of the time you need to add a little intuition. However, she would not make a mistake when recognizing Ji Chen's back. After becoming the initial Noah, and Ling Yu had no personal freedom most of the time. She needed to stay in the secret laboratory to cooperate with research and ensure safety. As a researcher in Group A who participated in the Noah project, Ji Chen often went in and out of the secret room where she was. In addition to normal work, he would bring some interesting things or half-true and half-false stories. Innovation and creation were his strengths. The materials on Noah's Ark were limited, but people's thoughts were infinite, even for Ling Yu, who was used to being alone. The days in that small laboratory were too hard to endure, so she always hoped that Ji Chen would come. She rarely spoke, and would not show these things obviously. But from the time Ji Chen appeared to the time he left, she would stare at him carefully, trying to take in every move he made and remember it in her mind. When Ji Chen left, he liked to look back at her at the door. That scene was just like now. When Ji Chen heard the prompt sound of the medical cabin, he turned his head, revealing his neat profile and clear eyes. His eyes always carried some innocence and vitality. And he was childish even in a place full of dangers. Sometimes Ling Yu would envy that kind of vigorous vitality. Ji Chen had already turned and ran towards her. And Ling Yu didn't stare at him this time. Her eyes crossed with Ji Chen's and fell on the indicator light of the medical cabin. Ding. The door of the medical cabin opened. And Ji Chen half poked his head in. How are you? Very good. And Ling Yu's throat was a little dry. Do you want to come out? Your data in the report is basically normal. Ji Chen stretched out his hand to her. And Ling Yu avoided his gaze, took his hand and stood up, leaving the small cabin. The view suddenly became clear. She suddenly felt unrealistic. Ji Chen was clearly dead. But the palms of her hands were warm. Was the person in front of her really him? Or were they really still alive? Perhaps she didn't resist the butterfly shadow at all. And Yin Jing and others didn't have time to escape. Yao Yuan might have had an accident on the way here. And no one could guarantee that the alliance would only activate one butterfly shadow. She exerted a little force with her fingers, grabbing Ji Chen and leaning over to look at her. Suddenly, a furry head came close. And Ling Yu subconsciously took a step back and let go of her hand, accidentally bumping into the medical cabin behind her. It's okay. Her voice was hoarse. Well? Really? Ji Chen continued to move forward to look, but was pushed away by Ling Yu with one hand on his face. Okay. I'm fine. Ji Chen turned his head to escape her clutches, and suddenly remembered something and turned around and trotted out of the medical room. Wait for me. The voice remained in the air, and Ling Yu looked curiously at the direction he left. She stayed where she was and slowly looked away, judging from the decoration. This medical room was the usual calm style of the Grey Crow starship. Yin Jing stood in front of the medical equipment by the wall, and her eyes swept over. Yin Jing pursed her lips, did not approach or speak, and Ling Yu took 2 steps to the side and whispered, Senior Sister. Senior Sister? Liao Qing? No response. Senior Sister is not here. She was obviously always by her side before. Why is she gone now? Senior Sister uses the image as a stand-in, and is the least likely person to have an accident. And Ling Yu didn't have a light computer, and couldn't directly obtain information from the outside world. She skipped Yin Jing, and walked out of the medical room. The Grey Crow starship had been in her hands for a while, but she was still not familiar with the location of these function rooms. Fortunately, a noisy voice came from not far away. Why is there no snow pear? Not even black tea? Ji Chen rummaged through the boxes. Gaga. No target detected. Why do you need those things? They are not necessary supplies. Yao Yuan opened his mouth wide at the large piece of frozen pottery pork that Ji Chen turned out, but stopped on the edge of swallowing it. He stepped back a little and coughed lightly. Fortunately, he was not tempted by the food. If he ate it, his body would become larger, and it would be inconvenient to sneak into Morning Star. And Ling Yu came over after hearing the sound and quietly walked to the water dispenser to get a glass of water. You are here? Ji Chen turned around. Well, find me a light computer. And Ling Yu sat down on the sofa with the water cup. Use this. Ji Chen handed over the ring light computer on his hand and sat next to her. This is what I just found. I will go to the warehouse to get another one later. And Ling Yu turned on the light brain. The rumor-busting event that Franklin mentioned was today, and it was firmly ranked first in the news. The live broadcast room had been opened, but the time for the preview had not yet arrived, and there was no one on the stage. Only melodious music came from behind the scenes. Yao Yuan crawled to the sofa and was picked up by Ji Chen and placed on his lap. And Ling Yu enlarged the projection of the live broadcast room so that they could watch together. This kind of event can obviously be faked, but they should have prepared a lot. Yao Yuan commented, turned on his light brain, and projected a small projection below. These are the IDs of the pantheist believers who were invited this time. They did make very radical remarks online and spread a lot of information that was not conducive to the alliance. However, this can all be faked. Posts of analysis were flying around online, and the invited people did have a lot of dark history. At this time, Franklin appeared on the screen, and his appearance caused a shout. There were supporters, but more were strong protests against him. He smiled and asked the security guard to invite a protester from the audience to come forward. Thanks to this citizen for his supervision. This event is open and transparent. I came a little early just to warm up before the official start. My friend, are you a pantheist? The man just cursed and didn't answer his question. I'm sorry to meet you like this. He looked at the man who was held down by 2 security guards and brought to the stage. You can do what you call miracles in your doctrine without touching me. Just like what happened in the attack on Alan. He shrugged his shoulders. This inferior imaging technology will not cause anything to me. The Alliance detected traces of KEW-32 potion in Alan's body. But don't even think about it this time. We have taken precautions. The man who was dragged onto the stage looked extremely angry. His eyes were red. His eye bags were bulging. And he tried to break free from the control of others. As mentioned in the preface, this is just a warm-up. The rumor-busting activity has not officially started. And the invited people are still behind the scenes. I just saw that this friend was very emotional. So I specially invited him to the stage. It seems that he is not a pantheist. Before Franklin finished his words, a giant with a red body suddenly appeared on the stage. He roared and rushed towards Franklin. There was a cry of surprise from the audience. The image of the giant passed through Franklin's body, but did not hurt him at all. Franklin calmly walked to the small sofa in the middle of the stage and sat down, clapping his hands. It seems that I guessed wrong. You are very likely to join the evil cult. But it's useless. You can't hurt me at all without cheating. Franklin's steady voice came through the optical brain. It's really boring. I'm going to check on Morning Star. Yao Yuan turned his head towards Ling Yu. Sister, how are you recovering? And Ling Yu snapped her fingers, and a small flame shot out from between her fingers. It's okay. Go ahead. Be careful, she said. Ji Chen next to her suddenly shot out a large cluster of flames. Why don't you ask me? I'm recovering well. And Ling Yu looked at the cluster of flames in surprise. This is the energy effect triggered instantly. Before Ji Chen's accident, he couldn't shoot such a large flame. His heart has been replaced, and the content of supermeteorite crystals in his body is not high. He can't do this without the stimulation of medicine. Your heart. It's still artificial, Ji Chen said. I just checked it with the doctor, and there is no difference in appearance. Chapter 47. Master. The prophet has not responded. Do you still want to take action? Of course. The petite master of the Pantheon, Bailey, was tidying up her appearance. She pulled the cuffs of her slim-fitting clothes and did not wear any cumbersome clothes. Just do what you should do. The white-haired man next to him swallowed his saliva and tried to persuade the new master who had just taken office. The Alliance blocked this event too severely. Maybe there will be a better opportunity after a few days. Then you must seize the opportunity. Bailey turned around. I can't do it. I'm willing to bet everything and die to persuade all living beings. Bailey took a last look at the people in the room. Goodbye, everyone. When the voices of the people rang out, she walked out resolutely. The people in the room just opened their mouths, but they could only mumble incoherently. Bailey arrived in front of a small modified starship. This starship has extremely strong concealment and maneuverability. It used to be a prop for Ji Fengyulu's performance. It sounds like a waste of talent, but in fact, the Alliance has always been suppressing religion, and warships come to arrest from time to time. So it is just right to use it to leave after the performance on weekdays. Bailey boarded the starship and checked the various numerical conditions of the starship. Very good. Perfect. She took off the light computer in her hand and clicked on the format in the settings. A message popped up. Her fingers froze, and she hurriedly clicked cancel and opened the address book. The message at the top was from Sue Lee's mother. She was a caregiver of the Sunshine Orphanage, and Bailey grew up under her care. Unread message. Sue Lee's mother, it will be the anniversary of the orphanage in a few days. Come back and have a look. The image of Sue Lee's mother automatically emerged in Bailey's mind. She was chubby, with small chestnut curls on her head, and wearing a pink plaid apron with a bear pattern. This respectable caregiver is kind and gentle, and she pours her love into every child, no matter if they are withdrawn or naughty. Everyone likes to call them Mother Sue Lee. Bailey was isolated in the orphanage, and only Mother Sue Lee persisted in teaching her how to get along with others, even though Bailey would constantly hurt her with words. In this way, Bailey should be grateful to her. But their relationship is becoming increasingly distant, because Mother Sue Lee has an almost foolish loyalty to the Alliance. She would be unhappy if someone said something bad about the Alliance. She thought the Alliance had helped the orphanage too much, and that various bigwigs would come to visit and care for them from time to time. The leaders were all kind and loving, and the counselors were noble and righteous gentlemen. She would not listen to Bailey no matter what he said, even though the firefly parasitism was making a lot of noise. Sue Lee's mother still believed in the Alliance. She said she only believed what she saw. Her parents were fanatical mechanical fans, who were committed to transforming their own bodies. When she was a child, she was hungry for 3 meals, and full for 1 meal. She grew up in a daze, with the creaking sound of machinery as her companion, until she was old enough to run around. She didn't know when her parents disappeared. She didn't know whether her parents were dead, or became some machine in some room, or just passed away. She was so hungry that she went to the street. There was no one around her parents' house. She didn't know how long she walked before she saw someone. The person sent her to an orphanage. For the first time, she knew that she could eat 3 meals a day. When she went to bed at night, she lay on the soft little bed and felt for the first time that the world could be so quiet. It turned out that the creaking mechanical sound would not echo in every corner. The aunt who took care of her was worried that she was afraid of the dark, so she left a night light for her. She looked at the light, like a person lost in the dark seeing the North Star. Oh no! It should be the sun. Otherwise, how could it be so warm and beautiful? She could hear her pounding heartbeat and restrained breathing. Everything was like a dream, and she couldn't fall asleep. In this way, she found a sense of home in the orphanage, and chose to stay and build it when she grew up. Therefore, when Bailey was dissatisfied with the Alliance, she never tired of correcting him. The orphanage was so beautiful, thanks to the support of the Alliance. But Bailey was different from her. Bailey had a normal family. Her father was a professor of material science and her mother was a psychologist. Her father had some reputation in the academic world. When she was 5 years old, he was specially hired as an expert at Changshan Academy of Sciences. Since then, her father has never appeared. He said he was involved in a confidential project and couldn't meet her. His mother didn't believe him. His mother said that his father wouldn't suddenly participate in such a project without going home for years, and without discussing it with her. She kept looking for her father, appealing and reporting. The Academy of Sciences had no choice but to allow her father to meet her to explain things clearly. After the meeting, her mother finally calmed down. She said that everything was clear and there were no misunderstandings. But Bailey felt that her mother had become strange. Her mother still went to work and came home normally, but she was too young to figure out what was wrong and could only rely on her intuition. Sometimes her mother would ask her some questions. "Baby, do you want to stay at Aunt Yang's for a few days?" "No," Bailey said. She didn't want to leave her mother, and she wanted to wait for her father to come home. She couldn't remember her mother's reaction. She only knew that her mother died soon after. She was hurriedly sent to an orphanage, and her father, who was involved in a confidential project, did not come back. She never saw her father again. To this day, she has forgotten what her father looks like, and she can't even remember where her home used to be. One night, she woke up from a dream and saw her mother writing at the desk with red ink. Not him. Not him. Not him. Yes, not him. It is not her lover. It is not her father. How could her mother not know? At that time, Bailey was neither too old nor too young. Enough for her to remember that she had a happy family, which was tens of millions times better than the orphanage that Sue Lee's mother saw as so beautiful. So, she could not be loyal to the Alliance. Whenever those big figures in the news came to the orphanage to express their condolences, she exuded a strong resentment. Perhaps Bailey was too resentful, and the leaders who followed her never approached her, and even frowned at her. At this time, Su Li's mother would come over and keep saying nice things, and the leader would wave her away like throwing away a piece of garbage. She would be taken to other rooms, and didn't have to play or take photos with the leaders. At first, she thought it was because she didn't want to smile, and it was not easy to take photos for publicity. After studying Shuiying, she realized that it was because Shuiying had the talent to perceive emotions. For Shuiying, emotions are like a taste. As long as people are nearby, they can sense them without seeing their faces or limbs. Even the treacherous fireflies are afraid of resentment. They only want love. They will not hesitate to plunder and destroy love. Bailey thought of a distant afternoon, and she couldn't help but ask her mother, "When will Dad come back?" "He's not coming back." "Why?" "He went to a very far place." At this moment, Bailey also edited the message for Su Li's mother. "I'm not going back. I'm going to a very far place." After sending the message, Bailey completely formatted the computer. She looked up and saw many people outside the house, watching her go. "I will never come back. Don't miss me," she said softly, leaving the computer behind. The rumor-busting activities organized by Franklin had been put on the right track. The invited believers each had their own ugly behavior on the stage. Bailey drove the starship and rushed here quickly. She knew she had no time. She knew she could only force her way in. There was a chaotic sound of shooting in the distance, and she knew it was her companions who were confusing people. The signal lights nearby kept flashing, and she knew that her companions were trying their best to interfere. So, she really couldn't fail. She was the one with the strongest faith in the Pantheon at the moment. She had no room for error in such a difficult mission, and she hadn't even practiced it. But she could do it. The starship was right above Franklin, and she opened the cockpit door and jumped down. The sun was scorching, and the wind was howling. The dark warship of the Alliance was rushing towards her, and she knew that speed was very important at this moment. She regretted not bringing an accelerator, but she had summoned a pair of strong wings from the mist. Her soul was trembling, accompanied by the crisp eagle cry. She was falling rapidly, but the swooping eagle was faster than her. Franklin's head was particularly clear in front of her, and she saw the eagle's claws stretched out like lightning. Hit! A white rainbow pierced the sun, and the eagle hit the palace. She hadn't seen the purple ball of hair clearly yet. She heard a heavy sound and a scream. The goshawk that had just taken out the ball of hair suddenly shed its wings and disappeared into the sunlight. Yao Yuan sneaked into the Morningstar Bureau very smoothly. He felt that all the guards were demoralized. "Did something pass by just now?" An old employee of the Morningstar Bureau, who was taken to the interrogation room by the soldier, asked. Yao Yuan was sweating. "No. What could it be?" the soldier said, and he took out his pocket and stretched, and a bunch of keys fell out. "You lost your things. Don't try to get close to me," the soldier scolded. The two walked away, and Yao Yuan hesitated as he looked at the bunch of keys on the ground. It seemed like a trap. Is there such a trap? It was too fake, like the real thing. He hesitated for a long time. So long that Enlingyu walked into the door of Morningstar Bureau in a dignified manner. "It should be here." A sharp female voice sounded. "Lieutenant General Chu Zhang was in charge here before. I'm not familiar with it." "Oh, just call me Tanyu. I forgot to introduce myself." As the footsteps approached, Yao Yuan found that it was a middle-aged woman wearing a lieutenant general's uniform. "Oh, why is there a bunch of keys here? Who is so careless?" Tanyu picked up the keys. "It's strange. Where are the guards here?" "Forget it. Let's keep going." Enlingyu quickly picked up Yao Yuan next to her. "This is..." Tanyu was a little surprised. Enlingyu paused. "His name is Yao Yuan." Tanyu had already met Yao Yuan's silver eyes, and was absent-minded for a moment. She nodded randomly. "Oh, good. Good name. Okay, let's keep going," Enlingyu said. As soon as he took a step, Tanyu suddenly stopped. "Yao Yuan? Yao? Yao Yuan?" "Yes," Enlingyu said. "Or are you more used to his other name?" "Ding Yuan." Tanyu's heartbeat became violent, and his body was stiff and almost unable to stand. "You mean? Noah number 7. Ding Yuan? It's him. Noah number 7. Enlingyu rubbed Yao Yuan and his voice slowed down. He waited for a long time. Until today. Yao Yuan looked at her in confusion, vaguely feeling that the world seemed to be changing. He no longer had to live in the wilderness or in the sewers. Those days of close combat with indigenous creatures in the Rilla Nebula were gone. Those days of enduring mutations in the cracks of the rocks and missing their kind were gone. He seemed to be able to enter a normal human society with such a body with dissolved bones. Franklin's rumor-busting campaign failed completely, and countless people defected from the Alliance camp. The Alliance still explained with drugs and images, but the effect was greatly reduced. At the moment when Bailey jumped, many believers posted invitations to meet on the public platform. Let's meet. I don't carry weapons or potions. I accept inspections and supervision. I am the guardian of the truth and the charge of dawn. I stand by the Ishui River and sing the song of farewell. Chapter 48. Simon. My teammates are all idiots. Violet looked at the news from the main star. The situation is really bad. There are riots in the army. I'm worried. Are you worried that they will suddenly attack and tie us up? Not for now. Violet raised her hand, and the golden butterfly decoration on the ring jumped up, shining with scales. It is a dilemma, but also an opportunity. Just like we came to the J system. But Franklin will really cause trouble. Simon glanced at the map silently, and the red JW54 star was particularly clear. That's right, Violet said. We can't play it safe any longer. We have to take some risks. I'm afraid, when necessary, we have to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. Violet turned her head and looked at him. You should know who is the boss. Right? Teacher. It's always you. Simon bowed his head. And Ling Yu and Yao Yuan put the star ships and supplies taken out of the dark domain on Morning Star. With the help of Tan Yu and others, Morning Star quickly entered a state of preparation for war. People defected one after another, such as Lieutenant General Chu Zhang, who had communicated with him before. And Ling Yu contacted the people of the Pantheon, but did not find out the news of her senior sister Liao Qing. They called Liao Qing a prophet, but they were not too worried about her disappearance. Prophets are always unpredictable, and it is normal to be unable to contact them. Usually, communication requires waiting for the prophet to contact them actively. The Pantheon is currently leaderless, but it is still in good order. After internal communication, they decided to send a few people to Qinqing with relevant information about Shuiying. The doctors headed by Yan Jing showed great enthusiasm. In fact, Yan Jing has been very busy recently. His commonly used medical starship was shattered, resulting in the need to resample the cloned limbs of He Tian Tian and others. Cloning technology. Although it is listed as a taboo by the Alliance, the people of Morning Star and the army said that they can understand it when they see the people who have been transformed by the black market. Yan Jing changed his mind according to the situation, and also created the image of a weak doctor who was controlled by the black market. Many operations depend on him to do it, and Ling Yu did not expose it. She also increased the workload for Yan Jing. Those who were forced to be transformed into robots by the black market also had to clone a set of biological bodies. Yan Jing wanted to take this opportunity to clean up his name, so he could only take on all the work. His current persona is a kind-hearted doctor with a conscience, who feels guilty for performing transformation surgeries on everyone before. The overall environment of interstellar struggle has improved, and Ling Yu no longer restricts He Tian Tian and others, and gives them a light brain to contact their families. Some people want to go home to recuperate and come back for surgery after their cloned limbs are formed. Most people choose to stay in Morning Star because they are afraid of being treated differently after returning, or being detained by the Alliance in case of an accident. Anyway, there are a lot of empty houses in Qinqing, and they can live well with water and electricity. Some families, who have been looking for their children for many years, came to Qinqing from afar after receiving the news. And Ling Yu combined everyone's opinions, counted the planets that people who wanted to go home needed to go to, and asked Yao Yuan to send them back one by one. Ji Chen's appearance caused a small-scale alarm, but everyone's adaptability improved visibly. The old director of Qinqing did not receive this news. Since the last time they parted, he has been admitted to the hospital ward. The recent blockade and interference of the Alliance on Morning Star made his situation even worse. In order to prevent him from getting too emotional, he was not told much about the outside world. Fortunately, Yan Jing was quite familiar with organ cloning and transplantation surgery, and had already started preparations. The local doctors on Morning Star were of limited level, and the capable ones went to popular planets. The military doctors accompanying the army had not performed similar operations, and basically helped Yan Jing. And Ling Yu negotiated with the inhabited planets, such as Baixing, and introduced some technical talents. The current Morning Star is particularly lively. The new director Edward lamented that he had not seen so many people for a long time. Edward was the former deputy director of the Morning Star Bureau. He was elected as the director after the old director retired due to illness. Zhao Zheng is in charge of logistics and is busy because of the large influx of people in Morning Star. Fortunately, Tan Yu and other troops have strict discipline and have their own rosters and other information. 5 people came from the Pantheon, and the leader was called Nanya. They brought 2 fireflies, one alive and one dead. We tried many ways to kill the firefly but failed. This one died by accident, Nanya explained. Our companions didn't shake off the pursuers after they caught it. The entire starship was blown up by the pursuing warships. But the Prophet brought back the body of the firefly for us. And Lingyi remembered the small black cube that her senior sister brought her. She took it out. Have you seen this thing? Nanya was surprised. No. But I can sense the energy it contains. It gives me a feeling very similar to the energy of faith. More. Thicker. Heavier. Can your faith be transformed into something like this? Why do you ask? It can kill water fireflies. And Lingyi was sure. If the senior sister said it could, it could. She had no need to lie to herself about this. But the senior sister only gave this thing to her, and didn't tell the Pantheon. Theoretically, she shouldn't show this thing to the Pantheon people. But the senior sister was missing, and the interstellar situation was tense. She urgently needed the ability to kill water fireflies. After she said this, she stopped talking, and did not reveal any extra information. Nanya waited for a while, but did not get any explanation. So she could only ask, where did this come from? Coincidence? I think since you can sense it, it means it has something to do with your belief system. Lingyi said. Nanya thought for a while, and said, I will ask other people in the church later. But don't hold out any hope. Thank you for your help. What is the reason why Shuaying cannot be killed? Can you explain it in detail? Nanya sighed, because it has a state of nothingness. We have tried to attack it continuously with the energy of faith. But it is difficult. Our ability of faith mainly has visual effects. The sense of touch is very slight. When facing a sharp weapon, it can separate and gather like mucus. If you deliberately prevent them from gathering or cut them into several pieces with a sharp knife and hit them hard, they will enter the state of nothingness. In the state of nothingness, they can escape from any container. Can't catch them? Almost. After entering the state of nothingness, only the power of faith can restrain them. But the restraining ability is very limited. This state should be passive after being attacked. And no cases of active conversion have been found so far. The duration of the void state is related to the degree of injury, and it will slowly turn back into a solid entity. And Lingyi nodded. I will organize experts in the fields of biology, medicine, materials, etc. to conduct research. And I hope you can also participate and give more advice. Nanya, no problem. If necessary, I will contact other companions to assist. However, the 2 strongest among us have fallen. And Lingyi was silent for a while. Thank you for your efforts. Everything for humanity. Nanya saluted. As long as we don't stop, all the sacrifices are worth it. This is the Ark spirit passed down during the interstellar escape period. My belief is the Arkansas. And Lingyi returned the salute. Nanya, the interstellar situation is very good now. I believe that both Jin Feng and Bailey are very pleased. What are you going to do next? The Alliance has shrunk its control scope. Those who are still closely attached to the Alliance cannot be turned against by spreading news. There is another Ark spirit. Move forward. Move forward. Move forward at all costs. Cannot stop. Cannot hesitate. As long as you are on the road, there will be hope. The official account of the Morning Star Bureau sent several messages, each more eye-catching than the last. The high-definition image of the water firefly was exposed. This message was written by Nanya, which detailed the characteristics of the water firefly and attached some image materials. The secret weapon of the water firefly. Butterfly shadow. Image exposed. This detailed introduction to the size, shape and power of the butterfly shadow. It also explains how the explosion near Morning Star happened. And Lingyu estimated that 2 Noahs would be needed to safely defend against dying. But she didn't put them there. When she faced dying, she first used the small starship and Noah to resist the first attack, and then stacked Noah and Jinsei to resist the second attack. It seemed that she succeeded alone. But she had one more Jinsei and one senior sister than the ordinary Noah. Senior sister must have helped her resist. But where is senior sister now? Nanya organized the companions of the Pantheon to help spread these 2 messages. The Morningstar Bureau's official account is very popular now, and it's hard for others not to know about it, Yao Yuan said. We have built so many spider webs. It's a waste if we don't use them, Nanya said. Yao Yuan was puzzled, although. Why does your church still make spider webs? The prophet's arrangement. She probably calculated this day long ago. Nanya laughed. It should be said that she had planned this day long ago. When I first entered the Pantheon, many people in the church were studying spider webs. If she hadn't made arrangements early, even if the faith ability could catch Shuiying, we would still be defeated by the information blockade of the Alliance. You see, even now, we have lost 2 pioneers. Unlingyu, the Alliance has a deep foundation, and the current situation is already very good. I saw that your spider web also focused on Mona's mechanization report before. Do you also know the mechanical organization? No. Nanya shook her head. The mechanization report was given by the prophet. What is the relationship between the prophet and the mechanical organization? The prophet doesn't like us to ask about her affairs, and I haven't heard her mention the mechanical organization on her own initiative. And Lingyu nodded and changed the topic. Morningstar has a huge flow of people recently, so it is inevitable that fireflies will be mixed in. Do you have any way to conduct large-scale exploration? Siren Point, Nanya said. Siren Point is a reflection product of faith. After the crowd enters the Siren Point, they can easily identify and capture fireflies through the resonance of faith. It just so happens that the safety of Morningstar is not absolute. Everyone must be ready to move at any time. The whole people's trip to the Siren Point is just a drill. After this trip, there may be many people who gain the power of faith, Unlingyu said. According to Zhao Neng's statistics, Morningstar now has about 1 million people, and at least 100 large starships are needed. The starships that Unlingyu brought out from the black market solve the urgent problem. If there are more butterfly shadows attacking Morningstar, they can give up defending and go to the star space alone. And Lingyu organized a meeting of leaders from all parties, mobilizing everyone to actively collect and summarize personnel information, reasonably allocate starships and materials, and take turns to visit the Siren Point. The water fireflies are very hidden, and it is difficult to detect them if they sneak into the corner without possessing themselves. She didn't expect to find the water fireflies this time. The Siren Point can inspire people's power of faith, which is described in an ancient way as opening up the Ren and Du meridians. As long as all people have the ability to identify and capture water fireflies will have nowhere to escape. This is the ultimate goal of this trip. Chapter 49. Claire was exhausted and had a purely voice-based online meeting with other members. The authority of the Alliance was declining, but it still had some followers. In order to stabilize the current situation, they said Tang Ru, who was the least affected, to come forward. Tang Ru was a newly elected member of parliament, and she looked innocent standing at the center of the storm. Her black waist-length hair was well-groomed, and Tang Ru, who appeared without makeup, looked like a spring pear blossom in front of the live camera. As the latest elected member of parliament, she had a group of loyal supporters. The Alliance has ruled for 100 years, and society has been stable and peaceful for a long time. People live and work in peace, freedom, and prosperity. Tang Ru recited the speech smoothly according to the instructions of the parliamentarians. She looked up at the camera. I have all the news on the internet, and I have a very clear understanding of the current situation in the interstellar space. Please believe me and the Alliance. I have been in politics for many years, and I have never heard of the Firefly. Today, the interstellar space is torn apart, which is a huge conspiracy of the enemy. Through the Sky Eye, we have discovered the Noah forces, the Pantheon Church, and the mechanical organization are implicated and colluding with each other. Everyone has seen with their own eyes the relevant content that the Pantheon used spider webs to pop up. In recent years, mechanical organizations have committed many evils. According to statistics, 36,841 people have died at their hands, and countless people have been injured. They destroy the ecology and despise life. They are our common enemy. According to the news from the front line, Counselor Violet has found traces of the main library of the mechanical organization and is leading the army to search. This is bound to cause a fierce counterattack from the other side. Noah and the Pantheon both appeared at this critical juncture. The rumors about the water fireflies have shaken the morale of the army. A large number of betrayers have caused our army to be seriously short of reserve forces when fighting against the mechanical organization, and the front line is struggling. We are based on facts and see sincerity from the results. Only the Alliance can truly consider everyone, guarantee living welfare, and expel the mechanical organization. I hope everyone will open their eyes, work together with the Alliance, share hardships, advance and retreat together, and not let the soldiers fighting on the front line feel discouraged. Now, we will transfer to Senator Violet on the front line, and she will introduce the specific situation. After saying this, Tang Ru lowered her eyelashes. As a member of parliament, she has a unique temperament, like a flower growing in the mud, fragile but tough, and trustworthy for no reason. The live broadcast quickly switched to Violet. Violet was wearing the military uniform of the Alliance, neat and capable without any decoration. Appearing with her was Simon, who had experienced the selection of members of parliament and was no stranger to everyone. Violet quickly reported the coordinates of the main warehouse and the casualties on the front line, and Simon took out some video materials as a supplementary introduction. During this time, Violet replied to the light brain message twice and nodded to the external screen of the video once. The busy atmosphere was very strong. When Violet looked forward again, Simon's supplementary content was reported. She hurriedly said the closing remarks and hung up the live broadcast. TSK. And Ling Yu saw that there were some signs of grievances for the Alliance on the internet. The Pantheon frequently used spider webs to pop up small news windows, which made many people dissatisfied. This did not sound like something a serious organization would do. If aliens ruled the Alliance, why have we lived well for 100 years? It's been 306 years since the Star Yuan. There won't still be people in the feudal dynasty, right? Even if there are aliens, we can coexist peacefully. Let me be honest. I'm a human. The counselors may not know, but Noah is definitely not. I don't feel oppressed. I'm just a small staff. The interstellar peace has been going on for many years. Those who provoke war are pure evil. Okay? The Pantheon is too extreme. Quasi-evil? Cult. My child has nightmares every day after seeing the bloody picture, and he is too scared to sleep. We were watching a cartoon, and it popped up this bloody window by itself. Can Noah be destroyed? Speechless. Still whitewashing. Ji-Chen forgot about killing his father so quickly, and Ling Yu fell into deep thought. Ji-Chen came closer, but was pushed back by Ling Yu. Don't look at it yet. Nanya, who was very sensitive to news, came over quickly. She had already held a meeting with other representatives of the Pantheon and decided to cancel the Pantheon organization. Cancel? And Ling Yu didn't understand. The Pantheon is easily associated with evil religion or feudal superstition, and that is not our original intention. We hope to protect the past, grasp the present, and explore the future. Past historical and cultural data will continue to be released through accounts such as the Morning Star Bureau. We are not the only ones who have not forgotten the past. As for the present and the future, it is happening. We have discovered a new power system, which can be called spiritual power. We study this not to accept believers, but to become stronger people. Master the latest technology. Improve your own skills, and do not fear alien invasions. As long as the new energy system is passed down, our efforts will not be in vain. As long as everyone has the ability to discover water fireflies, our efforts will be worth it. Siren Point does not belong to pantheism. It belongs to the Interstellar. The spiritual system does not belong to pantheism. It belongs to everyone who masters it. The core of pantheism has never been the name. It does not matter whether it exists or not. If it hinders the journey, just cancel it. Pantheism has never had a god. It is the millions of me who are omnipotent. Nanya proposed a new idea of public opinion counterattack. Focus on promoting spiritual power, which is a great discovery and major breakthrough in human history. This power needs to be stimulated through siren points. Similar to awakening, Liao Qing led them to the siren point at first, and the specific principle is unknown. But the power exists, even if the source cannot be traced. It is unquestionable. People still around the Alliance will not easily believe this. But those who follow Morning Star will experience the siren song in person. Spiritual power. Not everyone can awaken, but as long as the base is large enough, there will be many people who awaken successfully. As more people gain spiritual power, the number of people who believe in it will increase exponentially. The power system is widely recognized, and the followers of the Alliance will also be shaken. No one can hinder the progress of science. No one can hinder the development of mankind. People yearn for a comfortable life, But limiting the upper limit of comfort to a certain range is called captivity. The interstellar world is peaceful, but dangers are still hidden in the dark universe. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. Just like people 100 years ago would not have thought that one day they would leave the embrace of their mother planet and never return. Will the magnificent nebula hide murderous intent? Will the alien vetter make a comeback? Be prepared for danger in times of peace. People must constantly update their knowledge and gain more power to better face the inevitable dangers and the unknown future. Becoming stronger is the only right choice. Moving forward is the only right direction. And Ling Yu learned that many people who return from the Siren Point have awakened their spiritual power. Most people's awakening is almost undetectable at the primary stage. But if you are willing to study and have someone to guide you, you can find a little clue. Perhaps people with clear goals and motivation are more likely to awaken. And the probability of awakening this time is much greater than before. Everyone is still unable to do anything to condense the body, and can only vaguely make the air carry a bit of misty color. The display of spiritual power is first manifested in vision, and then in touch. The former leader Jin Feng. The silk he summoned had a short touch, usually disappearing within 2 seconds. This is already the biggest breakthrough in their research in 100 years. Today, more people have awakened at the Siren Point than in the past 100 years. Perhaps the upper limit of spiritual power will be broken soon. That will be a better and stronger future for mankind. Nanya drove the starship to the nearest Siren Point, in order to prevent the illusion caused by the siren song from influencing the driver to do anything dangerous. The main driver of the starship is a senior member of the Pantheon. There is also a security guard nearby at the Siren Point on weekdays, and they call it the Watcher. However, observing near the Siren Point is not as convenient as controlling the overall situation in the starship cockpit. The starship that passed through the Siren Point this time was a little special. In addition to the driver Nanya, it only carried in Ling Yu and Ji Chen. The two of them did not go to the main driving seat, but found a small room at the back to stay. Ji Chen was holding the big white goose, and Ling Yu was looking at him. The big white goose had been on standby at Bingxing, as if it knew in advance that Ji Chen would be resurrected. Although, this was the default program of the big white goose. In any case, it had to stay by Ji Chen's side. Chat, play with, guard, or be a tool goose. Due to the application of biological algorithms, the big white goose can temporarily leave according to instructions, and can temporarily avoid it by observing words and expressions. But it cannot be absent all the time. In order to fulfill this order, the big white goose will even fly into space to chase the starship. Why did Ji Chen come back to life? The big white goose said it didn't know. And Ling Yu looked at Ji Chen's eyes steadily, and she thought of Earl. The water firefly disguised as Ji Ming Wang must be very familiar with Ji Chen. Right? How familiar? Will it be perfect to disguise as Ji Chen again? Otherwise, why did Earl stop his men from shooting at Ji Chen that day? Could it be because of love? Even if you hate me as much as the sea, I still love you and don't want to hurt you at all? It's ridiculous. They look so alike. When Ji Chen ran towards her through the debris of the floating starship in the starry sky, she actually thought it was Ji Chen, her lost lover. What's wrong? Ji Chen turned to look at her. Why are you looking at me? Nothing, Ling Yu said. She just wanted to know why Nanya couldn't find the firefly from Ji Chen. Is it the advanced parasitic method of the firefly? Can the Siren Point be selected? By the way, I made this for you before coming here. Ji Chen suddenly became excited and took out a small white and yellow pendant from his pocket. It was made a little hastily, but you can take it first, and I make a better one later. He pinched the pendant, his eyes sparkling like stars, and Ling Yu thought. He held the small pendant in front of Ling Yu. It was a very abstract big white goose puppet. The body was like a white pocket. The goose yellow triangle was the mouth. The slender strips were the legs, and the claws were a multi-sided paste. The eyes were hastily slit and asymmetrical, and Ling Yu looked at it calmly. Ugly, she said. Ji Chen choked up and his eyes drooped, but, okay. And Ling Yu raised her hand to take it, and put it in her pocket. Ji Chen's eyes lit up instantly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Ling Yu hurriedly turned her eyes away. Earl, why do they look so similar? She remembered that a long time ago, they were still in the school on their home planet. The hot summer breeze rustled the branches and leaves of the trees on the roadside, and she stood in the shadow of the laboratory building to cool off and wait. Ji Chen ran out from the distant corner and jumped into the center of her vision. His eyes were hotter than the stars, clearer than the sun, and that summer was longer than the Milky Way. And Lingyu's hands were still in her pockets. She closed her eyes and touched the black square below with her fingers. The slightly cool touch pulled her back to her thoughts, and the strong emotions buried the moment. Epitaph. And Lingyu remembered the name her senior sister gave it. It was thick and heavy, and it was a secret weapon that could kill water fireflies. Chapter 50. Entering the siren point in 5 seconds. Please stay rational. Nanya's voice came through the speaker. Received. And Lingyu nodded to the monitor. And Jichen nodded several times, like a chicken pecking at rice. The starship passed through the siren point, and the dreamy blue stayed on the shell for a moment like a car cover. And Lingyu and Jichen's consciousness came to a starry sky. They sat side by side on a broken hard board of the ship. The stars in the distance were small and bright, making other places particularly deep and dark. After looking at the scene, the two of them met eyes. You don't look scared, Lingyu said. She remembered that when she and Jichen fell into the siren song for the first time, Jichen showed obvious fear. Jichen was silent for a while and looked at the stars in the distance. I'm not afraid of the starry sky. And Lingyu didn't say anything, just looked at him calmly. The scene last time was indeed much more terrifying. The strange snake body that quickly passed through the deep sea rolled up the starship, and the perception when it took off was very real. The glittering tail and the huge human head were combined, and the eyeballs on the human face were slowly rotating like the rotation of the planet. It is normal to feel fear, and it is understandable to show emotions. Not everyone is as repressed and restrained as she is, and only shows a light expression on her face. This time the illusion is particularly peaceful. It's rare for us to sit down and talk, Jichen said. I know what you are worried about, but I can't explain it myself. Unbelievable resurrection. Unspoken doubts. The purpose of this two-person trip is self-evident. You and I know it well, and no longer speak. Jichen's eyes are hot, and his nose is sore. He lowered his head, and slowly touched the big white goose in his arms. And Lingyu forced herself not to look away. Showing weakness seemed to be the opponent's countermeasure. Jichen took a deep breath. With a nasal sound. His eyes also moved to the side, as if avoiding something. And Lingyu felt that it was impolite to lean over to see if he was crying. But she really wanted to. When she was hesitating, Jichen suddenly turned his head. And Lingyu frowned slightly, and looked at him. Jichen did not avoid it. He laughed. When he laughed, the stars in the distance shook. And Lingyu didn't understand his emotional change, and instinctively maintained his previous attitude. Jichen moved towards her, smiled and bumped her with his shoulder. This was a very familiar and intimate action, which could be traced back to 100 years ago. And Lingyu's fingertips clenched unconsciously, trying to get rid of those memories. And she really calmed down. But the next second, she saw her cold gaze in Jichen's bright smiling eyes, and she was stabbed by the icicles on her body. If the lover's eyebrows are full of spring water, the polar glaciers will usher in a catastrophe. She looked away in embarrassment. Jichen was talking to her. He chatted with her, as if he didn't notice anything unusual. He didn't mention the complicated situation, and he ignored the current doubts. He talked about his childhood and growing up. He talked about the sunset many years ago falling on the quiet lake, and the snow-white geese swimming in the sunset. He talked about those quiet and beautiful years that melted into his bones, and became the core strength for him to get up after falling down again and again, even if he was alone and helpless. Even if he had exhausted all his efforts. He had a happy childhood, which was happy enough to comfort his heart every day and night after that. He received abundant and appropriate love in his childhood, which was enough to withstand the wind and rain for 100 years. He was not easily swayed by other people's opinions, did not easily deny himself, and did not easily give up on himself. He had been firmly chosen, so the criticism and doubts of others would not make him fall into despair. Someone once loved him so much. So what did the gossip of others mean? Under the careful care of his parents, his childhood innocence was not worn away too much by the cruel years. Those times passed through love, and when they fell outside the innocence, they had become crystal resin. The rosin is soft and transparent, wrapping the innocence. So the innocence turned into amber, and remained forever in his life. Forever happy, forever pure, forever bright. When Jichen was a child, his favorite animal was the red-crowned crane. The red-crowned crane is tall and elegant, with a fairy-like aura. Its black and white feathers are low-key yet graceful, and the red on its head is dazzling but not ostentatious. At that time, he was influenced by the TV series, and simply thought that the poisonous crane's red was the red on the red-crowned crane's head. So he added another filter to the red-crowned crane. Such an elegant red-crowned crane actually has such a contrasting side, which hit his middle school so hard. He clamored to raise one. But the red-crowned crane is a protected animal and cannot be raised privately. His father, who was exhausted, brought him a goose, and told him that if he raised it well, the goose could super-evolve into a red-crowned crane. The young Ji-chin looked at the goose that looked a bit like a red-crowned crane and felt that it made sense. Being rigorous, he did not forget to search online for information on how to raise a goose into a crane. His diligent father compiled a paper overnight and posted it. His thoughtful mother skillfully prepared a set of information and ran to the printing factory to get him a copy of Super Evolution Animal Breeding Manual Red-Crowned Crane Edition. So he started raising geese with enthusiasm, in order to prevent the baby goose from failing to super-evolve due to its own lack of effort. He named the goose Iron Pot. Iron Pot stews big geese, so they cannot grow into big geese. And the big geese will be stewed. As long as it grows into a red-crowned crane, it will not be stewed. Of course, the goose will not grow into a red-crowned crane. It can only grow into a big white goose that eats a lot and poops a lot. He forgot when he stopped believing that a goose could become a crane. There is no clear node for growth, and childhood is gone quietly. He paused for a long time at this point. But when Enlingyu didn't speak, he started talking again. Compared with meat geese that will be eaten after 3 or 4 years of raising, the goose he raised is quite long-lived. The goose died at home with its mother, killed by the alien Werther's artillery fire. At that time, his father was on a business trip, and he was studying in another province. Later, they hurriedly boarded Noah's Ark and left their home planet, embarking on a difficult escape. His father did not stay with him. Sometimes Ji-chin could hear his father's heavy voice on the radio, but most of the time, he was busy with his mentor in the laboratory. His mentor was Chu Jiang, and the evaluation in the industry was just 2 words: genius. Lengthy sentences cannot accurately describe him, and adding one more word is redundant. Many incredible things, when put on Chu Jiang, others will have a sudden realization. Ji-chin's academic career went smoothly. He was admitted to a university by recommendation while studying and playing. He advertised for rent in the personal slogan column of the school's honor roll all day long. When he became a disciple of Chu Jiang, everyone exclaimed, "Did you save the Milky Way in your previous life?" In fact, Ji-chin couldn't save the Milky Way, and neither could the genius Chu Jiang. Facing the alien invasion, they could only flee in panic. But Chu Jiang's presence greatly increased the success rate of escape. Chu Jiang participated in the manufacture of Noah's Ark. Ji-chin didn't know how much he contributed. After all, it was a complex and large project. Research Group A on Noah's Ark is a core department, gathering scientific research leaders from all over the country. The entry standards here are very strict, and many well-known experts in the industry are blocked outside. But Ji-chin got in, just by saying one sentence: "This is my student, Chu Jiang." After entering Group A, Ji-chin found that there was a clear distinction here, divided into awesome bosses and safe tools. He was not even a safe tool. The tools here were also independent bosses outside. The gap between him and those tools was as big as the gap between the bosses and Chu Jiang. The gap was so big that he was not worried. He just followed the teacher's guidance and walked forward step by step, without looking at other people's steps or listening to other people's rhythm. He had a certain talent for scientific research. In this respect, Chu Jiang was not wrong about him. It's just that he was far from being better than his teacher, and it would be good if he could catch up with him. Even so, he remained a transparent person in Group A for a long time, until in May, who had fused with the super meteorite crystal, joined Group A. The reason why In May joined Group A was very simple. Not as a researcher, but as a fusionist. Initially, the name of this project was the Super Meteorite Crystal Fusion Project, which was taken over by Chu Jiang. As an assistant, Ji-chin was deeply involved in this project, discovered many key points during the research process, and won a series of honorary titles. This was the beginning of his fame. He was gradually no longer vaguely remembered by the predecessors in the laboratory as Chu Jiang's student and Chu Jiang's assistant. He had achievements that made people mention him alone. Ji-chin, a dark horse who grew up in adversity. Young people are formidable. The gray-haired academician walked to Chu He's side. "You have taught a very good apprentice. You are too good to be true." Chu Jian only replied. Ji Chen knew that his current progress was insignificant compared to the gap between him and his mentor. So his mentor didn't react. And he wouldn't be complacent about this achievement. But he was definitely happy that the details he discovered last time were used as a supporting part of the improvement measures by his mentor, saving the Noah's Ark that was about to fall apart. Since then, the Super Meteorite Crystal Fusion Project has been named Noah, and super meteorite crystals have become the core resource of the Ark. The investment of a large number of researchers has subdivided the project into different directions. Led by Chu He, they took the lead in ensuring the normal operation of Noah's Ark. That is, to fully stimulate the linking ability and acceleration ability of super meteorite crystals, and ensure that the vital signs of the experimenter and Mei are normal. Represented by Yao Tianqin, they went to another fork in the road. They studied how to use the powerful energy contained in super meteorite crystals to increase the probability of human victory in the battle against the Vet people. Both of these research directions have been successful. And of course, there are countless failed research directions that have fallen into dust. Unconsciously, Ji Chen said a lot. The illusion disappeared. And the siren song did not change much this time. Lingyu went to confirm the situation with Nanya and let Ji Chen leave first. No abnormality, Nanya said. And Lingyu still had some questions, but she couldn't answer them. The spiritual energy system is a field in its early stages of development, and there are too many things that have no authoritative explanation. Nanya said that stable illusions are rare and may be related to the state of mind of the participants. And Lingyu nodded and walked out. Ji Chen was waiting for her under the starship. He did not ask Lingyu what they talked about after he left. Just like he took the initiative to avoid meetings and reduce appearances in the past few days. You should doubt me, he said. Everything is normal. Don't think too much, Lingyu said. The resonance of the siren song did not find the water firefly. Either Ji Chen was really not parasitized, or it was more hidden. And Lingyu walked forward while thinking. And Ji Chen next to her suddenly grabbed her. His bony fingers were so hard that they turned white. How long are you going to escape? I want honest doubt or absolute trust. And Mei, he said.